Immortality begins by becoming an alchemy master. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, You little brat, how dare you bully me like this? Luo Chen was indeed right. When he first participated in this headlong black market, the owner of the black market sent the gatekeeper monk named Wang to give him a piece of advice in order to make friends with him. It was mentioned that the North Street Lane 3, Kixingpo, the mass grave and the main road back to the inner city were the places where robbers were most likely to ambush after the black market ended. Luo Chen participated in the North Street Lane 3, Chubai's robbery against Sima Sangxiu. Therefore, he subconsciously chose this place as the ambush point. But it does not mean that he did not prepare for the other places. When Luo Chen and Wang Yuan arrived, there were already 3 black-clothed masked monks attacking a black-robed monk. The shouting sound, mixed with a surge of spiritual light, was quite harsh. Black robe coat, childish false voice, yes, it's him. My blood and ki are also on him. Wang Yuan confirmed again. Luo Chen watched the battle over there for a while and frowned slightly. Liu Qiang is not as strong as the 9th level key refining master without Zhou Yuanli's cooperation. Even if 3 8th level key refining masters besiege him, they can't force him to reveal his true colors. Brother Wang, I have to trouble you. Wow. The hemp robe rustled in the night wind, and a long iron stick appeared in the broad hand. Wang Yuan nodded to Luo Chen, holding the long stick, and rushed out suddenly. I opened this slope and planted this tree. If you want to pass by here, leave some money to buy your life. The disguised rough voice sounded. Then, a shocking stick shadow suddenly fell down. Luo Chen, who was behind, twitched his mouth. Brother Wang is quite humorous. However, what he thought was humorous was not the case at all in the eyes of others. Seeing the shocking stick shadow, Liu Qiang, one of the 3 black-clothed masked monks, changed his face slightly. Retreat. Without hesitation, the 3 monks of Luo Xianhu Battle Hall immediately withdrew the siege formation, leaving the black-robed monk alone to face Wang Yuan's shocking stick. The black-robed monk was horrified and immediately offered a handkerchief magic weapon. Day cultivator, how unreasonable. The childish false voice disappeared, and turned into a charming voice. When the shocking stick shadow was softly wrapped by the handkerchief magic weapon, all the power slowly dissipated. Amidst the howling wind, the black robe was blown away, revealing a glimpse of the curvy body. Huh? Wang Yuan exclaimed softly, not because of the other party's identity as a female cultivator, but because the other party's combat experience was so rich. Even though this iron long stick was not the top-grade magic weapon longsword that he usually liked to use, as a martial arts master, he was proficient in all 18 weapons. With one blow, it was extremely fierce. I wanted to force the blood talisman out of the other party's hand directly. But I didn't expect that the other party would make the most correct response in an instant. Overcome hardness with softness. But that was all. Wang Yuan tapped with 2 fingers, as if he had grasped the end of the iron long stick. As he kept tapping, the long stick shook its head and tail, and kept tapping, pointing troops to the mountains and rivers. In an instant, the long stick transformed into dozens of stick shadows, which covered the sky and the earth. Each stick shadow had the power of the 9th level of key refining. The black-robed female cultivator's face changed drastically, and the handkerchief magic weapon flew to her side, protecting her tightly. Not only that, snowflakes floated out of the crystal sword in her hand. Each one was ready to meet each stick shadow. Bang! 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 The snowflakes exploded, and the key broke. The black-robed female cultivator seemed to be shaky, but the explosion of each snowflake represented the disappearance of a stick shadow. She actually blocked it. Wang Yuan's eyes lit up. After he reached the 2nd level of physical training, although the new methods did not increase much, but the power of some of the commonly used methods in the past has increased a lot. But he didn't expect that this woman would take them all. Moreover, they all used the most correct way to deal with it. What a pity. Wang Yuan sighed inwardly, stretched out his hand and grasped the long stick in the air. Gather. The next moment, all the broken stick shadows, as if time was going backwards, continued to recover. And under the control of the strange energy, they continued to close. A long stick that was dozens of feet long stood above the night sky of Kixingpo. The black-robed female cultivator looked at this scene in horror, and felt her scalp tingling, and her soul was rushing. What kind of method is this? Before she had time to think, a blood talisman suddenly appeared in her hand. You forced me to do this. The spiritual power entered the talisman, and it ignited without wind. A touch of enchanting red light was dazzling. Among them, it was accompanied by a deep fragrance like orchid and musk. This fragrance made the female cultivator stunned for a moment. When she woke up, she saw a blood-colored giant palm slowly slapping the long stick that stood tall and majestic. Boom! The huge explosion sounded almost 10 miles away. The dazzling light illuminated the entire night sky, and could be vaguely seen from a distance of 100 miles. Among them, a voice of shock and anger was heard. Fu family blood talisman, damn it! When the light dissipated, Kixingpo, the famous holy land of robbery cultivation in Daohofang, had been razed to the ground. A huge pit with a width of more than 100 feet appeared in the eyes of the female cultivator, with a face as white as gold paper. In the huge pit, an incomplete corpse lay quietly there. Hugh, the female cultivator panted and laughed happily. Damn robbery cultivator, die well, die well. It was a pity for this newly obtained blood talisman. The power was indeed good, and it was not even comparable to the great perfection of key refining. It was completely much better, and it almost felt like a blow to the foundation building. Just as she laughed wantonly and happily, her face changed again. Too much, is this Daohofeng a robbery cultivation nest? After cursing, she did not dare to stay. He used up his remaining strength, set up a flying magic weapon and hurriedly fled. In the outer city not far away, dozens of colorful escape lights were rushing towards this side. Under a big tree, Luo Chen swallowed his saliva. Is this what Brother Wang said about only affecting a range of 100 meters? The explosion was so powerful that it covered an area of more than 100 meters. Wang Yuan stepped forward and patted the dust off his body. That female cultivator has extremely rich combat experience and sharp eyesight. I'm afraid the original fake blood talisman can't be hidden from her. So, I added something to it. No wonder it's like that. Luo Chen suddenly realized, but he was still envious of the power of this fake blood talisman. If it can be produced in large quantities, it can completely threaten the foundation building cultivators. If the cultivators of the Luoxianu Battle Hall each have one, they can walk sideways in Daohofang. Noticing his gaze, Wang Yuan sneered, I won't produce this talisman in large quantities. It will affect my cultivation too much? Luo Chen smiled embarrassedly. That's right. It took Wang Yuan 10 days to make this fake blood talisman, and it consumed a lot of his blood. If he was only pursuing lethality, it would be better for Wang Yuan to improve himself. Don't put the cart before the horse. The two looked at the original Kaixing slope, which can now be called the Kaixing pit. There were dozens of escape lights lingering over there. Some others chased into the depths of the night. Brother Wang, your voice is really a stroke of genius. If not, how can the Fu family be famous? The two smiled at each other, and everything was self-evident. The next day, after a night of fermentation, the entire Daohofang casual cultivators knew about the battle last night. The reputation of the Fu family's blood talisman was completely established. Countless people were discussing this thing and were eager to get one. Of course, there were also people who condemned it. As a former foundation building family, the Fu family secretly captured cultivators to peel their skin and draw blood to draw talismans. Such behavior is no different from the devil, and everyone should be punished. For a time, the Fu family was pushed to the forefront. In the Luo Chen Association, Luo Chen, who had just finished a day of alchemy, could also hear the discussions of the monks and the meeting. Especially those indignant voices, which made him very satisfied. So far, the plan is going well. Then, we can proceed to the next step. Call Sima Xian. After a while, Sima Xian rushed to the council hall. Looking at this calm and simple man, Luo Chen was amazed. In the battle in the 3 alleys of North Street, the opponent wanted to cover the rear for his younger brothers and sisters, and he took the full attack of the best magic weapon head-on. Unexpectedly, he survived. The 3 Sima brothers and sisters are all safe and sound. Now, they are doing quite well in the Luo Chen Association. The second sister Sima Wei Niang showed her outstanding talent in the Jintang, and was relied on by Gu Kai, who had already given her a position as a deacon. Muir and King Lian also gave a favorable evaluation of the third brother Sima Wenji. He is just a little impatient and lacks experience in handling personnel-related chores. President, what do you want to talk to me about? Luo Chen smiled warmly. Go to the Fu family for me and hand this letter to Fu Zhang, the head of the Fu family. Respectfully accepting the letter, Sima Xianjing waited for Luo Chen's other instructions. However, Luo Chen did not arrange anything, but asked him about things outside Daofang. The three of us siblings have not been to many places, only Zulian Fang, Taishan Fang, Liu Guangfang and Xianlia Fang. Have you never been to Xianlin Immortal City? No, the journey is too far. I only know that Xianlin Immortal City was jointly funded and built by the 7 Yuding sects. There are hundreds of thousands of independent cultivators and millions of ordinary people in it. It is a super city that can be ranked in the top 10 in Yuding domain. Are there many such big cities in Yuding domain? Not many. Such super cities often have third-order spirit veins as their foundation, and they can even provide a place for giant and masters to practice. At this point, Sima Xian hesitated and said, it is said that Daofang also has plans to build an immortal city. Daofang. Luo Chen said in surprise, this place only has a large first-order spirit vein, is it worthy of being an immortal city? Sima Xian shook his head, I don't know the inside story, but it is said that Yuding Sword Sect does have this plan. Moreover, the grade of spirit veins is not fixed. Perhaps those big sects have mastered the magical secret method of improving the grade of spirit veins. After he said that, Luo Chen seemed to be thinking about something. In the world of cultivating immortals, there is something called spiritual energy, so there is no such thing as unchanging. After thousands of years, the first-level spiritual herbs may not be inferior to the third-level and fourth-level spiritual herbs. The spiritual fields filled with spiritual energy in the Xiao Valley were also cultivated bit by bit from ordinary fertile soil to become first-level spiritual fields. Suddenly, he thought of the closure of the Taoism platform. At that time, he just thought that it was the giant and master who was deliberately making a mystery and creating the source of chaos. Now it seems that it may also be related to the improvement of the spiritual vein grade. Skipping this topic, Luo Chen asked about the local conditions and customs of the nearby markets. Powerful key refining cultivators. There are many. For example, Chu Bai and Liu Han from Liu Guangfang, Hao Zhuan, Jin Donglei and Wang Cheng from Taishan Fang. Even in Zulian Fang, which is known as a bitter cold place, there are powerful key refiners such as Liangayu Ferry and Nanguangqin. Oh, Nanguangqin is now considered a powerful key refiner from Daofang, but it's hard to count him as from Zulian Fang. Sima Xian uttered the names one by one, interspersed with some related deeds. Luo Chen listened with great interest, especially the Liangayu Ferry from Zulian Fang, who became more and more familiar the more he listened. After Sima Xian left, he realized, Jinxiu handkerchief and Shuangho sword, isn't this the black-robed female cultivator that Wang Yuan praised so much last night? Sure enough, cultivators who can make a name for themselves in every place have their own unique features. Even though Wang Yuan concealed his true combat power last night, with his rich experience, he had to use ruthless hands on the female cultivator to force out the blood talisman. It can be seen that the other party's strength is also a leader among the 9th level of key refining. But why did the monks from Zulian Fang come to Daofang? Do they also want to follow the example of Nanguang family and move here? Just when Luo Chen was thinking about these miscellaneous things, in the Fu family fortress. Bang! A palm slapped on the sandalwood table, and the force released smashed it into powder. Fu Zhang also ignored the wood powder on the ground and flew into a rage. How dare you bully me like this? Chapter 152. One punch destroys the unbreakable fortress. In the hall, Fu Zhang's sudden fury startled the Fu family cultivators. Elder Fu Jinkyu raised his eyebrows. Why is the head of the family so angry? Fu Zhang's face was gloomy, and he threw the letter from Luo Xianhu in front of him. Fu Jinkyu read it in a flash. Then, he was also furious. What do you think our Fu family is? You actually want the head of the family to return Sikun Shaoji's relics. After this, the other Fu family cultivators were stunned. Is Dan Chenzi crazy? Sikun Shaoji was just an old man who died at the hands of the head of the family, Fu Zhang, and became part of the reputation of the Fu family. He is dead, and his inheritance should belong to the head of the family. I have never heard of someone who wants to return it voluntarily. It is natural for Fu Zhang to be angry because of this. As a former foundation-building family, even if our Fu family has declined, It is not something that a small force at the key refining level like you can dictate. Return the relics? And apologize? Especially in the letter, the tone of righteousness and superiority was simply unbearable. This was an insult. It was an undisguised insult to him, Fu Zhang, and even the entire Fu family. Fu Jingqiu said angrily, not only that, they accused my Fu family of participating in the siege of Xiaoyu Valley. As an apology, in addition to returning the relics of Sikun Shaojia, they also need to take the initiative to compensate for 3 blood talismans. This is too much? He destroyed the Pashan Gang, and he even brought up the former elder of the Dan Hall. Why didn't he go to those foundation-building cultivators to avenge me? Shuhu? Blood talismans. Does my Fu family really have blood talismans? The previous words were fine, but when the last sentence came out, the atmosphere in the whole hall became weird. Fu Zhang was startled, and then his face swept across the crowd with a sinister look. What do you mean? The man who just spoke smiled embarrassedly. Although Fu Zhang has been the head of the family for only more than 10 years, he has accumulated a lot of prestige after experiencing the death of the foundation-building ancestor, the struggle in Xianlin Immortal City, and the voluntary withdrawal from Xianlin and the relocation to Dahofang. In particular, when he came to Dahofang, he took the initiative to contact the Nanguang family and formed Zuanaihu with the 3 newly relocated families as conditions, together with the Duan and Li families. With the help of the Zuanaihu platform, the Fu family's talisman market was gradually opened up. Until recently, he participated in the destruction of the Pashan Gang, which completely allowed the Fu family to gain a firm foothold in Dahofang. It can be said that except for the fact that Fu Zhang's realm is not enough to suppress everyone, his prestige and momentum have made most of the Fu family's cultivators trust him. Looking at the sneer of the clan, Fu Zhang snorted coldly. I'll say it again, and for the last time. Before the ancestor died, he didn't pass on the blood talisman technique to me. Not only that, my Fu family has never been involved in anything related to blood talismans. The man lowered his head quickly, not daring to look at him. Fu Zhang shook his head and sighed suddenly. Sitting back in his chair, he said worriedly, I know you have all heard about the power of the blood talisman last night. If we have this thing, even if our Fu family does not have a foundation-building cultivator, we can still be on par with other foundation-building families. But, have you ever thought about it? If there is really a blood talisman, the righteous sects will not spare us. Those foundation-building families will have an excuse to attack us. We have finally settled down, and the fortress has been built. What we really need to do is to recuperate and cultivate the descendants of the family. We will strive to produce another foundation-building cultivator within 100 years. Only in this way can we pass on our Fu family. These words were told in a leisurely manner. The worries and concerns for the long-term planning of the family moved the senior members of the Fu family who originally had different ideas. Fu Zhang really sacrificed too much for the family. I have never seen any leader of a force take the initiative to show up and fight to the death. But the Fu family has only 2 or 3 big cats and small cats, so they have no choice but to let the strongest head of the family come forward every time. If this goes on, those small forces of independent cultivators will no longer respect them. It is time to recuperate and avoid more fighting. However, the tree wants to be quiet but the wind does not stop. The Fu family cultivators found that when they went out recently, the eyes of others looked at them differently. Curiosity and fear. Some people even discussed that a certain independent cultivator died one day and was burned beyond recognition. In fact, it was the Fu family who peeled off the skin and deliberately destroyed the evidence. Hearing this rumor, the Fu family cultivators were really furious. If they want to destroy the evidence, don't they know to burn the whole body? But someone just believed it. In addition, there was a trick. A young cultivator of the 5th level of key refining in the Fu family took an ordinary talisman stained with animal blood, disguised as a blood talisman, and sold it to a foreign independent cultivator at a high price. As a result, the other party saw through it and went straight to the Fu family's shop in the inner city. Make a big fuss. Fuju, who was in charge of the shop, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At this time, how could there still be such a troublesome guy who would take advantage of this? In order to settle the matter peacefully, he not only returned the spiritual stones, but also specially compensated with several practical fine talismans. But even so, his Fu family's talisman business was greatly affected. On the contrary, the business of the Chen family next door gradually improved. It was under such circumstances that Luo Xianhu's second letter was delivered to the Fu family. Or rather, it was not delivered to the Fu family, but was passed to the Fu family by someone. Luo Xianhu left a message for the Fu family on the J disk outside the closed discussion platform. As a foreign cultivator, I wanted to join forces with you to benefit both sides and share the great way. But you acted on your own and killed people, causing great resentment among the people. My Luo Chen society, inheriting the legacy of the Pashan gang, should set an example. But Elder Sikun Xiaojiu was assassinated by the villain Fu Zhang, causing him to die regretfully. Now, the Fu family is ordered to return Sikun Xiaoji's relics within a time limit so that he can rest in peace. If you don't return them, you will suffer the consequences. Don't say I didn't warn you. When this letter was passed to Fu Zhang's ears in an extremely brief summary, he was so angry that he roared repeatedly. What does it mean to act on your own, and what does it mean to cause great resentment among the people? How did the head of the Fu family become a villain? And he ordered the relics to be returned within a time limit, otherwise he would suffer the consequences? I didn't warn you. Haha, I want to see how you can say no. Don't pay attention to it. If you really return it, wouldn't that prove the evil deeds of my Fu family? He Dan Chenzi is aloof and has never killed anyone in his life, right? Come on. At most we'll have a fight. The other families also have outsiders. The death of the rabbit makes the fox mourn, and the loss of the lips and teeth is cold. They will never sit idly by. Besides, his Luo Xianhu is a newly formed small force. Why dare to challenge my Fu family? The Fu family did not make any response to the Luo Xianhu's rebuke. This stubborn look made many casual cultivators look at them with new eyes. Now, the Luo Xianhu is being put on the spot. Didn't you say that it should be returned within a limited time? Didn't you say that you didn't warn me? Others are indifferent, so why don't you do something? Not only are the casual cultivators watching the joke, but other large and small forces are also paying attention secretly. And Dan Chenzi, the leader of the Luo Xianhu, is standing outside a loft in the sword pavilion at this moment, with a calm face. The outer disciples of Yuding who passed by nearby looked at him with strange eyes from time to time. This man has been waiting here for a whole morning. Is the steward Miaowen busy? Or is he being punished? After a long time, a cold snort came from the attic. This is just the first time, and it won't happen again. In the future, concentrate on refining pills and don't make trouble. Luo Chen smiled slightly, replied yes, and then turned to leave the sword pavilion. After stepping out of the sword pavilion, he breathed a sigh of relief. Targeting the Fu family has never been the crux of the problem. The key lies in Miaowen. Luo Chen also has reasons. The Pashan gang collapsed, and the sales channels for pills are almost gone, and he can't blatantly borrow Miaowen's name. Even if the Zongmiao Pill is refined, it is not so easy to sell. So he needs to establish his prestige and make people unable to ignore the Luo Chen society. This reason is feasible. But it is not very tenable. However, when Luo Chen took out the many Zongmiao pills he had refined from Mi Shuhe this month, Miaowen finally allowed his misbehavior. Interests move people's hearts. Luo Chen chuckled and left the inner city. Once there's a first time, there will be countless times. As his interests with Miaowen become more and more deeply bound, his importance will continue to rise. When Luo Xianhu grows up, Miaowen will not be able to ignore his voice. What Luo Chen has to do is nothing more than repeating Mi Shuhe's operation. Strive to make yourself reach a relatively equal position with Miaowen. Then, seek to build a foundation and completely control your own destiny. So, the next battle, we must win. And win beautifully. Without hesitation, with the Fu family pretending to be an ostrich, the Luo Xianhu battle hall, a brand new war machine, began to rumble and run. A small number of people were assigned to monitor the other four major families. The entire battle hall, led by Wang Yuan, rushed to the Fu family fortress at noon on September 9, 3408 in the Shanhai calendar. The two elders Duan Feng and Sima Xian were the vanguards, each leading 10 mid to late stage key refining masters. In addition, Luo Chen also transferred Sima Wenji, the deacon of the Zhentang, and Zheng Wen, the elder of the Jintang, to form a lineup of 5 great masters of the 9th level of key refining. Not only that, Qin Liangjin, who had been recuperating for a month, appeared for the first time beside Luo Chen. Together with Wang Yuan, he stood beside Luo Chen. Such a blatant action naturally attracted the attention of countless casual cultivators in Dahofang. As the monks of Luo Chen Zongtang rushed to the Fujio Wubao, many casual cultivators also followed behind them in their escape lights. If you stand at a very high place and look down, you will have the illusion of a torrent of cultivators. When Luo Chen came to the outside of the huge fortress slowly, the Fu family monks had already been ready. Dan Chenzi. A sharp shout resounded through the sky. Fu Zhang flew out of the watchtower of the fortress with a golden gourd hammer in his hand. A pair of sharp eyes, with anger rising, stared at the young man in the army of monks. Master Fu, how are you? Luo Chen folded his jade fan and bowed. Looking at Luo Chen, Fu Zhang tried his best to suppress his anger. He knew very well that there were not many cultivators in Luo Xianhu. The reason why there were tens of thousands of independent cultivators outside the fortress at this moment was that most of them came to watch the fun. But watching the fun could easily lead to big trouble. If the Fu family showed a slight decline, someone might have evil intentions, and then, everyone would push the wall down. At this moment, he vaguely realized that perhaps the rumor about the blood talisman was not spread by the Chen family and the divine talisman pavilion at all. It was the work of this overly young man in front of him. Today, the Fu family will not fight if it can. He took a deep breath and said in a slightly relaxed tone, "We are all seeking the truth in Daofang, why do we have to make such a big fuss?" Oh. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. When did you become a pacifist? Listening to this weird voice, Fu Zhang suppressed his anger. To be kind to others is to be kind to yourself. What you want is nothing more than the relic of Sikun Shaojia. I'll give it to you. As he spoke, a tortoise shell and a long sword that was broken into 2 pieces flew out. While controlling his spiritual power, Fu Zhang stared at Luo Chen. After you get the relic, please leave. I'll host you at the Yuzhongding family one day. However, Luo Chen, the other party, didn't even look at the 2 artifacts that were no different from waste. He just raised 3 fingers. Okay, hand over 3 more Fu family blood talismans as an apology, and I'll go back to where I came from today. As soon as these words came out, all the cultivators in the mountains and plains were silent. Everyone held their breath and looked at Fu Zhang with burning eyes. At this moment, Fu Zhang felt his scalp tingling and his whole body was cold. My Fu family doesn't have blood talismans, and we don't know how to make blood talismans. It seems that you are not sincere enough. Luo Chen. Bang! Bang! In midair, the tortoise shell and the broken sword exploded into powder under the powerful spiritual power. Fu Zhang panted and looked at the man opposite him who was guarded by many monks like the moon surrounded by stars. Do you have to kill them all? Swish! The jade fan suddenly closed. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. After we parted in Xiao Valley, I really miss you day and night, and I can't forget your heroic appearance at that time. So, I came today killing you all is your own fault. Fu Zhang pulled back and laughed loudly. Haha, if that's the case, then come on. I want to see if you can break through my Fu family's fortress. When he retreated to the towering watchtower. The next moment, the dark fortress covering an area of hundreds of meters suddenly flashed with bursts of light. A large formation was formed in an instant. Not only that, in every 100 bricks of the wall of the dark fortress, there is a talisman shining brightly. Looking closely, they were all first-level earth-guarding talismans. With the fortress as the foundation, a large formation of copper walls and iron walls was built, and thousands of earth-guarding talismans were combined. At this moment, the Fu family fortress seemed like an impenetrable fortress in the world, which was dawning. Seeing this scene, countless casual cultivators who were originally ready to move took a breath of cold air. Is this the foundation of the former foundation building family? Even if the foundation building ancestor passed away, there is still such defensive power. It is worthy of being one of the 5 major foundation building families that can be ranked alongside Zhuan, Li, and Nanguang. With such defensive power, who can break it if the foundation is not built? For a while, everyone's eyes fell on the monks of Luo Xianhu and on the leader, the president Dan Chenzi. However, facing this mountain-like visual pressure, Luo Chen's face was extremely calm. He just turned sideways and glanced at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan smiled slightly, and then took a step forward. When he appeared again, he was about 100 meters away from the fortress. Fu Zhang looked at this scene and sneered. How could the Fu family's iron wall formation be broken by a casual key-refining cultivator? Even if a foundation-building cultivator came in person, he had the confidence to resist for a moment. Wang Yuan, right? He is just a man of false reputation. As he sneered. Wang Yuan slowly raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Pulling back, bending his body, the infinite blood and ki were not visible at all, and all melted into the fist. Finally, under the gaze of thousands of people, he punched out. The power that was condensed to the extreme, under this punch, was brazenly hit. Boom! Exclamation mark. The deafening sound suddenly broke out like a silver bottle breaking. In that huge sound, the fortress that seemed impregnable a moment ago, under this punch, was broken by a point, and a 10-meter wide hole was blasted out. Even the iron wall formation, in the wailing, lost its light. On the watchtower, Fu Zhang, who had sneered before, had already become as stiff as a wooden chicken. In his heart, there was only one sound. How is it possible? However, no one could hear his inner voice. Under the tower, Wang Yuan stood up straight with his hands behind his back. He looked up at Fu Zhang and then shook his head slowly. Just as he shook his head, a loud shout resounded through the sky. Kill! Chapter 153, What about the talisman? Sometimes you can't return it. The sun was blazing overhead, and spiritual energy was surging. Endless sounds of fighting resounded in the fortress. A brutal offensive and defensive battle began. Luo Chen stood on the air, with only Zhou Yuanli and Liu Qiang guarding behind him. From his overlook, the battle in the fortress had become one-sided. The number of Fu family cultivators was not large. Even if those in the early stage of key refining were included, the total number did not exceed 50. In terms of foundation building forces, it was indeed too small. However, they had lost many clansmen to move here from Xianlin Immortal City, and Fu Zhang was able to command this number properly. In comparison, the number of Luo Xianhu cultivators was even smaller, only more than 30 people. But, in terms of high-end combat power, Luo Xianhu has much more than that. The Fu family had only 4 key refining level 9 cultivators, and with Fu Zhang, there were only 5. On the Luo Xianhu side, there were Duan Feng, Zhen Wen, Qin Liangzhen, Sima Xian, and Sima Wenji, who were comparable to them. There was also the Warhol master Wang Yuan, walking among them. Every time he attacked, he would take the life of a late-stage key training master of the Fu family. Fu Zhang, a great master, was stopped by Duan Feng. Duan Feng was not a weakling either. He had long been ranked in the top 3 on the Daishan Jiao list. Even Nanguang Qin, who is now the number 1, had lost to him once when he first arrived. Although he won back later, it shows how strong Duan Feng is. Especially after the Battle of Xiao Valley, Duan Feng had several more top-grade magic weapons in his hands, which almost made up for all his shortcomings. For a while, Fu Zhang was suppressed by Duan Feng. This master of the Fu family is just like this. Liu Qiang was so excited that he wanted to go down and fight. In his words, he didn't think much of Fu Zhang. In response, Luo Chen said solemnly, "This is just that after he became the head of the family, he had too many concerns and didn't dare to let go." Luo Chen remembered the Battle of Xiao Valley very clearly. The 5 9th-level key refining masters gathered by the Daijiang gang, except for Shan Xiu, are all weak. In that battle, 3 people died, and even the extremely powerful Min Longai retreated in embarrassment. Only Fu Zhang easily killed Sikun Xiaojia and then walked away. From beginning to end, he was not injured. This man is very powerful, but for the sake of his family, he dare not put himself in danger. Now it seems that Duan Feng is suppressing him. But if he is forced into a corner, he may use some killer moves. You know, the Fu family has a talisman that is passed down. Moreover, Luo Chen's focus is not only here. A pair of spiritual eyes swept in all directions, occasionally pausing slightly, and then quickly moved away. 1, 2, 4 foundation building cultivators have arrived. I wonder if Miao Wen is among them. Wang Yuan is fighting purely with the 9th level of key refining in his foundation building physique. He cannot use blood methods, otherwise he will be easily exposed. Other foundation building cultivators are fine, but Miao Wen cannot be ignored. This person is from the Jading Sword sect and must have used the clear liquid. It is easy for him to see through Wang Yuan's true strength. But Wang Yuan must take action in this battle. We must win quickly and win over the hearts of the people in the battle hall. But it will not be good if it drags on for too long. Luo Chen's thoughts kept turning in his mind. Then his lips moved slightly, and Zhou Yuanli next to him raised his eyebrows, and then gave an order to a younger brother beside him. 1 mile away from the battlefield, 4 spiritual consciousnesses kept intersecting. I can't believe that the Luo Chen who has gathered such a strong force in such a short time. What's so surprising about that? The Pashan Gang was almost the same as a small sect at the beginning. If the Luo Chen who can absorb 1/10 or 1/12 of them, it can easily defeat most of the independent cultivators. Mishuho can be regarded as a great man of his generation. He has not only developed the Pashan Gang, but also has such a strong combat power. What a pity. The master of the war hall, Wang Yuan, is very strong. Tisk, it's just a physical cultivation method. It seems that he has the strength to build a foundation, but do you think he can get within 10 feet of us? Fellow Taoist Nangguang is right. Although I don't know how Wang Yuan forged this Vajra body, he is no more than a sword from us. Haha, fellow Taoist Duan is free. Why are you not at home planning the foundation for your grandson? Why are you running here? Oh, yes. The Duan Feng who is suppressing Fu Zhang seems to be your grandson as well. Tisk tisk, your Duan family is full of geniuses. In one generation, there was Duan Rui who had reached the great perfection of key refining, and there was also Duan Feng who was listed on the Xianjiao list. It was clearly a compliment, but somehow it sounded full of ridicule. Duan Qiankan sighed secretly and did not argue with others. Nangguang Jin's voice sounded again, fight. If this battle continues, the Fu family will definitely be gone, and the Luo Chen who will also suffer a lot of losses. This Luo Chen is a smart man, but it's a pity that he is still too young and hot-tempered. He can only fight for his own will. If the fight continues, his Luo Chen who? Huh? Huh? Surprised voices continue to ring out. The situation has changed. Horizontal ellipsis. The foundation building family has a long history, so there must be many treasures. Fellow Daoists, treasures belong to those with virtue. I have great virtue, so I will go first. Let's go together, let's go together. Making blood talismans is against the will of heaven. Today, I, the cultivator, will enforce justice on behalf of heaven. The Fu family's decline has become apparent, and everyone can see clearly that they were beaten by the Luo Chen who. After this battle, the Fu family will surely become dust in the history of Daofang. In this case, why don't everyone share a piece of the pie? Under the instigation of a certain casual cultivator. For a time, countless casual cultivators drove their escape lights and flew into the Fu family's fortress. The fortress, which seemed extremely spacious before, became crowded in an instant after accommodating thousands of casual cultivators. From time to time, buildings collapsed suddenly due to the competition between cultivators. The demise of the Fu family is an unchangeable fact. Luo Chen looked at this scene and breathed a sigh of relief. The younger brother sent by Zhou Yuanli had unknowingly retreated from the crowd. Luo Chen looked at him with appreciation, and then ordered, notify Wang Yuan and others to withdraw all the monks in the battle hall. Also, send a signal to let Duan Feng and others retreat immediately if they see that the situation is not right. Zhou Yuanli agreed generously. In the process of notifying, even though Zhou Yuanli was usually calm and steady, he was also very excited. To be honest, the newly established Luo Chen who was not favored by others. Even within the organization, some people had doubts. They thought that Luo Chen who is different from the Pashan Gang. They did not fight for territory or resources, but only served the President Luo Chen in refining pills. But after this battle, everyone would realize that Luo Chen who is not weak. It had the capital to fight any small force. Even against a family like the Fu family that inherited the foundation, it could fight. Gradually, the monks of Luo Chen who withdrew from the battlefield. But the battle inside was still going on, and even more fierce. Those were battles between the Fu family monks and the casual cultivators, and the casual cultivators and the casual cultivators. Count the casualties. No need to hand in the spoils, whoever gets them will own them. Organize the formation, and when the situation is settled, we will charge again and try to grab the essence of Fu's resources. Wang Yuan came to Luo Chen quietly. Looking at the young man who was strategizing and issuing orders, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that this battle, from planning to execution, was almost all led by Luo Chen. Although the final results have not yet been seen, Luo Chen's goal has almost been fully achieved. Establish the prestige of the Fu family and establish the position of Luo Chen who in Daofang. From then on, it was a good situation to fight with one punch to avoid 100 punches. If I practice alone, it will not last long. Helping Luo Chen is helping myself. Wang Yuan thought very clearly that if a lone person fights in the world of immortal cultivation, the end is often not good. But he has almost no other strengths except fighting. When he was in Taishanfang with Jiadang, he had been in Taishanfang for so long, but he had not really entered the core circle of Taishanfang. Therefore, he had already recognized himself. Compared with building a power by himself, which was laborious, it was better to join forces with Luo Chen. At least, Luo Chen had a close relationship with him, and they were the kind of people who could confide in each other. And from the fact that Luo Chen refined the blood-burning pill for him and gave him the breath-containing spirit technique, Luo Chen was not someone who would treat his brother badly. The only pity was that Luo Chen's realm was too low. If he could build a foundation, it would be even better. The two of them could join forces and grab more cultivation resources in Dahofang. Just as he was thinking about it, a shrill roar sounded from the monsters shouting and killing. My Fu family was destroyed, and the culprit was Luo Chen. Today, I, Fu Zhang, feel ashamed of my ancestors, and I can only thank them with my death. As this shrill and sad roar was issued, an astonishing wave rose up from the crowd of thousands of cultivators. It was an extremely huge golden gourd hammer. It was not a magic weapon in Fu Zhang's hand, but a phantom. The phantom was so huge that it almost covered the sky. Fu Zhang's figure seemed so tiny under the giant golden hammer. He was covered in blood and had countless wounds. However, his bloodshot eyes were fixed on the man who was dozens of miles away. He held a golden talisman in his hand and madly absorbed his spiritual power. Not only that, the free spiritual energy in the surrounding heaven and earth turned into a tornado and was wrapped in the shadow of the giant hammer. Everyone was stunned. Someone shouted magic weapon. Then, they fled in panic, not daring to delay in the dock for a moment. Fu Zhang didn't even look at them, but just stared at Luo Chen, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Even if you die, I will drag you to hell. The next moment, his body burst out. The huge golden hammer on his head smashed down like a tidal wave. Danger. President, retreat quickly. Luo Chen. Amid the anxious voices, Luo Chen unexpectedly did not retreat but advanced. Sometimes, you can't retreat. Behind him, Wang Yuan was shocked, and his outstretched hand froze in the air. A trace of blood had already leaked out. But he sighed softly. This was Luo Chen's own choice. Come on, I also want to see how powerful the talisman is. Luo Chen's face was calm, but there was a hint of madness in his eyes. It was the anger that had been accumulated for a long time from Gao Tinggao's long-term threats, Mi Shuhua's deliberate control, and Miao Wen's constant contempt. This anger caused his long-suppressed madness. Today's battle was already beautiful enough. But it was not perfect. This perfection must be made up by him, the president of Luo Xianhu, himself. As he moved forward quickly, a green flag suddenly unfolded. Roar. A dragon emerged from in front of him. Go. Go. Go again. Luo Chen shouted, and suddenly grasped the flag with both hands. The next moment, 6 dragons roared out. Luo Chen waved the flag, and 6 green dragons pounced on the huge golden hammer. Boom. 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 The huge roar covered all other sounds. In the interweaving of gold and green, a figure suddenly leaped into the sky. The next moment, he rushed towards the last remaining shadow of the giant hammer like a sharp sword. Fu Zhang looked at the man rushing towards him in astonishment. How dare he face Fu Bao? An equally dazzling golden light bloomed in front of him. It was like a rising sun, completely submerging him. The shadow of the giant hammer dissipated. In the sky, only the scorching sun and the small sun were left. There was also a figure that stepped out gracefully, like a god or an immortal. Please vote for me, thank you all. Chapter 154, the 9th level of key refining, summary and attributes. It's not necessary. Is it really not necessary? In the stone room, one person sat cross-legged on the bed, and another stood in front of the bed with his hands behind his back. Cough cough. Facing Wang Yuan's sign eyes, Luo Chen couldn't help coughing twice. He whispered, you once said, a real man can bend and stretch, and he will not lose his heroic qualities. But in the face of a real choice, you must stick to your heart, otherwise your will be broken, and your bent waist will never stand up again in your life. I know that the battle yesterday was not a choice that must be made. But I'm afraid that when the real choice comes, I will habitually calculate and weigh the pros and cons, and finally miss the opportunity and lose my heart. Listening to these low words, Wang Yuan was surprised. It seems that Luo Chen has something in mind. What did he experience during the time when he was away? Luo Chen didn't let him think too much, but just forced a smile. Besides, someone has to take the attack of the talisman. I can take it, Wang Yuan said firmly. Will you get hurt? I'm afraid that not only will you get hurt, but you will also expose your bloody means for no reason, which will attract the attention of the foundation building level. Wang Yuan hesitated. Luo Chen chuckled and shook his head. That's it, you will get hurt if you take it, and I will get hurt if I take it, there is no difference. Besides, I am not rash and hot-blooded. Indeed. Both Luo Chen and Wang Yuan are very clear about the information that the Fu family has the talisman treasure. Since they can be listed as a foundation-building family, they must have the means to build a foundation. The talisman seals nearly 30% of the power of the magic weapon, which can be called a super killer below the foundation-building level. Since they decided to target the Fu family, Luo Chen and Wang Yuan made various plans to deal with the talisman treasure. When the shadow of the giant hammer suddenly appeared, Luo Chen knew that his plan was not in vain. In the final analysis, the one who activated the talisman is just a cultivator of the 9th level of key refining. Especially since he was depleted of most of his spiritual power by Duanfeng and other casual cultivators, after a series of fierce battles, the so-called talisman's power of nearly 30% of the magic weapon is greatly reduced. But I am different. I have already grasped the top-grade magic weapon in my hand, and the fiery sun technique is ready to be used. Why should I be afraid? Wang Yuan nodded. With his combat experience, he agreed with this statement. Although the talisman is a talisman, it is actually not that much like a talisman. For ordinary talismans, how much spiritual power is sealed, and how much power the spell inside will bloom after it is activated. This is fixed. No matter whether the cultivator is currently at the peak or the trough. As long as it is activated, the talisman can fully unleash its power. But the talisman is different. What is sealed inside is the power of the magic weapon. So the question is, how to calculate the power of the magic weapon? What will be the strongest power? It depends on the person. If the ancestor of the Fu family who made the talisman was a cultivator in the foundation building stage, he would not be able to seal in much of the power of the magic weapon. If he was in the golden elixir stage, that would be another matter. Luo Chen learned from Sima Xian, Sikun Xiaojia in the early days, and others that the Fu family had never produced a golden elixir ancestor. Their ancestors were not rich. Even before the foundation building ancestor passed away, in order to support the new Fu family foundation building, he used up all the foundation building pills in Xianlan Fairy City. This is why the Fu family decided to move far away to Dahofang. From this point of view, the Fu family's inherited talisman is at most the power of the magic weapon that a cultivator in the foundation building stage can barely seal. Moreover, after the talisman is activated, it is a phantom of the magic weapon. Therefore, the cultivator himself has to control it. If Fu Zhang is in the peak state, it is enough to threaten the foundation building cultivator. Unfortunately, he was no longer at the peak at that time. In addition, Luo Chen was ready to go and mastered the second-level magic such as Scorching Sun technique. Wang Yuan dared to let Luo Chen do it at that time. In the end, the battle was declared a success at the cost of Fu Zhang being reduced to ashes and Luo Chen being slightly injured. Wang Yuan said with emotion, after this battle, you have a place among the key refining cultivators in Dahofang. Haha, didn't I have it a long time ago? Well, I'm talking about combat effectiveness, not the ability to earn spirit stones. Luo Chen waved his hand. Okay, let's stop here. In the next 2 days, I will use the excuse of recuperating from my injuries to avoid some people. You can help me take care of Luo Xianhu, and by the way, with Muran Kinglian, count the gains and losses of this battle. You know my character. For the families of some cultivators who died in the battle, if there are any, give them some compensation. The refined jadeite pills can also be sold. This matter will be handed over to Gu Kai and Zhang Wen. The nagging instructions came out of Luo Chen's mouth. It was very detailed and comprehensive, and almost arranged the affairs of Luo Xianhu in an orderly manner. Wang Yuan felt a little dizzy after listening to it. After a long time, he shook his head and said, you should take good care of your injuries and try to come back as soon as possible. I am tired of these things. After saying that, he left the stone room. After he left, Luo Chen pressed his chest and coughed heavily for several times. The external injuries were not a big deal, but the internal injuries would probably take a while to recover. However, they were all physical injuries and would not affect his cultivation. It's just right. This period of time can allow me to practice in peace and quiet. Luo Chen found joy in the midst of suffering, opened the formation, and then quietly went down to the Spirit Vein Cave. Familiar place, familiar scene. Luo Chen looked at the increasingly transparent spirit stone ore, and his brows could not help but frown. The spiritual energy here has become increasingly thin. Isn't there really a project to upgrade the spirit vein in Luofang Mountain? Forget it, don't think too much for the time being, at least this place can still provide me with cultivation for the time being. Concentrating his mind and falling into the ancient well, Luo Chen practiced Chong Chun Gong. 4 days later, Luo Chen opened his eyes, coughed lightly, and then showed a look of surprise. The 9th level of key refining. He opened the attribute panel. For the first time, Luo Chen browsed it with a relaxed and happy mood. Realm, key refining stage 9. 1/100, Kung Fu, Great Perfection Chong Chun Gong, Mingshan Posha entry 71 out of 100, Spells, Great Perfection Fireball, Great Perfection Free and Easy Wind Control, Great Perfection Traction, Great Perfection Breathing Spirit Technique, Entanglement Grandmaster 810/1000, Spirit Eyes Grandmaster 981,000, Cleansing Grandmaster 775/100, Healing Perfect 470/500, Earth and Mountain Skill Proficient 250/300, Wave Skill Proficient 210/300, Sound Isolation Entry 71 out of 100, Alchemy, Broken Jade Hand Grandmaster 510/1000, Pure Heart Hand Perfect 327/500, Martial Arts, Mountain Opening and Monument Breaking Palm Grandmaster 780/1000, Heavenly Girl Scattering Flowers Perfect 319/500, Skills, First Level Alchemist, Great Perfection of Bigu Powder. Grandmaster of A Wonderful Pill 730/1000, Grandmaster of Jade Marrow Pill 850/1000, Entry Level of Burning Blood Pill 62 out of 100, Achievement Points 34 points, after careful calculation. He entered the 8th level of key refining in March of early spring. Although the weather is still extremely hot now, it is already September of golden autumn. A full 6 months have passed. In the past 6 months, he has hardly stopped practicing Chong Chun Gong, and has been tempering the impurities in his spiritual power all the time. In addition, with the assistance of many cultivation resources such as Luo Chen Pill, and Xingxiang, and Moonlight Grass, his spiritual power has always been at its peak. In particular, the bottle of monkey wine that Wang Yuan brought back from the ancient original mountains also provided him with great help. Finally, it was the battle 5 days ago. That battle provided the most solid foundation for him to take the last step. Now that his state has recovered to its peak, it is natural for him to step into the 9th level of key refining. Half a year, the resources consumed are tens of thousands of spirit stones, and finally I took this step. Which casual cultivator can be as extravagant as me? But it's all worth it. Luo Chen almost wanted to laugh. Although the cost was huge, it only took half a year to cross a small realm, and it was a small realm of the late stage of key refining. If he told others, no one would believe it. I am not a disgrace to the time traveler. In less than 2 years, I went from the 3rd level of key refining to the 9th level of key refining. With a chuckle, Luo Chen first looked inside his body. In the middle of the dantian, there was a faint cloud of spiritual energy. This is the sign that a cultivator has reached the 9th level of key refining. When the spiritual power is fully purified, this strange scene will form in the dantian. Only when the spiritual energy cloud is formed can the last step of cultivation be carried out. According to Mi Shuhua's experience in key refining, the entire dantian needs to be filled with spiritual energy clouds. Only then can it be called key refining perfection. After a slight estimate, Luo Chen was a little shocked. The aura cloud in his body now only occupies less than 1/10 of his dantian. In other words, to completely fill it up, it will take 10 times the time of the 8th level of key refining. No wonder many casual cultivators stop at the 9th level of key refining for their entire lives. It is extremely difficult to break through the 8th level of key refining, and this last step is 10 times more difficult than before. Even with my full resources, it will take 5 or 6 years, and I have to ensure that there are no accidents in the middle. The only benefit is probably that it will leave a root. Yes, leave a root. This aura cloud in the body is the root of spiritual power. As long as there is a strand of it in the body, even if the spiritual power in the body is spun off, it will not take a huge amount of time to purify it bit by bit. It only needs a little polishing to restore it to its original purity. Of course, this is for the sect cultivators, for the sect cultivators who have a complete and pure spiritual power technique. For casual cultivators, they still have to use the stupid method to polish it bit by bit. However, at this time, because of the root of spiritual power, a lot of time can still be saved. So, there is the case of Du and Feng using the discussion platform to fight, exerting spiritual power, and then slowly cultivating back to continue to purify. After thinking through this principle, Luo Chen did not hang his head. What if it takes 10 times longer than before? It's just 5 or 6 years. His lifespan is now sufficient and he can afford it. No longer looking inward, Luo Chen browsed other entries. Ming Shen Po Sha is about to enter the second stage. After sighing, Luo Chen was quite excited. After stimulating the 36 acupoints together, Ming Shen Po Sha was considered to have entered the door, and then appeared in the attribute panel's column of exercises. This is similar to what he guessed. Ming Shen Po Sha is indeed a practice. It's just that it's hard to classify. If you draw evil spirits into the body and refine the essence into qi, then it is considered a qi refining method. But Luo Chen has not yet done it, even once, to draw evil spirits into the body. If viewed alone, it has the effect of tempering will and slightly improving the foundation of the soul. So, is it a method to refine one's mind? A method to refine one's spirit? Moreover, this method originated from a martial arts master. After the evil spirit enters the body, as long as one can withstand it, there is an additional effect of tempering the body. Then, a method to refine the body? It's not easy to classify. This is Luo Chen's evaluation of it. Let's just practice it for now. Apart from anything else, Luo Chen's tolerance for pain has reached an extremely terrifying level. How powerful is that talisman attack? After taking a hard hit, Luo Chen was able to squeeze out a free and easy smile, and acted very cool in front of countless casual cultivators in Dahofang. This Mingshan Posha has contributed to it. There is nothing much to say about the spell column. He has acquired 3 new spells. The 2 IU technique and the wave technique are preparations for the second level spell landslide. He picked the soundproof technique from a pile of spoils. He didn't seek any power, but only practicality. On the other hand, the healing technique has made rapid progress recently. Thanks to his injury, he would throw it on himself whenever he had nothing to do. Hey, the spirit eye technique is about to be perfected. Luo Chen's eyes had already slid to the column of alchemy, but he jumped back in an instant. Grandmaster of Spirit Eye Technique 981,000, only 20 proficiency points left. Luo Chen stroked his chin. The beard he shaved not long ago has grown stubble again after 4 or 5 days of retreat. Stroking his chin, it itched. Just like his current mood. When I broke through to the Grandmaster level, the strange phenomenon of rooting the eyes appeared. If it is perfected, won't it take off? Of course, the effect of the perfection of magic is not necessarily a qualitative improvement. Just like the perfect traction technique, it only makes Luo Chen stand out on the use of a set of magic tools. But for a single magic tool, the improvement is not too big compared to the Grandmaster level, and it only increases the range of control of some magic tools. Maybe it has something to do with my own physique. Luo Chen thought of Runming Pearl liquid. He got about 6 bottles of Runming Pearl liquid in total. All of them have been used up, and there is no special effect of looking through the 9 netherworlds. According to his guess, it is probably too little. Or maybe the Yuding Sword sect has a trick up its sleeve, and the Runming Pearl liquid sold to the outside world is much worse in quality than the one used in the sect. So the thing that Qing Yuanzi said at the beginning is very effective for alchemists, which is based on the fact that the Yuding Sword sect has produced the real thing. Never mind, let's work harder next time and talk about it in one breath. The attribute column slid down, and the column of alchemy made Luo Chen curl his lips. There are only 2 alchemy techniques, the broken jade hand and the white heart hand, which are indeed too few. It would be great if he could learn the several rumored alchemy techniques recorded in Kingeun Danji. It is rumored that the Huangxi hand can play an extremely good role in treating water-type spiritual materials and various liquid spiritual materials. If I learn it, I will be like a tiger with wings, and even dare to directly refine the blood evil pill. The main ingredients of the blood evil pill are Huangquan Yinsha, cultivator's blood essence and purple river placenta. Among them, Huangquan Yinsha and Jinxa can be regarded as water-type spiritual materials and liquid spiritual materials. The reason why Luo Chen dared not to start was that he was not sure about the main materials in the process of alchemy. It would be fine if he could get started directly, but this was a second-level recipe, which did not belong to the corresponding realm. When getting started with a system, his own conditions would also be considered. If the conditions are not up to standard, the more achievement points will be consumed. That's why Luo Chen is so eager for alchemy such as Huangxi Hand. Huangxi Hand, Key Gathering Method, Shenrong Technique. I don't know when I can have these wonderful alchemy techniques. Now is the time for fantasy. After the fantasy, Luo Chen curled his lips, almost thinking that after the realm breakthrough, his mood was unstable and he had a demon. Bah, how can a low-level cultivator have so many demons? Glancing at the martial arts and skills, Luo Chen finally looked at the achievement points. He couldn't help but mutter, 34 points, I don't know if it's enough to get started with a second-level recipe. Chapter 155 New Situation, New Atmosphere, the spiritual eye technique is perfected. After a shower, the climate became much cooler. Luo Chen walked along the mountain path in the Ziyu Valley. Beside him was Gu Kai, who hurried back. The cooperation with the Nanguang family has been negotiated. Every month, they will provide us with 1,000 spirit stones of fuzzy beast milk. They also specifically asked us if we need another source of monster milk, but I refused for the time being. Luo Chen praised its right to refuse. For now, the two kinds of milk tea are enough for Mixui's city to gain a foothold in Dahofang. Unless there are new competitors, we will slowly launch other new products. Yes, I think so too. Gu Kai nodded heavily. In addition, the Dejiang Gang has reached a supply relationship with us for Huanayu again. In terms of price, it follows the rules of the Pashan Gang. This is also good news. Recently, Luo Chen has been refining the Zongmiao Pill, and the Huanayu he used as the inventory of the Dantang during the Pashan Gang period. But after 2 months of crazy refining, the raw materials have basically run out. It is good news that the Dejiang Gang took the initiative to show goodwill. According to your request, in addition to the 2 shops in the inner city and the outer city, we have contacted 4 major families. The 5 major foundation-building families in Dahofang have become 4 major families with the demise of the Fu family. Even the Chen family, which is not worthy of its name, is in a very worrying situation. There are several small forces composed of independent cultivators, who are eyeing them covetously, with the intention of imitating the feat of Luo Xianhu. For each family, we have provided several bottles of the best Zongmiao pills for free, and have given a preferential purchase price for gilded VIPs. They are still hesitating, but I feel that as long as they try it out, this will definitely work. When saying this, Gu Kai was full of confidence. Family cultivators are different from independent cultivators. Their model is more like some sects. The high-level clansmen are responsible for cultivation and various major decisions. The middle level or the elderly will be assigned to various chores. The young low-level clansmen, on the contrary, have received the best preferential treatment. They do not participate in various chores, but only concentrate on cultivation. For this group of clansmen, the major families often refer to the sect model and issue them a fixed amount of spirit stones and elixirs to assist them in their cultivation. From time to time, they will organize the younger generation to fight with people from other families in trials. Let them not only practice in silence, but also learn combat skills. This is why the rootless and unattached cultivators envy the family cultivators or the sect cultivators. When they are the weakest, they don't have to worry about cultivation resources. Luo Xianhu is now targeting this market. He wants to get the Zongmiao pill into each family and make it a designated cultivation pill. The reason why Luo Chen made this decision is also because the price of the pills in the spiritual medicine pavilion is too expensive. The key nourishing pill, which costs 100 spirit stones per bottle, is really not something that cultivators in the early and middle stages of key refining can enjoy casually. Even the immortal cultivation family must consider the allocation of pills as appropriate. However, taking pills to assist cultivation is the biggest shortcut for cultivators on the road of cultivation. Compared with the key nourishing pill, the Zongmiao pill is cheap enough and the quantity can be supplied. As long as Luo Chen lowers the price a little, he can completely occupy this part of the sinking market. By then, Luo Xianhu will not have to worry about the problem of expanding the market. These few families alone, plus the independent cultivators in Daofang, can consume the elixirs produced by Luo Chen. In fact, Mishu had such a big strategy at the beginning. But he was still reluctant to give up his interests and did not go in the direction of these foundation-building families with fixed needs. Of course, at that time, there was also the Zuanai Association composed of the 5 major families, and the situation of the Pashangang was in a tit-for-tat relationship. Luo Chen would naturally not make this mistake. Moreover, the relationship between Luo Chen and several major families is still harmonious. During Gu Kai's work report, the two slowly walked around the Ziai Valley. Wherever they passed, there were often voices of "Hello, President," and "Good morning, President." The eyes of those cultivators looking at Luo Chen also changed from the initial ordinary treatment to cautious respect, and a little awe. In any case, it was Luo Chen who led the Luo Chen to defeat the Fu family. Moreover, as the president, he defeated Fu Zhang, who possessed the talisman, in the last battle under the gaze of the crowd. His means were convincing. His strength was awe-inspiring. Ahem. Luo Chen, are you okay? Gu Kai looked at Luo Chen with concern. Waving his hand, Luo Chen took a deep breath of fresh air. It's okay, at most a few days, my injury will be healed. He was telling the truth, not showing off. For a cultivator, the most serious injury is the injury to the soul. The second is the danshan. Then, there are the meridians and acupoints. In comparison, damage to the internal organs is also a more serious internal injury, second only to damage to the meridians and acupoints. However, thanks to the strong physique of the cultivator, the internal organs will often heal on their own. Therefore, few people will refine corresponding healing pills for injuries to the internal organs. Therefore, compared with targeted meridian repair pills and easily healed external injuries, damage to the internal organs will heal more slowly. Luo Chen was not in a hurry. While his lungs were injured, he could still improve his healing skills to the master level. He only needed a few dozen proficiency points. He also wanted to know how effective the master level healing skills would be, and how they would compare to part-time doctors like Granny Yuan and Luo Xianhong. When he reached a pond, Luo Chen stopped. You go and do your work first. You don't have to accompany me. Well, then take care of yourself. I'll ask Granny Yuan to make you a bowl of pig lung soup later. After Gu Kai left, Luo Chen walked quietly to the pond. Then, hey! Ah! The childish and sharp cries sounded, which scared Luo Chen instead. Chu Lingjin jumped down from the rockery, holding a book, and bowed respectfully to Luo Chen. Hello, President. Luo Chen waved and took the book. While flipping through the pages, he asked, how have you learned it after such a long time? Chu Lingjin said anxiously, it should be almost there. Almost is not good enough. It's almost there at ordinary times, but at the critical moment, it may be very different. Luo Chen smiled slightly and closed the Atlas of Herbs. He sat on the blue stone where Chu Lingjin had been before, lifted the hem of his long gown, and put his right leg on his left knee. When the long gown covered his thighs, he slowly said, come on, I ask your answer. If I am satisfied, I will give you a little reward. Chu Lingjin's eyes lit up. He immediately stood straight in front of Luo Chen. Ginseng is the most common medicinal herb. It is often used in alchemy and self-cultivation. Do you know what kinds of ginseng there are? Chu Lingjin answered without hesitation. The one that lives in the wilderness and swamps is wild ginseng. The one that is planted in spiritual fields is mountain ginseng. There is also rock ginseng that grows in rock walls and mines, and blood ginseng that sucks the blood of living creatures. It is rumored that there is also snow ginseng on the vast snow-capped mountains. After answering, he puffed up his chest, waiting for Luo Chen to praise him. Luo Chen chuckled and said, then how do we identify the most common mountain-moving ginseng? Age, medicinal power, and appearance. Chu Lingjin pursed his lips and replied slowly, it should be identified from 5 aspects. Whiskers, reeds, skin, patterns, and body. These are the 5 shapes of ginseng. What do you mean by whiskers? Long whiskers, old and tough, sparse and long. If there are pearls, it is an annual. In addition, there are 3 other methods, observation, smell, and taste. The 5 shapes belong to the observation method, and smell is to distinguish the medicinal power by smell. It is said that 1,000-year-old ginseng will have a light and ethereal fragrance, even if it lives in a dirty place. How to distinguish between blue citrus grass and star-studded grass. The two are similar in shape and smell. But when blue citrus grass enters the mouth, it will have a mixture of sour and sweet taste. But star-studded grass cannot be eaten. It contains a strong poison. How can it be distinguished by eating it? At this time, it should be supplemented with jiguang leaves, so you don't have to worry about the star-studded poison. Even if you take a lot, it can improve your spiritual power. What does Waniyao mean? How can I pick the dianthus without damaging it? One question after another was thrown out by Luo Chen. At first, Chu Lingjin answered quickly and accurately, but his thinking speed slowed down later. Especially when it came to several similar herbs, even if Luo Chen took them out of the storage bag and asked him to identify them, he had to rack his brains and finally give an answer. In this way, time slowly passed until the afternoon. Finally, with Chu Lingjin sweating profusely, Luo Chen stood up and ended the test. President, did I pass? Well, not bad. Although I'm not very proficient, I have basically memorized all of it. Chu Lingjin wiped the sweat off his face, raised his head, and asked excitedly, "What is my reward?" Luo Chen smiled and shook his head, and took out a book from the storage bag. The boy lowered his head. Is it still the 100 Herbs Atlas? But after opening it, he opened his mouth. Is this the herb atlas that you personally annotated? Yes. Luo Chen said seriously, memorizing it is just the first step. But each herb has many uses, how to match it, and the taboos on dosage, which are not on the book. So, next, you have to be familiar with the characteristics of each herb. Chu Lingjin twisted his body restlessly, but the ones in the book are all dead. I allow you to take a certain amount of herbs in the medicine cabinet and conduct experiments. Hearing that he could get started, Chu Lingjin got excited. This is great. In addition, I will give you another talisman to save your life. But I haven't practiced yet, and I don't have spiritual power. It doesn't matter, I have my own means. Luo Chen smiled slightly and scratched his finger. Chu Lingjin felt pain and found that his finger was cut. Drop your blood on this talisman. The little boy gritted his teeth and squeezed out a drop of blood, pretending to be strong, and it fell on the pale yellow talisman. Luo Chen pinched his fingers and sent out spiritual power. Then, in the flash of spiritual light, the drop of blood completely seeped into the talisman. Okay, if you encounter danger in the future, this talisman can save your life. Go and have fun, don't recite the book today. Luo Chen waved his hand. The boy bit his finger and ran away happily. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile gently. At some point, Wang Yuan had come to him. Are you optimistic about this kid? Not bad. But he only has 4 spiritual roots, and there is no hope for the Great Way. Is my talent worse than his? But, Luo Chen said lazily, poor talent is not useless. At least in the future, when you know that there is no hope for your Great Way, you can calm down and put the time you spent on cultivation into other things. Wang Yuan was startled, and his eyes fell on the 100 Herbs Atlas in Luo Chen's hand that the boy had recited before, thinking, what do you want to talk to me about? Nothing serious. I just want to return the Luo Xianhu's affairs to you now that your injury has almost healed. Wang Yuan smiled bitterly. You don't know that a lot of things have accumulated in the association in the past few days. Luo Chen asked curiously, what else is there? I have dealt with the Jintang. Murin Kinglian is also responsible for the aftermath of the reward. Among the resources of the Fu family, there are books related to talisman making. Recently, everyone is discussing whether to set up a hall for making and selling talismans. Luo Chen understood instantly. In the battle a few days ago, after he killed Fu Zhang, the Daofan cultivators were temporarily shocked. Luo Xianhu took this opportunity, led by Wang Yuan, to go in and plunder, and actually got back a lot of resources. But, set up another talisman-making department? Luo Chen refused without much consideration. Wang Yuan did not object, and he was not optimistic about this matter. But you can send me the books related to talisman making. Wang Yuan said casually, but frowned after he said it. You don't want to practice talisman making at the same time, do you? No. Luo Chen said confidently, although I don't have the foundation of talisman making, I am still quite confident in the art of magic. Being able to cast spells does not mean that you can make talismans. Wang Yuan advised earnestly, besides, alchemy has already taken up too much of your time. If you are distracted by talisman making, it will hinder your practice. Don't worry, I will weigh the pros and cons. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Wang Yuan didn't say anything more. Anyway, this batch of resources should be distributed by Luo Chen in name. Wang Yuan acted quickly. After a while, he sent someone to deliver all the things to Luo Chen. Luo Chen opened the storage bag alone. Huh? It's really a lot of resources. There are 7 talisman pens, and the best one is a first-grade top-grade one, named Jinsu. There are also 10 cans of top-quality talisman ink and hundreds of fine talisman skins. This is only part of it. Most of the resources are left in the Hall of Honor. Luo Chen skipped these things and looked at the books and bamboo slips. Introduction to Talisman Making First Level Talisman Collection First Explanation of Talisman Dao on the Key Points of Drawing Fireball How to Simplify Talisman Making for Large Spells. After reading the names of these books, Luo Chen couldn't help but shake his head. If I want to achieve a little success in talisman making, I'm afraid it will take most of my life. Even if I have the help of the system, this time will be calculated in years. He is very self-aware, and the system is not omnipotent. As far as the alchemy is concerned, he first inherited the 10-year foundation of his original body, and then immersed himself in the Bigu pill for more than a year. After that, the wonderful pill was mixed in, and it took a year to refine it. Later, he learned the jade marrow pill and persisted in refining it. With such a deep accumulation, he barely deduced the recipe for the blood-burning pill. It can be said that in terms of the overall refining of first-level pills, Luo Chen can barely be called an alchemy master. But even so, he still felt that the way of alchemy was broad and profound, like a high mountain. He had only just stepped into the foot of the mountain. If he spent more time on making talismans, he would not be able to achieve immortality in this life. The reason for collecting these things was to see if he could learn from others in the field of magic. After all, making talismans means drawing magic into the talisman skin. First of all, the talisman maker must have some mastery of a certain kind of magic. In the drawing process, he must also accurately control the spiritual power, ensure the power of the magic, and so on. And these things can more or less allow Luo Chen to gain some experience when practicing magic. In the battle with Fu Zhang, in addition to using the best magic tools, he also used the free and easy wind control and the great perfection fireball technique. In this way, he not only avoided the main attack of the magic hammer, but also posed a threat to the opponent. The scorching sun technique seen by outsiders is actually his great perfection fireball technique. Recalling the scene at that time, Luo Chen was very dissatisfied. In a hurry, the number of fused fireballs is too small, and it can only cause a devastating blow to the 9th level key refining cultivators. It is not as powerful as the 2nd level spells. The 2nd level spells are targeted at the means of foundation building. In other words, they can threaten the foundation building cultivators. Now that I have broken through the 9th level of key refining, my strength has greatly improved. If I can improve 1 or 2 fireball spells, I may be able to threaten the foundation building cultivators. This is Luo Chen's real purpose. He has had enough of the suppression of foundation building cultivators such as Mi Shuhe and Miao Wen. He really doesn't want to be coveted by other foundation building cultivators in the future. Therefore, he must master the means to threaten the foundation building cultivators. Spells are his breakthrough direction. Don't be anxious, you have to take your time, haste makes waste. Luo Chen picked out the book on the key points of drawing fireball spells and put the rest of the books into the storage bag. He started to study from the most familiar place. He wanted to see how the most common low-level talisman, the fireball talisman, was made. At midnight, in Chang'an Mountain, there were faint howlings of demon wolves and bursts of chirping of insects. Luo Chen used the spirit eye technique and looked at the 3-meter-high pit in the distance created by the fireball technique. This was the result of his single-handed use of the small fireball. The power had improved a lot compared to the past. Under the premise of not facing the 9th level key refining cultivators, he was confident that he could face dozens of mid to late key refining cultivators alone. My combat methods are extremely rich, and my group lethality against low-level cultivators is also the best of the same level. Luo Chen was very clear about his own strength positioning. What he had to do now was to dismantle the secret of the operation of the fireball technique, not to make talismans, but to integrate the effect of the fiery sun technique. Go. With a thought, Luo Chen pinched his fingers again. In fact, he was already good enough at instant casting of the fireball technique, but this time, he still chose to cast it methodically. With his eyes shining with spiritual light, Luo Chen stared at the output, gathering, and formation of spiritual power. Then the fireball technique flew out of the trajectory and the process of explosion. Boom! Another pit appeared, and Luo Chen rubbed his tired eyes. The spell uses hand seals and incantations as the initiator. Spiritual power is the source of energy, and finally forms a shape. The blessing of the system has allowed me to save the steps of hand seals and incantations as I continue to become proficient, and reach the realm of instant casting. In fact, this is also the most correct direction. If the spiritual consciousness can be released, the mind can replace the hand seals and incantations to cast relatively low-level spells. The direction is correct, but I only knew the result before, not the reason. Under the premise that the spiritual consciousness cannot be released, the hand seals and incantations actually represent the spiritual power gathering root, forming the structure, detonating the structure, etc. If I lead the last spiritual power but do not release it, does it mean that the fireball spell can also delay the explosion? If this spiritual power is injected in advance, will the forming time be saved? After thinking again and again, Luo Chen cast the fireball spell again and again. The spiritual eye technique kept running, paying attention to the changes. He did not start directly from the fusion of fireballs to form the fiery sun technique, but instead disassembled and analyzed the original fireball technique because Luo Chen believed that any high-level technique could not ignore the most basic things. This inspiration actually came from the second-level spell landslide. The power described in this spell is extremely powerful. It is not inferior to powerful second-level spells such as Wanjianshu, Bingpo Shenzhen, Lei's Henzi, and it is even higher than the fire-based Liangshu. But for this spell, you have to learn 3 prerequisite spells first. Isn't this a manifestation of paying attention to the basics? When dawn came, Luo Chen stopped practicing. Although he has not completely solved the shortcoming of the slow fusion speed of Liangshu, he has gained a lot this night. This is reflected in the fact that the ordinary fireball spell and the small killer move of flying fireflies are more powerful than before. Strange, why do my eyes hurt so much? Luo Chen rubbed his eyes subconsciously again. Is it because of the excessive use of the spirit eyes last night? Spirit eyes? Luo Chen was startled and closed his eyes tightly. In the darkness, there are colorful colors. The spirit eyes has finally been perfected. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Elder, please draw your sword. Spiritual Eye Technique 1000/1000 Great Perfection Spiritual Eye Technique. The change of the entry was just a moment. But Luo Chen felt that the change in his eyes seemed to have passed thousands of years. The colorful colors kept flashing in his eyeballs. Even if he closed his eyes, he still felt a burning sensation, which made him extremely uncomfortable. It was like a mortal with his eyes wide open, looking directly at the scorching sun. It was also like a sharp ice spike piercing into his eyes inch by inch. 2 traces of blood slowly flowed down from the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, his eyelids lifted up, and a pair of eyes as bright as stars opened, looking directly at the world. Is this spiritual energy? Luo Chen subconsciously stretched out his hand, wanting to touch the thin thing in the air. However, when he touched it, he grabbed nothing. It's too thin, it can't even take shape. Luo Chen thought for a moment. He was sure that the transparent and lined gas he saw just now was spiritual energy. The original purpose of the spiritual eye technique was to allow cultivators to see through things with spiritual power fluctuations. That is why beginners can often see the fluctuations of spiritual power of people with lower realms than themselves, and judge others' realms through the fluctuations of spiritual power. After reaching the Grandmaster level, Luo Chen could even see through the active fluctuations of spiritual power deep underground, and thus found the spiritual vein cave. Now he has gone a step further, and can not only see the extremely obvious fluctuations of spiritual power of monks and spiritual vein caves. He has even vaguely sensed the spiritual energy in nature. Not only that, Luo Chen lowered his head, and in the thick fallen leaves, there were small insects that were invisible to the naked eye, crawling slowly. He raised his head and looked into the distance. At a glance, things 10 miles away were clearly visible. This was still late at night. If it was during the day when visibility was high, I'm afraid it would be even farther. 10 miles? No, maybe 50 miles, or even 100 miles away. After making this judgment, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel happy. From then on, his title of Little Clairvoyance was even more worthy of its name. And more. In just a moment, Luo Chen's eyes fell to the farther east. There was a very eye-catching spiritual power fluctuation, and a surge of evil spirit. Ice Wolf Canyon. That's right, what he saw was the frost giant wolf tribe land that he had explored before. Previously, he only found a cold pool of evil spirit. But now it seems that there is a huge spiritual power fluctuation accompanying it. The second-level spiritual vein is a little bit worse, but it is far superior to ordinary first-level spiritual veins. From the vitality emitted by the spiritual power fluctuation, it even feels like it has reached a higher level. In other words, that valley spiritual vein is likely to be promoted to a second-level spiritual vein in the near future. This soon may be 1 or 2 years, or 10 or 100 years. Luo Chen didn't care about this. What he cared about was that his eyes could actually see the vitality of spiritual power. Everything in the world will eventually die. Even the entire world may be destroyed in billions of years. The natural spiritual vein also has this law. Luo Chen can now use this pair of spiritual eyes to see through the vitality and death. Surprised, Luo Chen's eyes wandered and kept looking at things nearby. A dying tree. A thriving grass. A medicinal herb that is about to enter the grade. Suddenly, he looked at his clothes. The top-grade robes were engraved with 3 formations: cleansing, dust avoidance, and green light shield. The latter was a defensive formation. After being attacked, it would instantly form a defensive spiritual shield under the control of the monk. The defensive power of this formation was not very outstanding, but it was continuous and extremely tough. As long as a certain reaction time was given, the defensive effect was far better than other robes. And this certain reaction time, Luo Chen could give through the 4 symbols cauldron in his agile body movement. With just one glance, Luo Chen saw the hidden formation pattern on it. So it was engraved like this. This material is also quite good, no wonder it can withstand the power of the formation. The toughness of the green light array was constructed like this. The price of the robes has always been not low. It is not as good as a special defensive magic weapon, but it is not much different from an ordinary attacking magic weapon. The expensiveness is the defensive formation engraved on it. Now it seems that the cost of its own material is not low. Can I see the secret? As soon as this thought came up, there was a stinging pain in my eyes. Luo Chen quickly closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and closed it according to the operation of the spiritual eye technique. When he opened his eyes again, the world became normal. Luo Chen walked back while summarizing. The improvement of the great perfection of the spiritual eye technique is extremely huge. It is more sensitive to the fluctuation of spiritual power, and can even see the strands of spiritual energy floating between heaven and earth. The visual distance is also farther, 10 miles away in the dark, and I am afraid it can reach about 100 miles during the day. It is not just as simple as seeing an outline, but seeing it carefully and clearly, as if it is right next to you. In addition, you can also see the life and death of many things. Finally, there is the function of almost penetrating the lines of the formation, seeing the secret. Generally speaking, after the formation is engraved on the magic weapon, when the spiritual power is not actively stimulated, the formation is mediocre and you can't see the details. If the spiritual power is stimulated, under the illumination of the spiritual light, ordinary people can't see the specific formation lines. This setting can prevent others from stealing the weapon caster's formation to the greatest extent. But Luo Chen can see it clearly with his pair of spiritual eyes. 4 functions, almost earth-shaking changes. This is something I never thought of. But this way, the improvement for me is really too great. In his excitement, Luo Chen, who is as smart as he is, can almost think of many things that can be used with these eyes. The first is cultivation, which can give him a more detailed understanding of his body. The second is many skills. When refining pills, he can better control the fusion of the medicinal power in the furnace, and when decomposing the medicinal materials, he can also be targeted. If he uses this to learn the formation, I am afraid it will be twice the result with half the effort. Even other things such as talisman making, medical treatment, etc., I am afraid there will be a lot of gains. A good pair of eyes can really affect many things. Even sword cultivators who are famous for their combat power often strengthen their eyes. Runming Pearl Liquid and Transparent Liquid are all good eye-tonifying medicines developed by Yuding Sword Sect for its disciples. Let's take a rest today, and start to get familiar with these eyes tomorrow. Luo Chen calmed down and stopped being so excited. He returned to the spiritual vessel cave and continued to practice. The name of the slanting moon valley is no longer so appropriate. The valley is still preserved, but the outside part has been expanded too much, and the area is almost several times that of the valley. The two are connected, with rocks, flowing water, and lush trees, which secretly match the number of the 5 elements. This is the headquarters of the Luo Chen Society. Since when? The monks of the Luo Chen Society discovered that their president likes to sit on the top of the mountain whenever he has something to do. Facing the wind, a pair of sharp eyes look around. At first, it felt good. Later, I felt a little uncomfortable, and the work in my hands became serious. Luo Chen didn't realize that his behavior of getting familiar with his eyes gave his subordinates the illusion that he was spying on others. He was immersed in the joy of a pair of spiritual eyes that could see through 100 miles. This eye is amazing. Not only can you see the clear scene 100 miles away, but in battle, you can also clearly see the enemy's reaction. I have quite a few first-level spells of great perfection, but the fireball spell is the most powerful, the traction spell is the most practical, and the free and easy wind-controlling spell is the most agile. But, in comparison, this spiritual eye spell is the most important. The spiritual eye spell of great perfection is really too effective. In the short term, it can predict the enemy's moves and see through 100 miles away. In the long term, the benefits to cultivation are even more difficult to describe. In the past few days, Luo Chen has verified it from many aspects. After the excitement, Luo Chen planned to continue to optimize the fireball spell. He believed that with his pair of eyes, the optimization speed would be several times faster. Perhaps it won't be long before he can truly complete the optimization and fuse a stronger Scorching Sun spell. By then, he will have a trump card that can threaten the foundation building cultivators. Just as Luo Chen was about to go down the mountain, his eyelids suddenly jumped. A ray of light broke through the air from afar, and it was in the shape of a sword. After stepping into the range of 100 miles, he saw the familiar face more clearly. Why did he come in person? Luo Chen frowned and went down to the valley calmly. After a while, in the Dan Hall, Miao Wen, carrying the wind and dust, stepped into the Dan Hall, with a pair of sharp black eyes, looking at Luo Chen strangely. I didn't notice it, but my junior brother has outstanding eyesight. Huh? What happened? Luo Chen was puzzled. Come with me, the elders can use you. Elder. Luo Chen performed Zhao Yufang and followed behind Miao Wen, feeling uneasy. There's only one person in Daofang who can make Miao Wen, a true cultivator of foundation building, respectfully call him Elder. Golden Pill Master, Pang Rangshan. What do I have that he can use? The junior brother that Miao Wen mentioned is Luo Xianhong, the disciple of Yuding Zhenchuan. My first contact with him was a month ago when I reattached Qin Liangzhen's broken limbs. Excellent eyesight. Did he see anything in me at that time? Luo Chen was in doubt, and he recalled the situation at that time. Luo Xianhong didn't care about them, the key refining cultivators, and didn't even say a word when passing by the beautiful Murin Kinglian. But she only stopped by him for a moment and said, the spell was very successful. At that time, Luo Chen thought that the other party knew about the relationship between him and Miao Wen, so he looked at him differently. But now it seems that he might have overlooked something. What is it? Luo Chen was puzzled. What on earth was there in him that could attract Luo Xianhong's attention and even be useful to the Jinden Shangren? A heart, in constant speculation, kept sinking. Miao Wen was too lazy to explain, just flying forward on his own. Looking at the other party's back, Luo Chen had an inappropriate idea. This Miao Wen's cultivation is not very strong. He remembered that when he was attacked in the Kingma forest, Mi Shuhe thought he was flying too slowly, so he just wrapped him in a spiritual light and flew away. But Miao Wen clearly thought he was flying slowly, but he didn't do anything like that. Yes, although Mi Shuhe is a casual cultivator, he is also a genuine cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. And this Miao Wen is only in the early stage of foundation building. In this kind of resigned fantasy, the two entered the inner city and came to the Yuding Sword Pavilion. This is the first time Luo Chen has come to the real Sword Pavilion. It is not the ordinary buildings outside, but a tall building shaped like a sharp sword. Standing in the empty attic hall, Luo Chen lowered his head and did not dare to look around. He felt as if his body was pointed at by a series of sharp swords, and he felt cold. Miao Wen and Luo Xianhong stood on both sides. Like him, they were also respectful. They were so respectful, and there was a reason. Because at the very top, behind the curtain, there was a man who looked down at them even though he was sitting. He didn't say anything, just looked at Luo Chen. Suddenly, he stretched out his index and middle fingers, pointing at Luo Chen like a sword. Luo Chen's mind was pounding, and he felt something extremely sharp pointing at him. No way, big man. I'm just a small casual cultivator in the key refining stage. What are you doing? The next moment, Luo Chen was hit hard and his face turned pale. Ahem. He took a few steps back and felt something being pulled out of his body. A powerful voice came from his ears. Follow this soul seed and find the mouse hiding in the dark for me. Go. By the order of the elder. By the order of the elder. In the howling wind, Luo Chen kept coughing with his head down. Miao Wen beside him frowned and looked at him. When did you get hurt? Luo Chen forced a smile and said, 10 days ago, I was injured by the talisman. Talisman. Miao Wen snorted coldly, I told you not to do anything. You are overestimating your own abilities. Luo Chen twitched his lips and did not refute. If he didn't do those things, how could Luo Xianhu develop so smoothly now? Not only did they solve the problems of milk source and jade washing. 2 days ago, the Li family reached a cooperation with them and would purchase a batch of Alchemy pills every month. Even the deposit came, a full 500 spirit stones. As long as this deal is done, thousands of spirit stones will be deposited every month, which will be a considerable income if it continues. Looking at Luo Xianhong flying in front with a green oil lamp on his head, Luo Chen couldn't help asking, what did Elder Pang take out of my body just now? Tisk. Miao Wen sneered and glanced at him. You naturally don't know what tricks Mi Shuhe left on you. Luo Chen was shocked. Are there other tricks? He had clearly used the Grandmaster level cleaning technique to remove the trace of pure spiritual power that Mi Shuhe had left on him. A chill rose unconsciously. That is a soul seed. You can also think of it as a trace of spiritual consciousness that the cultivator cut off on his own initiative. It's just that Mi Shuhe is dead, and this trace of spiritual consciousness has become a rootless duckweed, relying on you to survive. As we all know, all things are born with spirits, and humans have souls. After building the foundation, the combination of soul and spirit will achieve the external spiritual consciousness. Therefore, there is already a cultivator's soul origin in the spiritual consciousness. Elder Pang used his great magical powers to unravel the original soul origin of Mi Shuhe, and combine with this magic weapon, the soul-gathering lamp, it can form a soul seed. Hearing these words, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel scared. He only thought that Mi Shuhe had left that trace of pure spiritual power on him, and thought that he had a countermeasure and could escape. He had even made sufficient preparations. Unexpectedly, the old fox had more than one method on him. Actively cutting off one's spiritual consciousness, how cruel. This means actively cutting off a part of one's soul. If he had really escaped at the beginning, I'm afraid it wouldn't take long for Mi Shuhe to catch him back. By then, his fate can be imagined. Being locked up in a small dark room to make pills or something like that may be the best treatment. I still underestimated the means of true cultivation of foundation building. Building the foundation, building the foundation, building the foundation of the Great Way. Once the foundation is built, the cultivator will usher in earth-shaking changes in all aspects, and it is definitely not just as superficial as combat effectiveness. In the future, you have to be careful. Luo Chen took a deep breath, but it was just to know shame and then be brave. Glancing at Miao Wen, Luo Chen found that the other party's expression was not very good. Thinking of today, his expression and tone were very different from the ordinary. Luo Chen suddenly felt something. I'm afraid the other party is not easy. Yes, Mi Shuhe has left the means on me for a long time. But he has been with me several times, but he never found it. Instead, Luo Xianhong, who had only met once, noticed something wrong at a glance. After Pang Rengshan came out of confinement, he immediately reported it. It was hard to say whether Luo Xianhong would be rewarded, but Miao Wen would definitely be reprimanded. This old guy, his life was not easy either. With a dark mentality that if he himself was not doing well, others would not be doing well either, Luo Chen rarely felt a little happy. However, on the surface, he still maintained enough respect. So now, what are we going to do with this soul seed? Trace the roots and look for Mi Shuhe. But he is dead. Miao Wen was strangely patient with Luo Chen's questions. Although his tone was still very bad, at least he answered Luo Chen's doubts. However, this answer shocked Luo Chen a little. How could Mi Shuhe die so easily? Don't look at the 5 foundation building sieges at the beginning, but in fact, all 5 of them are in the early stage of foundation building, and Wang Heichao, Nanguangjin, and Li Yixin have no magic weapons. In addition to the Xianyu purple gold wheel, Mi Shuhe also has a defensive magic weapon, Lan Ke chess piece, and a suppression magic weapon, the locking demon tower. If he wants to fight to the death, at least half of the 5 people will be confessed, and the rest will all be seriously injured. But in the end, except for Duan Qianqin and Li Yixin who were slightly injured, the rest are all safe and sound. And Mi Shuhe fell in his own family land. At this point, Miao Wen took a deep breath. A hideous smile appeared on his face. The mouse hiding in the dark couldn't resist the temptation. Right away. We will catch him soon. Luo Chen was shocked by the depth of Mi Shuhe's background. 3 magic weapons. What kind of wealth is this? Even some ordinary giant and cultivators are not so rich. Not to mention whether Mi Shuhe could use 3 magic weapons at the same time, but being able to accumulate them was enough to be amazing. And in this case, Mi Shuhe was still dead. Thinking of the rat that Pang Rengsheng and Miao Wen had spit out twice, Luo Chen realized something in an instant. He was involved in a dispute between giant and period. Time passed, the sun rose and the moon floated. When the sky gradually darkened and the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the extremely wide river, Luo Xianhong in front stopped. He looked solemn, holding the soul-gathering lamp in his hand. He lowered his head, and his sharp and bright eyes stared at the depths of the river. This place is already far away from Dahofang. The river is thousands of meters wide, almost the same as the sea. At the same time, a powerful and terrifying mana wave spread in the river. The hostility was obvious, pointing directly at Luo Xianhong. Faced with this horrifying scene, Luo Xianhong did not hesitate and shouted loudly, "Elder, please draw your sword." The next moment, a golden stream of light blasted from the depths of Dahofang like a meteorite. The sword energy was like a tide, and its momentum was mighty. All the save drafts are gone. 7 updates today, probably close to 40,000 words. 10,000 updates guaranteed, the leader will add 2 more, and the extra updates are to give back to the brothers who voted for the monthly ticket yesterday. Thank you, I hope everyone will continue to support Xiao in this book in the future. Chapter 157, Golden Core Battle, Reward of Magical Weapons. Retreat. In the shock of Luo Chen, Miao Wen did not hesitate and retreated. Not only him, Luo Xianhong also did the same. Luo Chen naturally could not fall behind, and he used the free and unrestrained wind and cloud stepping boots to suddenly burst out at a very fast speed. Almost 1 in front and 1 behind, he and the 3 retreated dozens of miles away. Miao Wen glanced at him in surprise. It's bad. Luo Chen's heart was shocked. Just now, in a hurry, he actually burst out at full speed. You know, Miao Wen and Luo Xianhong are both sword cultivators. Although they are not as fast as the sword light turning into rainbow like the giant and cultivators, they are also famous for their speed among the same level. At full speed, he is only 1 step slower than the 2 foundation building cultivators. No wonder Miao Wen looked at him with that look. Just when Luo Chen thought it was not good, a deafening sound rolled in from a distance. The sound was so loud that Luo Chen's face turned pale, and the whole person fell straight down in a trance. It was not until a soft spiritual power dragged him that he woke up with fear. A cold voice came from his ear. May you be blessed. Luo Chen nodded gratefully to Luo Xianhong. It was this person who noticed his embarrassment and helped him. Otherwise, if he fell from 1,000 meters high, Luo Chen would be seriously injured with his physique. HMPH. Miao Wen snorted coldly, retreat to farther place, otherwise the aftermath of the battle in the Jinden period will spread, and the 2 of us may not be able to protect you. Besides, you are so far away, and you don't have your spiritual sense, so you can't see anything. Luo Chen gritted his teeth and flew about a mile behind the 2. This distance is safe enough. The center of the battlefield is on the other side of the Langkang River, which is dozens of miles away. Even if the aftermath of the battle really spreads, there are still 2 foundation building cultivators in front, which is enough for Luo Chen to react. But for safety reasons, he still sacrificed the 4-elephant cauldron. 4 color tassels hung from the cauldron, protecting him tightly. His actions naturally could not escape the attention of Miao and Luo. But it was obvious that the two men's attention was not on him, but staring at the distance with solemn expressions. After Luo Chen was ready, he took a deep breath and looked at the wide surface of the Langkang River. Who said he couldn't see anything? The spiritual eye technique had been perfected a few days ago, and the place 100 miles apart was clearly visible. Now it was only dusk, and the visibility was not yet to the point where it was completely unclear. Under his gaze, the golden light dissipated, and the wave slowly rose. Pang Rengshan, wearing a bright red robe, stood above the 9 heavens, overlooking the river. "Rat, get out!" With a stern shout, the surface of the river exploded layer by layer. A light sigh came out faintly in the endless exploding waves. It was not affected at all and was clearly audible. "Why do you want to kill so many people, Brother Pang?" The next moment, 2 beams of light, one black and one white, supported a vicissitudes of life figure, and slowly rose from the bottom of the Langkang River. Seeing the 2 beams of black and white light, Pang Rengshan snorted coldly. "Langkang chess piece. Sure enough, you killed me Shuhu yourself." The man was shrouded in a black robe and smiled bitterly. "I'm just a casual cultivator who has established his foundation. How can it be worth your efforts?" However, Pang Rengshan shook his head. "I'm not after him. Mi Shuhu is just a bait. I want to catch the mastermind who framed my Yuding Sword sect. Let me ask you, was Fei Bowen from Alio Mountain killed by you?" The black-robed monk was stunned, and then denied it decisively. "I have no grudges with Alio Mountain in the past or in the present. So why kill him? You have no say. Follow me back to Yuding Sword sect for investigation." Faced with this sentence, the black-robed monk was furious. "Is it too much? I'm just a casual cultivator. If I really go to Yuding Sword sect, won't I be at your mercy? You have no choice." "Haha, then I want to see what you can do to leave me no choice." Obviously, this person is not the kind of person who can be manipulated by others. As soon as he finished speaking, purple gold flywheels burst out from behind him. At first glance, there were hundreds of them. Cheyenne Ayu purple gold wheel. This person has profound magic power. With just one move, he released all the power of the magic weapon. It is far beyond the reach of foundation building cultivators such as Mi Shuhu. Facing this move, Pang Rengshan showed disdain on his face and spit out. A sword ball flew out suddenly, and in an instant it turned into thousands of sword lights, encapsulating hundreds of flywheels. Violent collisions and continuous explosions. The majestic magic power shook the Langkang River. Dozens of miles away, Luo Chen watched the battle in shock. Is this the power mastered by a giant cultivator? But just a tentative move shook the river. As the magic power surged, the 10-mile range was full of murderous intent. If they attacked him, even if they were dozens of miles away, it would only be a thought. Suddenly, his ears moved slightly. "It seems that I am right. It was this black-robed giant who secretly killed Mi Shuhu. Well, I sold the Cheyenne Ayu purple gold wheel at the auction, and the buyer was Mi Shuhu. And the defensive magic weapon Langkang black and white chess pieces were also the protective treasures of the Supreme Elder of Gishan Valley. Junior brother, these Langkang chess pieces should have come from the ruins of the Guian Mountains. At the beginning, I followed the order and commissioned the Pashan gang to search for them, and they did find the real ruins. But Elder Pang went in and took away most of the relics. Why didn't he take these magic weapons away as well? We have to leave something behind, otherwise how can we catch such a big fish?" Miao Wen's puzzled voice came again. "Why are you sure that this black-robed giant will be tempted by these magic weapons?" "This is Elder Pang's calculation." Luo Xianhong said lightly. "Fei Bowen was attacked. According to Elder Pang's judgment, the other party should have set his eyes on the defensive magic weapon in Alio Mountain, the cage. But the cage is not only for the outside, but also for the inside. Fei Bowen activated it before his death, and the other party could only return empty-handed. Later, Elder Pang took away most of the resources in the ruins of the Supreme Elder of Gishan Valley, leaving only the Langkang chess piece and the locking demon tower. These two also have defensive attributes, and naturally they will be coveted by those rats." Miao Wen suddenly realized that he didn't know this secret clearly. After all, he was just an outer sect deacon, but Luo Xianhong was different. The other party was a true disciple of the inner sect's foundation building, and was valued. Elders with high positions and power such as Pang Rengshan also valued him very much, and naturally would not hide such insignificant things. Now it seems that it was this black-robed Jinden who killed Fei Bowen and framed our Yuding sword sect. Miao Wen sneered, "It's a pity that he is still stubborn even when he is about to die." Luo Xianhong shook his head. "He is definitely stubborn. The consequences of admitting it are unacceptable to him. Of course, in front of my Yuding sword sect, it doesn't matter whether he admits it or not. It doesn't matter." Luo Chen could clearly see that Pang Rengshen was no longer impatient, and the sword ball was driving more and more fiercely. The differentiated sword lights were more than tens of thousands, and even so dense that they were countless. Under such an attack, the Xianyu purple gold wheel was shaky, and no matter how many flywheels were activated, they were annihilated in an instant. Those sword lights that could not be avoided slashed at him, activating the black and white chess pieces to spin wildly. Is this the sword cultivator who claims to break all laws with one sword? Except for a sword pill, he did not use any other means, but he forced the same level Jinden into danger. Luo Chen was extremely envious and focused on the sword. No wonder the sword cultivator was known as the strongest in the same level. However, since that person dared to challenge the Jading sword cultivator, he should have more than just these means, right? Just as Luo Chen was guessing, a shrill roar resounded across the Langkang River. "The sect cultivator is bullying me too much?" The next moment, a small tower flew out from the black-robed monk's hand. The small tower revealed an ancient atmosphere, and it was an old magic weapon from a long time ago. As his magic power poured in, the small tower rose in the wind. 10 feet. 20 feet. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded the 30 feet that Mishuho had used all his strength to stimulate. And it has not stopped changing. 40. 50. 100 feet. The huge tower, which was 100 feet high, fell on the river like a pillar supporting the sky. The black-robed Jinden took a deep breath, took back the Xianyu purple gold wheel, and then threw his hands. Crash! Crash! Dozens of thick black chains flew out of the tower like dragons and pythons. Wherever they passed, the sword light suddenly collapsed. Its momentum was unstoppable, and in the blink of an eye it surrounded the 5-mile radius where Pang Rengshen was. A mysterious aura of prohibition blocked that piece of sky. Pang Rengshen's face changed slightly, and a sword ball circled and danced around, splitting into countless sword lights, trying to cut off the black chains. However, the situation was still getting worse. Every time a chain was cut off, hundreds of sword lights were consumed. But with a pagoda, the black chain seemed to be endless. Seeing this, the black-robed monk laughed heartily. "This is one of the 3 treasures of the Ghost Valley. It contains 18 earthly evil spirits and 9 formations outside. It should be the best magic weapon. It locked countless monsters back then, and today I will kill the Jading sword cultivator." Dozens of miles away, Luo Chen understood. This treasure should be the magic weapon of the demon locking tower that Miao Wen mentioned on the way here. It is really powerful. Even the sword ball, which is known for its sharpness, is unable to resist under the black chain. No wonder this person has the confidence to challenge Pang Rengshen. Thinking about it this way, Mishuho was really calculated to death at the beginning. The Yuding sword sect asked him to send a large number of manpower and material resources from the Pashan gang to find the Jinden ruins, and used him as bait. In the end, they didn't even save him, and simply didn't treat him as a human being. No, according to Mishuho's character, he must know the reason. But with a treasure in front of him, he must want to fight. And he has indeed grabbed the most resources from the ruins. Maybe there is an opportunity to form a pill in it. I didn't expect that under the siege of the 5 foundation building masters, there is also a Jinden master who secretly attacked him. After figuring out the reason, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel sad. It was for Mishuho and for himself. Mishuho became a pawn of the Jinden master, and he himself has been in the hands of the foundation building cultivators. The cultivators of the sect looked down on the independent cultivators from the bottom of their hearts. In sorrow, Luo Chen looked at the battle over there and became depressed. This black-robed Jinden is said to be an independent cultivator. But he is already in the Jinden stage. How could he be rootless? Apart from anything else, colluding with the 5 major foundation building cultivators means that he comes from a certain party. The most likely possibility is the Lianian Merchant Alliance. This force is spread across dozens of towns and cities, and there are 20 to 30 foundation building cultivators in it. It is natural that there are Jinden cultivators in charge. Even if they are not high level, they are at least at the level of worshippers. Maybe the demon locking tower is not his trump card. Just as Luo Chen was speculating, Miao and Luo in front were also communicating. Miao Wen's voice was anxious. The Great Qing Sword Sutra that Elder Pang is good at cannot exert its maximum power on the river. What should we do now that we are at a disadvantage? However, Luo Xianhong remained calm and composed. No hurry, Elder Pang has not taken action for a long time, so we are just playing with him. Oh, but he should have had enough of playing. Luo Chen, who was behind, was stunned when he heard this conversation. It has come to this point, and it's still just playing? Pang Rengshan, don't play yourself into it. A little moved, more spiritual power flowed into his eyes, and Luo Chen could see more clearly. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the Lankang River seemed to be boiling in the agitation of magic power. The chains extending from the giant tower were already dense and approached within 100 meters of Pang Rengshan. At this moment, this Yuding sword cultivator had no way to go up to heaven or down to earth. Once locked, there was only one way to be suppressed. However, in the face of such danger, Pang Rengshan just sneered. It's been so long since I got the demon locking tower, but you've only refined it to this level. The black-robed giant said calmly, this level is enough to kill you. Moreover, I have more than just this method. Before he finished speaking, a golden sword ball came out of his mouth, turning into golden light and shooting straight at the center of the black chain. Today, I will give him back his own way. Let your sword cultivators die under the sword wall. When the golden sword ball appeared, Pang Rengshan could no longer bear the anger in his heart. It turns out that you framed me. In his roar, he suddenly clenched his hands. The sword light that was resisting the chains dissipated instantly. At the same time, his sword ball turned into a big sword and fell into his hand. The next moment, he jumped up and slashed. A vast sword light pierced through the clouds and split the sun, breaking all the chains. Not only that, the remaining power did not decrease at all, and the sword light of hundreds of feet slashed towards the black-robed monk. The golden sword ball that was rushing towards him was shot down to the bottom of the river before it could unleash its power. Facing this shocking sword, the black-robed monk's face changed drastically. The black and white chess pieces turned into two big dragons, protecting him tightly. The locking demon tower even sent out 18 earthly evil spirits, trying to reduce the shocking sword again and again. Unfortunately, all the actions were in vain. The so-called earthly evil spirit, under the sword light, was melted like white snow encountering the sun. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the sound was heard thousands of miles away. Even Luo Chen, who was dozens of miles away and protected by the four elephants' cauldron, was shocked and spit out a mouthful of blood. He immediately covered his ears. Not only that, he also tapped several acupuncture points on his body, so that he could barely hold on. When he was free, the scene he saw made him stunned. The Lankang River was cut off. To be precise, the water of the rushing river was cut off. Not only did the river stop flowing, but the river, which was originally thousands of meters wide, now had no water at all, revealing an extremely large riverbed. Silt, along with the blood mist of the corpses of various fish and water monsters, spread on the riverbed. Large patches of water mist covered that area, like Yunmeng mist. Is he dead? Luo Chen opened his mouth wide, his eyes shining with spiritual light, turning wildly, looking for the black-robed monk. Not dead. When the water of the river rushed again, a black tower that was 10 times smaller and only 10 feet high floated alone in the clouds. Then, a figure appeared from behind the tower in a panic. The fear in his eyes gradually disappeared, he swallowed his saliva, and then laughed wildly. Nothing more. Nothing more. The so-called Zhengjin sword pill is only so powerful, I am not dead. Facing this wild laughter, Pang Rengshan in the distance just smiled. He stretched out his hand and grasped the empty space while the black-robed monk was puzzled. This is not the way you use the demon locking tower. Watch carefully. The black-robed monk's face changed drastically, and he subconsciously looked at the black tower in front of him. A slightly illusory golden chain flew out from the top of the tower like a spirit snake spitting out its tongue. Swish! In just a moment, it pierced into his body with lightning speed. When the golden chain was retracted, a black and yellow golden elixir was wrapped and locked in the black tower. My golden elixir! The shrill cry was so desperate. However, what greeted him was a ray of sword light. Black-robed monk, die? Pang Rengshan sneered, stepped on the black tower, and his magic power rolled back the two flags spinning in the void. Not only that, he reached out and grabbed it. In the riverbed covered by the newly flowing river water, a dim sword ball flew out. Looking at this sword ball that reached the level of the magic weapon, Pang Rengshen frowned, and even had no time to care about the body of the black-robed monk. Congratulations, Elder, for killing the enemy. The Elder's mighty. Luo Chen stood on the devastated Zin River, looking at the three people above in order. Facing the congratulations of the two foundation-building disciples, Pang Rengshen just shook his head. Only the Jinden sword cultivators of our sect can cultivate the magic weapon-level sword pill. The sword is still there, but I don't know which fellow disciple died outside. Upon hearing this, Miao Wen and Luo Xianhong were shocked. Luo Xianhong said in disbelief, in recent years, the only Jinden elders of our sect who have been traveling outside to gain experience are those three. Daozi Renping Shen, Elder Bo Yijin, and Xiao Shu. Pang Rengshen sighed, and said with a hint of luck, I just hope it's not them, but the sword pills this person got from the outside world. Hearing the three names, Miao Wen couldn't help but tremble in his heart. No matter which of these three people died outside. Once the news is passed back, I'm afraid there will be an uproar in the sect. Especially Renping Shen, who is known as the #1 Jinden. That's the most promising Daozi of Yuding Sword Sect to be promoted to Yuanying stage. After putting away the sword pill, Pang Rengshen took a look at the extra magic weapons. I secretly tampered with the demon locking tower before, so I was able to hit this person hard by surprise. I'm going to take this treasure back to the sect. This Xianyu purple gold wheel, I'll give it to Miao Wen. This Lancei chess piece, I'll give it to Xianhong. He waved his hand casually, and the two magic weapons fell in front of the two. Luo Xianhong was startled, and then his face was overjoyed. Although it is said that Yuding sword cultivators only cultivate one sword, in fact, that is for cultivators of Jinden stage and above. Before the sword pill in the body is nurtured to the level of magic weapon, most of the low-level cultivators of Yuding sword sect will still choose one or two magic weapons to protect themselves. Of course, the main means of attack are still flying swords and sword pills. Compared with the Xianyu purple gold wheel, this Lancei chess piece is too suitable for Luo Xianhong as a defensive magic weapon. Especially this treasure is of extremely high grade, and it was the treasure used by the Supreme Elder of Ghost Valley to protect the way. The reason why the black-robed monk survived before was not only because he relied on the locking demon tower to resist the attack of Pang Rengshen's Zhengjin sword ball, but also because of this Lancei chess piece. Miao Wen looked at Luo Xianhong with envy and even jealousy, and then he took the Xianyu purple gold wheel with great joy. Although he didn't use this treasure much, he could at least get tens of thousands of spirit stones if he sold it. If it was put on the auction, it might be sold at the high price of 80,000 spirit stones. On the ground, Luo Chen was also extremely envious. Although Pang Rengshen was domineering, he was also very generous. He gave two magic weapons as soon as he said he would. Just as he was envious, a sharp gaze fell on him. Dan Chenzi, Luo Chen, right. I wrote more than 30,000 words yesterday, ranking 3rd in the site's combat power list and 1st in the fairy xia category. So, today I confidently ask for your monthly votes. Chapter 158 Goodbye, Agabo. Luo Chen, right. The tone of voice that seemed like a question but was actually affirmative made Luo Chen's scalp numb. In a trance, he even thought that the person in front of him was the old man who had passed away. In the past, he had also asked the same question. And the follow-up was that Luo Chen became the master of the Dan Hall and worked like a cow and a horse for him. Swallowing his saliva, Luo Chen forced himself to cheer up. I am afraid of hammers. Others are golden elixirs while I am practicing ki. At most, I can kill and chop them at will. Congratulations to the elder for killing the demon cultivator. Demon cultivator? Haha. Pang Rengshen actually laughed. The laugh was calm and not as stressful as before. He shook his head. There's no need to put on this head of justice for me. I'll just kill him if I want. No one in this Yuding domain dares to trouble me. Luo Chen said righteously. This man has successively robbed and killed loyal men such as Fei Boan and Mi Shuhe. Especially Mi Shuhe is my benefactor. He is upright and helpful. He can kill even such righteous people. This man has indeed fallen into the devil's way. The elder killed the evil demon with a sword. If it gets out, it will be a good story. Even the Yuding sword sect will be proud of you. These words came out of his mouth, and Luo Xianhong and Miao Wen were stunned. Especially Miao Wen, he just felt that it sounded very familiar. It seemed that when he went to Zongmiao Valley to save Luo Chen, the other party praised him as if it didn't cost money. But this flattery is probably for the wrong person. Elder Peng is a person who doesn't give in to persuasion, and he's not the type who. Haha, you're a good talker. Pang Rengshen laughed, but you're right, this man has indeed fallen into the devil's way, and everyone can kill him. Then, without turning his head, he ordered, Miao Wen, Xianhong, spread what happened today. Say that the devil cultivator who killed the Alio mountain monk Fei Boan and the leader of the Pashan gang, Mi Shuhua, was killed by me on the banks of the Langkang River. Well, the process has to be a little more tortuous, remember. Luo Xianhong was stunned, and immediately agreed. Miao Wen also hurriedly agreed, but he felt very aggrieved. Doesn't Elder Peng dislike flattery? Moreover, he doesn't seem to be the kind of person who seeks fame. Perhaps there is another meaning in it? Miao Wen and Luo Xianhong looked at each other, and they nodded tacitly. With the wisdom of a foundation-building cultivator, and being in the middle of the game, he quickly figured out the joints inside. It should be correct. The elder's move was not for his personal reputation. It was for the reputation of the Yuding Sword sect. After all, the demon cultivator killed Fei Boan and framed him for the Yuding Sword sect. It even caused the Grand Elder of Alio Mountain to go to the Yuding Sword sect in person to ask for justice. As long as this news is spread, it will not only restore the reputation of the Yuding Sword sect, but also give an explanation to Alio Mountain. After thinking through all this, Miao Wen looked at Luo Chen with a strange look. This kid, I don't know if it was unintentional or intentional. He can flatter so well. After giving the order, Pang Rengshen looked at Luo Chen, who was pale. You also contributed to this battle. If it weren't for the guidance of the soul seed, I'm afraid we wouldn't have found this beast so quickly. Looking at the way you just refined the 9th level of Qi, I think you are worried about the perfection of Qi training. Luo Chen opened his mouth, and then he was overjoyed. He immediately replied, yes. Miao Wen, who was standing behind Pang Rengshen, looked at Luo Chen deeply. He hadn't noticed that Luo Chen had broken through the 9th level of Qi refining. He thought that the other party was still at the 8th level of Qi refining during the Battle of Zongmiao Valley. This kid is so hidden and has so many tricks. Just when he was worried, Pang Rengshen's voice came to his ears. Ah. What? I don't have a first-level spirit pill. You must have one. Give him a few bottles. Miao Wen said aggrievedly, I don't have a first-level one either. I only have 5 bottles of second-level spirit pills. It's not that the second-level ones can't be used. Give them all to Luo Chen. Pang Rengshen said indifferently. Miao Wen had no choice but to take out 5 bottles of spirit pills from the storage bag and throw them to Luo Chen. Holding the 5 jade bottles, Luo Chen was still a little bit unbelievable. Is this elder so generous? He casually gave attack magic weapons and defense magic weapons to the younger generation in the sect. At that time, he only thought that he was helping the younger generation. Unexpectedly, even a small casual cultivator like him would get benefits? This is a spirit pill. Mi Shuhu had mentioned this special elixir that can purify spiritual power to him. It is produced in Yao Wang sect and cannot be bought at ordinary times. Only occasionally some of it will be sold at auctions. For cultivators in the late stage of Qi refining, it is a top-level divine medicine. Even cultivators in the foundation building and golden elixir stages can use this elixir. However, Luo Chen raised his head. Second-level spirit pill, I'm afraid I can't use it for a while. Pang Rengshen chuckled, this is easy. You are an alchemist, and you know the Su's in hand, right? Luo Chen hesitated and nodded. He did know this alchemy technique. The Su's in hand is specially used to process medicinal materials belonging to the plant family. That's no problem. The spirit pill is actually a semi-finished elixir of spiritual fruit. You can decompose it with the Su's in hand to get the first-level medicinal power. 1 second-level spirit pill can be equivalent to 10 first-level spirit pills. Is it that simple? Luo Chen opened his mouth, still feeling incredible. The spirit pill is not a pure elixir, but a semi-finished elixir made from spiritual fruit. Is there such an alchemy technique in the world? In ecstasy, Luo Chen hurriedly thanked Pang Rengshen, and also thanked Miao Wen, who looked resentful. However, Pang Rengshen just waved his hand after hearing this. I heard from Xianhong that your alchemy skills are extremely outstanding. You are considered a leader among the casual cultivators, and you are not inferior to the alchemists trained by the sect. Luo Chen knew it just by listening to the beginning. The sex scene is coming. It is related to my alchemy again. No. I ask you, are you willing to join my Yuding Sword sect and become a disciple of Pang Rengshan? Is this a question? This is an order. Luo Chen did not hesitate or feel dissatisfied. He immediately bent down and bowed. Junior Luo Chen, I am willing to become a disciple of the elder. Haha, very good, very good. Today, I killed the demon cultivator in front and collected a good disciple in the back. It should be an extremely wonderful day. Pang Rengshan laughed happily. Luo Xianhong also smiled and congratulated. Miao Wen would naturally not fall behind, but that face, no matter how you look at it, you can't bear to part with it. This is my elder token, take it. I'll give you 1 day to go back and pack your things, say goodbye to your relatives and friends, and come back to the sect with me tomorrow afternoon. Luo Chen didn't have time to bargain. After throwing him a sword-shaped token, Pang Rengshan wrapped the 3 people with a magical power and rushed back to Daofang like a whirlwind. After the battle, the Lankang River was left with only a mess and the river surface expanded by nearly twice. On the way back, Luo Chen held a palm-sized small sword token and could clearly see countless casual cultivators driving the escape light to the previous battlefield. They came too late and got nothing. The black-robed monk's golden elixir, corpse, and even all the inheritance had been looted by Pang Rengshan. Even Luo Chen himself became the harvest of Pang Rengshan's Daofang group. When Luo Chen landed in the Xiao Valley with his feet on the ground, he was still in a trance. Is this how I became a sect disciple? 1 moment ago, I was still worrying about cultivation and planning ways to deal with the foundation building. The next moment, I was personally accepted by the Golden Core Elder and became his nominal disciple. Nothing is more unpredictable than this. Luo Chen stood at the gate of Xiao Valley with a bitter smile on his face. But in this way, all the things he had worked hard for Luo Xian who before seemed very ironic. After I leave, I am afraid that the Luo Xian who that I just established will only exist in name only. He knew very well that the real core of Luo Xian who is not the powerful Wang Yuan, nor the dozens or hundreds of key refining cultivators below, but himself as an alchemist. After he left, Luo Xian who lost its core and had no real foundation building cultivators. It might fall apart in the blink of an eye. How should I explain to them? Luo Chen raised his head and looked at the black-based gilded signboard that had just been hung on the low city wall. The 3 big characters Luo Xian who shone brightly. Muir and King Lian even decorated the sides with silver borders according to his preference. Hello, President. President, you are back. Luo Chen opened his mouth and finally said only one sentence. You have worked hard. The 2 monks who were on night watch said with a smile that it was not hard. How could it not be hard? This Xiao Valley is not a spiritual vein. Oh, there is a branch of the spiritual vein, but it was sealed by Luo Chen. Others can only enjoy the insignificant spiritual energy that overflows. Almost nothing. Amid the greetings of the monks on night watch, Luo Chen stepped into the Luotian club with mixed feelings. Under the lush trees, someone was waiting for him. I'm back. Yet. Miao Wen took you away in a hurry. Did something happen? Wang Yuan frowned and said, I heard that a rare battle broke out thousands of miles downstream of Daofang. It can't be related to you. Luo Chen smiled bitterly, how can it be unrelated? He did not hold back and told Wang Yuan the whole story one by one. When it was finally said that Pang Rengshan would accept him as his apprentice and would take him away tomorrow afternoon, Wang Yuan lost his composure for the first time. He stood there blankly, speechless for a long time. After a long time, he looked at Luo Chen with a complicated expression. I remembered something you once said. Luo Chen's mind was not in it, as if he was wandering in the sky. Wang Yuan looked sad, as if he was lost in memories. I brought you back to the headquarters, but you were noticed by Mi Shuhua, who forced you to join the Pashan gang. At that time, I felt guilty for getting you into trouble and making you lose your freedom. But you comforted me and said you didn't blame me. Because as long as you have turned spiritual stones to practice, you will be noticed sooner or later. Even without the Pashan gang, there are still the Daijiang gang, the Li family, the Duan family, and even the Jiandan sect, the 6 major sects. At that time, I didn't think much of it, and I just agreed with you on the surface. Now it seems that you really hit the mark. It turned out to be the Yuding Sword sect, one of the 6 major sects, and it was the Jiandan master who personally invited me. The nagging words woke Luo Chen up from his wandering mind. He smiled bitterly, Who would have thought that I would hit the mark? He walked slowly out of the shade of the trees, facing the moonlight, and walked to the pond formed by the mountain spring water. First it was Mishuhua, then Miao Wen, and now it's Pang Rengshan of the Jade Tripod Sword sect. Haha, I, Luo Chen, have become a slave of 3 families without realizing it. Wang Yuan shook his head after hearing these bitter and self-deprecating words. Why bother? Maybe the Jinden master really wants to train you? You also said that he was a good disciple, which shows that he has great goodwill towards you. Really, Brother Wang? Luo Chen turned his head and stared at Wang Yuan in a daze. Wang Yuan frowned, and he found that Luo Chen's state seemed to be a little wrong. In the past, Luo Chen, no matter what bad environment he was in, always had the mentality of finding joy in suffering. Even though Mishuhua died and was controlled by Miao Wen, the foundation-building master of the sect, he never admitted defeat. Instead, he led the Luo Xianhu to fight a beautiful turnaround and gained a certain degree of autonomy. But at this moment, it seems that he is full of confusion. Is it confusion about the future? Or is it the huge sense of powerlessness caused by the inability to resist the Jinden cultivator? Wang Yuan sighed and patted Luo Chen on the shoulder. Look at it from a positive perspective. At least he is a very generous senior. Yes, he is indeed very generous. Luo Chen took out a bottle of spirit pill and handed it to Wang Yuan. He gave me several bottles of second-level spirit pill. You should be able to use them. This is also the last gift I will give you before I leave. Wang Yuan looked at the jade bottle and did not reach out to take it. Don't worry about me. If I really go to a big sect, I will need 1 or 2 bottles of pills with my ability. Luo Chen laughed at himself. I am a distinguished alchemist after all. After saying that, he stuffed the jade bottle into Wang Yuan's hand. What a distinguished. Somehow, Wang Yuan felt that the jade bottle in his hand was so heavy. It's a pity. I have almost studied the second-level blood evil pill formula. But there is no chance to refine a few bottles for you, Brother Wang. Yuding Sword Sect, located in the heart of Yuding Domain, is a spiritual place that gathers the essence of the domain. It is thousands of miles away from Dahufang. After this separation, the two may not see each other again for several years. Wang Yuan opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. He accompanied Luo Chen and walked around in the Ziyu Valley. He listened patiently to the other party's chatter. If I leave, what will Luo Xianhu do? Brother Wang, do you want to take over? I know that you have had the experience of being in charge of a sect in the secular world. As long as you calm down, you can still use Luo Xianhu to collect cultivation resources for you. Not interested? That's right, you are a cultivation maniac now. This piece of land was not like this before. I remember it was a first-level spiritual field. In winter, Yuan Dongsheng would cast the 4 seasons like spring formation on it, which was really warm. Once I hid in it to read a book, and he kicked me out with disgust. Dan Hall, I spent a lot of thought on it. When old man Mike was still there, I got a lot of wool from him, so it was built so well. In the future, I don't know what will happen. Who will benefit? Tell me, how should I face Muring's wife, Kai and the others tomorrow? Ahem. I can't bear to leave. In fact, I also know that this trip will bring both good and bad things. Maybe there will be more good things, after all, there will be a better and bigger platform. But I am used to hanging around among low-level cultivators, and I am really not used to it, or I have no experience in sect life. I don't know if Pang Rengshan has any enemies in the sect, and whether he will take out his anger on me, a small key refining cultivator. However, if I go, I should be given a foundation building pill for free, right? Sister Xiu went to the Shenfu sect, and others promised to give her one. I don't know if she has successfully built her foundation now. Ahem. Brother Wang, you say. Wang Yuan interrupted him. Don't say anything, go and have a good rest. You are upset. Luo Chen opened his mouth, then sighed. He entered the stone chamber that Mishuhua had built for him alone, opened the formation, and fell asleep. This time, he gave up his daily practice that he had insisted on for many years. The next day, in Luo Xianhu, in the newly built hall, which inherited the name of Haoe Hall of Pashangang, Luo Chen announced his decision to all the senior leaders of Luo Xianhu. Everyone was extremely shocked that a casual cultivator could be regarded as a Jinden cultivator. But after being shocked, they felt it was natural. After all, Luo Chen's talent in alchemy was really terrifying. So, Congratulations and congratulations kept coming from everyone's mouth. Luo Chen accepted these congratulations. He could feel that most of them were sincere congratulations. Only Zheng Wen, the elder of Jintang, was reluctant. But after Luo Chen gave him 5 bottles of high-grade Zongmiao pills, he also became sincere and wiped away the tears that he had forced out. Luo Chen saw clearly the loneliness and confusion in everyone's eyes under these congratulations. Everyone knew that once Luo Chen left, Luo Xian who would really exist in name only. Then where should they go? It's not as serious as disbanding directly. Luo Chen smiled. I thought of something for everyone this morning, maybe you can use it. Feng Xia, Xiaoyu. Feng Xia and Yuan Xiaoyu, who hurried over today, were stunned and stood up immediately. Luo Chen waved his hand, indicating that he would continue to sit and talk. Now that the demon cultivators who frame the Yuding Sword sect have been eradicated, the discussion platform will naturally reopen. So some small businesses can also be started, such as your milk tea and snack business. I still have a few small gadgets I developed in the past. When the time comes, take them out and expand production and operation, and you can also make a lot of money. Luo Chen smiled and took out a few secret recipes and handed them to Murin Kinglin and Gu Kai. What was written on it were all small gadgets he had modified for the cultivation world when he was bored in the past. Such as ice cream, spiritual fruit shaved ice, monster meat barbecue, etc. As long as they are linked to spiritual energy, these things should not be difficult to sell after the discussion platform is reopened. Of course, these cannot become pillar industries. Luo Chen looked at Duan Feng, who had been notified in advance, and nodded to him immediately. If you can't make elixirs, you can still forge weapons. Duan Feng is very good at repairing magic weapons. You can also take a few apprentices and learn some skills. And the main profit point is to recycle second-hand magic weapons and buy low and sell high. In fact, this is also my original plan, but I didn't say it out before the right time. In addition, you can do business in the mountains. Listening to Luo Chen's arrangements one by one, and his sincere consideration for them, everyone's hearts gradually settled down. At the same time, their eyes looking at Luo Chen became more respectful. Even if the president is going to a bright future, he is still thinking about them. This is really an outlier in the cold world of cultivating immortals. It is precisely because of this difference that they respect this president who is much younger than them from the bottom of their hearts. That's about it. Before I leave, I'll say hello to Deacon Miao and ask Yuding Sword Pavilion to take care of Luo Xianhu. With a powerful hall master Wang Yuan, you can still thrive in Daofang. Luo Chen stood up and took a storage bag from Murin Kinglian. Inside was the income generated by the Zongmiao Pill during this period. Luo Chen only took his share, about 5,000 spirit stones. The rest were counted as daily consumption of Luo Xianhu. As for the previous resources, he didn't plan to take them. Even if he didn't leave, those things would be used in this organization. Seeing Luo Chen stand up, everyone stood up tacitly. A group of people walked towards the outside of Luo Xianhu. The other cultivators in the association didn't know what happened. But watching these people act collectively, with their eyes still filled with reluctance to leave, I had a bad feeling in my heart. Luo Chen walked forward all the way and finally stepped out of the gate of Luo Xianhu. He turned around, and the familiar faces made him choke up. Wang Yuan, Murin Kinglian, Qin Liangjin, Gu Kai, Duan Feng, Grandma Yuan, Zheng Wen, Feng Xia, Yuan Xiao, Sima Sangxiu. He even saw Chu Lingjin standing next to Tangquan and Mi Li, who hurried over from the corner. President! Someone shouted. Luo Chen seemed not to hear it, turned around and just waved. When he flew several miles away, he could still vaguely hear the farewell of goodbye, Daofang. Luo Chen flew in the sky, overlooking the familiar scenes of the outer city below. This was where he had struggled. The confusion at the beginning of the journey, the longing for immortality when he first learned about cultivating immortals. There was also the excitement of refining the first batch of Zongmiao pills, the joy of breaking through the realm, the fear and excitement of killing enemies of higher levels, and even the unwillingness of being suppressed by Mi Shuhu. All of these will become the past. His speed was very slow, as if he was afraid that if he walked faster, he would forget every blade of grass and every tree here. Suddenly, Luo Chen stopped. He turned around and looked helplessly at the back. That's enough, let's go back. 2 figures flew out of the alley below in a panic. Liu Qiang smiled and touched the back of his head. Zhou Yuanli said seriously, As long as you don't leave Dahofang, we will always have the responsibility to protect you. Don't you know that I am more powerful than the two of you put together? Luo Chen was speechless. Zhou Yuanli was just silent. Forget it, it's up to you. Luo Chen had no choice but to continue flying towards the inner city. It was already very late, it was noon now, and he was afraid that if he went too late, he would make the future commander unhappy. There was no need to go to the courtyard. When Feng Xia came over in the morning, she brought some of his worthless belongings with her. While flying, Luo Chen remembered something he hadn't thought of before. Yuan Li, after I leave, please help me take care of Ling Jun. You know, I actually value that little brat very much. I have always wanted to train him to be an alchemist and help me in the future. I'm afraid Chu Hanchang won't live for many years. He was seriously injured when the furnace exploded. Once he leaves, there will be no key refining cultivators in the Chu family. Chu Lingjun will have a hard time. Zhou Yuanli and Liu Qiang followed behind him, one on the left and one on the right, as usual. Hearing these words, he just kept making sounds. Luo Chen didn't care. He knew that the other party had listened to it. Calculating it, Zhou Yuanli is about to be promoted to the 9th level of key refining. With such a steady senior taking care of him, as long as Chu Lingjun doesn't provoke masters, he will still be able to live a smooth life in the future. Just like Tang Quan, even though Zheng Wen was not very responsible, Tang Quan lived better than many casual cultivators. After sending you 1,000 miles, we must say goodbye. When Luo Chen arrived at the gate of the inner city, the two people behind him stopped tacitly. In the past, they also sent him here, and that was the end of a day's guard work. Luo Chen did not look back as before, but just waved his hand. Let's go. After saying that, he was ready to step into the inner city. But at the moment he was about to take a step, he suddenly raised his head. In the inner city, 3 extremely terrifying auras exploded under the scorching sun. Run. Chapter 159. Under the blazing sun, the Ghost King reappears. In the inner city, the sun was blazing. When everyone was living a normal life without knowing anything, 3 powerful and eerie auras spread out without any reason. At the same time, a mighty and powerful spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly erupted. A dark column of light shot straight into the sky. Each one was more than 10 feet wide. Countless ghosts flew out from around the light column, roaring with joy at seeing the light of day again. The sound of ghosts crying and souls choking became the only melody in the city in an instant. Even the wails of countless cultivators at the moment of death were suppressed. No. There was also a roar that tore gold and split jade, which suddenly exploded. Asshole. A powerful mana fluctuation of a giant and stage cultivator burst out in Luofang Mountain. In the outer city, Luo Chen pulled Zhou Yuanli and the other 2 and retreated frantically. Hearing the voice of asshole, his body stagnated and he turned his head subconsciously to look. On Luofang Mountain, a golden sword light was about to fly out. However, just as the sword light burst out, a huge palm suddenly slapped down. Bang! The golden sword light was slapped back into Luofang Mountain. Obstructed by this, the 3 dark light pillars expanded again, and a huge crack appeared in the earth. Who dares to release the Ghost King privately? The angry voice, accompanied by another extremely bright golden sword energy, rose again. The huge mana palm attacked again, but this time, it only resisted for a moment before being torn apart. The golden sword energy turned into rainbow light, hovering over Luofang Mountain like a giant dragon. Suddenly, Pang Rengshen jumped up, his eyes flashing with golden light, and he did not look at the 3 light pillars, but fell to the western area of the inner city of Dahofang. You are hiding your head and showing your tail, get out of here. He put his fingers together like a sword, and the golden dragon of sword energy above his head instantly made a deafening sword sound. Whistling away. This was his best attack. As long as he struck out, he would have a great chance of taking the enemy's life. A lion would use all its strength to fight a rabbit. With a Ghost King in front of him, he could not afford to hold back. However, a sword light that was no less powerful than his burst out from his body. From the inside out, it cut off 1/3 of the tail of the golden dragon of sword energy. Although the remaining giant dragon of sword energy was still slashing in the original direction, its power was much less than before. In the northern area of the inner city, a dark palm was raised and forcibly connected to the giant dragon of sword energy. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The surging air wave, with the western area as the center, continued to spread, almost turning most of the inner city into ruins. A figure shrouded in a gray robe slowly rose from the ruins. He looked at Pang Rengsheng and nodded slightly. "Fellow Taoist Pang, I am honored." Facing his greeting, Pang Rengsheng ignored it. Blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth, and he lowered his head with a gloomy face. A sword ball that was no longer dim was trembling wildly, trying to break away. But under his powerful mana blockade, it was trapped in his palm. Just now, it was this sword ball that was accidentally taken back yesterday. It burst out with a sword energy that destroyed 30% of the power of his peak attack. As a result, he could not achieve full success and kill the enemy. He held the sword ball tightly in his palm. Pang Rengsheng raised his head and stared at the other party. "You have tampered with the sword ball of that demon cultivator. You are worthy of being a jadling sword cultivator," the gray-robed monk exclaimed, and then laughed. "It's a pity that you found it too late." It was indeed too late. The peak attack did not work immediately, and the other party would definitely not give him another chance next time, and calmly perform the move just now. Pang Rengsheng had a trace of regret. After getting this sword ball yesterday, he was sad about the death of his fellow disciples and did not check it carefully. In fact, most people would not overcheck a sword ball that has lost its owner. The sword lives with a man, the sword dies with a man. The black-robed demon cultivator was already dead, and who would have thought that someone could still drive the sword ball left behind? Thinking of how he had once been proud of using the secret hand of the locking demon tower to kill a powerful enemy of the same level. But he did not expect that just one day later, it would be his turn to be successfully plotted against by the enemy. The anger in Pang Rengsheng's heart had reached its peak. But he still suppressed his anger and said with hatred, "I said that the demon cultivator used the sword pill yesterday, but it was just for show. At that time, I thought he didn't know how to do it, but I didn't expect that the real owner of this sword pill was you." The gray-robed monk nodded. "It was indeed me who deliberately sent it to Luo Chen through the black market. He is just a casual cultivator of the Golden Core, and he has not joined the Lionian Merchant Alliance for a long time. He doesn't even have his own magic weapon. A magic weapon level sword pill is naturally treasured. In other words, the person who killed Fei Bowen was also you." Facing Pang Rengsheng's inquiry, the gray-robed monk said helplessly, "At this time, you still care about these things. Don't you think it's too late?" "Too late? No, it's not too late. You don't think you are my opponent, do you?" Facing the powerful pressure that Pang Rengsheng suddenly erupted, the gray-robed monk smiled lightly and floated back. "No. Your opponent is not me." Upon hearing this, Pang Rengsheng's face changed drastically, and his unparalleled spiritual sense swept across the four directions. In the inner city of Daohofang, from the east, south and north, there were already 3 cold and chilly auras that locked him tightly. 3 black figures, tens of feet tall, silently crawled out of the cracks in the ground, stood up, and bathed in the warmth of the scorching sun. "You deserve to die. You really deserve to die. You actually treated the lives of tens of thousands of casual cultivators in Daohofang as ants, and privately released the 3 ghost kings who had been suppressed for hundreds of years." Pang Rengsheng gritted his teeth and said these words. Around him, there were black silk threads crisscrossing, trying to restrain him. A trace of sword energy flew out from his body from the inside out, strangling those black silk threads. These black threads were not simple. They were the innate ghost energy of the 3 ghost kings. Even though they were suppressed by Daohofang with formations and wiped out for hundreds of years, some of them were still retained. Not only that, they were even vaguely connected to this area. At this moment, it seemed that the 3 ghost kings trapped Pang Rengsheng with their own ghost energy, but in fact, it was this Daohofang that trapped them. Watching this scene, the gray-robed monk who was constantly retreating just chuckled and said nothing. "You have violated the rules of Yuding, and you will be hunted down by the Yuding sword sect for the rest of your life. Where can you escape?" Seeing that the man still did not answer, Pang Rengsheng stretched out his hand and the natal sword pill hidden in the void fell into his hand, turning into a solidified golden giant sword. "You don't think that 3 ghost kings who have been suppressed for hundreds of years and are about to be exhausted can kill me?" As he spoke, the 3 ghost kings moved. Each of them took a step and rumbled towards Lufang Mountain. Wherever they passed, ghost energy swirled, and all the living beings along the way were destroyed by the ghost energy. Large tracts of monks' souls were added to them, and the originally empty bodies were gradually solidified. 6 pairs of ghost eyes, green light emitting, like lanterns. At this moment, Dao Fang has become a den of ghosts on earth. Luo Xianhong, Miao Wen. Here. Here. Two figures flew out from the sword pavilion. Activate the third level formation. Yes. Yes. Without any hesitation, the two foundation builders sent out large tracts of spiritual power and injected them into the main pavilion of the sword pavilion under their feet. A vast light curtain appeared from south to north in an instant. The entire inner city of Daofang was firmly guarded. Seeing this scene, the gray-robed monk finally stopped retreating. He raised his head and looked at the light curtain covering his head. The third level formation is a good method. Unfortunately, there is only one large first-level spiritual vein, which is overwhelmed. The formation contains great principles. It is not just a few formation flags in a formation plate. Especially the third-level formation, which involves tens of thousands of restrictions of all sizes. The power of the array cannot be fully exerted by just relying on the equipment for setting up the array. It must rely on the spiritual veins of the corresponding level before it can be deployed calmly. However, Daofang only has one large first-level spiritual vein, which is not compatible with the third-level array. Almost at the moment when the array appeared, a rumbling sound came from Lufang Mountain. Countless spiritual energy streams were drawn by the array like a dragon sucking water. Large pieces of rocks rolled down from the mountain. The recently built discussion platform collapsed with a violent tremor. It will never regain its past glory. Facing this scene, the jade tripod sword cultivator did not seem surprised. The two foundation building true cultivators in charge of controlling the array, Luo Xianhong, sneered, "You are short-sighted. How can you know the mystery of my jade tripod array? Retract. Retract." Miao Wen's voice also came from the side. The next moment, the light curtain covering Daofang continued to shrink at an unimaginable speed, and finally wrapped up Lufang Mountain. At this time, its power finally reached its peak. At the same time, Pang Rengshan had already fought with the three ghost kings. The majestic sword light was in the boundless ghost energy, and there was no sign of decline. Seeing this, the gray-robed monk was not in a hurry and sat cross-legged in the void. With his eyes closed, he seemed indifferent to the outside world. But only Pang Rengshan, who was also a golden elixir, knew that the other party's consciousness was trembling violently. "What kind of means are you using? Why can you control the existence of three ghost kings? Don't speak. You don't think that you can destroy me alive with these three ghost kings? Come on, let me see how many means you have." President, what happened to Daofang? Zhou Yuanli, who has always been calm and steady, looked horrified at this moment, and no longer had the demeanor of not changing his face even when Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Liu Qiang next to him was shaking constantly. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva and looked terrified. He sensed a familiar aura from the three towering black figures. He blurted out, "Ghost King. Those are the three ghost kings suppressed by Daofang for hundreds of years." Suddenly, he remembered where that familiar feeling came from. The ghost king in the north, if nothing unexpected happens, is the one under the back house where he has lived for many years. On the first day he moved into the courtyard, Gu Kai had mentioned this existence. The rent in the north of the city is relatively cheap. It is also because of the suppression of this ghost king that the gloomy atmosphere is not suitable for many cultivators to practice. Who is this gray-robed cultivator who is so crazy to release such a terrifying thing? The ghost king is not something that can be found everywhere. Among the ghosts, the realm is divided into ghost soldiers, ghost generals, ghost kings, and ghost emperors. Very clear and easy to understand classification standards. Among them, the ghost king is the counterpart of the human race's golden elixir and the demon race's beast king. In other words, Pang Rengshan is now fighting fiercely with three beings of the same level. No, there are more than three. That gray-robed monk must also be in the Jinden stage. Pang Rengshan is fighting four people. Can he win? Luo Chen didn't dare to think further. If the other party loses, what will happen to Daofang is simply unimaginable. No, perhaps the tip of the iceberg has already been revealed. Luo Chen's eyes shifted away from the center of the battle with difficulty and fell on the devastated and ghostly Daofang. I don't know how many inner-city monks died there. Hearing that it was the existence of the Ghost King, Zhou Yuanli and Liu Qiang, who had been mentally prepared for a long time, turned pale at this moment. The legendary things in the past are now really in front of them. They are just refining ki, and they can't help but feel a huge sense of powerlessness in their hearts. Seeing the two people in a daze, Luo Chen secretly said, "Damn it. In this battle, he and others must not get involved. We can't stay here for long, return to Zi Valley quickly." Zi Valley is hundreds of miles away from the inner city of Dahofang, and will not be affected by the Jiandan War for the time being. Moreover, they have been operating there for a while and set up the 5 elements formation. Only by returning there first and defending it can we be safer. The most important thing is to tell everyone in Luo Chen what happened in the inner city. The 3 of them did not hesitate, burst out at a very fast speed, and crossed the outer city area all the way. Luo Chen, who was flying, kept thinking, and finally only had a complicated and extremely bitter laugh. They were all ready to leave Dahofang, but why did something unexpected happen when the time came? Sure enough, plans are always not as fast as changes. I don't know what expressions the friends who said goodbye to him before would have when they saw him go back. Suddenly, Luo Chen paused slightly. His eyes fell to the ground. "President, what's wrong?" Zhou Yuanli and Liu Qiang stopped in a hurry. Following his line of sight, they also looked at the ground. 10 monks shrouded in black robes did not retreat but advanced, facing many fleeing lights, and quickly moved towards the inner city of Dahofang. Moreover, there is more than one place. There are similar teams in other places. As if he had noticed the gaze, the leading monk of one of the teams raised his head and met Luo Chen's gaze. "It's him." Luo Chen was startled when he saw the familiar golden dragon mask. He forced himself to hold back his wandering gaze and clasped his fists to signal the monk. Then, he flew away with his 2 men without hesitation. On the ground. "My lord, what's wrong?" Tian Xingzi retracted his gaze and smiled slightly. "It's okay, I just saw an interesting little guy. Don't delay the important things, go to support Elder Ling Hu quickly. If it's too late, we won't have any credit." Tian Xingzi, the owner of the Dahofang Zhenlong Black Market, a true cultivator of the foundation building stage. The golden dragon mask is the most obvious symbol. Not retreating but advancing, it means support. But they are monks from this Zhenlong Black Market, and have nothing to do with the Yuding Sword sect. In other words, they are supporting the gray-robed Jiandan who suddenly appeared. Luo Chen felt as if there was an invisible net that had been woven for a long time, and was only put away today. He was almost caught in the net. However, the Zhenlong Black Market was also the mastermind behind the scenes. This was a possibility he had never guessed. Luo Chen recalled some things that the Black Market monk mentioned casually when he gave him the hydrangea. With a hydrangea magic weapon, he could know the opening time of the Black Market every month. Even if he went to other markets, it would still be effective. At that time, he thought that there must be a force organization behind this Zhenlong Black Market that was not inferior to the Lianian Merchant Alliance. But now it seems that he was still thinking too simply. The forces that dared to release the suppression of the Ghost King and besiege the Jading Golden Pill were definitely not comparable to the Lianian Merchant Alliance. And judging from the other parties' organizational strength and strong execution ability, it was definitely not a level that ordinary casual cultivator organizations could achieve. I'm afraid that behind this Zhenlong Black Market and the Grey-Robe Golden Pill, there is a big sect that dares to challenge the Jading Sword sect. Which one could it be? Luo Chen racked his brains while flying. The Jading Sword sect is a top sect with a nascent soul, a real person. In the Yuding domain, there is no sect that dares to challenge. The more famous Aleo Mountain, Loyan sect, Bingbao, and Beho Palace are just Jiandan sects. They may haggle with Yuding Sword sect for some interests, but they will never dare to start a war privately. Don't you see that a late foundation building cultivator died in Aleo Mountain, and the supreme elder of the sect wanted to go to Yuding Sword sect to investigate? The key point is the word "go" in person. Looking at the fierce momentum, isn't it actually pretending to be wronged? The supreme elders of a sect went to complain to others and put themselves in danger. This is a sign of weakness. So, could it be an outside force? Just as Luo Chen was thinking, a group of people flew towards him. From a distance, someone shouted at them. Seeing the people coming, Luo Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. They were a group of cultivators from Luo Chen, led by his good brother Wang Yuan. Let's go back to Zi Valley first. Let's talk as we go. When they arrived at Zi Valley, Luo Chen had already explained the shocking changes in Dahofang clearly. Everyone was shocked. How could a mere Dahofang attract so many Jiandan monks to visit? After the shock, there was panic. Because there are many monks living in the inner city, Not to mention some of the belongings left behind, just the relatives who are still in the inner city make them worry. For example, Yuan Xiaoyu burst into tears and wanted to go back to the inner city for a while. Just because her grandfather is still in the inner city. Feng Xia hugged her tightly and advised her not to be impulsive. But even Feng Xia had an unconcealed worry in the corner of her eyes. My best friend Bai Miling is still in the inner city. There are many people like the two of them. Chu Lingjun even cried and wanted to go back to save his parents. Thanks to Luo Chen's appreciation of Chu Hansheng, he raised his salary several times. With a full wallet, he naturally wanted to change the living environment for his family, especially to give Chu Lingjun a place full of spiritual energy to live. So their family also moved into the inner city a month ago. But now, except for the old and the young, the few mortals in the family are still in the inner city. Luo Chen was also helpless about the heavy and sad atmosphere in the Luo Chen Club. After several ineffective consolations, he walked out of the Heiao Hall accompanied by Wang Yuan. As you said, the elder Pang Rengshan of Yuding is being besieged by 4 people of the same level. I'm afraid he is in danger. Yet, then can you still go to Yuding Sword Sect? Luo Chen scratched his head, revealing a childish look that was rarely seen in normal times. Sure enough, he knew that going back would lead to this embarrassing experience. All the expressions last night and this morning were in vain. Although it is inappropriate, I want to say, Brother Wang, can you return the bottle of spirit pill I gave you to me? Chapter 160, The Ghost Town of Day, The Fall of Many Cultivators. It definitely doesn't need to be returned. Luo Chen just said this to ease the anxiety of each other. He could clearly sense that Wang Yuan, who is always calm and composed, showed a trace of uneasiness after learning that there was a battle of 5 golden pills in Dahofang. All along, Wang Yuan gave people the image of being unheard and unhurried. But the successive golden pill level battles in Dahofang put a lot of pressure on him. That was a pressure that the second level of body refining could not bear. A bottle of spirit pill is not much, but it can provide a lot of help to Wang Yuan. He himself has a considerable fortune, and he can practice to the great perfection of ki refining calmly. Now with this bottle of spirit pill, perhaps he can increase the speed a lot. Luo Chen still has 4 bottles left. Although he does not have Wang Yuan's strong physique to absorb the spirit pill directly. But with the alchemy technique of Su Zin Shou, he can also decompose and absorb it. The two chatted for a while, making various speculations and various response plans for the battle in Dahofang. But everything is just talk. It was a battle beyond their ability. Therefore, we can only wait for the result. The Xiao Valley where Luo Xian who is located has set the top-grade formation given by Miaowen to a semi-activated state. Once there is an invasion by foreign enemies, it can be directly activated to the peak level. Even if a foundation-building cultivator attacks, he can resist 1 or 2. Midnight. Wang Yuan found Luo Chen. No, we can't wait like this. If the result is decided over there and it is not favorable to us, then we will just sit and wait for death now. Luo Chen's eyes flickered, and finally nodded in agreement. What do you think? I want to go to the nearby to watch. If something goes wrong, I can make a decision as soon as possible whether to escape or defend. Then, go together. Wang Yuan flatly refused. You don't go. Don't underestimate me, I'm not good at fighting, but I'm still good at running away. Luo Chen smiled and set off. The speed he showed instantly shocked Wang Yuan. After all, this was a speed that even Miao Wen and Luo Xianhong had to look at. Under the night. In a messy cemetery, 2 figures came with the wind. Feeling the eerie ghostly aura, Luo Chen shuddered. Why don't you choose other viewing spots? Why do you have to come to this mass grave? Mass grave. The place where many casual cultivators who died tragically in Dahofang were buried. At first, some cultivators died and their relatives and friends buried them here. But over time, some people whose bodies were incomplete when they died were also thrown here. Especially later, the law enforcement team of Yuding Sword Pavilion often threw the bodies of cultivators produced in the Taoism discussion platform here. It was a way to deal with them, but also to deter them. This place is considered a major scenic spot on Dahofang. A place to rob cultivators. Among the advice given to Luo Chen by this headlong black market, the mass grave is the place that is most likely to be robbed. If you kill someone here, you don't even have to waste the fireball spell to scatter the ashes. Standing inside, Luo Chen can feel the cold breath that penetrates deep into his bones. A pair of spiritual eyes scanned and faintly saw many looming shadows. Ghosts? Moreover, Luo Chen could even feel the growing vitality from these ghosts. Logically speaking, the dead ghosts were mainly dead. But this strange vitality seemed to be temporarily given. I think it was the change brought about by the birth of the three ghost kings. Luo Chen thought so. Beside him, Wang Yuan was looking at the inner city area. In his eyes were the golden light and dark clouds that kept flashing in the night. He said, "The ghosts and spirits here are not very powerful, especially since I am a physical cultivator with extremely strong blood and ki. On the contrary, with the help of the changes in the ghosts and spirits here, I can judge the status of the three ghost kings." Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean by this?" "Any place where the ghost king is located is a ghost den. Although the ghost cultivators in it will be controlled by the ghost king, they can also be nourished and strengthened themselves. This is why the third-level ghost cultivators are called ghost kings. The one who controls a ghost den and controls the ghost cultivators in it is the king of ghosts." After understanding this truth, Luo Chen understood why Wang Yuan came here. Watching the battle, he couldn't see clearly from such a distance. But with the help of the changes in the mass grave, he could understand the changes in the battle situation from the side, which was a good method. Luo Chen praised him and walked to his side, looking at the inner city of Dahofang. The perfect spiritual eye technique allowed him to see farther and more clearly than Wang Yuan. With the blessing of the moonlight, even from such a distance, he could still see some hazy scenes. "You are worthy of being the sword cultivator with the best combat power among the same level. Being besieged by 4 people of the same level, you can actually hold on for so long." Luo Chen praised. Wang Yuan also nodded. "I think there is also the geographical advantage of fighting at home. Luofang Mountain is where Yuding Sword Pavilion has been operating for a long time. Its spiritual veins, buildings, and formations are more familiar to him than anyone else. In addition, with the help of 2 sects in building the foundation, Pang Rengshen is not alone. It's just..." Luo Chen thought of the group of Tianxingzi he saw on the way back. Since they dared to surround and kill Pang Rengshen, I'm afraid they have taken these things into consideration. Yuding Jian Xiu is still in a bad situation. Suddenly, Luo Chen's eyes focused. In Dahofang, a dazzling sword energy burst out like a dragon. The sword energy was layered, and the sound of the sword resounded for 1,000 miles. The whole night was torn apart by this sword. This move is the same one Pang Rengshen used in the afternoon. He tried his best. Almost at the same time, Luo Chen and Wang Yuan made the same judgment. The next moment, Wang Yuan and Luo Chen turned back at the same time. The ghosts and spirits that were originally thriving nearby seemed to be blown by the strong wind and paused. Then, they wilted. The cold and gloomy aura disappeared immediately. Everyone knew what this meant. The 3 ghost kings were gone. Wang Yuan whispered. Pang Rengshen tried his best and succeeded. "No, not yet." Luo Chen looked at Dahofang suddenly. He looked horrified and puzzled. Because there was an equally unparalleled red sword energy, from top to bottom, like a giant tripod, inserted into Luofang Mountain. Sword cultivator. How could there be another sword cultivator? And he's not helping Pang Rengshen. In his shock, the majestic sword energy fell with a bang. A roar of extreme anger spread in all directions when the sword energy fell. "It's you." After the roar, there was complete silence. Luo Chen and Wang Yuan looked at each other, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. Half a month had passed since the battle of the inner city's golden elixir. Such a long time was enough to wash away most of the fear in the hearts of the cultivators. And after the battle in the inner city, the treasures that might be left behind made those fears swept away by greed. Luo Chen led a group of masters from the Luoxianu battle hall and stood in the distance, looking at the ghostly city. Golden core cultivators come and go, and in the end, only casual cultivators are left. It's a ghost town. He sighed softly, watching 3 casual cultivators in the late stage of key refining enter the inner city together. "Which batch of people are entering the city?" Zhou Yuanli beside him said respectfully. In order to facilitate management, Yuding Sword Pavilion only set up 1 city gate. In the past half-month, this is the 17th batch of casual cultivators to enter the inner city. "What about the previous 16 groups?" Luo Chen asked. Zhou Yuanli shook his head, no response. With a frown, Luo Chen had a bad premonition in his heart. The 3 ghost kings were indeed killed by Pang Rengshen before he died. But after they died, their essence and ghost energy were almost all left in the inner city of Dahofang. These are 3 ghost kings comparable to golden cores. Normally, any one of them can easily destroy a city like Dahofang. Now the essence of the three ghost kings is all left inside, directly transforming this place into a ghost den. Now, it is simply forbidden for strangers to enter. Brother Wang is in seclusion, saying that he wants to perfect a method to avoid ghosts, so that he can go into the city to search for treasures. At present, my Luo Chen who has no high-end combat power to suppress it, which is a bit embarrassing. Luo Chen's eyes swept around, occasionally lingering on a few cultivators for a moment. Those are subordinates of the Foundation building forces. Now that the Yuding Sword Pavilion has been destroyed, the life and death of Miao Wen, the backer of Luo Chen, is unknown, and they have become dangerous again. The reason why several major Foundation building forces are still holding back is nothing more than fear of becoming the target of public criticism. They are afraid that the same Foundation building forces will take action, and they are also afraid that the Yuding Sword sect will send new cultivators to kill the chickens and scare the monkeys. But Luo Chen knows that such peace will be broken one day. He is absolutely unwilling to become a tool for others to make pills again. Therefore, he never thought of leaving Dahofang and reporting to the Yuding Sword sect alone. Pang Rengsheng is dead, why is he still eager to get close to him? It is a waste of time on the road, and there is no guarantee that he will have sufficient personal freedom after entering the Yuding Sword sect. In comparison, if you work hard on your own, as long as you work hard enough, your cultivation speed will not fall behind too much. The most important thing is that this is a choice that follows your heart. Just as Luo Chen was thinking, there was a sudden noise in front of him. He came to his senses and looked in the direction of the sound. In the inner city, a flickering spiritual light was struggling to move forward against the gloomy ghostly aura. After about a few breaths, the spiritual light in sight suddenly left the city. It's Mr. Chu. He's not dead. Not only that, the dozen or so key refining cultivators in Wanbao Tower are also fine. When the spiritual light appeared, it was a flying boat. The leader was clearly the master of Wanbao Tower, Mr. Chu, who was very familiar to Luo Chen and other casual cultivators. As soon as he left the city, Mr. Chu waved his hand. On the flying boat, 7 key refining cultivators were swept down. I have done my best, and our fate ends here. As soon as the words fell, the spiritual light of the flying boat reappeared, and in an instant it turned into a stream of light and flew to the horizon. At the same time, several beams of light flew out from other areas outside Dahofang, chasing after Old Chu. It seems that the leaders of several major Foundation building forces went to Old Chu to ask about the situation in the inner city. Luo Chen didn't have the face to do so, but there was someone in front of him to ask. With a wave of his hand, Sima Xian led his men out of the crowd and headed straight for the 7 cultivators left behind by Old Chu. They all knew that these 7 were not cultivators from the Xianfan City sect, but local cultivators hired by the Wanbao building, a subordinate store of Xianfan City. Among the 7 people, there were 5 women and 2 men. Soon, Sima Xian brought back a male cultivator for Luo Chen with his 9th level of key refining and a group of Warhol cultivators. I ask, you answer. Without the protection of Wanbao building, the male cultivators no longer had the power to bully others. He turned pale and nodded quickly. Name. Li Wanchen. How much do you know about the battle in the inner city? Nothing. Senior, I really don't know. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he was called a senior. Of course, this was not the point. He wondered, how did you survive if you don't know anything? Li Wanchen said aggrievedly, I only know that there were no customers in the store at that time, and a strong pressure swept down, and I fell into coma. When I woke up, the formation of Wanbao Tower had been activated. It lasted for half a month before Mr. Chu brought us out. You guys. Luo Chen's heart moved. Yes, several disciples of Wanbao Tower, plus several local cultivators, all came out alive. No injuries at all. After a few questions in a row, Li Wanchen's mind had stabilized a lot. He nodded quickly and said, it's really nothing serious. There are many treasures in the building, and there is a large formation to protect it. In addition, Mr. Chu is experienced and takes care of us. It's true that I didn't get hurt. It's just... Huh? He smiled bitterly. It's just that Mr. Chu said that the Wanbao building in Dahofang may not be able to be restarted in a short time, so he fired us. Luo Chen frowned, thinking it was some important information. Just when he was depressed, there was another noise in front. Looking up, 4 graceful figures slowly moved forward in the gloomy ghost cave. Someone came out again. Luo Chen cheered up, hoping to find out some news from this group of people. However, the result disappointed him. The 4 pretty figures turned into spiritual light and disappeared as soon as they left the city. Only a domineering figure was left. He didn't even look at the many cultivators outside. He snorted coldly and drove the colorful clouds away into the sky. After he left, the depressing atmosphere became active again. Is it Senior Hua from Xiangxiang Tower? That should be him. Why didn't I see any other female cultivators from Xiangxiang Tower? Yes, why didn't I see any of them? Hiss, didn't they all die in there? The last sentence was mixed in with many discussions and then pushed to the center of the discussion. Everyone had to admit that the most bustling den of brothel in Daohofang was likely to be wiped out except for the foundation building cultivator. The 4 charming and seductive figures just now were not real people, but rather looked like a magic weapon or a magic weapon. Only the foundation building cultivator surnamed Hua came out. It's chilling to think that so many beautiful and lovely female cultivators died in the ghost town. This senior, is he too? Be careful with your words. Foundation building cultivators are not something we can discuss. Even though the discussion was quiet, the grief on everyone's faces could not be concealed. Especially in the afternoon, when the monks of the Divine Talisman Pavilion, the Lingyi Yuanzhe, the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion and the Beikeodang came out one after another, everyone had to accept the outcome of the Xiangxiang Tower being almost completely wiped out. Even the Lingyi Yuanzhe, which had always treated its own monks harshly, took out 2 local casual cultivators. It can be seen how cold and indifferent the foundation building cultivator, surnamed Hua in the Xiangxiang Tower was. It doesn't make sense that other shops in the upper sects can protect their own helpers, but the Xiangxiang Tower of the Huan sect can't do it. Not to mention the local casual cultivators, there is also a female disciple of the Huan sect who came to the Xiangxiang Tower with the foundation building cultivator surnamed Hua, but she is nowhere to be seen. Among the crowd, Luo Chen respectfully walked to an old man. Hello, Senior Liu. It's Xiao Luo, I still like you to call me shopkeeper. Liu Heke stroked his beard and smiled. Luo Chen nodded. Shopkeeper Liu, I want to ask, bye. Sorry, she is from Beikeodang, I was at the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion at the time. And Beikeodang. Following Liu Heke's regretful gaze, Luo Chen turned his head to look. There was no one beside the foundation building cultivator of Beikeodang. The new foundation building cultivator was just as cold and indifferent as the one from Xiangxiang Lao, and did not protect anyone from Beikeodang. He opened his mouth, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say. In his heart, a feeling of emptiness filled his whole body. Alice. See you again in the future. Liu Heke patted Luo Chen on the shoulder, called several disciples of Yao Wang sect, and drove the flying boat away from Daohofang. After he left, Luo Chen looked at the ghostly city in front of him. Sadness appeared in his eyes. When disaster strikes, others cannot be relied on after all. He understands this truth, and many people understand it. But a friend died in the ghost town, which made it difficult for him to accept even though he had been mentally prepared. Zhou Yuanli didn't know the relationship between Bai Miling and Luo Chen and others. He walked up and whispered, Li Wanchen has agreed to join Luo Xianhu. Lingyao Pavilion and Beikeodang have also left a few local cultivators. Do you want to recruit them? You decide. Luo Chen waved his hand uninterested. In his mind, he recalled the scenes of every time he went to Beikeodang. That chirping, lively and lovely female cultivator was gone. Although sometimes, she would be like other female cultivators who worked in the shops of large sects, with inexplicable pride. But after getting familiar with her, her heart was still very good. Usually, when he went to buy herbs, she would find some good goods for him. The last time Ken Liangchen reattached his broken limbs, Bai Miling did her best to choose the best herbs for each one. For this, she seemed to have been punished. Feng Xia told him this quietly later. Luo Chen had always felt guilty and wanted to take time to treat Bai Miling to a good meal to express his gratitude. But now, there was no chance. Taoist Li Wanchen, since you are good at casting magic tools, why don't you join my Duan family and show your strengths? This loud and casual recruiting voice came to his ears. Luo Chen turned around suddenly. Chapter 161 Only Fight. The Duan family of Daohofang. With a history of 300 years, it is said that the first generation of ancestors was not from this area. Instead, they rose to prominence at the end of the War of Opening Up. They learned some basic knowledge of casting from the monks of Xianfan City by making friends with them. After years of exploration and research, they finally became independent. Feeling that the competition in the inner area was fierce, the ancestor of the Duan family came to Daohofang, which had just been established at that time, more than 200 years ago, and occupied the spiritual land here to open up the family. It has been passed down to the present, and nearly a dozen generations of clansmen have passed. The current patriarch of the family is of a high generation, and it is said that he is a third-generation clansman. However, none of this matters. The important thing is that they are competing with Luo Chen for people. Li Wanchen, who came from Wanbao Lao, is not a handyman who welcomes and sends people. Instead, he is a helper in Wanbao Lao who assists the disciples of Xianfan Cheng in forging magic tools. Although he has no personal style in casting magic tools, he can be said to be familiar with it. Who knows, he also learned something real from the disciples of Xianfan Cheng. Luo Chen wanted to recruit such a talent into Luo Tianwei and assign him to Duanfeng. Luo Chen had always wanted to do the magic weapon business. But he had to suffer from the fact that only Duanfeng and Luo Tianwei understood it, so he couldn't expand it. But if Li Wanchen joined, at least he could open up the situation a little. Establishing a casting hall, with the many magic weapons confiscated in many wars, can fully support the initial business. Unfortunately, the Duan family also had the same idea as him. When Luo Chen looked over with his hawk-like eyes, the Duan family cultivator who was talking and offering many preferential conditions could not help but stiffen all over. That man was also a cultivator in the late stage of key refining, although his realm was lower than Luo Chen. But relying on the reputation of the family cultivator, he did not feel inferior. Realizing his embarrassment, he immediately became ashamed and angry. What are you looking at? It is your freedom to choose where to go. Besides, our Duan family is good at casting magic tools. This is a well-known fact. It should be the best place for Li Daoyao. If you are not comfortable, you can offer better conditions to recruit him. He said it with confidence, and even became complacent later. The monks of Luo Xian who were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to argue with him. After all, Li Wanchen had already agreed to join Luo Xianhu. Don't move. Luo Chen stopped the Luo Xianhu people. He stood in place and his eyes fell on Li Wanchen who was in a dilemma. Whether to go or not, Li Daoyao can decide for yourself. Our Luo Xianhu will never bully others by taking advantage of our power. Li Wanchen stood in the middle of the two sides and felt his scalp tingling. The past half-month in the inner city was the most difficult time in history. I didn't know what would happen every day. The ghostly scene outside the building gave him a huge shock. At that time, he was thinking that as long as he could get out alive, there would never be a worse situation than this. After coming out, he was abandoned by Mr. Chu and stayed in Daohofang. He was very disappointed. But in a flash, he was invited to join Luo Xianhu. This made him feel better. At least, he had a place to stay. He never expected that the famous Duan family would also invite him. This is probably a blessing in disguise. This was his previous thought. Being robbed by two forces is really a happy trouble. However, when Luo Chen, the leader of Luo Xianhu, told him to make his own choice, he actually felt a little cold. In the short term, joining the Duan family is undoubtedly the best. They are good at casting and can maximize his lifelong learning. But there are also disadvantages. There are many casting talents in the Duan family, and they may not be reused when they go there. Therefore, in the long run, Luo Xianhu is undoubtedly a better choice. Going to Luo Xianhu, he may have the opportunity to get rid of the low status of the previous helper and stand on his own in Luo Xianhu. Li Wanchen is not a short-sighted person. So, he chose thanks to President Luo Chen for his attention, but I want to go to the Duan family more. Very good, I respect your idea. Luo Chen smiled but didn't smile, leaving this sentence, and took people away. Seeing this, Li Wanchen couldn't help but sigh. After all, he still offended this lord. The Duan family cultivator next to him sneered, "You really think you are a person, but you are just a key refining and loose cultivation force. Our Duan family is a big force with foundation building true cultivation." Li Wanchen nodded in agreement. He didn't care about the short term or long term. He only knew that a force without the suppression of foundation building true cultivation would never go far. In Daohofang, in addition to the industries of the 5 major sects, there are many other shops. Among them, There are shops of the other 6 sects in Yuding domain. But in the end, only the 5 major shops were able to walk out of the ghost town alive. There is no other reason, just because there are foundation building true cultivators in these 5 shops. He saw it very thoroughly, so he chose the Duan family. As for whether he would offend Luo Chen, he didn't care much after joining the Duan family. He had lived in Wanbao Tower for a long time, and he didn't care about ordinary casual cultivators at all. Not to mention Luo Chen, he didn't even take Luo Xianhu seriously before. The Duan family is the one that good birds choose to live in. Luo Chen naturally knew the reason behind Li Wanchen's choice. He said he respected them, but his heart was cold. The lack of foundation building cultivation was the biggest shortcoming of Luo Xianhu. Therefore, in the competition for talents, it would be at a great disadvantage compared to other forces. He didn't stay there for long just now, because he knew that even if Luo Xianhu gave the best conditions, the cultivators who came out alive from the inner city would wisely choose other forces. It's not just the competition for talents, I'm afraid other things will also expose problems. Luo Chen, who felt free and relaxed after Pang Rengsheng's death. Now his heart became heavy again. I'm afraid the days ahead will not be easy. But no matter how difficult the days are, we must persist and there is no reason to give up easily. After returning to Luo Xianhu, Luo Chen called everyone to a meeting. There were only a few participants, only Murin Qinglian, Gu Kai, and Duan Feng who represented the war hall. The inner city has become a ghost den, and the cultivators of the major sects have also evacuated one after another. At least they will not come back in the short term. After throwing out this news, Luo Chen left enough time for the 3 people to digest it. Watching the 3 people from shock, to heated discussions, and finally becoming worried, Luo Chen spoke again. In the short term, I will definitely not give up Luo Xianhu. As long as it can continue to operate, even if Daofang declines, we can survive in other markets. At least we will not become a lonely family. That's the truth. Murin Qinglian nodded in agreement. It's difficult to succeed alone. Any casual cultivator who builds his foundation, without a chance to defy the heavens, basically relies on various forces to successfully build his foundation. This is the experience summed up by casual cultivators over the years. Apart from other things, the 2 casual cultivators in Daofang, Mi Shuhe and Wang Heichao, who built their foundations, relied on the Pashangang and the Daijiangang to successfully build their foundations. Holding together for warmth is not a joke. Only by relying on a force can we collect enough comprehensive cultivation resources and continue to climb the cultivation level. Moreover, with a force to rely on, we don't have to worry about sudden robbery and killing in many cases. Seeing Gu Kai and even Duan Feng nodded in agreement, Luo Chen talked about the situation that Luo Xianhu was about to face. The small forces were ready to move, and the big forces might suppress them. He analyzed it clearly, broke it apart, and told the 3 people. After listening, the 3 people were more worried, but they did not propose to disband Luo Xianhu and go their separate ways. Luo Chen looked at the 3 people with relief. It was worth it for him to treat them sincerely. At least everyone's hearts were still united. Therefore, the following things were much easier to talk about. The current situation is very dangerous, but it is also the biggest opportunity. Strong independent cultivators are still confident that they can cross the wilderness and go to other markets to survive. But weak independent cultivators can only stay in Daofang. Besides, only the inner city is destroyed here. Everyone agreed with this statement. Although Daofang is mainly in the inner city, after years of operation, the outer city area also has its own ecosystem. In fact, because there are many independent cultivators in the outer city area, this ecosystem is even more extensive. Don't you see that the Pashangang was originally in the outer city area and operated many industries? The 5 major black markets in the past were all arranged in the outer city area. If the rich resources in the mountains are added, perhaps some independent cultivators with high realms will not easily leave their hometowns where they have worked hard for many years. In this case, the departure of the spiritual medicine pavilion has left a huge vacuum in the pill market. If we can grasp it, Luo Xianhu will definitely make a lot of money. Gu Kai frowned and said, but without the supply of medicinal materials from Baikeodang, can you still refine the jade marrow pill stably? Without Baikeodang, there's Lianian Merchant Alliance. Luo Chen said lightly. Murin Qinglian was startled, and then reacted. Indeed, In terms of raw materials for medicinal materials, Lion Merchant Alliance is not weaker than Baekeodang. After all, Baekeodang is just a force from the outside world, while Lion Merchant Alliance is a local force that has been operating for a long time. Gu Kai asked cautiously, will they do business with us? As soon as this was said, everyone looked at each other. Luo Chen looked at Gu Kai with appreciation. This was the crux of the problem. He silently held an object with his spiritual power and flew it to the center. What is this? Duanfeng raised his eyebrows. He felt a sharp sword intent from the small sword. This is actually a top-grade magic weapon. Luo Chen said softly, the elder of the Jading Sword sect, the Golden Pill Master Pang Rengshan, gave me a token. Seeing this thing is like seeing him in person. But he is dead. But the Jading Sword sect is still alive. Luo Chen looked around at everyone and smiled. Others don't know the relationship between me and the Jading Sword sect, so there is a lot to do here. Duanfeng hesitated and said, President, do you mean that we are fake? No, it's a fox pretending to be a tiger. Murin Kinglian said decisively, and his eyes also looked at Luo Chen. The other party nodded and smiled. Standing up, Luo Chen put his hands behind his back and paced. As he walked, he said, my relationship with the Jading Sword sect has always been unclear. Before, Miao Wen cooperated with me and wanted to make money with my alchemy, and warned those major forces. Later, I asked Yuding's true disciple Luo Xianhong to personally take action to reconnect Brotherkin's broken limbs. These can't be hidden from others. Especially in the eyes of those who are interested, my relationship with the Jading Sword sect is very deep. Listening to these words, the heads of the three halls all showed thoughtful expressions. The experienced Murin Kinglian seemed to have realized something. No wonder half a month has passed since the battle. Other foundation-building forces can't hold back. If it had been the same way before, I'm afraid they would have coveted your alchemy skills long ago. Gu Kai suddenly realized, are they afraid of your relationship with the Jading Sword sect? Yes. Luo Chen stopped and looked deep. But if we keep silent like this, sooner or later someone will be unable to hold back. So, we have to take the initiative. As long as we can reach in-depth cooperation with a few companies, then no matter if they have backers or not, they will not easily destroy the original cooperative relationship. And this token left by Master Jinden is the best stepping stone. On the Lankang River, a large ship hundreds of feet long was docked on the shore. The turbulent river water rushed over and hid it, but the ship remained motionless. Luo Chen, accompanied by the monks of the Daijiang gang, stepped onto the deck. A figure stood at the bow, facing the breeze, and did not look back. This ship was customized by me for Xianfen City. The main material is the bones of dragon whales, supplemented by a variety of water-attributed monster materials. Luo Chen, what do you think of this ship? Luo Chen walked forward step by step. With his eyesight, he could of course see the grade of this ship. The grade is only low grade, but the power is enough to surpass most of the high-grade magic tools. Wang Heichao turned his head and looked at him. You have a good eye. It is because my Daijiang gang has such a ship that we can travel across the Lankang River and many waters of Yuding. Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth. Isn't this nonsense? Who can have such a large-scale low-grade magic weapon? Ordinary first-level monsters can't cause fundamental damage to it. Perhaps he also knows that such an opening remark is meaningless. Wang Heichao changed the subject. To be honest, I am really a little surprised that you dare to come to see me alone. After the battle in Xiao Valley, two foundation-building true cultivators came later. They were Wang Heichao and Elder Zhou of Lian Merchant Alliance. Their intentions of rushing here were very obvious. It was nothing more than snatching the resources of the second pill hall and, most importantly, controlling Luo Chen. Now that Luo Chen came in person, how could he not be surprised? Luo Chen chuckled and took out the small sword magic weapon. What is this? Wang Heichao was puzzled. Elder Pang's token, you haven't seen it before. Luo Chen looked at the other party with a smile. Wang Heichao's face changed slightly, but he was still confused. Luo Chen ignored him and put the small sword into his storage bag. He leaned on the railing and said straight to the point, I came here to restart the cooperation between the two sides and stabilize the jade business. Boss Wang, what do you think? Wang Heichao frowned and avoided talking about this business. It seems that you have a close relationship with the Jading Sword sect. Then let me ask you, after such a big event in Daohofang, why hasn't Jading Sword sect come back? Luo Chen's face remained unchanged and said lightly, "Those who should come back will always come back. You don't think that Yuding Sword sect will be indifferent to the loss of a giant elder and two foundation-building true cultivators, right?" Hearing this, Wang Hao raised his eyebrows. No sect will ignore the fall of a giant. Especially, it was ambushed and killed by someone, and even a large market was destroyed. Boss Wang, you have to understand one thing. Big sects are different from small sects like us. They have a lot to consider, so it's normal for them to move slowly. For example, the death of the late foundation-building cultivator in Aleo Mountain, the Yuding Sword sect waited for more than half a year to deal with this matter. And judging from how much they value it, they directly sent a giant cultivator, which shows that they are willing to act with thunder and lightning. The same goes for the Daofang tragedy, which is 10 times or 100 times worse than Fei Bowen's case. The one who comes by then may not be as simple as a giant master. After saying this, Luo Chen paused. He looked at the scene of birds carrying fish in the vast river and smiled. Originally, I should have accompanied Elder Pang and Deacon Miao back to the Yuding Sword sect. But something happened, so I can only stay. When the Yuding Sword sect cultivators come back, I will tell them all the big and small things here. Well, including the movements of the major local forces at that time, and many future actions. Wang Hao's heart sank. Are you threatening me? Luo Chen shook his head quickly. How dare I? I just want to do business with you and make a fortune together. Besides, you are not the only one doing jade washing business in Daofang. But I came to you because we have cooperated many times before. Boss Wang, I still admire you very much. Wang Hao's face gradually softened. Luo Chen's words really gave him a bottom line. In fact, the major foundation-building cultivators in Daofang have met many times during this period. They are all guessing the reaction of Yuding Sword sect and the possible accountability. With Luo Chen, who has a close relationship with the Sword sect, he has a lot of room for maneuver. It's just a jade washing business, I agreed. Then everything will remain the same. As usual. In that case, I'll take my leave. Let the people below take care of the follow-up matters. Luo Chen bowed and left calmly. Wang Hao stood on the deck, his eyes following his back. Until Luo Chen disappeared in the vast crowd. Returning to the guards of Zhou Yuanli and others, Luo Chen finally let out a long breath. I don't know when, cold sweat oozed out of his back. Sure enough, dealing with foundation-building cultivators is too dangerous. Only he has the means of paying Rengshen's token, otherwise many things can't be put on the table. The Daijiang gang has negotiated here, and the other few families have to go there. Once these things are settled, I can really calm down to practice alchemy and sprint to the great perfection of the key refining stage. I hope everything goes well. Luo Chen sighed. He is a person who tends to be stable, whether in his previous life or this life. But unfortunately, many things are not subject to human will. At first, he just wanted to refine some Zongmiao pills to satisfy his own practice, but Mi Shuhe forced him to be the master of the Dan Hall. Later, I thought, since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. Relying on the Pashan gang to refine pills to brush up my proficiency, and getting some wool when I have nothing to do, it can also be regarded as a way of practice. But Mi Shuhe returned from an expedition to the ruins with serious injuries, which broke this peaceful life. He wanted to run away and planned to get some funds before leaving, but the siege of the 5 major forces changed everything. Well, the Pashan gang is gone. With Miao Wen, the foundation-building master of the sect, his stage can be even bigger. However, before Miao Wen even got the first month's dividend, Luo Chen was spotted by Pang Rengshen. Of course, Luo Chen did not expect Pang Rengshen to be beaten and killed. He had packed his bags, said goodbye to his friends, and even arranged various follow-ups for Luo Xianhu, a small force he had founded. In the end, all the expressions were in vain. Although the 3 people who wanted to use me did not end well. But I'm still tired of the feeling of being helpless. Since I'm here, I won't be able to settle down. Luo Chen walked on the rebuilt Qingjiang Street, looking at the independent cultivators coming and going. Their faces did not show the sadness of the destruction of the inner city of Daofang. Instead, some of them had hope for the future. Without the Jade Tripod Sword Pavilion and the sect shops, it seemed not so miserable. The major local forces would still purchase the resources collected by the independent cultivators, and the prices they offered were higher than before. Bartering between each other and the frequent black market were more active than before. It is not so easy to practice in a stable way. Only by fighting, only by working hard, and only by fighting can there be a glimmer of hope. Luo Chen no longer pinned his hopes on hope. Taking advantage of the vacuum period of the cultivators in the sect of Daofang, he would seize the opportunity and fight for a space for himself. Chapter 162, A Place of Spiritual Abundance, A Different Time. The battle between the giant and monks in Daofang turned the inner city, which was originally the most prosperous, into a ghost town. Thousands of monks were buried there, which was indeed a tragedy. But for the other surviving cultivators, it was indeed a great opportunity. Most of those who can live in the inner city are people with high realms and wealthy families. Such people, in addition to having a skill, often run industries in the outer city or the ancient mountains. After their death, these resources were vacated. Countless people began to compete for these things. Moreover, the most important opportunity is not here. Spiritual energy. As time went on, the cultivators found that the spiritual energy near Daofang was becoming more and more dense. Its concentration was almost no less than that of renting an ordinary house in the inner city. This strange change surprised everyone. According to a cultivator from a certain family, the elders in the family judged that the spiritual energy barrier formation set up by the Jading Sword sect was destroyed, which led to the unbridled release of the first-level spiritual veins in Luifang Mountain. Thus, 1,000 miles of area was created, all of which were spiritually prosperous. Such a judgment is highly credible, because it is rumored that most of the holy places of the sects have such a concentration of spiritual energy. The powerful people of the sect will confine the high-level spiritual veins to form an environment suitable for high-level cultivators to practice. However, for the first-level spiritual veins, they are often not confined, but released to provide low-level disciples with practice. The first-level spiritual vein in Daofang covers a very wide area and has a strong spiritual foundation. If it were in the sect, I am afraid it would also be released. Unfortunately, this is not the place of the sect, but a place where scattered cultivators gather. Therefore, the Jading Sword cultivator used a formation to confine and block it and trapped it in the inner city. Now that the blocking formation was destroyed by a war, the rich spiritual energy of this spiritual vein was finally enjoyed by all the powerless scattered cultivators. Because of this change, some cultivators in the late stage of key refining who originally planned to leave Daofang also stayed. Where can I find a place with abundant spiritual energy without spending money? Millions of mountains in the East Wilderness? No one is a fool. In addition to daily activities, everyone is seizing the time to practice. Because everyone knows that when the sword cultivators of the Jading Sword sect come back, they will definitely confine the huge spiritual energy again. By then, they will have to spend spirit stones to enjoy this benefit. Luo Chen is also one of those who seizes the time to practice. He spent several days and finally negotiated the business of medicinal material supply with Elder Zhou of the Lianian Business Alliance. In this way, the Luo Chen who can restart the refining of the Zongmiao Pill. After dealing with these trivial matters, Luo Chen's practice time has become regular. In the cave, Luo Chen walked out of the copper furnace naked. While replacing the spirit stones for the spirit gathering array, he sighed. Fortunately, I purchased a large number of resources before, so I don't have to worry about the supply of practice resources in the short term. He had 2 large-scale resource purchases before. One was after Pang Rangsheng arrived, Daofang fell into chaos. He was afraid that the prices of various things would rise, so he spent 5,000 spirit stones to buy a large number of resources. The other time was to plan to run away. Once he ran from the underground mine to Chang'an Mountain and fell into the deep mountains and swamps. Safety and cultivation were the most important things. Therefore, he spent thousands of spirit stones to buy many things such as Huachendan, and Xiangxiang, Pianlingai, etc. Later, after reaching a cooperation with Miao Wen, these stockpiled resources were not consumed too much. Now that the sect industries such as Lingai Ao Pavilion have left, others may worry about cultivation resources, but he doesn't have to worry at all. These resources should be enough to support my cultivation for half a year. In half a year, order will be restored, and the people of Jading Sword sect should be back. Daofang is very important. This is the information collected by Luo Chen from many people, and he deduced it. Whether it is the establishment of the Taoism platform, the resources of the Million Mountains, or the geographical advantage of the bridgehead. These are the reasons why Jading Sword sect values this place very much. Especially when he learned from Sima Xian that Daofang is very likely to be built as a fairy city model, he became more certain of his inference. Yuding Sword Sect will never give up Daofang. As for the half-year time, Luo Chen estimated it based on the time it took the Jading Sword Sect to react to Fei Bowen's death. Regardless of the time it took the sect to make a decision or the time it took to get here, half a year is a very suitable number. But these have little to do with me at the moment. Everything was ready, and the surging blood in his body was enough to support him to practice Chong Chun Gong many times. I have been practicing Mingxin Posha for a long time. In addition to tempering my will, it also has a slight benefit to my soul. With the increase in my physical strength, I can now practice Chong Chun Gong 4 times a day at full strength, even without the ancient incense. If you add the 5 times of ancient incense, then it will be 9 times. 9 times of full strength, half an hour each time, means at least 5 hours. In between, you still have to stop and rest. It takes so much time to practice the life skills every day. If it were in the past, Luo Chen would only feel that there was not enough time. Because at that time, he still had many spells to practice. But now, most of the spells have been perfected. The only thing that needs to be paid attention to is the optimization of the fireball technique, as well as the earth mountain technique and the wave technique. The former is his strongest trump card at the moment, while the latter two are preparing for the second-level spell landslide. With this calculation, the time is barely enough after refining the elixir. Luo Chen smiled slightly, took out a jade bottle from the storage bag, and poured out a pill. The color was green and the smell was elegant. It was the spirit pill from Miao Wen. Seeing the pill reminded him of Miao Wen. Luo Chen couldn't help laughing. This guy is really miserable. He came forward to protect Ziyai Valley, gave him the top-grade formation, the small 5 elements formation, and helped to ask Luo Xianhong to treat Qin Liangchen. In the end, he didn't even get the dividends of Luo Xianhu for 1 month. If these 5 bottles of spirit pills are added, the other party is really losing money. If he loses money, then I will make a lot of money. However, this pill is of the 2nd level, and I still need to use the Sukes in hand to decompose it. Luo Chen gathered his mind, pinched his right hand with one hand, and a trace of light green spiritual power emerged. The green pill in the air was stimulated and spun around. Suddenly, the outermost layer of the damp skin cracked, and a stream of medicinal liquid oozed out. Is this the semi-finished spiritual fruit that Pang Rengshen mentioned? I don't know what kind of strange spiritual fruit the main ingredient is, but it can actually melt the medicinal power into the fruit. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Chen raised his head and opened his mouth, gently inhaling. The stream of medicinal liquid, like the nectar from the sky, flowed down and fell into Luo Chen's mouth. 1/10, almost done. He pinched his fingers again with one hand, and the light blue spiritual power thread wrapped the remaining spirit pill layer by layer, preventing its excess medicinal power from evaporating out of thin air. This is the magic of the Sukes in hand. It can decompose various herbal medicinal materials and seal some of the medicinal power. It is very useful in alchemy. Unexpectedly, it also works for the semi-finished spiritual fruit pill. This spirit pill was packaged separately. With the help of the tranquilizing incense and moonlight grass, Luo Chen fell into a deep level of cultivation. The whole person was like a big tree, motionless. About half an hour later, Luo Chen opened his eyes, his face showing joy. Mi Shuhe is not lying to me. Mi Shuhe said that the spirit pill refined by the Medicine King sect has an excellent auxiliary effect on purifying spiritual power. Its magical effect is no less than the complete version of the sect's skills. Now it seems that the other party may have underestimated the effect of the spirit pill. Just when he was practicing Chong Chun Gong just now, he felt that the spiritual energy he absorbed was quickly purified to the extreme by the medicinal power of the spirit pill after being converted into spiritual power. The speed was so fast that even Luo Chen had never expected it. If it was said that before, the speed of ordinary casual cultivators to purify spiritual power was 1, the purification speed of the great perfection Chong Chun Gong was about 5. Then, with the blessing of the spirit pill's medicinal power, Luo Chen's purification speed was surprisingly 10. Moreover, this speed is not as simple as just doubling. The purification effect of the great perfection Chong Chun Gong will only occur when the skills are practiced. But it only takes half an hour to practice Chong Chun Gong once. It also involves capturing external spiritual energy, drawing it into the body, absorbing and refining it, and finally purifying it. In other words, Luo Chen only has 7 or 8 minutes to purify it. This amount of time is not enough to purify all the spiritual energy captured. He can only keep the excess in his body and passively compress and transform it. After practicing many times, a lot of spiritual power that has not been purified will accumulate in the body. Only after reaching the limit will Chong Chun Gong take care of it. But now, the speed has doubled. In other words, more spiritual power can be purified in a limited time. Just now, all the spiritual energy I absorbed was transformed, and there is still some left. This is just normal practice. If I swallow the pill and refine it with Chong Chun Gong, can't I purify more? Do it as you think. After a short rest, Luo Chen took out a dust-transforming pill and swallowed it into his stomach. With the help of the remaining spirit pill power, Luo Chen practiced again. The sky was dawning and the morning mist dissipated. Luo Chen flew out of the spirit bane cave with a happy face. His cultivation speed, with the help of the spirit pill, almost doubled. If he had enough spirit pills, the 5 or 6 years he had estimated to reach the great perfection of key refining could be shortened again. The premise is that there are enough. Luo Chen's joy gradually subsided. Spirit pills are not as easy to obtain as ordinary pills. Even when the spirit medicine pavilion was there was no such thing on the shelves. Only at auctions, some would occasionally appear. I have 4 bottles of spirit pills, 40 pills, 1/10 at a time. In other words, it is barely enough for me to practice for about 400 days. I still lack a lot of spirit pills. Then where can I get them? Wang Yuan had a bottle in his hand, which he gave away, so he was naturally embarrassed to ask for it back. Moreover, he did not lack spirit pills in the short term. In the long run, he did not lack 1 or 2 bottles. Therefore, he needed to find a relatively stable channel to buy. Stable. When the order of Dahofeng was still there was no stable spirit pill. So, we have to fall on the channel that has this thing. Luo Chen's eyes flickered, and he had some plans in his mind. Since we have decided to fight and no longer go with the flow, we must consider some things in the long run. Not only the spirit pill, but also other things. In the Luo Chen Club, a conversation was going on slowly while the abacus was being tapped. At present, there are very few cultivators in the early stage of key refining in the club, and the monthly expenditure is only 80 low-grade spirit stones. In the Dan Hall, there are a total of 30 cultivators in the middle stage of key refining. According to their respective positions and contributions, the salary standard fluctuates between 50 spirit stones. The monthly salary expenditure is 1,500. In the Battle Hall, it is mainly composed of cultivators at the 7th and 8th levels of key refining, supplemented by a small number of middle-stage elites. Their salary standard is also set by you, Luo Chen, at 100 per month. Therefore, the expenditure is 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. The number of people in the Gold Hall and the Honor Hall is relatively small, and their realm is slightly lower. Last month, they spent 1,000 spirit stones. Hearing this, Luo Chen's eyebrows moved slightly. He raised his hand, and Murin Kinglian stopped fiddling with the abacus. In fact, with the intelligence of the cultivators, there is no need for an abacus at all. But it involves many inputs and outputs, and it has to be combined with the account book and the abacus to make it clear and easy to understand. The treatment of the Jintang should be raised in the future. Murin Kinglian was surprised, but since it was Luo Chen's decision, she no longer questioned it. In fact, she didn't agree with the salary standard that Luo Chen set for the monks and the association. It's not too low, but too high. The late monks almost all have a salary of 100 yuan a month. You have to know that the shops of the big sects used to only have 60 or 70 spirit stones a month. Considering that the war hall involves life and death, it doesn't matter if it is raised a little, but 100 spirit stones a month is still too high. But during this period, some talents of small forces were poached by major families in the Daijiang gang, while few people left the Luo Chen society. She deeply realized how wise it was to give a high salary by Luo Chen. Without a high salary, the Luo Chen society would gradually fall apart even if there were no external enemies. How could there be such a good day for the two of them to sit peacefully, drink tea and settle accounts? Reality is very bleak. The early and middle stage cultivators have no choice, but the late stage cultivators have more choices. Those old men from the Pashan gang are not like Murin Kinglian and Zheng Wen. In addition to their interests, they also have a very deep friendship with Luo Chen. Just like Luo Chen from Wanbao Tower, many people want to recruit him. Go on. Luo Chen poured a cup of tea, blew the hot air, and sipped it into his mouth. At present, there are 9 cultivators of the 9th level of key refining in Luoxianhu, except Luo Chen and Wang Yuan. Among these 9 people, they basically hold important positions in various halls. Therefore, their salary once reached 300 spirit stones a month, which is another huge expense. In addition, the salary of Kieni is 500 spirit stones a month. Finally, there is the cost of raw materials, and we have to spend 2,500 every month. After a crackling calculation, Murin Kinglian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He calculated the final figure for Luo Chen. Last month, a total of 11,700 spiritual stones were spent. This huge number, if taken out, would be enough to make any casual cultivator excited, angry, or even murderous. But Luo Chen could already face it calmly. He asked, how many spiritual stones are currently on the account of the association? 26,000 spiritual stones. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Why is there so much more? In his calculation, there shouldn't be so many, at least half of it should be cut. Murin Kinglian stroked her drooping hair and smiled. You forgot that there was a batch of medium-grade jade marrow pills that you refined when you were still in the Pashan gang. For that batch, we don't need to bear any cost, it's pure profit. Haha, I forgot about this. Luo Chen remembered that during the battle in Xiao Valley, he specially collected that batch of jade marrow pills. After careful calculation, that batch of pills is worth at least 15,000. If the free 15,000 is deducted, the Luo Chen Club can still make a surplus of about 11,000 spirit stones after a normal month of operation and all expenses. How are you going to pay the salary of Wang Yuan? Facing this question, Luo Chen had already prepared a plan in his mind. He said without hesitation, 3,000. So high. Murin Kinglian was surprised, and her throat felt dry. This is almost the same as the foundation building period offerings of small sects, right? He deserves this treatment. The decisive tone made Murin Kinglian stunned. She remembered what Lao Qin said, that in the battle to wipe out the Fu family, Wang Yuan broke the formation alone. Finally, she nodded. Then let's follow the standard of 3,000 foundation building period offerings. She lowered her head and recorded this amount in the account book. Luo Chen looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel excited. Everything was going in a good direction. After running the Luo Chen Club for a month, he, as the president, could make a net of 8,000 low-grade spirit stones a month. This benefit was really huge. If you tell anyone about it, it will be enough to make all the key refining stage casual cultivators, and even the foundation establishment cultivators jealous. But in fact, this is a very normal income. The products are all medium-grade jade marrow pills, which are sold to the public for 50 spirit stones per bottle, and the gross profit is more than 20,000 every month. He doesn't have to share the profits with others now. If he shares half of the profits according to the cooperation terms reached between Miao Wen and him, he still has to pay out 4,000. Although 4,000 low-grade spirit stones per month has doubled or tripled compared to the Pashangang period. But it is still too little and not worthy of his status as an alchemist. 8,000, no more, no less, very reasonable. Luo Chen did not take away all the spirit stones on the account. He left the 15,000 spirit stones as the working capital of Luo Xianhu, and only took the normal 8,000 income for this month. After receiving this batch of spirit stones from Murin Kinglian, Luo Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had already accumulated a considerable fortune, and with a contribution of Gaotingyuan storage bag, plus this amount of spirit stones, his wealth has skyrocketed to 20,000 yuan. If this amount of spiritual stones is in the hands of a foundation building cultivator, he can even consider buying a magic weapon. No, perhaps some cultivators who have just entered the foundation building stage have spent all their wealth and still don't have this deposit. Luo Chen knows how difficult it is to be a casual cultivator. The reason why Mi Shuho still spends so much time on him after he has the Pashangang is not because of the long-term future, right? It's just that he has made too much progress, and Mi Shuho happened to be seriously injured, so he wanted to reap the benefits early. Unfortunately, Mi Shuho didn't wait until such a big profit. Things in the world are not as expected, and it's not just for Luo Chen. Among the countless people, how many can have everything they want and everything go smoothly? Even as strong as Pang Rengshan. Count it up, Mi Shuho, Miao Wen, Pang Rengshan, all ended up miserably. I won't be a master, right? No, I shouldn't have a master. Luo Chen sneered, got up and left. Murin Kinglian, who stayed in the room, was confused. Why did Luo Chen sneer for no reason? Why did you pull me out? Don't you need a bodyguard? Where are Zhou and Liu? Zhou Yuanli has accumulated enough recently, and the spiritual energy in Daofang has become abundant again, so he plans to retreat to attack the 9th level of key refining. Luo Chen stopped and spread his hands. Besides, their strength is indeed a bit low. They are okay. It's not a problem to deal with ordinary 9th level key refining together. Wang Yuan also stopped in confusion. But for the place I'm going to next, my strength is indeed not up to par. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and under Wang Yuan's gaze, he stretched out his hands and rubbed his face wildly. After a moment, a face that looked like a real face appeared in front of him. Do you need to change your appearance? Wang Yuan was helpless, his body trembled, and his whole body burst into a series of trembling sounds. He was a few centimeters shorter, standing shoulder to shoulder with Luo Chen, about the same height. He wiped his face with one hand and changed his appearance. After making thorough preparations, Luo Chen led Wang Yuan into a familiar alley. As they walked, he asked in a voice transmission, "How far have you progressed in your research on the means against ghosts?" "It's not perfect yet. For someone like me with strong blood and ki, low-level ghosts dare not approach me, but in the eyes of powerful ghosts, I will become a favorite. In other words, the exploration into the inner city will have to be put on hold. Are you in a hurry?" Luo Chen shook his head. "I'm not in a hurry, but other forces are already organizing people to enter the inner city. Then let them take the lead." Wang Yuan's footsteps stopped. Looking at the familiar door, he hesitated and said, "Zhenlong Black Market." Luo Chen nodded. "This is a different time. You and I have to be careful in the current Zhenlong Black Market." After saying that, he opened the curtain and walked in. Wang Yuan did not hesitate and followed him in. After checking the secret code and showing the hydrangea magic weapon, the two of them once again stepped into the spacious underground luxurious hall. As soon as he stepped in, Wang Yuan's whole body tensed up. He finally understood why Luo Chen said that this was a different time. It was because at this moment in the black market, there were already several people who exuded the aura of foundation building. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Sword Pills, Clear Liquid, Cooperation. Luo Chen chose a remote corner and sat down. Wang Yuan was not far from him. Seeing his tense muscles under his linen clothes, Luo Chen knew that his decision was right. This is a different time. Without many shops in the inner city, the black market in the outer city has ushered in unprecedented bustle. Last time, there were only dozens of people participating, but this time it has skyrocketed 3 or 4 times, with more than 300 people. The Zhenlong Hall, which used to be sparse, now gives people a crowded feeling. Especially the 7 foundation building true cultivators sitting on both sides, giving people an extremely huge pressure. Luo Chen looked at them one by one, and the one wearing a golden dragon mask was undoubtedly Xiang Xingzi. To be honest, Luo Chen was extremely shocked when he first came in. The Zhenlong Black Market participated in the battle that besieged Yuding Sword Pavilion. Logically, they should have fled after the battle. Unexpectedly, not only did they not leave, but they also held black markets regularly. Even Xiang Xingzi, the leader of the foundation building, did not leave. Why do they have the confidence not to leave? Luo Chen couldn't guess, so he had to look at other people. The rotten wood masked man was very familiar. The last time he participated in the black market, this old foundation building cultivator also participated and bought a puppet with combat power comparable to that of a key refining great perfection cultivator, as well as an 800-year-old root of heaven and earth. For this, he also promised another foundation building cultivator a promise. This person is also very strange. He always participates in the black market. Doesn't he practice? Except for these 2 familiar people, Luo Chen was a little confused about the remaining 5 people. He couldn't find a sense of familiarity in each of them. It seemed that they were not cultivators from Daofang at all. Could they be from other places? Yes, in half a month, the news of Daofang has also spread, and it will naturally attract some powerful foundation-building cultivators to come and find out. And the black market, in addition to various resource transactions, also includes intelligence transactions. Some important intelligence can even be auctioned at a high price. When Luo Chen was about to retract his gaze, he paused for a moment on a foundation-building cultivator who was as strong as a bear. This person gave him a familiar feeling. Familiar? Where have you seen it before? Luo Chen frowned, trying to recall. While he was thinking about these things, Tian Xingzi had already walked to the sandalwood table in the middle. He took out the 5-color treasure compass and, as usual, patiently explained the rules of the black market. I am Tian Xingzi, the master of this headlong black market. I will be in charge of the transaction today. I am very happy to see many old friends, and I also welcome new friends to join. The rules of this city are very simple. First of all, the host. Luo Chen listened quietly until the first lot appeared. The moment it appeared, the atmosphere in the whole venue was instantly quiet. Luo Chen's eyes showed horror and he turned his head. As if they had a telepathic connection, Wang Yuan also looked over. The two looked at each other, both with uncontrollable shock. Sword Pill. The Jading Foundation establishment true cultivator cultivated it with his own true fire and spiritual power for 25 years. Originally it was a magic weapon embryo. After the owner died, the grade remained unchanged, but it could not be upgraded for life, unless you mastered the secret method of cultivating the sword pill of the Jading sword sect and switched to sword cultivation. Now the grade is top grade, and the functions are as big or small as you want, sword light differentiation, and giant sword technique. Disadvantages: in addition to being unable to upgrade the grade, it requires the cultivator's spiritual consciousness to be released, or to have a strong ability to control magic tools. Starting price: 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid increase must not be less than 100. Tian Xingzi's words rang like a huge bell, and like the sound of a hammer hitting a bell. In the hall, after a brief silence, there was a crazy commotion. Sword Pill. The sword pill from the Jading Sword Sect's foundation building true cultivator. What does this mean? Everyone knows. In that ghost town, a war just broke out, burying a golden elixir sword cultivator. As far as everyone knows, in addition to the Jindin sword cultivator, there are 2 other foundation building sword cultivators. In other words, this sword pill either came from Miao Wen, the outer sect deacon, or from Luo Xianhong, the true disciple. The key is, how dare they auction it in this headlong black market? Are they going to die? Or do they want to finish this job and run away? The commotion continued to expand, and it was no longer limited to voice communication. Some people even spoke out directly. Many people questioned Xiang Xingzi. If we bid for this sword pill, aren't we afraid of being in trouble with the Jading sword sect? This is stolen goods. The cause and effect are too great. We can't get involved. We can't get involved. Xiang Xingzi didn't explain. Black market auction, you tell me you're afraid of the follow-up? Afraid of revenge from enemies? Moreover, isn't his purpose the current situation? Directly attracted everyone's attention, and demonstrated the invisible and powerful strength of this headlong black market. As for whether it can be auctioned, he doesn't care. He just smiled and said, no one bids. It's not that no one wants to bid, but that no one dares to bid. In this silence, a voice rang out from the corner. 5,000. Under the mask, Tian Xingzi raised his eyebrows. He smiled and said, very good, it seems that there are still people who know the goods. 5,000 spirit stones at a time. After bidding once, no one bid. He mentioned another advantage of this sword pill. Although it is a top-grade product, the sword pill does not have the disadvantages that top-grade magic tools generally have. It does not consume much spiritual power, only the level of top-grade magic tools. After this, everyone was moved again. Especially for casual cultivators in the key refining stage. A top-grade magic tool that does not consume much spiritual power is very useful, even if it cannot be advanced for life. But considering the revenge of the Jading sword sect, everyone remained silent. Oh, there is one more thing I forgot to say. Tian Xingzi seemed to whet people's appetite and slowly mentioned another advantage. This treasure has been wiped of the spiritual consciousness of the previous owner. It only needs a little sacrifice and refinement before it can be used. At this time, there was finally a second bidding voice. 5,500 spirit stones. Tian Xingzi turned his head and saw a foundation building cultivator sitting on a chair on the right. It was an acquaintance. 5,600 spirit stones. In the corner, the one who made the first bid again. Everyone held their breath and concentrated. A casual cultivator in the key refining stage dared to snatch something from a foundation building cultivator. Wasn't he afraid that he would be taught a lesson by a foundation building cultivator after he went out? Moreover, how could a casual cultivator in the key refining stage compete with the wealth of a foundation building cultivator? But the strange thing was that the old voice never sounded again. 5,006, once. 5,006, twice. 5,006, 3 times, deal. Tianxingzi stopped suspense and directly put the sword pill into the jade box. In the corner, Luo Chen came up and calmly took out 5,600 spirit stones. After the delivery, the sword pill was in hand. On the way back, everyone was watching his figure, wondering what confidence this person had to dare to bid for this sword pill. Wasn't he afraid of the revenge of the Yuding sword sect? Besides doubts, there is uncontrollable envy, even jealousy. The sword ball is comparable to the best magic weapon. And it doesn't consume much mana, as long as you have a high enough ability to control the magic weapon. Although many people don't have the latter point, they can practice for this powerful attack method. In the past, such a treasure would have to be auctioned for at least 7,000 or 8,000 yuan. This person only spent 5,600 yuan to get it. How can it not be envied? Luo Chen could feel the hundreds of pairs of eyes, even some of which were from his good brother Wang Yuan. But he didn't care. This kind of treasure should belong to him. He has seen how powerful the sword ball is. On the Lankang River, the demon cultivator had 100 methods, but he couldn't match Pang Rengsheng's sword. Even if he didn't have the corresponding sword skills and didn't have the spiritual consciousness that could be released, he had enough exquisite control of the magic weapon. It can even be said that it was not just exquisite. The great perfection of the traction technique has brought his control of the magic weapon to the peak level. Even as strong as Chu Bai, who had reached the great perfection of key refining, he could only release 6 dragons from the top-grade magic weapon Green Musk Gathering Dragon Flag with all his strength. But when he was at the 8th level of key refining, he could summon 6 dragons. He relied on the great perfection traction technique. Therefore, after getting this treasure, he was not worried about how to control it. The reason for buying it was to supplement his own fighting methods. The Green Musk Gathering Dragon Flag was very powerful, but it consumed too much spiritual power, and it was more flexible and changeable. With a Green Musk Poison Fragrance, it was more useful for long-term battles. But it was always a little bit lacking in frontal attack. Chu Bai's full-strength attack did not kill Sima Sangxiu. He used it to fight Fu Zhang, and he had to use the Great Perfection Fireball technique. It can be seen that the power is not that strong. But the sword ball is different. He has seen the giant sword technique. Pang Rengsheng's shocking sword on the Lankang River and the sword energy turning into dragon on Luifang Mountain are all variants of the giant sword technique. With this treasure, he can make up for his ability to attack head-on. 5,006, it's really a huge bargain. Luo Chen smiled and put away the sword pill, watching the crowd bidding for the various treasures that Tianxingzi took out. He knew that this kind of bargain was not something that could be picked up casually. He just took advantage of the current special situation. No one dared to take this hot potato. Even the foundation building true cultivators gave up after a simple auction. But he was different. First of all, Xianlong Black Market must have the confidence to auction it. Luo Chen didn't know where the confidence came from. But the other party didn't run away, there must be a reason. Second, we have to mention the deep relationship between Luo Chen and Yuding Sword Sect. Even if Yuding Sword Sect came back and found him, he also had an excuse. I have the trust of Elder Pang, and even when the situation is difficult, I will try my best to recover the relics of the Sword Sect cultivators. Yuding Sword Sect may even reward him. A bottle of transparent liquid. Produced from the Yuding Sword Sect, it is a second-level spiritual medicine. Long-term use can cause the cultivator's eyes to change. A small success can distinguish true from false, and a great success can see through illusions and regard the formation as nothing. There is no realm limit for use. The starting price is 500 spiritual stones, and each bid must not be less than 10 yuan. Everyone, please. It's another thing from the Yuding Sword Sect. The atmosphere, which had been increasingly heated by other auction items, became quiet again. What is the origin of this Zhenlong black market? Did it participate in the Jiandan War? Or, it has already let all nearby forces and entered the ghost city one step ahead to dig up the heritage of the Yuding Sword Pavilion? However, this time, it was not as cold as before. Spiritual medicine is not like sword pills. Just bid it and use it. 520 spiritual stones. 503. In the crowd, Luo Chen became excited the moment he heard the transparent liquid. This is an advanced version of the Runming Pearl liquid. In other words, the Runming Pearl liquid is just a weakened version of the transparent liquid. He has been using the Runming Pearl liquid for a long time, but has not seen any specific effects. However, the great perfection of the spiritual eye technique has indeed brought him great convenience. He can see through the simple spiritual disguise of the cultivators, and can also scan the area within 100 miles at a glance. If it were other key refining cultivators, they would not be able to watch the Battle of Langkang River from beginning to end like Luo Chen. The spiritual eye technique has been perfected and cannot be advanced any further. But the brighter these eyes are, the better. I must get this thing. When the bid reached 600 spiritual stones, the heated bidding atmosphere on the scene declined. To put it bluntly, this is just a second-level spiritual medicine. Moreover, there is only one bottle, so it is difficult to use it for a long time. It was at this time that Luo Chen joined the bidding. 605. Compared with the previous procrastination, bidding 10 spiritual stones at a time. The one-time increase of 50 yuan is undoubtedly a big deal. It attracted the attention of many cultivators. After discovering that it was the person who bid for the sword pill before, many cultivators were even more scared. Where did this person come from? Why did he want everything related to the Jading Sword sect? For a moment, no one bid. Tian Xingzi didn't care. 650 for one time. Twice. 650 for 3 times, deal. Congratulations to this Taoist friend. This time, Luo Chen didn't go up to deliver the spirit stones. He went up before just to check the quality of the sword pills in front of everyone. This time, he directly used his spiritual power to carry 650 spirit stones and flew over. Tian Xingzi also sent someone to deliver the transparent liquid to Luo Chen. After receiving it, Luo Chen checked it and put it away. Very good. After returning, I will try the effect. Next, Tian Xingzi took out more treasures. Especially elixirs and magic tools, the number of these two has almost increased tenfold compared to the past. Even the Yankee pills and Huachin pills that the spiritual medicine pavilion often sells are available. Although the price is higher than that of the spiritual medicine pavilion, a bottle of Yankee pills can easily be sold at a high price of 120 or 300, but there are still people who are happy to buy it. Nothing else. Now that the spiritual medicine pavilion has left Daohofang, even if the spiritual energy in Luifang Mountain is overflowing, it is not enough to support the appetite of a cultivator in the late stage of key refining. Luo Chen even took action and bought 5 bottles of Huachin pills. He spent 1,300 spiritual stones, which is 300 more expensive than usual. This can almost buy another bottle and a half. But the more the better. Under the current situation, it is not wrong to stock up more. After spending another 1,000 spiritual stones to buy 10 golden jade liquids from Taishanfang, Luo Chen couldn't help it. How many elixirs and magic tools are hoarded in this Zhenlong black market? They seem to have known that there would be the current situation, so they are specially prepared to make a fortune. If this is true, then releasing the 3 ghost kings and besieging Pang Rengshan is definitely not a sudden whim. It is a conspiracy that has been prepared long ago. So, when did it start? Pang Rengshan returned to Daofang? Killed Fei Bowen, a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building in Alio Mountain? Could it be that they had already made preparations when the discussion platform was opened? Luo Chen could not guess the specific situation, because at that time, he was only in the middle stage of key refining, and the connections he had contacted were not able to understand these things at all. He only knew that this Zhenlong black market made a lot of money this time. The auction was still going on. Not only Luo Chen made a lot of gains, but other casual cultivators also actively joined in. Even Wang Yuan made several attempts to purchase the necessary resources. One of the top-grade magic gloves was bought by him at a low price of 6,500 spirit stones. If it were in the past, it would have triggered a bidding boom. But today, it seems mediocre. The gloves have too many shortcomings. In addition to the general spiritual energy loss shortcomings, they also require a physique comparable to that of a second-level monster, Otherwise they will reversely devour the flesh and blood of the cultivator. A top-grade magic weapon that is more inclined to the devil. However, Luo Chen is not worried about this. In terms of physical strength, few people in Daofang today can compare with Wang Yuan. The long host auction phase ended after a complete second-level monster corpse was sold. What a big deal, it can actually kill a second-level monster. Luo Chen muttered, and immediately stepped forward to auction his stuff. Nothing else, blood-burning pill. It has to be said that this thing really has a market. Especially in the current situation. Luo Chen took out a total of 10 blood-burning pills and prepared to bid a lot. Unexpectedly, as soon as he put it up, Tian Xingzi suddenly spoke. 150 spirit stones each, I want them all. After this, no one dared to speak. Everyone still had to give face to the black market owner, even the other 6 foundation building masters tacitly did not bid. Luo Chen had no objection. 150 spirit stones each, this was a 50% premium over the previous auction. It also saved him a lot of effort. After the money and goods were cleared, the return on investment was 1,500. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Today, he spent 7,550 spiritual stones on buying sword pills and elixirs. He was bleeding a lot. He only had less than 13,000 spiritual stones left. Now he took a small breath and the bleeding stopped. It seems that in addition to refining the jade marrow pill every day, I have to spend more time refining the blood-burning pill. Not only does it make money quickly, but it also doesn't worry about the seller. Just as Luo Chen was thinking about this, a voice came into his ears. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, left his original place, and walked straight to Xiang Xingzi. Many people noticed this scene. Although they were curious, no one dared to eavesdrop, and they still actively participated in the auction between the cultivators. Wang Yuan followed Luo Chen with a little worry. When he came to Xiang Xingzi sent out a spiritual power before Luo Chen spoke. A thick soundproof cover enveloped the two. Senior, what can I teach you? Tian Xingzi said with a smile, are you an alchemist? I've seen you come here 3 times, and you've won a lot of blood-burning pills each time. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and avoided the question. I'm not an alchemist, I just met a friend. Is that so? Tian Xingzi didn't ask the question and directly stated his intention. After hearing the other party's intention, Luo Chen was surprised and said, cooperation. Chapter 164, Xianpeng Transformation. I have a friend in the foundation establishment stage. Yes, we will cooperate, and each blood-burning pill will be traded at a price of 100 spiritual stones. This price is of course much less than the auction. As compensation, every time the black market opens, we will take the initiative to inform you of any treasures. Tian Xingzi said slowly, not only that, if there is something you value, you can bid in advance without having to compete with others. Also, if you need resources, you can also tell us. I will do my best to find the corresponding resources for you. Hearing this extremely generous cooperation condition, it must be said that Luo Chen was moved. The price of a blood-burning pill of 100 spiritual stones is a little lower than the normal auction. But if there is a stable delivery channel, it is better to buy more in large quantities. Everyone understands this principle. Moreover, if you can get in touch with this headlong black market, you don't have to worry about many things. Selling dirty goods, purchasing resources, and picking up leaks on Teobayo can all be one step ahead. In particular, there is one more thing that must be considered. That is the purchase channel. Today, most of the purchase channels of various medicinal materials of Luo Xian who come from Lianian Business Alliance. That force was not friendly to Luo Chen. Now they agreed to cooperate because of his reputation as a bully. If he was exposed one day, his alchemy would be strangled. If he agreed to cooperate with his headlong black market, then Luo Chen would be able to walk on 2 legs. At least, since the first time they came into contact with his headlong black market, they have shown goodwill to him. Whether it was advice or the high price they offered to auction the blood-burning pill today, they were all goodwill signals. However, some things still need to be concealed. Luo Chen thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. Without waiting for Tian Xingzi to be disappointed, he said, I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to go back and discuss it with my friend before I can give you an answer. Tian Xingzi suddenly realized, indeed, this is as it should be. You can also pass on my conditions to your friend, and both of you can enjoy the same headlong VIP treatment. Hearing this VIP treatment, Luo Chen's mouth twitched. Sure enough, There are many people in the world of immortal cultivation who do this. Although the cooperation has not been finalized, Luo Chen has already had some small ideas. Senior Xiang Xingzi, I wonder if you can purchase more transparent liquid. Transparent liquid. Xiang Xingzi saw Luo Chen's bid for the transparent liquid just now and remembered it in his heart. The other party really has a great demand for this kind of spiritual medicine. I think it is also for the legendary effect that long-term use can make the monk's eyes produce abnormal changes. It's a pity. Sorry, this thing is strictly controlled by the Yuding Sword sect and rarely leaks. This bottle today is also a fluke. Luo Chen was very disappointed. But soon, the other party made him happy. How about Runming Pearl liquid? It is more suitable for key refining monks, and it is also easier to get. Luo Chen was overjoyed. Then I'll ask you, Senior, the price will definitely not let you suffer a loss. It's just a small matter. Xiang Xingzi waved his hand. Now that Dahofeng lacks the spiritual medicine pavilion, it is indeed difficult to buy many elixirs. If you have any needs, just say it. The tone is quite big. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't hesitate and named 3 kinds of elixirs on the spot. After hearing this, Tian Xingzi couldn't help but smile bitterly. Young friend, you really have a big appetite. Of these 3 kinds of elixirs, except for the golden jade liquid, the other 2 are not easy to get. You can't do it with your strength. Luo Chen frowned. Tian Xingzi shook his head slowly. The spirit pill is a specialty of the Medicine King sect. It is often sold at large auctions, and most of them are second level. The profit of the first level spirit pill is too small, so it is often used internally. Is there such a saying? Luo Chen couldn't help but think of the Langkang River. Neither Pang Rengshan nor Miao Wen could produce a first-level spirit pill. In the end, he was only given 5 bottles of second-level ones. It seems to be true. However, he can actually use the second-level spirit pill, but it's just a little more troublesome. Second-level ones are also okay. After hearing this, Tian Xingzi looked at Luo Chen in surprise. Dao, did you buy it for your alchemist friend? Luo Chen made up a story. Tisk. It seems that I still underestimated that person. I didn't expect that it was actually a fellow Taoist in the foundation building stage. When did I enter the foundation building stage? Luo Chen was confused. But soon, he reacted. Second-level elixirs are often only taken by those who have truly cultivated to the foundation. It is very likely that key refining cultivators cannot withstand the huge medicinal power. He was able to use it after being instructed by Pang Rengshan, the golden elixir master. It is very likely that this Xiang Xingzi does not know the trick of the alchemy souks in hand to decompose the spirit pill. After thinking this through, Luo Chen did not point it out. This can give people the illusion that he has a friend who is an alchemist in the foundation building stage behind him, which is undoubtedly more conducive to future cooperation. After Xiang Xingzi sighed, he talked about the last elixir that Luo Chen needed. Foundation building elixir, this is really hard to get. Luo Chen was slightly disappointed. Even this headlong black market. No. It's hard to get, not impossible. He said solemnly, if the senior can buy the foundation building pill for me, I will persuade my friend to cooperate with you after I go back. Tian Xingzi shook his head, it depends on the situation. Anyway, I will try my best. His hesitant attitude made Luo Chen very strange. But having this channel is undoubtedly very good. The local Yuding Sword Pavilion was completely destroyed, and the industry of the Medicine King sect also left. The original hope of purchasing the foundation building pill at the day auction has become slim. If you go to other markets, you are unfamiliar with the place and it is difficult to participate in the feast of sharing the foundation building pill. The only thing you can count on now is this headlong black market. It is a joke for a force that dares to surround and kill the Yuding giant and sword cultivator to say that it can't get a few foundation building pills. Maybe you can seriously consider the cooperation. Luo Chen thought in his heart and did not intend to refuse Tian Xingzi. In addition to the problem of cultivation resources, he must also consider the raw materials of medicinal materials. This batch of blood-burning pills is the result of refining all the raw materials he had hoarded before. If you want to continue to refine the blood-burning pill, you have to purchase the corresponding medicinal materials. The explosive ape demon blood and the Xianyang fruit are easy to get from the Lianyang Business Alliance. But the main ingredient of the earth fire evil, no one in Dahofang can currently produce it. If you don't want to cut off this source of wealth, The only way to go is cooperation. Let Chiang Xingzi hang out first. You can't reach a cooperation too easily, at least you have to see the other party's sincerity. After the two sides reached an agreement, Chiang Xingzi removed the soundproof cover. At this time, the black market transaction link has also passed the second round and came to the final free transaction link. Luo Chen didn't have any target, so he began to wander among the monks. A pair of spiritual eyes, half open and half closed, trying to pick up a bargain. This is what every monk has fantasized about. But after a round of looking, he didn't encounter a single bargain. Suddenly, Luo Chen's footsteps stopped beside the two people. I've never seen Brother Wang look so red-faced. Luo Chen approached with a smile. In an instant, he attracted the sidelong glances of the two. The one who was bargaining with Wang Yuan was a foundation establishment cultivator. He was sturdy, even more sturdy than Wang Yuan before he changed his appearance and shrank his bones. He looked like a giant bear. He was the foundation establishment cultivator who gave Luo Chen a familiar feeling. He looked over fiercely, as if warning Luo Chen not to get close. However, Wang Yuan frowned and stood in front of Luo Chen. He's my friend. The foundation establishment cultivator sneered. That's great, you can gather your spirit stones, maybe you can buy my skills. Skills? Luo Chen poked his head out in confusion. In Wang Yuan's hand, he was holding an ancient and old animal skin. There was a forbidden halo flickering on it, and only a little bit of content could be seen. But even this little content was enough to make Wang Yuan excited. It's an incomplete set of body refining techniques, which will be of great use to me. But he wants a very high price, and he won't sell it for less than 7,000 spirit stones. There was a voice transmission in his ear. It was different from the spiritual power transmission of the cultivators. It was Wang Yuan's unique way of gathering sound interline. The main part was the exquisite use of Qijin, and the outside was covered with spiritual power. Although it was not as good as the spiritual consciousness transmission of the foundation building period, it could also prevent the foundation building cultivators from eavesdropping. Wang Yuan also taught Luo Chen this method in his spare time. But until now, Luo Chen has not learned it. Qijin? How could he understand it? Luo Chen hummed and lowered his head to take a look. He wanted to see what kind of technique dared to cost 7,000 spirit stones. And it was incomplete. Tianpeng transformation. The previous part involved not much content about the techniques, but mainly the explanation of the principles. Melt the essence and blood of the penbird monster into the body to practice. When the practice reaches the great perfection, it can temporarily transform into the monster's true body with the essence and blood, increasing the powerful combat power. However, this method requires a very high physique of the cultivator. No wonder Wang Yuan values this method so much. The utilization of qi and blood, and the utilization of the body, is just the tip of the iceberg, and it has benefited people a lot. If you practice it completely. It's a pity that it's just an incomplete body refining method. Wang Yuan's voice came to his ear again. This method was obtained by the cultivator from an ancient relic in Xiandu Peak. It is enough to reach the third level of body refining. If I get it, although I can't practice it, I can absorb the essence of it and integrate what I have learned, and then I can perfect the second level of body refining. This is the idea of using stones from other mountains to polish jade. Especially this stone from other mountains is far higher than the original jade. The third level of body refining. No wonder a mere fragment dares to sell at such a high price. In fact, this price is still too low. Unlike magic, the price of the method has always been high. As far as Luo Chen knows, Chong Chunguang, even the simplified version, starts at 500 spirit stones on the black market. 500? He had only spent 200 to buy a set of 5-in-1 magic secrets. The foundation building chapter of Chong Chunguang, Yimu Yao Wang Sutra, started at 5,000 spirit stones. Even so, there is no market for it at present. At least, he has not seen it auctioned on this headlong black market. There is no Jiandan chapter involving the higher level version of Chong Chunguang. If there is any, it can only be regarded as the Immortal Longevity Sutra of Yao Wang sect. Whether it is Chong Chunguang or Yimu Yao Wang Sutra, they are actually derived from the Immortal Longevity Sutra. This kind of practice is impossible to fall into the world of immortal cultivation. If there is, I am afraid it will start at tens of thousands of spirit stones. The third level practice is so awesome. It is not lower than the price of magic weapons at all. Luo Chen shook his head. The fragment, 7,000, it is really a bit expensive. He said this to the foundation building real cultivator. The man sneered, "Do you want it?" This man is so confident. But the body refining technique has no market to begin with, and it is still a fragment. How can it be so confident? Luo Chen was puzzled and turned his head to look at Wang Yuan. His heart skipped a beat. "My brother. If you want to buy it, don't be so obvious. Isn't this a clear move to let people rip you off?" He sighed and sent a voice message to Wang Yuan. "If you really want it, just buy it. Didn't I pay you a salary of 3,000 before you came?" Wang Yuan's face was very unnatural. "I don't have enough spirit stones." Oh, Luo Chen really didn't expect this to happen. He remembered that Wang Yuan said at the time that there was no shortage of resources for practicing to the great perfection of key refining. Why is there not enough spirit stones here? Just now at the auction, I bought a lot of resources for body refining, and also bought some that are useful for my key refining. So, anyway, I only have 3,500 left on hand now. Luo Chen suddenly realized, it is not that easy to practice both Dharma and body. The consumption of resources is far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. Wang Yuan didn't have any way to make money. He accumulated all his wealth by killing people and stealing treasures. He also knew that this was not reliable, so he followed Luo Chen to do business. Luo Chen didn't treat him unfairly, and directly gave him the generous treatment of a small sect's foundation building period. But even so, he didn't accumulate more wealth in a limited time. Luo Chen remembered that Wang Yuan had just taken a photo of a top-grade magic weapon glove. Sighed. Luo Chen grabbed the animal skin and said fearlessly in the cold eyes of the foundation building true cultivator, "Look at this thing, it's very old, and I guess the content on it doesn't fit the mainstream of our current era. This should be greatly discounted." The man nodded slightly and didn't refute. "Yes, although it is of a high level, it is still incomplete. We can only learn from it at most. This is even less valuable, the value is too low." The man continued to nod, quite agreeing. "Moreover, it is written at the beginning that one must use the blood essence of pengbird monsters to assist cultivation. Brother, it's a second level one. Which foundation building true cultivator can kill a second level pengbird monster? Only the giant and master can get the blood essence. You have to lower the price." The man agreed. Luo Chen smiled slightly. So, you just say 7,000 spirit stones, do you want it?" Listening to the other party's confident words, Luo Chen turned his head resentfully and looked at Wang Yuan. "It's all your fault. My bargaining skills, which are always successful, don't work at all. You know, he is a master who can bargain with Mr. Chu in Wanbao Tower." Wang Yuan also realized his mistake. But in his life, he really rarely worried about money. In the mortal period, he made great progress and achieved martial arts innateness. At that time, walking in the rivers and lakes, there was no shortage of money, and it was even more impossible to practice bargaining skills. In the period of cultivating immortals, what is lacking is not money, but strength. When he got stronger, he killed people and robbed treasures, accumulating resources much faster than ordinary people. He never worried about spirit stones. It was only recently that his realm became higher and higher, and the speed of resource consumption of the dual cultivation of law and body increased greatly, that he began to feel embarrassed. Luo Chen sighed, lowered his head, and glanced at the animal skin in his hand. He still has a trick. That is to pretend not to want it and leave decisively. Under normal circumstances, the seller would stamp his feet and grit his teeth, pretending to be reluctant to call him back. But judging from the current situation, I am afraid that this trick will not work. Huh? Luo Chen blinked and pinched the thick animal skin slightly. Then, he raised his head with a sad face. Okay, you really got it in your hands. 7,000, right? The man laughed and lost his high and cold style. Yes. Brother Wang, bring the spirit stones. But, Luo Chen shook his head at him, and he also took out a large pile of spirit stones from the storage bag, counted out 3,005, and handed them to the other party. Wang Yuan also realized and gave 3,005. After the sturdy foundation building cultivator took the spirit stones, he first unlocked the restrictions on the animal skin and then handed it to Luo Chen. He curled his lips, looking like he was selling it cheaply. Why are they all low-grade spirit stones? It's troublesome. A typical way of getting a bargain and still being ungrateful. Luo Chen was too lazy to deal with him again. He looked like he was disappointed with his friend and pulled Wang Yuan away from this headlong black market. After coming out, it was a night scene with a long moon hanging high in the sky and the earth bright. Wang Yuan was very grateful and moved. Luo Chen, thank you very much this time. Consider this spirit stone as a loan, and deduct it directly from my salary. SHH. Luo Chen raised his index finger and interrupted the other party. In Wang Yuan's strange eyes, Luo Chen used the free and unrestrained wind and the spirit of gathering energy to escape into the night. Wang Yuan did the same, using the spirit of gathering energy and then using his own means to follow closely behind him. The two walked forward, and after half an incense stick, they were far away from this headlong black market. Is there anyone following us? There were two at first, but we left them behind. That's good, let's go back to Luo Chen Club first. Under the soft moonlight, Luo Chen was in front of Wang Yuan. In his astonished eyes, his spiritual power turned into a thread and slowly cut into the animal skin. His movements were very slow and light, as if he was afraid of damaging the animal skin. Even Luo Chen's breathing became vague, and he was extremely cautious. After a while, Luo Chen let out a long breath. With two hands, he held a piece of animal skin. This. Wang Yuan, who is always calm, couldn't help but open his mouth at this moment. Looking at the two animal skins, each of them was covered with dense words. Luo Chen exclaimed, "What a wonderful method, what a magical animal skin." While Wang Yuan was puzzled, Luo Chen handed over the animal skin with Xianpeng transformation written on it. Here are your 3,500 spiritual stones. Then he held the remaining one in both hands. This is my 3,500 spiritual stones. We didn't lose money on this business, but made a lot of money. Still updating 10,000 words. Please subscribe, please vote for the monthly ticket, please reward. If it doesn't work, a recommendation ticket is also okay. Mua. Chapter 165 Emperor's Flowing Blood, Sword Refining Pill. 2 animal skins. Wang Yuan was stunned. He really didn't expect that there was another mystery on this animal skin that recorded the 3rd level of body refining. It was just such a thin piece of skin. No. Not just him. Even the foundation building cultivator might not have discovered it. I don't know what kind of monster this animal skin is from. It has a hidden effect and can be cut into multiple layers. I even think that it can be cut into one layer. No, if the technique is superb enough, even more layers are possible. Luo Chen stroked the animal skin and was quite surprised. If it weren't for the great perfection of the spiritual eye technique, he could distinguish the true from the false and see through the illusion, and often see some details more clearly than ordinary people. Period. He almost didn't notice it at the time. It was only after he got it that he found faults many times in order to bargain, and then he found a little clue. Compared with him, Wang Yuan valued the things recorded on the other inner animal skin more. What's written on it? It must be extremely valuable to be able to use the 3rd level of body refining as a cover, although Xianpeng transformation is only an incomplete practice. Luo Chen did not hide it and directly unfolded it in front of Wang Yuan. White peony, bamboo yellow, blood scorpion powder, purple back sky amaranth, sky star grass. Wang Yuan suddenly realized it after just reading the beginning. It's a pill recipe. Luo Chen took back the animal skin and smiled slightly. Indeed, and it looks like a complete 2nd level pill recipe. So, I didn't hesitate to add spirit stones to buy it. He lowered his head and scanned the dense names of medicinal materials. Luo Chen frowned slightly, but this pill recipe is very simple and the efficacy description is not complete. Even if it is complete, I have to explore it before I know its true function. Listening to Luo Chen's mumbling, Wang Yuan shook his head. He was not interested in the pill recipe. He got a complete blood evil pill recipe before, which was also 2nd level. But so far, it is not that he can't enjoy it. Only for alchemists like Luo Chen, the recipes have a special appeal to them. You're still at a disadvantage for buying a recipe for 3,500 yuan. Luo Chen didn't care. How can I say I'm at a disadvantage? What if I refine it and sell it at a discount? That's right. Wang Yuan laughed. I forgot that you are not only good at alchemy, but also good at business. He shook the animal skin in his hand. Anyway, you also have a copy of this body refining technique. When I figure out something, I'll lend it to you to have a look. Yes. Luo Chen nodded, not caring much. Now he is in a hurry to refine qi, so he has no time to refine the body. If it weren't for the need to have a strong enough physique when breaking through the foundation, he wouldn't even buy a large amount of gold jade liquid. In fact, In the world of immortal cultivation, few people choose to practice both magic and body. Refining the body may only be useful for increasing combat power at a low level. At a high level, magic tools and magic treasures can easily cover dozens of miles, and it is difficult for physical cultivators to even get close. However, at the most useful low level, it is limited to the condition of building a foundation before the age of 60. Everyone is very short of time, so naturally they don't want to increase their burden. Not to mention others. Just the Wang Yuan in front of him, who has achieved success in body refining, has indeed enjoyed the benefits of body refining in the early stage. He can be said to be powerful in combat. But now, the disadvantages of practicing both body and magic have been completely revealed. The future is unclear and the skills are hard to find. He only has the realm of the second level of body refining, but does not have enough combat means to match the foundation building period. Especially practicing both body and magic, it also increases his financial burden. As for himself, he should first work hard on key refining. And alchemy is a craft that can provide him with great help. This pill formula is so strange, it doesn't feel like it is for people to use. Strange, why do you want? Wang Yuan shook his head. He had seen Luo Chen like this once before. It was when he gave him the blood evil pill formula. He didn't understand why a pill formula could be so attractive to alchemists. Without disturbing Luo Chen, Wang Yuan quietly left. Horizontal ellipsis. In the middle of the night. The voice of talking to himself continued to sound, with a tone of distress from time to time. Hundreds of auxiliary materials, far more than the blood evil pill, it is so complicated. There are fewer main materials, only one is needed. But this main material must come from the same source monster, bone, blood, and flesh, all three are indispensable. But it doesn't specify which monster it is? Does it mean that any second-level monster can be used? Emperor Liu Jiang. According to some records in alchemy books, it should be a kind of heaven and earth wonder that is rumored to be of great benefit to monsters. Why is this pill named after the same thing? Shenhe Su Jiang, Yushin Yangsang. It must also be refined by water method. Horizontal ellipsis. After a long time, Luo Chen looked away from the pill recipe with a haggard face. The complexity of this pill recipe is far more complicated than the blood evil pill. There are so many auxiliary materials, the refining method is strange, and even the effects and taboos are not very clear. He pondered all night, but gained nothing. This is very rare. When Luo Chen got the blood evil pill formula, he just felt that it was a bit difficult, but it was not impossible to practice. There was only one problem that really prevented Luo Chen from refining the blood evil pill, and that was the three main materials. If he was given enough main materials, with his current progress in exploring the blood evil pill formula, he would have a certain degree of confidence and could get started within more than 1,000 failures. More than 1,000 failures. It sounds like a lot, but only Luo Chen has the confidence to say such a thing now. If an ordinary first-level alchemist came, even if he was given 10,000 chances, it would be difficult to guarantee a success. The threshold for alchemy is very high. Luo Chen's basic alchemy skills are now almost complete, and he has gradually come into contact with 3 or 4 kinds of elixir refining, and he has shipped a lot of high-quality ones. It can be said that even among first-level alchemists, he is an extremely top existence. But this pill formula called Emperor Liu Jiang really gave him a feeling that he had no idea where to start. The main material is indeed simple, only the same bone, blood and flesh of the second-level monster are needed. This is actually not difficult to get. When I participated in the black market auction last night, the corpses of second-level monsters appeared in the middle and at the end. After all, this place is close to the Million Mountains, and the last thing it lacks is monsters. Some rootless foundation-building casual cultivators do not want to be bound by rules and human relationships. They often make a living by hunting monsters and exploring for treasures. For them, if they are careful and well prepared, it is not difficult to hunt a lone second-level monster. The problem is that there is no specific main material. This also makes it impossible for Luo Chen to conduct targeted research. Another point is water-based alchemy. Luo Chen has always used fire-based alchemy, and the finished pills are mostly pastes and solids. Water-based alchemy is actually simpler than fire-based alchemy, but he has no experience. Even though there are 1 or 2 corresponding water-based alchemy techniques in Kingian pill solution, he has never tried it. And the grade is quite low, and it may not be able to be used to refine second-level pills. This is also a problem. This pill recipe is sewn together with a Xiangpeng transformation. They must be matching pills, right? Luo Chen guessed. Finally, he shook his head and didn't intend to delve into this thing. He would keep it for now and study it from time to time. After building the foundation, he might have a better understanding. If he thinks it is really useful to him, he can consider using the system to get started. However, in this way, he suddenly has 3 second-level pill recipes in his hands. The complete Blood Evil Pill, the complete Emperor Flowing Slurry, and the incomplete Jade Pill. How can I, a first-level alchemist, have 3 second-level pill recipes in the key refining stage? After self-deprecating, Luo Chen put away the animal skin and took out something from the storage bag. Sword pill. It's called a pill, but in fact it's not small at all, it's the size of a baby's fist. I don't know if those monks of the Jading Sword sect will feel uncomfortable in their throats every time they swallow it in and out. After taking a closer look, Luo Chen realized that the structure of this sword pill was so peculiar. The surface was not smooth. Instead, it was filled with various silk lines, as if it was made of gold threads. Perhaps it is precisely because of this structure that it can change into thousands of forms in the hands of a sword cultivator. After sighing, Luo Chen bit his finger. Then he mobilized his powerful spiritual power and rushed to his finger. Drop. A drop of crystal clear blood with the fragrance of plants and trees was squeezed out of his finger. Luo Chen groaned, his face turned pale, and then he returned to normal. This is the blood of the cultivator. It contains the origin of the cultivator's physique and spiritual power. Theoretically, no matter what realm a cultivator is in, he can only squeeze out 10 drops of blood without hurting himself. After squeezing it out, he can slowly recover after practicing for a period of time. But if it exceeds 10 drops, the consequences will be disastrous. Generally speaking, cultivators will not mobilize their own blood unless they use some special means. It hurts the origin too much? But Luo Chen has to do this now. If you want to use this sword pill, you must either constantly nourish it with spiritual power and consciousness, and then you can use it as if you were using your arm. Otherwise, we can only take another special method. Blood refining. The reason why Bai Qi, who fought against Qin Liangzhen on the Taoism stage, could use the sword pill in the key refining period was because of the blood refining method. And most cultivators actually know this method. Luo Chen is now using the blood refining method that Wang Yuan got from the blood cultivator Xiao Wuan. Compared with the ordinary rough blood refining, Xiao Wuan's method is more brutal. As long as the blood refining is successful, it can be used immediately. The situation in Daofang is changing, and I must increase my strength. This sword pill is a magic weapon embryo. Even if the grade cannot be upgraded, it is comparable to the best magic weapon. It must be mastered as soon as possible. Without hesitation, the drop of crystal clear blood fell on the golden sword pill. Afterwards, Luo Chen continued to send out spiritual power. Originally, the sword pill and the blood essence did not blend, but with the promotion of Luo Chen's spiritual power, the blood essence slowly seeped into the depths of the sword pill. In this way, Luo Chen stopped tiredly until dawn. With a wave of his hand, the sword ball with a strange blood color came into his hand. That's it. He could feel that this sword ball had a kind of spiritual connection with him. It was not the spiritual connection between ordinary magic tools and cultivators. It was a kind of wonderful connection that could quickly command the sword ball to move out with a thought. Open. With his palms spread out, the sword ball shone brightly, and sword lights bloomed one after another. In the blink of an eye, there was a golden light in front of Luo Chen. Looking closely, it looked like a blooming flower. But this flower was filled with cold murderous intent. Go. The sword light converged and went straight to the ground. Swish. Like a knife cutting tofu, the sword ball sank deep into the ground. When it was called back again, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. No wonder sword cultivators are so powerful. I have only mastered the basics, but I have such speed and power. It is hard to imagine how powerful this sword pill will be on Luo Xianhong and Pang Rengshan. In fact, it is not hard to imagine. He still remembers the 2 battles in Langkang River and Lufang Mountain. The sword dragon that is dozens of feet long is beyond human power. He does not practice swordsmanship, so he naturally cannot do that. But with a sword pill, combined with the King Shaojiao flag and other means, he can already run rampant in the key refining stage. President, the Duan family is here to charge for the goods. Huh? Luo Chen has just finished refining the Zongmiao Pill today. In addition to the normal middle-grade ones, he also refined a lot of high-grade jade marrow pills. The high-grade jade marrow pill is as effective as ordinary key-nourishing pills. But now it is of no use to him. The reason for refining it specially was, firstly, to supply the cultivators in Luo Chen society for their own use, and secondly, to quickly reach the maximum level of proficiency in making the jade marrow pill. He wanted to know if the top-grade jade marrow pill would still be useful to him. Until now, he has not developed drug resistance to the jade marrow pill. He clapped his hands and scattered the water droplets. Luo Chen turned around and looked at Chu Ying, the pill-raising deacon of the alchemy hall, and frowned and said, "The Duan family has agreed to deliver 50 bottles a month, right?" It was not a question, but an affirmation. Chu Ying nodded, "That's right." "Then why do I remember that it has only been half a month since the last delivery?" Chu Ying was also confused and could not give an answer. Luo Chen curled his lips, "Forget it, I don't care why they need pills so urgently, anyway, they are sending us spirit stones. It's still 50 bottles, right? They have stockpiled a lot these days, you can just send someone to deliver them." After getting a positive answer, Chu Ying planned to go into the pill-raising room to get the pills. But before leaving, she remembered something and turned around immediately. "Who should I send to deliver it?" Luo Chen was stunned. "Sima Xian. Elder Sima Xian. He has taken people to deliver goods to the newly opened shops in the outer city, and he hasn't come back yet. Master Wang, he is in seclusion again." Hearing these two pieces of news, Luo Chen frowned. The elixirs produced by the Dan Hall are now divided into two places. One is Gkai's Jintang, which is responsible for selling to independent cultivators, which is the bulk. The other is point-to-point supply to the four major families and the Daijiang gang. In this regard, although the demand is small, it is stable. All along, it has been handed over to the elders of the War Hall to take people to deliver the goods to the door. Every month, the major forces also purchase at a fixed time and quantity. The Duan family is an exception today. Therefore, Luo Xianhu unexpectedly lacked manpower. He hesitated for a moment, and said, "Let Elder Duan deliver it. He is familiar with the Duan family." "Yet, I know." Qiwang trotted away, and her black high ponytail swung behind her, which was quite smart. But she didn't know why Luo Chen hesitated for a moment. "Duan Feng, Duan family. Don't let anything happen to them." Fortunately, in the evening, Duan Feng returned safely with his men, and also brought back a payment of 2,000 spiritual stones. Luo Chen was standing in front of the cliff, far away, watching Duan Feng return to Luo Xianhu. Except that the other party looked not very good, there was no injury. "It's okay." Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Duan Feng and the Duan family would have a conflict. After all, in the past, Duan Feng's words and deeds were full of hatred for the Duan family. He didn't know the inside story. But for now, Luo Xianhu is in a stage of rapid development. The relationship with several forces is getting closer and closer. In Dahofang, it is also gradually gaining a foothold. Even many casual cultivators are still looking for Murin Kinglian, Sima Wenji and other people in the Hall of Honor to ask if they will accept people. However, under Luo Chen's instructions, Murin Kinglian has never let go and easily accepted outsiders. The situation is unstable, beware of those with ulterior motives who sneak into Luo Xianhu. This was Luo Chen's original words, and Murin Kinglian deeply agreed. Under the current circumstances, it is not a wise choice to start a conflict with any family. Duan Feng was able to suppress the hatred in his heart and honestly accomplish this for Luo Xianhu, which shows that he is much more mature than before. Perhaps it is also because of his gradually higher realm. Duan Feng has always been keen on improving himself through fighting. Among the same level of key refining 9, his cultivation speed is faster than other key refining 9 in Luo Xianhu. Only Qin Liangzhen, who is affiliated with a Danhua but has no specific affairs, can barely keep up with his cultivation speed. But recently, Qin Liangzhen's cultivation speed seems to have stagnated. It is far less brave and diligent than Duan Feng. He probably wants to impact the foundation building stage first, and then go to the Duan family for revenge. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Luo Chen's heart moved slightly. "It's been a while, I guess Yan Xingzi must be getting impatient. We still have to give face to a foundation establishment true cultivator. Well, let's go talk to him today." Chapter 166, To show sincerity, 3 foundation building pills. "Huh? Winter is almost here before I know it. Luo Chen shook off the snow as he bent down and entered the clothing store. He couldn't help but sigh. The last time winter came was the day before. Time flies, and it's almost been a year. So many things have happened in the past year that even if he wants to find someone to sit around the stove and make tea and talk about the past, Luo Chen doesn't know where to start. He only knows one thing. In May last year, he was at the 3rd level of the key refining stage. Now, in less than 2 years, he has reached the 9th level of the key refining stage and has begun to plan for the foundation building. The speed of his progress is astonishing. I believe that even the sect's Xianjiao would be dumbfounded if he saw it. But all this is not obtained out of thin air. Consuming so many resources every day for hundreds of days, even if it is converted into spirit stones, even the foundation building cultivators would be shocked. Only Luo Chen has a good way of making money can support such a high-speed practice. He said hello to the old woman in the clothing store. After crossing the incision and putting on the mask, Luo Chen once again stepped into the underground hall of this headlong black market. This was the second time that this headlong black market was held as scheduled in the 2nd month after the destruction of the inner city of Dahofang. As soon as he entered, Luo Chen noticed a familiar gaze falling on him. The other party did not hide, but did not contain any malice. Feeling the gentle gaze, Luo Chen nodded to the man. It was Xiang Xingzi. This senior, you really miss me. Luo Chen chuckled, and just as he was about to find a secluded corner to sit down, a black-robed monk walked up to him. Senior Murin, our master has arranged a new seat for you, please come this way. Oh. Luo Chen was startled, but did not refuse, and followed and passed many casual cultivators. Finally, he sat down on a golden sandalwood chair on the edge of both sides. The moment he sat down, many eyes were cast over. There was no other reason. The seats on both sides have always been the thrones of the foundation building true cultivators. Even if there are not enough foundation building cultivators, this place will only be vacant and will not be used by casual cultivators in the key refining stage. Is this one of the VIP treatments that Yan Xingzi mentioned? When he first sat down, Luo Chen felt a little uncomfortable. But soon, he accepted this situation. In the Luotian Association, he had been the president for so long, and he had long been accustomed to being looked up to by others. Now he is just sitting at a position on the edge of the foundation building stage. Moreover, sitting in such a place also has its advantages. If you encounter a treasure you want, most casual cultivators in the key refining stage will consider it when bidding. This is the position, which brings a sense of oppression to people. It is not the kind of resource that must be obtained, and ordinary casual cultivators will not offend big people to death, and they all know the principle of stopping when they see the good. After sitting down, Luo Chen realized that he came a little early today. There were only about 100 people in the hall, and none of the other foundation building cultivators had arrived. A black market cultivator brought him tea, and he also enjoyed it contentedly. However, as more and more people came, he noticed something wrong. Because the auras of those who appeared were completely different from those of the key refining cultivators. Among them, there were several who were familiar to him. The breath condensation technique is not just about confining the aura and changing the fluctuations of the spiritual energy. After the great perfection, there are many wonderful uses, including the means of simulating the aura of others. Naturally, he will be particularly sensitive to the aura of others. The one who exudes a faint water vapor is Wang Heichao. Nanguangjin is here too. The female cultivator with shallow dew, as expected, should be Li Yixin, the foundation building cultivator of the Li family. In this case, the other familiar old foundation building cultivator who is talking to a few people should be Duan Kaiankin, the ancestor of the Duan family. Unexpectedly, the leaders of the 4 major foundation building forces in Dahofang were all gathered in the black market today. Especially Nanguangjin, who looked over to Luo Chen from time to time. It seemed that he was also curious why a cultivator in the key refining period could sit with him. Although, it was only the last seat on the edge. Luo Chen remained calm and continued to enjoy tea and pastries contentedly, as if he had a lot of confidence. His attitude made those people look away. Maybe he is Yan Xingzi's distinguished guest. Several people thought so. Luo Chen said nothing and had no desire to communicate with him. Too much talk will lead to mistakes, and he might reveal his true identity. When the number of people was almost over 200, Tian Xingzi stood up and announced the start of today's auction. The magic weapon he took out at the beginning finally let Luo Chen know why today's black market auction would gather the 4 local foundation building masters in Dahofang. 20 sets of Fengdu Dharma robes, medium-grade magic weapons. When worn by cultivators, they can resist the invisible attacks of low-level ghosts. The starting price is 500 spirit stones per set. Each bid must not be less than 50 spirit stones. Everyone, please. Without hesitation, almost as soon as the last sentence fell, the 4 foundation building masters made their moves one after another. In the end, each person bought 5 pieces, and the average price of each set was 700 yuan. Such a tacit bidding made everyone dare not breathe. The owner of the black market, Tian Xingzi, seemed to have expected this and didn't care about their collusion. Perhaps, this price was within his psychological range. The second lot, the Kingying Lantern, is a top-grade magic weapon, a total of 10 pieces. When this magic weapon is activated, it can detect nearby ghosts and release a ray of scorching sun evil spirit to attack all nearby ghosts below the foundation building stage. The starting price is 500 spirit stones per piece. Each bid must not be less than 50 spirit stones. This time, it was not Yan Xingzi's turn to ask. The 4 foundation building masters opened their bids without hesitation. In the end, each person got 2 pieces, and the average price was 800 spirit stones. The extra 2 pieces, one was obtained by a cultivator in the great perfection of key refining stage in the hall. One was bought by Luo Chen for 850 spirit stones. It was slightly higher than the average transaction price of the foundation building cultivator, but it was 50 yuan cheaper than that of the cultivator in the great perfection of key refining stage. This is the convenience brought by sitting in this position. After getting the Kingying Lantern, Luo Chen finally understood the purpose of these local foundation builders gathering here. No other reason. Today, the Zhenlong black market took out a large number of pre-ordered magic tools, although the grade was not high. But undoubtedly, they were all good things that were very effective against ghosts and spirits. Luo Chen was also paying attention to the various news about Dahofang recently. The local major forces, while expanding their territory and collecting resources, sent people to explore the Day Ghost City. The things inside are extremely valuable. Apart from anything else, those small sects, including the industries established by their respective families in the inner city, are still trapped inside. People are definitely not able to be saved, but at least the things must be brought back. What's more, so many monks died inside, and the inheritance alone is enough to make people jealous. And with Fengdu robes and Kingying lanterns, entering the inner city to explore is no longer impossible, but even more powerful. But what is the origin of this Zhenlong black market? It has raised so many resources for ghosts and spirits in just 2 months. Rituals, magic tools, even talismans and elixirs. After spending another 100 spirit stones to bid for a Huangquan pill, Luo Chen fell into deep thought. In the Eastern Wilderness immortal cultivation world, there are not many forces that can mass-produce magic tools. In the Yuding domain, among the 7 sects in this domain, there is a giant force called Yanmeng, which is good at casting tools. This Kingying lantern can release the evil spirit of Yanmeng, which is in line with the Yanmeng's usual casting method. Outside the Yuding domain, there is Xianfan city closer. There is Wuxingmen farther away. Is this Zhenlong black market a subordinate organization of those forces? Or is there cooperation between them? Luo Chen is not the only one who raised this question. The 4 major foundation building sects in the local area are also speculating in this way. But no one dared to ask directly. Xiang Xingzi's strength is unfathomable. Every time he sells so many resources, who knows what his methods are, at least they are not weaker than the local foundation building. If you think about it, maybe he is at the same level as Mishuhua, or even comparable to the sect's foundation building. A second-level Jinmingling monkey corpse, 70% intact, the most important eyes have been taken away, but other materials are intact. Can be sold separately, or sold at a fixed price. Starting price, 2,000 lingxi. After participating in the black market auction many times, Luo Chen is already familiar with the big and small rules here. For example, the rules of starting price and bidding. For the starting price below 500 lingxi, basically just bid at will. For 500 to 1,000, 10 yuan at a time. For the starting price above 1,000, at least 50 lingxi will be bid. For more than 5,000, the default bid is 100. This rule was perfected not long ago. Avoid the situation where someone uses a link sheet to disgust people with a treasure worth several thousand. Zhenlong Black Market does not want to make the bidders angry because of such trivial matters. Seeing the corpse of the second-level monster beast, Luo Chen was a little moved. The main material of the Emperor Liu Jiang is the bones, blood and flesh of the same origin monster beast. Although the most important thing about the Jinming monkey is its size, for him, the intact bones, blood and flesh are undoubtedly more valuable. Should I take a shot? Luo Chen hesitated for a moment. But in a moment, the corpse of the Jinming monkey was bid 5,000 by Wang Heichao and was directly taken. Luo Chen frowned. This price was a bit low. After all, it was a corpse of a second-level monster beast. Even if it lacked the most important materials, it contained the monster pill, so it should be worth at least 6,000 or 7,000. But it was just a pity for the price. Luo Chen did not regret it. After a month, the recipe of the Emperor Liu Jiang was still being explored. Even if he purchased the corresponding main materials, he could not directly refine it. Moreover, some monster corpses are not easy to preserve. Well, let's consider it after figuring out the recipe. 1 Tuangaiu grass, a second-level spiritual herb, can be taken by spiritual beasts to refine the transverse bone in the throat in advance. 3 key refining puppets, with good combat power, comparable to the middle stage of key refining. They are essential treasures for guarding the gate in the courtyard, exploring the way and finding treasures. 1 Zai Taoist robe, a top-grade defensive robe, with defensive power not inferior to special defensive magic tools. 1 treasure after another was auctioned like water. The prices of the transactions were all astonishing. After a long time of experience, Luo Chen had decided that the platform operators made much more money than the small households. He worked hard to refine the elixir for a month, but the income was not necessarily much higher than the black market. Moreover, the things on this Henlong black market were not necessarily collected from this Henlong black market. Many of them were commissioned by casual cultivators in advance to auction because they were afraid of trouble. As long as they were auctioned, the organizers could charge a corresponding proportion of the handling fee. This is simply a deal with no capital. Soon, the first auction session ended. Xiang Xingzi walked down and ran straight to Luo Chen without hesitation. This scene fell into the eyes of the 4 foundation building masters. A soundproofing shield was thrown, and Bian Xingzi greeted with a smile. "My friend, how are you? The senior is in good spirits. I'm afraid your cultivation has improved a lot. A sedan chair is carried by people. Luo Chen can do it too." Tian Xingzi shook his head. "I'm old, and I don't expect to form a pill in this life. It doesn't matter whether my cultivation is improved or not. What's important is, what does your alchemist friend in the foundation building stage think about it?" It seems that he attaches great importance to the cooperation of the blood-burning pill. Luo Chen was sure of this idea in his heart, and without any delay, he said immediately, "There is no problem, but the sex scene is coming." Tian Xingzi cheered up. "Whatever conditions you have, just ask." Luo Chen was not polite and said directly, "Although the blood-burning pill is only a first-level pill, it is extremely difficult to refine and the main materials are also in great demand. So, you need to provide the corresponding raw materials, and the price can be based on the normal market price." Tian Xingzi nodded. "This is what should be expected. Now that the Dang has moved away, many medicinal materials are indeed difficult to buy. How about this? You give me a list, and I will do my best to get it." Luo Chen took out a list on the spot and handed it to the other party. Such an attitude made Bian Xingzi very satisfied. It can be seen that Luo Chen also came with sincerity. Taking the list, he lowered his head and scanned it at a glance. Fire Dog Whip, Fantasy Grass, North Sea Jade Scallop, Exploding Ape Demon Blood, Earth Fire Evil, Snow Fox Demon Blood, Yellow Spring Yin Evil. After reading it, he raised his head in surprise. Does it take so many materials to refine the blood-burning pill? No wonder he was so surprised. It was because this list not only required a large number of medicinal materials, but also many of them had conflicting medicinal properties. For example, although the blood of the explosive ape demon and the blood of the snow fox demon were limited to the first-grade quality, one of them was explosive and the other was icy. This was no longer a simple yin-yang harmony. They were extremely extreme and could never be used as medicine at the same time. Another example was the 2 evil spirits, the Earth Fire Evil and the Yellow Spring Yin Evil, which were first grade and second grade respectively. What kind of elixir would require two kinds of evil spirits, and they were of different grades and properties? Also, what the hell was the fire dog whip? Luo Chen smiled and said nothing. These were naturally not just the raw materials for the blood-burning pill. There were also many main materials for the pills, such as the Zongmiao Pill, Zongmiao Pill, and Zongmiao Pill. First, it was to confuse Xiang Xingzi and prevent him from guessing the main material of the blood-burning pill. After all, there must be a big force behind the other party, and there might be experienced high-level alchemists. If the formula of the blood-burning pill was reversely deduced through the main material, he would lose a lot. Secondly, Luo Chen really lacks these main materials. Beikao Deng and Ling Yuan's He moved away. Xian's Yuju was destroyed. He couldn't collect many things. Now, even the refining of Zongmiao pills has stopped in Luo Xianhu. Although the Bihu jade scallops are very cheap, except for Beikao Deng, which is backed by Yao Wang's sect, ordinary forces can't really purchase and resell them in large quantities. After all, it is a specialty of the foreign domain. Zongmiao Pill is an incomplete pill formula, but Luo Chen has studied it for a long time and has some experience. He is very confident that he can complete it. If he cooperates with the system, he will succeed in 9 out of 10 cases. At that time, he can refine the pill to increase his soul. As for the last Huangquan Yinsha, it was considered for Wang Yuan, just in case. Seeing Luo Chen smiling but not saying anything, Xiang Xingzi also came to his senses. The other party wants to acquire other resources they want through cooperation. By the way, the raw material ratio of the blood-burning pill is also hidden. It's a clever trick. He took a deep look at Luo Chen, then carefully put away the list. Don't worry, since we have agreed to cooperate, I will naturally try my best to meet the requirements of you and your friend. To show my sincerity, I will also tell you a piece of news. Luo Chen looked at the other party curiously. What kind of news can be regarded as the sincerity of a true foundation-building cultivator? Foundation-building pills. I have contacted 3 pills here, and they will be sent to Daofang soon. Huh? A low and heavy gasp came from the man in front of him. Tian Xingzi was very satisfied with the other party's reaction. He believed that no one could remain calm under such sincerity. Luo Chen also realized that he had lost his composure and hurriedly took a steady breath. No wonder he lost his composure like this. After all, it was a foundation-building pill. Moreover, the old man said it was difficult to make last time. But he turned around and told him that he had contacted 3 pills. It was 3, not 1 or 2. If it was 1 or 2, Luo Chen would not have reacted so much. After all, with his qualifications, he was really worried that 1 or 2 pills would not work. Otherwise, he would not have given the one that Mi Shuhe had given him as a favor to Qin Liangchen. But 3 pills means he has 3 chances to break through to the foundation building stage. Even if it's a donkey, 3 chances should be enough to make it. After all this time, the difficult to get in other people's mouths is not just 1 or 2, but more. Luo Chen's voice was a little hoarse and jerky. Senior. Wait. Tian Xingzi raised his hand, just when Luo Chen thought he had some conditions. The other party smiled and said, I also spent a lot of favors to contact these 3 foundation-building pills. So, in terms of the price, 5,000 spirit stones each, what do you think? Is the price of 5,000 spirit stones cheap or expensive? Of course it is expensive. Foundation-building pills are only second-level pills. The same second-level pills start at 3 to 500 spirit stones per bottle. Selling foundation-building pills by the pill, giving it a price of 1 or 2,000 is very respectful of the attribute of increasing the chance of breaking through the realm. At the Jade Tripod auction, the 5 great foundation-building pills only took 2,000 spirit stones to bid for 1 pill each. However, for ordinary casual cultivators, this price is very cheap. First of all, there is no channel to buy it. Secondly, even if 1 or 2 pills appear at the auction, the transaction price is often sky high. The last foundation-building pill was sold for 6,800 spirit stones. The competition is too fierce. Finally, Luo Chen can accept this price. He is the master of Luo Xianhu and a distinguished alchemist. Now he can say to anyone generously, I have a lot of family wealth. The 3 pills together are only 15,000. Apart from anything else, he now has 16,500 yuan in savings. After the last auction, his 20,000 assets dropped to 9,500. A month later, Luo Chen, who earned him another 8,000. At the auction today, he made a few small moves and bought the green firefly lantern and the yellow spring pill, but it only cost less than 1,000 yuan. In other words, if Bian Xingzi takes out 3 foundation building pills now, he, Luo Chen, can buy it right now. Unfortunately, the other party said that he would have to wait for a while. Thank you, senior. I am very satisfied with this price. When the foundation building pill arrives, please inform me as soon as possible. Luo Chen thanked him sincerely. Others have shown their sincerity, so he naturally cannot be stingy. As long as the materials are purchased, I will definitely ask my friend to refine the blood-burning pill for you as soon as possible. Tian Xingzi smiled heartily. Then, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Without participating in the subsequent free trading session, Luo Chen left this headlong black market in advance. After coming out, I found that the snow on the street was getting heavier and heavier. This winter may be the best winter in history. Luo Chen was very excited. After covering his breath, he blended into the night. Chapter 167, Complete the Zongmiao Pill, Refine Key to Strengthen the Body and Soul, a 3-pronged approach. After returning to Luo Xianhu, Luo Chen once again entered the rhythm of concentrating on alchemy and cultivation. During this period, Wang Yuan came to see him once. It was not because of the Xiangpeng transformation technique, but because Wang Yuan had made a breakthrough in the small method of dealing with ghosts and spirits that he had studied before. But Luo Chen already had the Qingying lantern, a top-grade magic weapon, and that small method was no longer of much use to him. Then should we send people into the city to explore? Qin Liangjun asked with interest. Now Qin Liangjun is affiliated with a Dan Hall and serves as a nominal elder. Usually he helps manage miscellaneous affairs, but there is no mandatory requirement. His role is mainly reflected in combat. He took action during the last attack on the Fu family. He fought against Fuju, the third elder of the Fu family, and easily killed him. It must be said that Luo Xianhong's golden silkworm interruption technique is indeed extraordinary. After taking over the novice, Qin Liangjun quickly adapted. It took even longer than the last time to adapt. Maybe, he also has experience. Glancing at the excited Qin Liangjun, Luo Chen did not give a direct answer, but asked about the exploration results of other forces. The exploration progress of each family is different. At present, the Nangong family has the fastest progress. Not only did they recover the remains of the monks in their own shop, but they also gained a lot. The progress of the Daijiang gang is the slowest. The leader is Li Da, who is at the 9th level of key refining. Hearing the name Li Da, Luo Chen's eyes flashed. He remembered that Gaotingyun had talked about the past of exploring the soul refining cave in order to delay him. Among them, he and Li Da went in together. This person's strength is not among the top. On the Dao discussion stage, he also took action to win the next game on behalf of the Daijiang gang. The monk of the Pashan gang who was killed by him was Feng Linhu, the original owner of the mining hall. They are all old acquaintances. Li Da took the lead in the exploration. In addition to the Fengdu robes and Qingying lanterns given by Gaotingyun, he must have something else to rely on. It seems that he also gained a lot in the soul refining cave. Kuyu, the soul refining wanderer, is at least a true foundation building cultivator. His legacy after death may not be as good as the sect's foundation building. But for 2 9th level key refining cultivators, it is undoubtedly very valuable. After listening to the news of the exploration of the Great River Ghost City by various families for a while, Luo Chen slowly shook his head. Let's not get involved in this muddy water. Okay. Qin Liangjun was bored. He was also bored recently and wanted to go back to his original home in the inner city to take a look. There were not many resources left there, but there were some small things of great commemorative significance that he wanted to take back. Seeing him like this, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile and said, "So bored, Brother Qin, how is your cultivation going?" When it comes to this, Qin Liangjun's smile is a bit forced. Luo Chen frowned. What's wrong? Are you short of elixirs or have you had a bottleneck? Qin Liangjun shook his head. I only had a few years of hard work to achieve the great perfection of key refining. There is no such thing as a bottleneck. I don't lack elixirs either. After all, there are many high-priced dust-transforming pills shipped from other places in the major black markets. Luo Chen was puzzled. What's wrong? Qin Liangjun sighed and touched his right arm with his left hand. The newly attached arm is mainly made of sapphire silk, supplemented by my own flesh and blood. But after all, it's not my original arm. Now my cultivation efficiency is not as good as before. The original few years of hard work will be delayed for at least 10 or 20 years. According to memory, Qin Liangjun should be 50 now. In 10 or 20 years, he will have passed the age of 60. By then, even with the help of the Foundation Establishment Pill, the probability of Foundation establishment will probably drop sharply. What's more, he himself only has the qualification of 3 spiritual roots. Luo Chen could not help but understand. No wonder Qin Liangjun was so bored. The road was covered with dust. If it were him, he would be like this too. The new arm was mainly made of silk from the green golden silkworm. Even though it simulated Qin Liangjun's meridians and acupoints through flesh and blood, it was not the original one after all. During daily practice, if it lasted a little longer, it would cause a tingling sensation. Long-term practice would even damage the arm. No wonder Qin Liangjun's practice speed dropped sharply. Luo Chen had no choice but to comfort him. Fortunately, Qin Liangjun was also an open-minded person and did not let such emotions continue. Let's talk about it later. The road is taken step by step. There must be a way when the car reaches the mountain. He smiled heartily and revealed the matter. Luo Chen sighed in his heart, but still smiled on his face. He gave the other party a task and asked him to do it. Receive a batch of medicinal materials. Well, it was sent from this headlong black market. It should be in the next 2 days. I have to trouble Brother Qin to run a trip for me. While speaking, Luo Chen handed over a set of top-grade magic tools. This was one of the spoils of the battle in Xiao Valley, and it has a concealing function. Although the effect is not as good as the great perfection of the key condensing spirit technique, it is also quite mysterious. After Qin Liangjun took it, he agreed to the matter. After he left, Luo Chen shook his head. He had done enough, but when it came to cultivation, he was powerless. Some things still depend on oneself. Taking out a piece of animal skin, Luo Chen calmed down and studied it. Emperor Flowing Juice, based on the neutralization of medicinal properties and the effect of medicinal power, is indeed a spiritual medicine that is beneficial to monsters. But the 3 auxiliary ingredients in it can only be absorbed by humans. In other words, this medicine can actually be used by humans. If you have sex but no life, replenishing sex is natural. If you have sex in life, you can escape the cage and get close to heaven and earth. Can it be understood that plants and trees can get close to the Tao by using Emperor Flowing Juice? But if you are not a plant and tree, you can escape the cage and get close to heaven and earth with this medicine. What is the cage? What is heaven and earth? While thinking, Luo Chen had a vague guess. But that kind of speculation made him unsure. After a long time, he put away the Emperor Liu Jiang pill recipe and took out another one. Zongmiao Pill. The main ingredients are Huanao grass and demon fox blood. There are 27 kinds of auxiliary ingredients. Taking it can increase the foundation of the cultivator's soul and improve spiritual awareness. This is an incomplete pill recipe, obtained from Mi Shuhui. In addition to the Qingyan pill solution, the old man Mi also gave 2 pill recipes. The Jade Marrow pill is the most important, but the Zongmiao pill is just an additional bonus. Although it is incomplete, it has been in his hands for a long time. Luo Chen has studied it almost, and he has gradually added some auxiliary ingredients to it, barely completing it. Open the system. Luo Chen held the completed Zongmiao pill recipe and his heart moved. Zongmiao pill, a complete first-level pill recipe. You can get started. Do you want to get started? Closing the system panel, Luo Chen put away the pill recipe with satisfaction. This proves that his direction of completion is correct. The 27 kinds of auxiliary ingredients can indeed be integrated with the 2 main ingredients marked on the original pill recipe. But he did not choose to enter directly. The main reason is that it depends on whether Xiang Xingzi has collected the corresponding materials for him. He can also buy some auxiliary materials from Lianian Merchant Alliance. But one of the main materials, snow fox blood, is not so easy to get. This is a specialty of Zulianfang. Snow fox, a first-level monster in the Great Snow Mountain, is good at hiding an illusion, and is extremely intelligent and very human. This thing is very difficult to capture and hunt. I am afraid that it is difficult to get it with the strength of headlong black market. Facts have proved that Luo Chen still greatly underestimated this headlong black market. That night, Qin Liangjun brought back a storage bag. It's all in there. Except for Huangquan Yinsha and Bihayuiaozu, I have obtained a lot of the medicinal materials on the list. The 3,000 spirit stones you gave me cost a total of 1,780. This is the remaining 1,220. You can give me a little bit. So powerful? Even the snow fox blood was obtained. Luo Chen was quite surprised to receive the storage bag, and did not count the spirit stones at all. Don't I trust you, brother Qin? Qin Liangzhen grinned. The monk surnamed Wang who delivered the goods said that the yellow spring yin sha belongs to the second-level evil spirit and they really can't find it. But there is a way to get the North Sea Jade Scallops. We are in contact and will definitely be able to supply it next month. This result was expected. Luo Chen had also asked Bai Miling about the blood evil pill before. According to her, the Medicine King sect did not have the yellow spring yin sha. It is undoubtedly great that the North Sea Jade Scallops can be supplied next month. In this way, the refining of the wonderful pills can continue. Nodding, Luo Chen put away the storage bag and asked with a smile, "Are you used to Fu Zhang's golden guard hammer?" "It's good. Except that it's a bit heavy, it's very powerful. It's also a gold-based magic weapon, which is just right for me." After the battle of the Fu family ended, Qin Liangzhen specially used Fu Yu's spoils of war to exchange with Luo Chen for Fu Zhang's golden guard hammer. His original great sword was destroyed in the battle, and he had been lacking a satisfactory magic weapon. Luo Chen had no objection and directly replaced it. After chatting for a while, Qin Liangzhen yawned and left the Dan Hall. Now, he and Murin King Lian live in a courtyard built by Luo Xianhu. In fact, most of the monks of Luo Xianhu now choose to build houses nearby. The inner city is destroyed, but the spiritual energy of the spiritual veins is spreading. Living here is not worse than living in the inner city. And you don't have to pay rent. Thinking of the rent, Luo Chen subconsciously thought of Sun Shou from Yuding Sword Pavilion. It's a pity, he was also a very good senior. He originally wanted to contribute his life to the sect in this remote market. In the end, he fell silently and did not die of old age. The old friend is gone, and thinking about it is only adding to the sadness. After sighing, Luo Chen entered the Dan Hall. First, he collected the spiritual stones inside, and then placed the various medicinal materials inside into the corresponding medicine cabinets. Many of these things needed special processing. Then, he took out all the 2 main materials and 27 auxiliary materials needed to refine the Zongmiao Pill. The Huanaya grass needs to be dried. This is simple. It can be done with the residual heat of the stove. A large bunch of green Huanaya grass was evenly spread on the can usually used to bake medicinal materials. The stove below continued to emit temperature. As one of the 2 main materials, the Huanaya grass was the easiest to process. But the snow fox demon blood was not that simple. The processing of snow fox blood is very complicated. It has to go through 5 processes. Unfortunately, if I knew the Huangxi hand, I could have saved 3 of the processes. Xiangxing grass is highly toxic and has a strong hallucinogenic effect. It needs to be detoxified with mineral jade, but the hallucinogenic effect must be retained. These auxiliary materials are not so troublesome. They are already processed in our own pharmacy. At midnight, Luo Chen finally decided on a processing plan for the many raw materials and main materials in the Zongmiao Pill recipe. Some have already been processed, while others will have to wait for a while. But this is a different time. Many things don't need him to do it himself. He can just hand them over to his medicine apprentices when the sun rises. Cultivation must not be neglected. After finishing his cultivation again, Luo Chen took a look at the attribute panel. Realm, Key Refining 9th Layer 8/100, it has been almost 4 months since he broke through the Key Refining 9th Layer. This progress of cultivation made him very satisfied. In the first month, the progress slowly climbed from 1 to 2, like a turtle's speed. But in the next 2 months, because of the spirit pill, the efficiency doubled, and now it has reached 8 progress. The specific cultivation speed should be about 1.5 per month. The spirit pill is really a good thing. I hope Xiangxingzi can get more for me. Luo Chen estimated the stock of spirit pills on his body. After more than 2 months, he consumed 1 every 10 days, and now there are only 33 left. In other words, it can only last for a year at most. Don't rush, Luo Chen sighed. Now it is extremely against the sky to have such a speed of cultivation. The double spiritual root cultivator is just like this. With the blessing of the spirit pill, I am afraid that it is not much different from the heavenly spiritual root cultivator. However, If the cultivation speed cannot be increased, you can still improve your strength in other ways. Facing the cold morning breeze, Luo Chen took out a small medicine bottle from the storage bag. Under the traction of spiritual power, 2 drops of crystal liquid flew out and slowly fell into the wide-open eye sockets. As soon as the medicine liquid entered, Luo Chen felt a burning pain, and he quickly closed his eyes. It felt like peppers stuck in my eyes, and like needles and swords stabbing me. Tears fell unconsciously. After a long while, Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, Luo Chen let out a long breath. Fortunately, after practicing the Mingshan Posha, this pain is still within my tolerance range. He blinked his eyes and felt that his tired eyes became clearer after staying up all night to practice. His eyes were dark and deep. The light penetrated in, as bright as the stars in the boundless starry sky. The effect of the clear liquid is really 10 times that of the moist pearl liquid. After only 2 months of dripping, the distance I can see has exceeded 100 miles. Luo Chen shook the empty bottle and felt sorry. No, I have to get more of this stuff. Luo Chen knew the benefits of a pair of spiritual eyes very well. Because of this pair of eyes, he enjoyed too many conveniences. The Battle of Xiao Valley, seeing through the disguise of the spy. In the 2 battles at Langkang River and Day Inner City, he saw battle scenes that ordinary people could not see from a safe distance. Especially in this headlong black market, this pair of eyes allowed him to see through the disguise of the animal skin of Xiangpeng transformation and obtain the 2nd-level pill recipe Emperor Flowing Slurry. This was the first time he felt the pleasure of picking up a leak since he traveled through time. Therefore, continuing to strengthen the eyes is a set decision. Even if there is no transparent liquid, the moistening pearl liquid must be used. Little by little, day by day, one day you will be able to make a further step in the current perfect spiritual eye technique. In addition to the transparent liquid, the practice is not over yet. Luo Chen took out another bottle. Golden jade liquid. A more suitable spiritual medicine for the body refining of the cultivators in the key refining period. The reason why Wang Yuan was able to reach the 2nd level of body refining in a short time, in addition to the accumulation of martial arts in the mortal period, is that he relies more on this thing. Since he took over Jiandang, he took almost all the resources to Taishan Square to buy golden jade liquid from Jinshi Pavilion. When he had completed the first stage of physical training, he had extra gold jade liquid, so he gave a bottle to Luo Chen. It was also at that time that Luo Chen enjoyed this stuff for the first time. It must be said that the effect is indeed unique. Its efficacy can be seen from the name. Gold jade liquid. Gold corresponds to the external body, long-term use, step by step to the realm of body healing diamond. Jade liquid is the internal tendons and bones. When it is completed, it is the sign of Wang Yuan's current eye skin and jade bones. As for how to practice the 2nd stage of physical training, Wang Yuan briefly mentioned it, but did not go into too much detail. If he went into detail, Luo Chen, who had not personally participated in physical training, could not understand all the details. He only knew that he must not fall behind in this stage of his physical strength. Gold jade liquid is for strengthening the body, and Tonggaiao Dan is for strengthening the soul. Even if he cannot reach the level of excellence, he cannot hold back when breaking through the foundation. Without thinking, Luo Chen drank a mouthful of gold jade liquid. It felt like drinking magma. However, Luo Chen, who had long been accustomed to it, just smacked his lips as if he was drinking boiling hot soy milk. Unfortunately, I can't drink too much in a day, otherwise it will easily burn my internal organs. Luo Chen could feel that after the golden jade liquid entered his body, he felt a tingling sensation all over his body. This was a sign that his physique was constantly strengthening. In this case, the only thing left is the Zongmiao Pill. Refining key, strengthening the body, and strengthening the soul. Luo Chen wanted to do all 3. Everything, just to break through the foundation. Chapter 168, Mountain Collapse, Refining Zongmiao Pill. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in a blink of an eye. After finishing the refining of the Jade Marrow Pill in the afternoon, Luo Chen did not go to the wasteland under Huai Mountain to practice magic. Instead, he stayed in the Dan Hall and watched Meili refine the Bigu powder. With a large supply of raw materials, Meili's Bigu powder refining technology has been considered to be advanced. He can succeed 2 or 3 times out of 10. If it is put into the system, it should be a perfect evaluation. Luo Chen is very satisfied with Meili's progress. The profit of Bigu powder is not high, and the market competition is also very fierce. The purpose of refining Bigu powder is not to make money, but to meet the internal use of Luo Chen. It's winter, and the activities of the cultivators are greatly affected. Although Liaonian Merchant Alliance took the opportunity to occupy the market of Lingyuanshe at the time and transported a lot of spiritual rice from other places to sell. But for now, it can't meet the needs of the remaining tens of thousands of casual cultivators in Dahofang. There are also many cultivators in Luo Chen who suffer from it. In this case, Dan Hall can provide Bigu powder at a low price, which is very popular. Compared with grains, the Bigu powder that contains a little spiritual energy and can fill the stomach is much better. After Mili, it was Tang Quan who started to refine the Zongmiao pills. Mili, who had washed his hands, stood in the corner with a little boy and watched. Luo Chen stood in front with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. How many times has this happened? I don't know, but it must have been hundreds of times. After so many refinings, he didn't succeed once? Can he really do it? Who knows? After all, Uncle Tang Quan is the elder Zheng Wen, and he is in a high position and has great power. But doesn't the president feel bad for wasting medicinal materials like this? The fragmented discussions came from the firework apprentice who was helping. Even though Tang Quan had long been accustomed to it, he was a little sad at the moment. This is the last batch of raw materials for the Zongmiao pills in the Dan Hall. If it fails again, I'm afraid that President Luo Chen will not be entangled with this pill in the future. Everyone knows that Luo Chen who is now focusing on the jade marrow pill. Thinking about these things, Tang Quan began to refine the Zongmiao pills. Halfway through, a slightly burnt smell came out. It was so familiar. Tang Quan's heart sank. At this time, Luo Chen pulled him to the back. Look, this is how the Zongmiao pills are made. I will only demonstrate this last time. If you fail again in the future, it proves that you really don't have the talent for alchemy. After taking over from Tang Quan, Luo Chen injected a stream of spiritual power into the Zion copper furnace. The spiritual power entering the furnace first prevented the further dissolution of the medicinal power. Separate first, then merge. Luo Chen's 10 fingers on both hands flew like flowers, unrestrained and free hand. Seeing this, everyone was dazzled, and felt that there was a world of difference from before Tang Quan. Luo Chen didn't care about these. His mind was all in the furnace, and he would send out spiritual power from time to time. The pyrotechnician next to him also increased and decreased the size of the fire under his command. About a cup of tea later, a refreshing fragrance of elixir flew out of the copper furnace. Get up! The furnace cover floated up, and Luo Chen reached out to grab it. Immediately, 10 dark red pills with 3 cloud patterns fell into his hands. The scalding temperature seemed to be nothing. Luo Chen threw them casually, and Tang Quan hurriedly took them. Top grade. Mili beside him exclaimed, President, your alchemy skills have improved again. Looking at those pills, Tang Quan was extremely shocked. It is no secret that the president can refine top-grade Miaowan. However, the furnace just now is close to failure. In such a bad situation, he can reverse the failure, and finally condense it into a pill with ease, and even the finished product is the best. What a profound alchemy! After the shock, there is an incomparable bitterness and frustration. Do I really have no talent for alchemy? While he was in a daze, Luo Chen had already walked around him and walked outside. When passing by the door of the alchemy room, Luo Chen paused. He rubbed Chu Lingjin's little head and asked with a smile, Have you understood the Beikao Atlas? Chu Lingjin raised his head and looked at Luo Chen admiringly. He nodded excitedly. He has memorized them all, and his understanding is good. Sister Mili can testify to that. Luo Chen looked at Mili, who nodded gently. I have tested him several times. He made mistakes at first, but now he can basically get them all right. In terms of his understanding of the herbal atlas, he is among the best among all the medicine apprentices. It seems that he is indeed a smart and good child. It's a pity that his talent is a little lacking. Luo Chen glanced over and saw a faint fluctuation of spiritual power emanating from the other party. This is a sign of entering the first level of key refining. However, the fluctuation of spiritual power is too weak, almost non-existent. As far as he knows, Chu Lingjin started practicing a month ago. As the only seedling in the Chu family who can practice, Chu Hanchang will definitely not treat him badly. But after a month, is this the only level? Luo Chen thought of Yuan Xiaoyu. It only took her 1 month to go from the second level to the third level of key refining. After thinking about it, Luo Chen took out a small bottle. Very good, you have completed the task I assigned to you perfectly. This is your reward. Chu Lingjun took it happily and wanted to open it, but was stopped by Luo Chen. Go home and read it. That deep look made Chu Lingjun understand the meaning immediately. He was a sensible child and immediately bowed to thank him. Luo Chen didn't care and turned to leave the alchemy room, leaving everyone to clean up the mess. Chu Lingjun followed everyone like a little adult, cleaning the alchemy furnace, repairing the fire pit, and replacing the fireproof bricks. When he encountered the remaining medicine residue, he collected it with great care. Meili smiled gently and asked him, "These medicine residues are useless, usually taken to the wasteland to bury. Why do you still need to collect them?" Chu Lingjun just opened his eyes and said that these are successful medicine residues. Collecting them and comparing them with those failed medicine residues may also find other differences between success and failure. Outside the alchemy room, Luo Chen, who was about to return to the stone house, paused for a moment. He also has this habit, and will learn lessons from failures again and again. However, he never seemed to pay attention to the dregs left after the successful elixir. It was like doing a math problem. Many people got the wrong answer and would look for which step was wrong. But few people, after getting the correct answer, would study the meaning of each step in the calculation process. Because people are immersed in the joy of success. Whether it is refining elixirs or doing problems. Although it's better than nothing, it does open up a new idea for me. Luo Chen chuckled and stopped paying attention. After returning to the stone house, he activated the formation and went down the mine to Chang'an Mountain. The 2IU technique and the wave technique have both reached the perfect level. Among the immortal cultivators, it is considered to be between the small success and the great success, and it can already work as desired. He's going to try today the combination of the three techniques of Fireball, 2IU and Wave, which is derived from the second level spell Landslide. Lingjun, stop playing with mud, it's time to practice. Grandpa, I'm not playing with mud. Chu Hanchang smiled helplessly and pulled the dirty Chu Lingjun up from the basin. He looked down and smelled a fragrance mixed with the smell of burnt beard. Is this medicine residue? No, this is not ordinary medicine residue. Chu Lingjun smiled proudly, this is the medicine residue between failure and success. Huh? Forget it, Grandpa, you are old and don't understand these. Tisk, stinky boy, go wash up. While Chu Lingjun was washing up, Chu Hanchang looked at the gradually darkening sky and looked into the distance at the former day Nicheng. Now, it is a ghost town. And all his descendants, sons, daughters-in-law, and 2 little grandsons without spiritual roots, died in it. Dexon, go with peace of mind. I will definitely train Lingjun into a powerful cultivator. With a firm heart, Chu Hanchang took out 2 jade bottles from the storage bag. The former is a low-grade jadeite pill, which he bought at an internal price when he was in the Pashan gang. It is very suitable for Chu Lingjun's realm. The latter is a nourishing key pill, which he recently bought at a high price from the black market in the southern part of the outer city. This is produced by the Medicine King sect, with mild efficacy and no sequelae. If you take too much low-grade jadeite pill, there will be sequelae of the Danshan turning into jade. It stands to reason that Lingjun should take the nourishing key pill, but Chu Hanchang thought that he had a short lifespan and had been seriously injured. He really didn't have many years to live. As a fire deacon in the Dan Hall, even if the president raised his salary several times, the spiritual stones he earned in a month were just close to that of a cultivator in the late stage of key refining. The nourishing key pill is getting more and more expensive, and I can't buy many with my spiritual stones. Save these bottles first, and when Lingjun reaches the middle stage of key refining, stop using the jadeite pill and use this nourishing key pill. After making a decision, Chu Hanchang put away the bottle of nourishing key pill very preciously. When Chu Lingjun finished washing and ran out naked, he laughed and scolded him to put on clothes and practice. Unexpectedly, Chu Lingjun stood on the bed, shaking the bird, and said loudly with reason, "No. I heard the president say 2 days ago that getting close to nature and experiencing the great way is the basis of practice. Practicing with clothes will make it difficult for me to absorb the spiritual energy from the outside world." Chu Hanchang was confused. Is there such a saying? It's just a layer of outer clothes. But thinking that it was Luo Chen who said it, he couldn't help but half believe and half doubt, and believed it for the time being. Okay, it's up to you. This is the elixir to be used today. Before practicing, swallow one first. While speaking, the old man lit a brazier in the corner. The charcoal fire burned, bringing a touch of warmth to the room. He opened the window a little bit to let the cold wind and air outside seep in. Neither can the little grandson be frozen, nor can he be suffocated in the house. It's hard for this little old man. But when he turned around, he found that Chu Lingjun did not practice directly. Instead, he squatted on the bed, staring blankly at a pill in his hand. But what's so good about a low-grade chalcedony pill? Chu Hanchang was stunned. Because the pill in the child's hand clearly had 3 cloud patterns, which meant that it was not a low-grade chalcedony pill. It was a high-grade chalcedony pill. He snatched the pill with a nervous look. Where did you get it? Chu Lingjun pouted. The president gave it to me today, saying that I memorized the herb backlist well. The president gave it to me. He was originally worried that Chu Lingjun had stolen it, but when he heard that it was given by Luo Chen, he felt relieved. Whether in the Pashan Gang or the Luo Chen society, our old Chu family relied on being honest and doing things with concentration, so that we could stand out from many casual practitioners step by step. Stealing is a taboo. It must not be touched. After a sigh of relief, Chu Hanchang finally reacted. Top-grade jade medallion pill. Oh my god. Has the president's alchemy skills improved to this extent? It's only been a short time, and he has actually refined a top-grade jade medallion pill. If the old leader me was still alive, I'm afraid he would be extremely ecstatic. While he was talking to himself, Chu Lingjun held him back. Grandpa, this matter cannot be told to the public. Huh? Chu Hanchang didn't understand. The president's attainments in alchemy had made another breakthrough. Why couldn't he tell the public? Chu Lingjun's face was tense, imitating Luo Chen's demeanor during the day, staring at his grandfather. He said seriously, you must not tell the public, this is what the president meant. Chu Hanchang opened his mouth, but he didn't react to the expression and tone of his grandson. In a trance, there was a hint of Luo Chen's charm. In this case, he also put away the idea of promoting the president's reputation to the public. It's not good to flatter the horse's hoof. But in this case, he hesitated. Should he let his grandson use the low-grade jade medallion pill or the top-grade one? It must be of top quality. Since the president gave a bottle as a reward, he must have considered Lingjun's realm. Besides, he seems to like this kid very much. If Lingjun's realm is raised sooner, he can also help with things, and maybe he can be reused. Just keep these low-grade jade marrow pills for me. Anyway, I haven't eaten many pills in my life. After finding a reason to enjoy himself, Chu Hanchang urged his grandson to practice. He stood at the door and let Chu Lingjun have the air in the room, so that the spiritual energy would not be shared by him. Facing the biting cold wind, Chu Hanchang pulled out a pipe from his waist. He lit the pipe with a fireball skillfully and took a sip. I felt that the tobacco leaves that used to be choking actually had a hint of sweetness. A sad face climbed onto his face. Luo Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and drank a small sip of the pulse-replenishing liquid. He lowered his head and looked at the small raised mound not far away. Is this the power of a second-level spell? Damn. The Xianlong black market won't sell pirated fakes, will it? Luo Chen cursed and complained, recalling the situation at that time. According to the secret book, as long as all 3 spells reach the level of minor success, you can start practicing landslide. He is now a great master of fireball, perfect level of earth mountain, and perfect level of waves, which have long exceeded the level of minor success. But, the 3 spells can't be combined. What's wrong? The basic conditions have been met, why did it fail? Luo Chen did not doubt his talent for spells. Even compared to the alchemy that the foundation building stage and the golden elixir stage envy, his talent for spells is the real deal. Of all the spells he has learned, none of them rely on the system to get started. It's all up to him, practicing hard alone. While thinking, Luo Chen looked at the small mound of earth. This is the effect of the earth mountain. If it is used with all his strength, it should be at least tens of meters tall. But when it was released just now, the spiritual energy in his body was disordered, and it ran wild for a moment. Not only did the spell fail, but it also slightly damaged his meridians. Fortunately, there was the meridian replenishing fluid from Gaotinggian's legacy, otherwise today would be more trouble than it's worth. Where's the water? I also activated the wave technique, but why didn't I see any water drops, and I didn't even detect the water-based spiritual energy? It can't be that the earth mountain technique and the wave technique haven't been practiced yet. In doubt, Luo Chen suddenly realized, perhaps, It's not that he hasn't practiced the 2 prerequisite spells yet. It's that his attainments in the fireball technique are too high. The great perfection of the fireball technique, when activated to the extreme, is even comparable to the second-level fire-based Liang technique. The 3 techniques are combined into one, which is about balance, and then explosion. If you can't achieve balance first, how can you talk about explosion? As a result, you can only detonate in advance. And if you detonate in advance, the one who hurts the caster is the one. So, what I have to do is to improve the 2 prerequisite spells. Or, control the amount of spiritual power input to the fireball technique. The first 2 require slow work, and at least they have to be calculated in units of months. The latter, on the other hand, was easier to deal with. In the past few months, he had been optimizing the fireball technique. The great perfection of the spirit eye technique gave him even more power. Until now, the optimization of the fireball technique has reached a very high level. If it is combined again to form the scorching sun technique, the power will be 3 times stronger than before. Even if he is given enough time to drain all the spiritual power in his body, he will definitely be able to release the brilliant attack. If it is just to control the input of spiritual power, this is not difficult to solve. Luo Chen wanted to continue practicing magic, but his eyes condensed slightly. In the night, an old wolf with a powerful aura was climbing up the mountain from 100 miles away. Immediately, a mournful low wolf howl resounded through the barren mountain and ancient forest. It's not a good time to continue practicing this technique today. Forget it, since I have found the general problem, I will master this technique sooner or later. Without hesitation, Luo Chen turned and left. Xian Oyo Yufang was performed, and the wind was howling, and there were black clouds hiding his figure. In a flash, Luo Chen disappeared from Chang'an Mountain. After returning to Xiai Valley, Luo Chen did not practice directly. Over the past few days, the raw materials for Zongmiao pills have been processed. 10 portions of the processed main materials were placed in his storage bag. Well, the means of protecting the Dao are only for protecting the Dao after all, and cultivation is the foundation. First refine the Zongmiao pill and increase the cultivation. System, entry. Without the slightest hesitation, 10 achievement points were erased from the panel. And an extra entry appeared on the attribute panel. Zongmiao pill 1/100, according to past experience, this extra 1 represents the default that Luo Chen has had a successful experience. Therefore, it will be evaluated as an entry level. This one should not be underestimated. Without this one, no one knows how many times he will fail before this. At least Luo Chen realized from Tangquan the frustration of not being able to succeed even once. In order to get started with his Zongmiao pills, Tangquan has refined them more than 100 times. According to the cost of 5 spirit stones per portion, he has wasted 500 low-grade spirit stones. What is this concept? When Luo Chen started from scratch, his total wealth was only 50 spirit stones. 500 spirit stones would require him to start all over again 10 times. Even then, there was no hope of success. Only if he succeeded that time could he remember the most wonderful memory and draw more successful experience from the successful memory. In a word, the winners always succeed. With a faint thought, Luo Chen released the 4 symbols cauldron. This was the most familiar magic weapon he was now, still on top of the purple cloud copper furnace, Zuanan cauldron and Shenmu cauldron. Old me, I miss you so much. After a nostalgic voice, Luo Chen lit the fire himself and then put in the herbs one by one. Xiangxing grass, bamboo yellow. Huanhao grass, interval blue-orange grass juice. Finally, the snow fox demon blood, so, not right. In just a moment, Luo Chen woke up from his trance. And it was during this trance that the pungent fishy smell came over him. He soared into the air and overlooked the situation in the cauldron. A large amount of snow-white solid liquid mixture flowed in it. The pungent smell came from this. Luo Chen's face was gloomy. He failed. He failed before he even reached the stage of drug fusion. Not to mention the step of combining pills. Just by stimulating the blood of the snow fox demon, the hallucinations produced made me addicted for a moment. In just this moment, the refining failed. This is the only time I have encountered a counterattack from the elixir in my many years of alchemy. This situation is rare. Or rather, it does exist. But it generally only exists in high-level elixirs. For example, In the process of refining some high-level elixirs that use living things to make elixirs, they must face the counterattack of the raw materials of the elixir. Unexpectedly, this situation would occur in Zongmiao Pill. It may be that the elixir formula I completed did not suppress the hallucinogenic ability in the blood of the snow fox demon. But now I have already entered the door, and it is too late to temporarily change and optimize the elixir formula. I have to find a way to prevent me from being hallucinated when refining the elixir. If there is a problem, solve it. Luo Chen was not discouraged. He had experienced many failures. Without these failures, how could there be more successes? It's just that in this short day-to-day, he experienced a failure of spells and a failure of alchemy, which really exhausted him mentally. Maybe it's because I've been too tired recently. It just so happens that my meridians are slightly damaged today, so I need to rest for a while. I won't practice for now, just take the golden jade liquid and the clear liquid, and then go to sleep. Luo Chen knew the principle of too much is as bad as too little. He decisively chose to go to sleep. Not to mention, he slept quite soundly. Chapter 169, Ghost Town and Ghost General. Dan Chang enters the dream. The next morning, Luo Chen put on the white fox fur coat he wore last year, and with his hands in his pockets, he began to patrol his territory. Winter had already arrived, and heavy snow was falling. Snow was everywhere in the Xiao Valley. From a distance, Luo Chen saw a little kid making a snowman at the gate. Luo Chen walked over and couldn't help laughing. So ugly. Chu Lingjin tilted his head, rushed into the house without saying a word. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. That shouldn't be the case. I gave you elixir yesterday, why are you so rude today? But the next moment, he saw Chu Lingjin running out of the small flower pot. President, this is my birthday present for you. Looking at the plant in the flower pot that had just sprouted new buds, Luo Chen opened his mouth. Is it my birthday? Chu Lingjin boasted proudly, this is a soul-raising tree. The seed was given to me by you before. I used some monster blood that the uncles didn't want and cultivated it for a while before I got it. How about it? I'm awesome, right? Luo Chen pinched his chubby little face and laughed and scolded, after all this time, you are just borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha. Chu Lingjin smiled innocently and straightened his chest immediately. Ordinary people can't raise this soul-raising tree. Indeed, the soul-raising tree is difficult to raise. But it is not difficult to cultivate. The difficulty of raising is reflected in the fact that it takes a soul-raising tree thousands of years from rooting to growing to a usable stage. The seeds of this soul-raising tree were given to him by Feng Xiao on his birthday last year. Luo Chen kept it in the storage bag and didn't care. Before, he saw Chu Lingjin reciting and understanding the 100 Herbs Atlas, so he simply gave it to him and asked him to try it out. Unexpectedly, he really raised it. Okay, I already know you've raised it. Don't give it to me. You can help me raise it first, and give it to me when it grows up. Yes. Chu Lingjin nodded quickly, and carefully took the flower pot back. Luo Chen bent down, picked up a handful of snow, and started to fix the ugly little snowman. After a while, Chu Lingjin also joined in. Who is this snowman? Why does it have a beard? It's my dad. His beard is so hard and prickly, so I glued it with pig hair as a beard. Then aren't you calling your dad a pig? He's really stupid, not as smart as my mom. No, my dad isn't that handsome, I'm more like my mom. As he piled it up, Chu Lingjin's nose turned red. He raised his head, looked at Luo Chen, and sobbed. President, I miss my dad and mom. Luo Chen pursed his lips and gently rubbed the little boy's hair. A big and a small, standing in the wind and snow, piled up an ugly snowman. Ghost General. In the Heiau Hall, all the cultivators gathered around the stove to warm themselves. Luo Chen was surprised to hear the news Zheng Wen had found out. Zheng Wen was amazed. Yes, no one expected that a Ghost General level ghost would appear in the Ghost City. The Nanguang family, who rushed to the front, suffered heavy losses this time. There are many categories of yin ghosts. Those who transform into spirits from yin qi, those who fall from the Dao and turn to the ghost path, those who die in the yin shaland and become fierce ghosts, and even the most classic zombies, can all be counted as yin ghosts. The classification standard is not the conventional key refining and foundation building. It is ghost soldiers, ghost generals, and ghost kings. The reason for this classification is that the upper yin ghosts will naturally suppress the lower yin ghosts. As strong as the ghost king, It can even transform a place into a ghost den. All the ghost cultivators in it will be controlled by the Ghost King while gaining benefits. The battle in the inner city of Dahofang broke out at noon. There were many cultivators in it, and the number was at least more than 5,000. After the outbreak, some people died on the spot, and some were trapped in the formation activated by the J-Tripod Sword Pavilion. Only a few lucky people managed to escape at the beginning. When the war ended, the 3 Ghost Kings were blown up by the giant and sword cultivator Pang Rengshan. The essence of ghost energy accumulated for hundreds of years enveloped the inner city on the spot, completely turning it into a ghost den. If it were just like this, we only need to wait for the arrival of the big sect to eliminate the ghost energy, and then we can restore the righteousness of heaven and earth. However, 3 months have passed, and the Jade Tripod Sword sect has not been seen. On the contrary, now there is a ghost general level existence in the ghost city. Although the ghost general cannot control a ghost like the Ghost King, he has already developed some spiritual intelligence and retained some of his behavioral habits before his death. In addition, he is in the ghost den, and his combat power has increased greatly. Compared with the foundation building cultivators, it is unknown who is better. But the key refining cultivators are absolutely irresistible. Where did it appear? Luo Chen asked curiously. Zhang Wen said in high spirits, it is said that it was in the area of Beishi Square. The Nanguang family was the most in-depth at that time, and wanted to enter the Yuding Sword Pavilion in advance. As a result, they encountered the Ghost General when they arrived at Beishi Square. Tisk, that's so miserable. 9 of the 10 late-stage key refining cultivators of the Nanguang family died on the spot. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. 9. Yes, only Nanguang Qin survived. When Zhang Wen said this, he glanced at Qin Liangchen who was drinking. He is lucky. He has a treasure against yin ghosts and a magic weapon given by his father who was building his foundation. Relying on the time delayed by 9 people, he activated the magic weapon and escaped from the scope of Beishi Square in a panic. Hearing this result, Murin King Lian felt sorry. The old Qin family still remembered the revenge of Nanguang Qin, leading people to surround and kill Qin Liangchen. Qin Liangchen did not comment and did not express any opinions. Here, give it to you. A voice came from his ear, and Luo Chen smiled and took a handful of peeled hazelnut kernels from Gu Kai. After swallowing the food whole, Luo Chen asked vaguely, the Nanguang family shouldn't tell others about this kind of thing, right? You've described it in such detail, as if you were there to see it in person. Zhang Wen chuckled, I wasn't there, but someone from the Li family was there. Li family? Yes, Li Ao led the team to the outskirts of Beishi Square at that time, and witnessed this scene with his own eyes with the help of that Kingying lantern artifact. Did the Li family also send people to explore the ghost town? Luo Chen was thoughtful. It seems that during this period, the focus of all major forces has been on the ghost town. That's right, there are a lot of resources left in it, and if some of them are transported out, it will be faster and more than working hard. Without saying anything else, Luo Chen especially wants to plunder Xian's Huju. As an industry of Aleo Mountain, the various spiritual materials in Xian's Huju are hard currency. Especially the earth fire evil. Zhang Wen next to him was still talking about the ghost town. These were all what he had learned from other guests while working in the Golden Hall. The Li family cultivators witnessed the Nanguang family's tragic defeat and spread the news after they came out. The purpose was nothing more than to strike at the Nanguang family, an outsider cultivating immortal family. After all, the 2 families had competed for the resources of the Beast Hall of the Pashangang, which really caused a lot of trouble. In Zhang Wen's narration, everyone gradually understood the current situation of the ghost city. The most dangerous area was the White Stone Square. There was a ghost general patrolling, and no one could enter it safely. However, once they left the White Stone Square, the ghost general would no longer chase them. So Nanguang Qin and the Li family cultivators were lucky enough to leave. The shops of the 5 major foreign sects had long been deserted. All the treasures in them were taken away, and those that could not be taken away were destroyed. As for the shops of some small sects in the local area, they were more or less protected by formations. For a while, all the major forces were trying to find a way to crack them. When it came to formations, Luo Chen thought of the character Min Longgao. This person seems to belong to the Daijiang gang, but in fact he should be a cultivator of the Lianian Merchant Alliance. He is very good at formations. Even in battle, he often uses formations to fight against the enemy. If the Lianian Merchant Alliance is also interested in exploring the inner city, As long as Min Longayu is sent, the harvest will definitely be far more than everyone else. It would be great if my Luo Chen association also has such a person who is good at formations. Luo Chen thought with some regret. There are still too few talents in the Luo Chen association, most of whom are production cultivators and combat cultivators. These production cultivators are not eating for free, and they are all playing their respective roles. The spiritual rice planted before, under the auspices of Yuan Dongshen, has grown quite vigorously. Next year, perhaps a small harvest can be harvested. The rest of the medicinal materials also benefited from the outbreak of the inner city's spiritual veins, and the scattered spiritual energy allowed some medicinal materials to grow well. It's just that winter is here, and the formation that is like spring all year round must be maintained, which consumes a lot of energy. But the things produced by the production cultivators also need someone to protect them. Otherwise, what if they are robbed by others? Combat cultivators may be able to stand on their own. But if a battle really breaks out and spreads down, these crops will probably be in vain. In comparison, formation cultivators like Min Longayu are very useful. With such a person presiding over the small 5-element formation, as long as the foundation building does not take action, the crops planted in the Xiao Valley will be safe. Unfortunately, Luo Xianhu does not have one. The only one who knows a little about formation is Duan Feng. But most of the formations he knows are related to the casting of magic tools, and they are all small formations. In addition to cultivation recently, he has been busy training apprentices. He plans to train a group of casting apprentices and set up a weapon hall according to Luo Chen's previous plan. If you want to develop and expand Luo Xianhu, there is still a long way to go. Luo Chen shook his head and continued to chat with everyone. The topic gradually shifted from the Daofang to cultivation. Everyone in the hall is basically a 9th-level key refining cultivator. Except for Zhengwen and Grandma Yuan, who have long been indifferent, most of them still have a glimmer of hope for foundation building. Under Luo Chen's chairmanship, everyone talked about the problems they encountered in their cultivation, and the atmosphere was quite joyful. Luo Chen also benefited a lot from others' cultivation experience. Perhaps 1 or 2 insights would help him avoid many detours in his cultivation. The tea party lasted until the evening, and everyone gradually dispersed. After everyone went home, Luo Chen returned to the alchemy room. There was no alchemy in the alchemy hall today, and everyone was given a holiday. Luo Chen rested for a day, and the minor meridian damage he had suffered before was also restored to its original state under the conditioning of the meridian replenishing and moisturizing fluid. With a day of joking and chatting, his condition has reached its peak. Let's try a furnace of blood-burning pills first. Yesterday's consecutive failures were quite discouraging. Luo Chen planned to refine the blood-burning pill first, both to give himself more confidence and to prepare some goods for the next meeting with Yan Xingzi. Before starting, Luo Chen glanced at the attribute panel. Blood-burning pill entry 97 out of 100, as long as one more furnace is successful, you can be promoted to the skilled level. By then, the success rate of making pills can be increased from 10% to 20%. It can be considered a small breakthrough. I have accumulated several failures before. This time, I will succeed in one of the 4 raw materials at the same time. Now Luo Chen has figured out this system very well. The so-called probability is not as simple as it seems. For example, in the introductory period, it seems that 1 out of 10 times will succeed. In fact, it is not. If you are not serious and focused every time you make pills, and do not try your best, you may fail within 10 times. On the contrary, if you are well prepared, and have a good grasp of the pill formula, pill technique, and various techniques, you may succeed in 1 try. The first time I refined the blood-burning pill was a good example. I did not experience many failures at all, but succeeded in the first time. Young man, you must go all out every time you make pills. Only in this way can you have a guaranteed chance. Luo Chen silently encouraged himself, and then added a king monster into the fire pit. Using the body of this monster as the pill fire can increase the number of successful pills. There is no reason for him not to use it. Before he started to refine the pill, he looked solemn, mobilized his spiritual power, and stimulated the 18 acupuncture points in his body one by one. A muffled groan sounded, and Luo Chen took a deep breath to suppress the pain caused by running the Mingxian posha. He needed this pain. Not for refining the burning blood pill, but to get familiar with this feeling. Because, when refining the Zongmiao Pill later, the Mingshan Posha might be able to counter the psychedelic power brought by the snow fox demon blood. This was a little inspiration he got when he was communicating with his friends today. Pain may help people wake up from the psychedelic state. And if you keep the pain, there is a great possibility that you will not fall into that kind of trance. After making the preliminary preparations, Luo Chen put in the medicinal materials one by one. Then, the alchemy process of the burning blood pill began. Luo Chen was already familiar with all this. About 2 hours later, Luo Chen was satisfied to put away the 14 burning blood pills. They were all low grade, but the success rate was only 2 out of 4. The proficiency of the burning blood pill has also reached the proficient level. Not only that, the achievement point lost when he started to refine the Zongmiao Pill has also increased by 1. Nowadays, the number of achievement points. After the great perfection of the Spirit Eye technique, the 2IU technique and the Wave technique were both promoted to the perfect level, and the blood burning pill was promoted to the proficient level. 4 more achievement points were added, 28 achievement points. While resting, Luo Chen looked at these achievement points and couldn't help but feel an impulse. If all these achievement points were invested in the 2 complete second-level pill recipes, I wonder if I can get started? The reason for this eagerness to try is mainly because there are no first-level pill recipes in hand at present. There are only 3 second-level pill recipes left: Jade Pill, Blood Evil Pill, and Emperor Flowing Slurry. Among them, Blood Evil Pill is relatively the most confident. Unfortunately, it lacks the main ingredients. Even if you get started, you can't refine it for the time being. Jade Pill is the most valuable. But it is incomplete. The achievement points required to deduce and complete it may be an unimaginable huge number. Emperor Flowing Slurry. Luo Chen shook his head. It's not at this point yet. After he is promoted to the foundation establishment stage, whether it is getting started or deducing, he won't need to spend too many achievement points. Because at that time, it was the corresponding realm, and the achievement points required for entry were no different from the current entry-level first-level pill formula. After a brief rest, Luo Chen stood up and stepped into another pill room. Looking at the bronze cauldron, Luo Chen smiled slightly. Although the Shenmuding is only a first-level medium grade, it has additional benefits for refining herbal pills. One of the 2 main materials of Zongmiao Pill is Huanao grass. It should also have an effect. This time, he gave up the 6 Yangding and chose the Shenmuding, which has a lower grade but special benefits. I hope it will succeed. Mingshan Posha started to operate, and the severe pain reappeared. Luo Chen's face did not change, as if he didn't feel anything, and he put in the raw materials one by one. After a long time, Luo Chen walked out of the pill room with a calm face. Failed. As expected. He was not angry. The recipe of Zongmiao Pill was also incomplete, but he completed it himself. Forced entry through the system. All failures are forgivable. In this failure, it was confirmed that Mingshan Posha had a significant resistance to the hallucination of the snow fox demon blood. This was actually the biggest gain. Next time, it will definitely work. The next time, it didn't work either. It wasn't until 5 days later that Luo Chen stopped refining the Zongmiao Pill and spent a whole day refining the Zongmiao Pill alone, and barely succeeded once. It took 9 times to usher in a good harvest. Luo Chen looked at the 3 pills in his hand that were as white as ice and snow, and was very moved. 3, only 3. Even though Luo Chen had been mentally prepared, he still couldn't stand it. He knew that in addition to the main ingredients of the Zongmiao Pill, half of the auxiliary ingredients were missing, and he spent a lot of time to complete them. He also knew that without the reverse deduction of the second-level pill formula, like the Blood Evil Pill, the completed pill formula might be inherently insufficient. But he didn't expect that the number of successful pills would be so small. The cost of one portion of raw materials is as high as 15 spiritual stones, far more than the 11 for the blood-burning pill and the 5 for the Zongmiao Pill. In the end, there are only 3. If we don't spread it out and calculate it based on the actual total cost, wouldn't it take 150 spiritual stones 10 times to get 3 first-level lower-grade Zongmiao pills? This data made Luo Chen unable to hold back again. He has never been so wasteful before. I want to see what kind of heaven-defying effect you have. Holding 3 snow-white pills in his palm, Luo Chen entered the Spirit Bane Cave. He was full of energy and there was no injury around him. Luo Chen took a deep breath and swallowed the snow-white pill resolutely. After refining the violent blood-burning pill, Luo Chen did not dare to take it easily. Because he knew the direction of the medicinal properties, he needed to test the pill. But the direction of the Zongmiao Pill is to increase the foundation of the soul. The cost is so high that he can't bear to find a small animal to test the pill. In this case, why not experience it yourself? The pill enters the body and then melts in the mouth. A chill rushed straight to the top of his head. Luo Chen shivered with cold. During this shiver, his consciousness was in a trance. In a kitchen full of smoke and fire, a young man lay in front of the stove, holding a handful of black medicine residue, with a crazy look. Failed. Failed. Why, still failed? I risked my entire fortune to gather these 10 raw materials, but now I still can't succeed. Don't I have the talent for alchemy? No, I don't believe it. There are still 3 raw materials left. I will definitely succeed. The young man put away the medicine residue and went to the stream to clean the iron pot. He practiced magic, cultivated skills, and constantly adjusted his state. On the second day, he continued to refine the wonderful pills. Failed. On the third day, it was still a failure. And on the fourth day, which was the last raw material, he held all his expectations, with the most focused and even fanatical mentality, and gambled everything. In the end, it still failed. The young man opened his mouth and talked to himself with a choked voice. 50 spiritual stones were all his wealth. He invested all of it in order to refine the wonderful pills. However, he failed to make a single pill, which meant that all his years of accumulation had gone to waste. It was all in vain. So what should he do next? Luo Chen looked around. His house was bare, and even the spiritual rice in the rice jar was less than half a pound. Perhaps, I am not born to be suitable for alchemy. Shouldn't I dream of becoming an alchemist and never having to worry about spiritual stones again? He fell into deep self-doubt. Sitting in the kitchen, letting the smell of failed medicine residue spread all over his body, as if he was also a loser. I don't know how long it took. When the day dawned, he slowly got up. Luo Chen took a look at the situation at home, then poured out the medicine residue and cleaned up the kitchen. After a simple wash, he left the house and went to the outer city. He came to a beautiful mountain and water complex with bamboo buildings. Who is coming? The casual cultivator Luo Chen, who wants to join the Passion Gang. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, Soul Surges, Practicing the Art of Frightening the Gods. Where are you from? What's your realm? One of the 100 talents of Yuan's Hao country, 3rd level of key refining. Your realm is so low. The monk of the Zuntang looked at Luo Chen with disdain, and then wrote his name on a thick book. Then, he shouted to the outside. A pale-faced young monk trotted in. He's new here, take him to the mine hall. Okay, deacon me. The young monk responded respectfully and pulled Luo Chen out of the room. Walking outside, he introduced himself with a smile. What's your name? Luo Chen. Luo Chen replied in a low voice. Seeing his low look, the young monk put his arm around his shoulder. What unhappy things have you encountered? Tell me, and make me happy. Luo Chen's face froze, shook his head, and said nothing. Soon, the young monk took him to the headquarters of the mine hall. A monk from the mine hall distributed a backpack and a shovel to him. You must complete the task of 600 kilograms of iron ore every month. Luo Chen took the things and asked in a low voice, what will happen if you can't complete it? The man rolled his eyes. If you can't complete it, you won't get any salary. If you complete it, you will get 10 spirit stones. On the basis of 600 kilograms, you can get an extra spirit stone for every 100 kilograms. Luo Chen opened his mouth, but said nothing in the end. If a cultivator at the 3rd level of key refining wants to make a lot of money, he has to do hard labor like being a miner. When he went out, the cultivator who brought him here just now was still squatting next to him playing with ants. Seeing Luo Chen, he jumped up. You have received the things, I will take you to the mountains. I tell you, the iron ore is located in Hualuo Mountain in the Guiyang Mountains. There are not many monsters in it, so it is relatively safe. At least I let it here. If you encounter problems in the future, you can come to me. Remember my name is Tangquan. My name is Tangquan. Luo Chen was in a trance for a moment. But under the pressure of life, He still went to Hualuo Mountain in the Guiyang Mountains with expectation. At dawn, hundreds of people carried baskets and shovels with numb expressions and entered the underground mines. Luo Chen was one of them. On the first day, he experienced the hardship of mining. His hands were worn to a bloody mess, and finally he barely dug out a small piece of iron ore. When it was weighed, it was less than 10 pounds. He was silent and went back to rest. On the second day, it was even worse. Not even a piece of iron ore was dug out. The monks who were collecting the ore rolled their eyes. However, this situation improved on the fifth day. 22 pounds, Luo Chen, right? Yes. Okay, I've written it down, you can go. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief and forced a smile. He received a spiritual rice ball, which was only enjoyed by qualified miners every day. Holding the rice ball, he stood in the corner and devoured it. Looking at the numb expressions of the casual cultivators nearby, he vowed that he would never do this. He came to the Pashangang not to mine. He came to earn enough spirit stones to continue refining pills. When the first month was over, Luo Chen barely passed the test and dug up 600 kilograms of iron ore. This made Tang Quan, who led the newcomers, look at him with new eyes. He thought Luo Chen had achieved nothing in the past few months. Unexpectedly, he passed in the first month. You are a qualified miner. No, I'm not a miner. Huh? Luo Chen did not explain. He still ate the rice ball in silence. In this way, 5 months later, Luo Chen once again accumulated 50 spirit stones, and even a few more. He found Tang Quan, who was becoming more and more familiar with him, and asked him to ask for a leave for him. Then he stayed in the house and started to refine pills. Tang Quan squatted aside and watched him operate. Then he witnessed failure again and again. Are you crazy? Why would a casual cultivator make elixirs? Are you worthy? In my opinion, you should use the spirit stones you earn to buy elixirs for cultivation. When you reach the 4th level of key refining, I can transfer you to the battle hall. Although the battle hall is dangerous, the returns are high. Luo Chen forced a smile and then fell silent. He had spent all his savings, and the few spirit stones left could not support the continued refining of the Zongmiao pills. So, he returned to the Pashangang mine hall and continued to mine. This time, he only spent 4 months to accumulate 50 spirit stones. Seeing that he was going to buy medicinal materials again, Tang Quan was anxious. You kid really don't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. Without the guidance of a famous teacher and the supply of a big force, how can you refine a first-level elixir? Luo Chen pushed him away and walked into the herb hall on his own. Manager Liu, 10 portions of fire dog whip and jade pillar. Tang Quan stood behind, shook his head and sighed. This is a stubborn guy. But how can a casual cultivator become a distinguished alchemist? Well, if he fails a few more times, he will give up. This idea made him guess right, but not completely. Luo Chen still failed, and the number of failures accumulated year after year. He didn't know how many times he failed. But he still didn't give up. 10 years passed. Tang Quan had already reached the 6th level of key refining. He was no longer an errand runner, but a glorious member of the battle hall. And Luo Chen was still at the 3rd level of key refining. He even became hunchbacked and silent because of years of mining. Only his expression was not like those miners, numb and indifferent to everything. When he accumulated 50 spirit stones again, he planned to take a leave and go back to concentrate on refining pills, but the deacon of the mine hall stopped him. No leave allowed. Do you think the Pashangang is a small force without organization and discipline? Luo Chen raised his head blankly. Isn't it? Humph, once you leave this door, don't come back. Even other halls will not accept you. Luo Chen pursed his lips and nodded to him. Then, he resolutely left the mine. He returned home, washed his fingers, and looked at his rough fingers. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Maybe I'm really not suitable for alchemy. Which alchemist has such rough hands? But, the wonderful pills must be refined, not without. He gritted his teeth and lit the firewood. After another failure, he leaned against the door in despair. Failed again. Tang Quan was holding a rabbit and looking down at Luo Chen. The other party didn't say anything. Tang Quan was looking for trouble. Forget it, I don't want to care about you. I'll cook today and show you my cooking skills. His cooking skills were naturally not good. For dinner, facing the burned rabbit meat, he couldn't eat it. But Luo Chen, as if he had come to his senses, ate the rabbit meat in big mouthfuls. Tang Quan frowned. Why is it so? Why is it so? No, you don't understand. Luo Chen swallowed a mouthful of rabbit meat, his eyes fierce. Yes, I don't understand, but you do. If you understood, you wouldn't have accomplished nothing in your life and become a small casual cultivator at the 3rd level of key training. You have been like a demon for the past 10 years, and 8 horses can't pull you back. I don't bother to care about you anymore. Tang Quan cursed and threw away the rabbit leg and walked away. Luo Chen looked at his back without any words of persuasion. He just went back to the house and lay on the bed. The next morning, he got up and prepared to make the elixir. Looking at the blazing flames in the stove, Luo Chen's will was as firm as iron. Am I possessed by a demon? No, I'm not. No matter how many failures I experience, I will not give up. The Zongmiao Pill is the opportunity to change my future. I must seize it. With this obsession, he started to make the elixir again. When a completely different fragrance came out of the iron pot, 2 lines of clear tears fell uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. He choked up and said, I, Luo Chen, really have a talent for alchemy. My persistence is not wrong. Pushing open the door, dusk came into view. In the distance, a familiar figure was walking with a rabbit. There was also an illusory snow-white figure that flashed by. Why am I crying? In the spiritual vessel cave, Luo Chen wiped away the tears from his eyes. Looking around in a daze, the wood-type spiritual energy attracted by the spirit-gathering array was so rich. This was a cultivation environment that he had never enjoyed in his dreams. He lowered his head and looked at the white and clean top-grade robes, which were so luxurious. These were all earned by him through refining pills one by one. Luo Chen smiled. How can it be wrong to persist in alchemy? He stood up and left the spiritual vessel cave. He walked all the way to Chang'an Mountain. It was winter, frost and snow fell, and ice spikes hung high on the treetops. This crystal scene of ice and snow was like his current mood, so open-minded and carefree. A feeling of fullness and expansion filled the depths of his brain. Luo Chen felt that his thoughts were running much faster. 10 years in a dream, 10 years in a moment. With emotion, Luo Chen began to summarize the effects of Zongmiao Pill in the cold temperature. It has a simple effect of entering a dream, which comes from Huanao grass and snow fox demon blood. This effect has its own advantages and disadvantages, which should be due to the lack of medicinal materials that suppress snow fox demon blood in the pill formula. The pill formula is not yet perfect and needs to be improved later. When entering a dream, there will be a simple test in the dream. Adhere to your original intention. Once you pass it, you will gain something. This pill should not be used by those with a weak will. Otherwise, at the least, your Tao heart will be damaged, and at the worst, you will fall into obsession and sink into the devil. When summarizing the 3rd point, Luo Chen flashed a look of relief. Fortunately, he has been insisting on the practice of Mingxian Posha. His will is firm and he is no longer the same as before. Otherwise, I am afraid that the dream of entering the dream will last longer. The duration of the pill power varies from person to person. The longer the time, the better the effect. The shorter the time, the worse the effect, although Luo Chen called the dreaming process just now as a flash of 10 years. But in fact, a full stick of incense had passed in the outside world. And in the stick of incense, he seemed to have really spent 10 years. And the many things he experienced in 10 years were enough to make a child grow into a teenager who gradually understood the world. The growth of the soul is self-evident. Luo Chen could feel that his thoughts were turning faster and faster now. Some of the confusions in his previous practice also became like a layer of screen, as if they would be broken with a poke. This feeling is the manifestation of the increase of the soul. It is rumored that there are those who are reincarnated as powerful people, who are born with strong souls and can quickly understand and get started with any new things. He now has this illusion. However, this Zongmiao Pill cannot be taken frequently. Luo Chen rubbed his swollen eyebrows. That was the sequelae caused by the sudden increase of the soul. This sequelae needs time to slowly heal. It is not something that can be eliminated by external objects, such as tranquilizing incense and moonlight grass. Looking at the Chang'an Mountain, which was completely silent and covered with ice and snow, Luo Chen suddenly had an idea. Perhaps, I can continue to practice the art of shocking the soul. He had already mastered this spell, which was obtained from Gaotinggun and actually came from Sanren Guyu's refining soul true skill. But getting started is one thing, and continuing to practice is another. Every time he practices, he has to use the art of shocking the soul. But the art of shocking the soul is not like other fireball spells and earth-shaking spells, which can be performed out of thin air. Instead, there must be a targeted object. It must also be something with soul and spirit. However, the backlash effect of the failure of the art of shocking the soul has always worried Luo Chen. Therefore, after getting started, he put it aside. Until now, he has only a few proficiency points, just enough to get started. Now the soul has skyrocketed, although the specific strength is still unknown. But Luo Chen's soul foundation is originally stronger than that of the cultivators of the same level, and after the surge, I am afraid it will be even more powerful. In this way, there will be no unexpected backlash. I still have to continue practicing the art of frightening the spirits. Apart from other things, the many ghosts in the ghost town of Dahofeng are a major hidden danger. No one can be sure how long the ghost town will last. If the ghosts and spirits inside flow out one day, the situation will be completely out of control. Most of the current low-level casual cultivators do not have the means to deal with the ghosts and spirits. And the art of frightening the spirits, according to the description, is undoubtedly a natural spell to restrain ghosts and spirits. After making up his mind, Luo Chen no longer hesitated. The next morning, after refining the Zongmiao Pill, Luo Chen called Zhou Yuanli and Liu Kang. When leaving Ziyao Valley, he called Shu Lingjin who was passing by. Wow, not bad, you have reached the second level of key refining. Shu Lingjin scratched his head and showed a clear smile unique to young people. Luo Chen pinched his face. Go and bring me the pot of soul-raising tree. Shu Lingjin raised his little face. Didn't you ask me to raise it for you until it grows up? Go if I tell you to go. Why are you asking so much? Luo Chen was fierce, and Shu Lingjin ran back home with a pursed mouth. After a while, he ran over with a small flower pot. Practice well, and go to the Dan Hall to help when you have nothing to do. Your sister Mili is very busy recently. Oh. The boy was unhappy, looking at the soul-raising tree he had raised himself, and was reluctant to leave. It was agreed that he would raise it. Luo Chen shook his head, patted the back of the child's head, and left with Zhou Yuanli and Liu Kang. After a while, the three of them came to the wasteland behind Ziyao Valley. President, do you want to practice magic again today? Yes. Old Li will be your sparring partner. Liu Kang volunteered. Luo Chen looked at him and nodded slightly. Okay. Liu Kang was quite excited. The president's magic was extremely extraordinary, and practicing with him always benefited him a lot. However, Luo Chen's next order caught him off guard. Go to Huai Mountain and capture some wild beasts. If you encounter weak monsters, capture some as well. Remember, try to capture them alive. Liu Kang was puzzled, but he still had to obey Luo Chen's orders. After he left, Luo Chen immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes and meditated on the operation method of the god-scaring technique over and over again. Zhou Yuanli stood aside, looking around, and was fully alert. With him guarding by his side, Luo Chen felt at ease. Things are different now. Zhou Yuanli successfully advanced to the 9th level of key refining 2 months ago. He became the 12th 9th level key refining cultivator in Luoxianhu. Considering that he is already 50 years old and has little hope of building a foundation, Luo Chen arranged a nominal position for him in addition to security work. Law enforcement elder. Although he doesn't have a single person under him. But with this title, he can increase his salary a little more. When the mountain is closed by heavy snow, the frequency of wild animals' activities is not high. It was not until an hour later that Liu Kang returned. He was carrying a big cloth bag with an embarrassed look on his face. We only caught a few pheasants and a hyena. That's enough. Luo Chen still had his eyes closed, and directed Liu Kang to take out a pheasant and put it in front of him. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. 2 green rays of light emanated from his eyes, staring directly at the pheasant. The pheasant, which was still alive and struggling, instantly froze like a wooden chicken. Seeing this scene, Liu Kang, who was standing next to him, subconsciously took 3 steps back with a look of horror. Chapter 171, Diverting the Trouble to the East, Building the Soul Foundation. The magic of Wa is a magic without any rank. Its power depends on the strength of the soul of the caster. If the caster reaches the foundation building stage, the spiritual consciousness can be released, and with one roll, the soul of the enemy can be captured. If the caster does not reach the foundation building stage, He can only use his eyes as a medium to cast it on the enemy. At this time, the effect of the magic of awe is greatly reduced, and it can only have the effect of shock and intimidation. Of course, if the difference in the strength of the soul is too large, it can also barely capture the soul of others. Therefore, when the soul refiner Guyu was killing the enemy, he would forcibly capture the soul of the cultivator before it dispersed and then integrate it into his own body. Luo Chen is just at the entry level now. His eyes glowed green, and the fluttering pheasant on the opposite side instantly quieted down. At the same time, Luo Chen also felt that his head became heavier. It seemed that something was hanging on his soul and pulling it out. The two sides were like tug-of-war at this moment. However, the pheasant was just an ordinary beast, with no intelligence and a weak soul. He took control of the tug-of-war with just a thought. "Come out," he said silently in his heart, and the next moment he felt an illusory object being extracted from the pheasant. At the moment it came out, the temperature around was a little chilly. But it was still midwinter, and it was extremely cold, so Zhou and Liu, who were nearby, did not notice it. At most, they thought it was a cold wind blowing past. They could not see the extremely weak soul of the beast, but that did not mean Luo Chen could not see it. The perfect spiritual eye technique was enough for him to see such an invisible thing. So weak. Even, it has no shape. In his sight, there was a small transparent ball of light in front of him. It was very weak, and it could not even bring a sense of threat to people. But the trembling and bewildered look was clearly the soul of the pheasant. A slight pulling force came from the body of the pheasant lying on the ground. Luo Chen was thoughtful. He knew that if he released the magic of shocking the soul could return to the pheasant in a short time. In this way, the pheasant might become stupid, but at least it could continue to live. It's a pity that the mountain is closed due to heavy snow, and there is a lack of food. I can only wrong you. Luo Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, and his mind moved, and his eyes slowly fell on the small flower pot he took out. As his eyes moved, the small ball of light of the pheasant's soul also slowly fell into the flower pot. In the flower pot, the soul-nourishing tree, which had only 3 new buds, seemed to sense something. By instinct, it stretched out new buds. The ball of light instantly merged into one of the tender buds. The soul-nourishing tree is a kind of yin attribute spiritual plant. Generally grown in cold and gloomy places, it will naturally absorb and devour nearby yin souls. This tree has many uses, such as making soul magic weapons, nourishing the soul, and collecting lonely ghosts. However, in order to have these effects, the tree must be at least 1,000 years old. So when Feng Xiao gave him the soul-nourishing tree seeds, he didn't take it seriously. How many thousand years does a person have in his life? In most cases, there is none. Therefore, he just casually gave the seeds to Chu Lingjin to play with. Unexpectedly, he actually grew it. I don't know how he did it. At this moment, Luo Chen is making use of waste. The souls taken out by the God-shocking technique cannot be absorbed and melted without practicing the soul-refining technique. It is better to put it into the soul-nourishing tree to help it grow. After the pheasant's soul light ball entered it, a young bud of the soul-nourishing tree flashed with light. It was not until he was sure that the pheasant's soul was absorbed that Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief, closed his eyes and opened them again. He no longer felt that his soul was being pulled. He glanced at the attribute panel and was still in the entry stage, and his proficiency had not improved at all. It seems that the proficiency that can be improved by a mere pheasant soul is extremely limited. However, little by little, let's get familiar with the process step by step first. Luo Chen was not discouraged and nodded to Liu Qiang beside him. Liu Qiang was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly realized it. He opened his pocket without thinking and took out another pheasant. Come again. Luo Chen did not shy away from the two of them, and his eyes glowed green again. 2 hours later, Luo Chen finished practicing the art of shocking the gods and led the two of them back slowly. There was no flying, but walking slowly like a stroll. Zhou Yuanli and Liu Qiang followed closely behind him, looking at him with awe. Luo Chen didn't care about these. Practicing the art of shocking the gods is full of dangers, whether it is internal or external. Therefore, he needs someone to protect him. For now, Zhou and Liu's loyalty to him is beyond doubt. In addition to his character, the treatment he gave them is not something that other forces can give to them. Therefore, he is not worried that the two will tell this matter to others. He looked down at the flower pot in his hand. After absorbing the souls of several pheasants and a hyena, The green light of the soul-nourishing tree became more intense. Even the tender buds were slightly thicker. If it weren't for the Great Perfection Spirit Eye technique, Luo Chen would have found it difficult to detect this growth. He nodded slightly. It seems that the soul-nourishing tree can indeed absorb and devour ghosts. Although he probably won't be able to use this tree very often in this life, it's okay to keep it. Flowers and plants, they can cultivate one's sentiments. Now, he is more concerned about his own changes. The proficiency of the god's shocking art has increased very little. After performing it 6 or 7 times and absorbing 7 souls, it has only increased 1 proficiency. I don't know how long it will take to go from the entry level to the proficient level. The change that surprised him was not the improvement in the proficiency of the god's shocking art. It was the improvement of his soul. Last night, he took the Zongmiao Pill, and his soul soared a lot. But that kind of surge made his head swell and drift. Even when practicing and refining pills, it was difficult to concentrate. That feeling is like a person who suddenly eats a lot and becomes too full. The body cannot adapt for a while, and can't concentrate on anything, let alone exercise and study. But after practicing the art of shocking the gods, Luo Chen keenly discovered that the surging soul, less frivolous, but more solid. The Zongmiao Pill increases the soul's foundation. The art of shocking the gods polishes and tempers it, polishing the surging soul into perfect and perfect state. In this way, the sequelae of taking the Zongmiao Pill can be quickly eliminated, and my soul can also become more resilient. After reaching this conclusion, Luo Chen was ecstatic. This means that the frequency of swallowing a Zongmiao Pill, which he originally estimated to take half a month, can be reduced to once every 10 days. Increasing the frequency of taking pills seems to be of no use and consumes a lot of pills. But in fact, the effect is too great. Take the Yankee pill and Luo Chen pill as examples. Luo Chen could only digest 1 a day at first. At that time, he had little money, and this speed was even too fast. But as his wealth grew, this speed actually slowed down his practice. It was only after he reached the Grandmaster level of Chongqunguang and opened up his meridians that he could digest 2 pills a day. For now, Luo Chen even felt that it was too slow. It would be better if he could increase it to 3 or 4 pills a day. In general, Luo Chen's practice method is to exchange resources for time. Every time he practices, 2 dust-transforming pills are worth 40 spirit stones, 1 Anshen incense is worth 12, a portion of Peiyuan spiritual liquid is worth 10, plus the use of the gathering spirit array to track the wood attribute spiritual energy consumes another 5 spirit stones, which means 67 spirit stones have been consumed. Not to mention that he used to swallow the top-grade jade marrow pill from time to time, which costs another 10 spirit stones. If you add the moonlight grass, spirit bane cave and other auxiliary practice resources, Luo Chen's daily resources, converted into spirit stones, are almost as high as 80 spirit stones. In a month, more than 2,000, a year is 20 or 30,000. Even the spirit pills used to improve the soul, body, eyes, and refine the spiritual energy, the meridian replenishing and moistening fluid used to repair the damage caused by excessive practice, and so on. He has not yet calculated these pills. If you really add them up, he is just a cultivator in the key refining stage. In 1 year, he consumes tens of thousands of resources. What is this concept? This amount of spiritual stones is enough for a cultivator with normal qualifications to practice from scratch to the great perfection of key refining. Luo Chen looked like a sucker. But in fact, it would take a normal cultivator decades to practice to the great perfection of key refining with this money. And Luo Chen only spent less than 2 years. This is exchanging resources for time. Only Luo Chen can do it, and others can forget about it. Even the disciples of the sect find it difficult to do it. There is no other reason, because Luo Chen is an honored alchemist. He has the strength and wealth to allow him to cross the dual spiritual routes with his inferior qualifications, and even match the practice speed of the cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots. Even so, Luo Chen still dislikes that his resource utilization rate is not high enough. If the frequency of refining pills in a day can be increased again, it would be even better. When Luo Chen returned to Luo Xianhu, he happened to meet a guest. It was Nanguang Qin, the young master of the Nanguang family. Gu Kai was greeting him. Didn't we agree to deliver the goods to your door? Why bother you to come in person? Ahem. Nanguang Qin's face looked a little pale. He shook his head and said, the Nanguang family is under martial law recently and may be closed for a while, so the number of chalcedony pills needed is a bit large. I can only go in person. Outside the hall, Luo Chen raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Nanguang family is under martial law? Inside the hall, Gu Kai said in embarrassment, each of you has a fixed share of chalcedony pills. It will be very difficult for us to do it if it suddenly increases 3 times. It's not difficult. Nanguang Qin took out a bag. We don't want to discount, just purchase at the original price. For several foundation building families, Luo Xianhu directly gave them the treatment of gilded VIPs. Not only did they provide door-to-door delivery services, but they also gave a 20% discount on purchases. In other words, a bottle of Zongmiao Pill, which is sold for 50 spirit stones in the market, can be bought by several foundation building families for only 40 spirit stones. This move is intended to occupy the pill market and to show goodwill to the major families. Now that the Nanguang family does not want that discount, the loss is not just 10 spirit stones. 50 bottles a month, now suddenly 200 bottles, the loss is a full 2,000 spirit stones. Gu Kai was a little tempted. However, the demand for pills in the market is also very high now. The price of the key nourishing pills circulating in the black market is very high, which is a great opportunity for them to consolidate the market. While she was hesitating, Luo Chen stepped into the reception room. He laughed heartily and said, since you are so sincere, why don't we help them? Kai, send someone to get 200 bottles of Zongmiao Pill. It would be great if someone made the decision. Gu Kai nodded to Luo Chen and turned away in a hurry. At this moment, only Luo Chen and Nanguang Qin were left in the hall. Looking at the other party, Luo Chen smiled and said, fellow Taoist Nanguang, how are you? Nanguang Qin smiled bitterly, and just as he was about to speak, he couldn't help but cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. After a violent cough, he said bitterly, President Luo, I'm sorry to make fun of you. Luo Chen shook his head, I can lead people into the ghost city and escape from the ghost general. I only respect you, how can I laugh at you? Then, he asked curiously, what is the situation in the ghost city? Now he needs help from others, and the other party's attitude is still so good. In addition, the scandal a while ago has spread throughout Dahofang. Nanguang Qin has nothing to hide, so he sighed and told the situation in the ghost city. The two chatted for a long time until Gu Kai took all the chalcedony pills, and Nanguang Qin said goodbye and left. Luo Chen personally sent him to the gate. Looking at the cultivator of the Nanguang family, driving the escape light, he hurried away. Luo Chen said softly, the Nanguang family needs to rest for a while. Rest. Gu Kai was puzzled, but didn't they just gain a few territories from the Pashan gang? No matter how many territories there are, someone needs to manage them. The Nanguang family is now in need of people. Luo Chen smiled and said no more. The Nanguang family was originally an outsider. At the beginning, they were not doing well in Zulianfang, and it happened that Dahofang opened the Dao discussion platform, so they decided to migrate here. In order to gain a foothold here, they spent a lot of effort. They joined the Zuanai Association and sent the strongest juniors of the family to become famous on the Dao discussion platform. Later, they participated in the action of dividing the Pashan gang. If everything goes well, relying on the young and strong foundation building true cultivators in the family and the talented key refining juniors, it is enough to open up the situation in Dahofang. However, this process has not been smooth. First, they lost a group of clan members in the battle to stop Qin Liangchen. Later, they clashed with the Li family, a local old-fashioned immortal cultivation family, and many people died. Now, it is unknown how much the trip to the ghost city has gained, but 9 people in the late stage of key refining have died. It can be considered a serious loss of vitality. In this case, the many territories that were previously fought for have become a tale that cannot be lost. If those territories are forcibly managed, it is easy to be dragged into the quagmire by other forces. The Nanguang family has people with far-sighted insights. Therefore, they made a decision to recuperate. This large-scale purchase of Zongmiao pills is a preparation for recuperation. With this batch of pills, if they are given enough time, they can completely cultivate a group of family cultivators in the middle and even late stages of key refining. By then, they can stand out again. The reason? Luo Chen understood it as soon as he thought about it. Perhaps, it is also because of the increase in the foundation of the soul. His attention was still on the information that Nanguang Qin said before he left. Ghost City, maybe there is more than one ghost general. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes and felt a sense of urgency. If the ghost general leaves the city, it will inevitably set off a bloody storm. For such a vicious person, there is no such thing as weighing the pros and cons and moving the heart with interests. If they really meet a ghost general, even if Luo Chen can refine second and third level elixirs, the other party may not care. After all, this kind of abruptly formed ghost is not an orthodox ghost cultivator. There is no way to reason with it. So, we still need to strengthen our strength. Listening to you, this Luo Chen is really incredible. The former Mi family land is now the base camp of the Nanguang family. In the quiet room, Nanguang Jin opened his eyes and looked at his son with a ruddy face. Nanguang Qin no longer looked like a sick ghost before. Although his spirit was not very strong, he didn't look like he would cough all the time. He nodded and said, Luo Chen got a lot of information about the ghost city from me, but even in the end, he didn't reveal the slightest idea of entering the city. In that case, it was our Meng Lang who was wrong at the beginning. Nanguang Jin sighed. The death of 9 late-stage key refining cultivators was also a huge blow to their Nanguang family. It was because the benefits of the ghost city were too great, and he got a lot of magic tools against ghosts from this headlong black market, so he had the idea of exploring the ghost city. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen, with his key refining cultivation, was in charge of a force, and could still resist greed. He really impressed him. This time, he was willing to show his goodwill to the Nanguang family and give a large number of elixirs, which showed his generosity. Not only is he knowledgeable and generous, but he also gives me a completely different feeling than before. Oh. Nanguang Qin frowned and said with a hint of uncertainty, in front of him, I actually feel like I'm facing you, my father, and I feel quite stressed. Nanguang Jin raised his eyebrows, are you serious? Yet, Nanguang Qin seemed to be recalling the previous meeting scene, and he said with a slightly unnatural look, in front of him, I seem to have a feeling that my whole body is seen through. Not only that, when I think back, the rhythm of the conversation has always been dominated by him. It's like I'm facing a foundation-building cultivator. After hearing this, Nanguang Jin fell into deep thought. After a long while, he finally let out a long sigh. It doesn't matter. The more outstanding Luo Chen is, the more beneficial it will be to us. The other families have always been jealous of his alchemy skills. If he is in front to attract attention, it will also help us share the pressure and overcome the difficulties ahead. At this point, he looked at Nanguang Qin with pity. You should take a rest for a while. Although the trip to Ghost Town did not damage your origin, you still suffered serious injuries. Take advantage of this time to practice well and achieve perfection in key refining as soon as possible. I will keep the foundation building pill for you. Nanguang Qin was overjoyed and bowed. After he left, Nanguang Jin thought silently for a while before suppressing his uneasiness. No matter what, the family must not be cut off in my generation. Even if the disaster is diverted to others. Luo Chen. Chapter 172 Scianftan Secret and Third Level Water Magic. Luo Chen, the number of Chalcedony pills this month is a bit less. At the end of the month, Gu Kai approached Luo Chen worriedly. How much? Gu Kai reported a number, which was almost 10% less than last month. It doesn't look like much, but if you sell it, it will be 2,000 or 3,000 spirit stones. It's no wonder that Gu Kai is so anxious. In response, Luo Chen pondered for a while, then slowly shook his head. It doesn't matter if I earn less. Gu Kai was surprised. Isn't it better to earn more spirit stones? In the past, Luo Chen cared more about income than anyone else. Luo Chen sighed, earning too much will easily make people jealous. When he said this, Gu Kai understood a little. The current Luo Chen who is not as complicated as the Pashan gang. The staff is streamlined and the structure is simple. The advantage is that the personnel cost is greatly reduced. The disadvantage is that some things are easy to be guessed. For example, the cost of Chalcedony pills. In the past, with the protection of the 9 halls of the Pashan gang and the self-sufficiency of the medicine hall, it was difficult for outsiders to guess the cost of the Jade Marrow pill. But now it is different. Most of the main and auxiliary materials are purchased from the Daijiang gang and the Lianian Merchant Alliance. Those who are interested can calculate the specific cost by combining them a little. Then according to the salary cost of the monks of the Luotian Association, as well as the price and quantity of external sales, the profit of the Jade Marrow pill can be easily obtained. Even if there is a difference, it is almost the same. In this way, A small Luo Chen association can earn tens of thousands of spirit stones every month, which is easy to make people jealous. Is Luo Chen deliberately controlling the output of the Zongmiao Pill to reduce the covetousness of others? Gukai thought. Luo Chen chatted with her for a few words about the sales of the Zongmiao Pill, and then hurried out. It's time to deliver today. The Zhenlong black market was held as scheduled. Luo Chen also sat in a familiar position under the guidance of Wang Yancheng. Wang Yancheng was the monk surnamed Wang who gave him advice when he first came to the black market. After many exchanges, the two sides were familiar with each other. Master Xiang Xingzi may be a little busy today, so please wait a little longer. Wang Yancheng poured a cup of hot tea for Luo Chen and said so. A little busy? Luo Chen thought about it. Then, he saw what a little busy meant. A beam of light cast down, and a palm-sized white crane flapped its wings and flew slowly. The speed was not fast, but it was very stable. Suddenly, spiritual power was injected into it, and it burst into extreme speed in an instant, circling the hall. Everyone hurriedly looked over, but could not find its trace. Only Luo Chen, his eyes were shining, and he vaguely saw a trace. Suddenly, the little crane stopped and landed in an old hand. Xiang Xingzi's voice slowly spread. 1,000 paper cranes for sound transmission, a first-level medium-grade magic weapon. Everyone was stunned. That crane was actually a paper crane? And sound transmission? Tian Xingzi looked around and said with a smile, as we all know, the sound transmission is mainly based on the sound transmission talisman and the sound transmission jade. But the sound transmission talisman is limited by the power of the talisman, so the distance is limited. It can often only be used within the cave residence, and cannot contact others over long distances. And the sound transmission jade is expensive, and it is often one-to-one. Most people who have established their foundation will buy and use it. The sound transmission paper crane in my hand is completely different. It is made of the way of talismans, integrating the two major formations of concealment and extreme speed, and finally cast with a way of casting. With this magic weapon, you can quickly contact others within a certain range. Moreover, you don't have to worry about being intercepted. During the demonstration just now, it should be difficult for you Taoist friends to find its trace. Hearing these words, there was a lot of discussion in the hall. This effect is really good. You can contact others over long distances, and you don't have to worry about the content being intercepted. In Tian Xingzi's subsequent supplement, he even mentioned the role of the paper crane's spontaneous combustion to preserve the sound transmission. Not only that, this is not a one-time magic weapon like the sound transmission talisman, but it can be used multiple times. When using it, in addition to recording the sound transmission, it is best to place low-grade spiritual stones as energy drive. One piece at a time, it is not expensive. When going to the destination, you have to set up a special supporting crane nest as a means of traction. As he spoke, two supporting crane nests appeared in Xiang Xingzi's hand. One was thrown to the corner, and the other was placed on the stage. The 1,000 paper cranes were thrown far away by him, and then flew to the corner. Then, without applying spiritual power, the 1,000 paper cranes only relied on the spiritual stones embedded in their abdomens and slowly flew back to the crane nest on the stage. In this way, it played the role of fixed-point sound transmission. This magic weapon was made by Hu Yanzhou, the master of casting in Xianfan City. I believe you have all heard of this master. He is famous for his creativity and ingenuity. He likes to study all kinds of strange magic weapons and magic treasures. The things he produces are often exquisite. At this point, Xiang Xingzi looked at hundreds of cultivators and saw that they all showed interest. He did not say more. It is recommended to buy more than 2 at a time, one for your own use and the other for the other party. This way, it will be convenient for mutual communication. Okay, the starting price is still the rule for medium-grade magic tools, 500 spirit stones. Each bid must not be less than 10 spirit stones. As soon as the voice fell, someone called out, 1,000 spirit stones, I'll buy a pair. 1,001, I want a pair too. On the chairs at the end of both sides, Luo Chen looked at the sound-transmitting paper cranes that were auctioned by everyone with interest. In the past, he complained that the communication methods of the Pashangang were too inefficient. For this, Mi Junping rolled her eyes. Unexpectedly, someone really developed a sound-transmitting magic tool that was in the middle position based on the sound-transmitting talisman and the sound-transmitting jade. And looking at its description, Except for the longer sound transmission time, there are almost no disadvantages. It made him a little tempted and wanted to buy a pair. It's a pair, not just one. This can be seen from the fact that other people bought them in pairs. This thing is not so effective when it is alone. After all, the supporting crane nests are one on each side, and the initiative of voice transmission can only be in one side. If someone else also has 1,000 paper cranes, they can initiate contact with each other. It's a bit like the dedicated telephone on Earth in the previous life. If I purchase a few pairs, the communication in the Luo Chen Club will also be convenient. Not only is the communication convenient, Luo Chen also remembered the scene when the various halls of the Pashan gang were defeated one by one. If there were such magic tools at that time, perhaps the situation would not be so difficult. At least when the first hall was attacked, other places could also get the news. He also wanted to join the auction, but he stopped the action when his ears moved slightly. Soon, the first pair of sound transmission 1,000 paper cranes was sold at a high price of 1,500 yuan. If counted separately, then a sound transmission 1,000 paper crane was sold at a high price of 750 spirit stones. The middle grade magic tool starts at 500. Often only magic tools with outstanding attack performance and defensive properties can cross the threshold of 700 spirit stones. In other words, this pair of paper cranes, relying on the property of long-distance sound transmission, has reached a high price comparable to that of a defensive magic weapon. Just as everyone was looking at the monk who bought this pair of treasures with envy, Tian Xingzi flipped his wrist, and another pair of paper cranes with sound transmission was placed on the table. Starting price, 500 spiritual stones each. Everyone's expression froze, and then the auction fever was set off again. Soon, the second pair was also sold at a high price of 14,000. The reason why the price was lower than the first time was because there was a hunch that Yan Xingzi might have more than a few pairs on hand. So, someone was waiting. Their hunch was right. Next, Tian Xingzi took out 7 more pairs of paper cranes with sound transmission one after another. Every pair was sold out. No one was left out. At this time, he stopped the auction of the paper cranes with sound transmission and began to auction other things as usual. Luo Chen looked at this scene, and his thoughts kept turning. This magic weapon is said to be made by the master of casting, Huyanshou. But no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it. He is a master of giant in casting who can refine magic weapons. How can he have so much time to refine so many medium-grade magic weapons? As for the profit, it does feel huge. After all, the main material of the sound transmission paper crane is the white paper similar to the talisman skin, so the cost is definitely not high. Even with a formation and 2 crane nests, it is not much higher. It can be sold at such a high price, mainly because of its special function. To be honest, the sound transmission paper crane can also be regarded as a strange magic weapon. However, Huyanshou is a master of casting. Such a being should pursue powerful magic weapons, or strange magic weapons. For example, the 4 symbols cauldron in Luo Chen's hand was originally conceived as a magic weapon with 5 functions combined into one. This kind of casting is what a master should pursue. So many sound transmission paper cranes with similar specifications must not have been made by Huyanshou himself. Perhaps, he participated in the research and creation. But the refining process must be led by the disciples of Xianfen City with lower realms. There is one more thing. Although Xianfen City is close to the Yuding domain, it is too far away from remote places like Dahofang. Now that this thing has spread here, you can imagine how many there are in other places. In other words, the output of this thing is quite high, and it is also refined on a large scale in Xianfen City. After reaching this conclusion, Luo Chen felt something was wrong. Generally, shouldn't Xianfen City hand over such good things to its subordinate Wanbei Lao shop for a fixed point sales? Is it because Wanbei Lao in Dahofang has moved away? Or is there a background of Xianfen City behind this headlong black market? Inexplicably, Luo Chen remembered his past experiences of participating in the black market again and again. The auction of magic tools seems to be very frequent. Could it be that the siege against Pang Rengshan was also led by Xianfen City? Luo Chen was shocked by the seemingly plausible conclusion. Isn't Xianfen City afraid that the matter will be exposed and discovered by Yuding Sword Sect, and then a war will be started between the 2 Yuanying upper sects? In that case, how many people will die? But that's not right. With the strength of Xianfen City, It doesn't take so much effort to target a giant and cultivator. And it's still so far away. Puzzled, Luo Chen shook his head. It's not that he is not smart enough, but that there is too little information. With his knowledge, it is difficult to see the truth from the fog. He only knows that the cooperation with Xiang Xingzi may need to be more considered. My friend, you seem to be very interested in the sound transmission paper crane. I still have a pair here, so I will sell it to you at the price of 500 spirit stones each. Xiang Xingzi took out 2 paper cranes with a smile. Luo Chen thanked him and took it. Without playing with them too much, he put them away directly to show his trust in the other party. According to the auction price, Luo Chen bought a pair for 1,000 yuan, which was a bargain. Since he got a bargain, he must return the favor. This is the blood-burning pill that my friend refined in a month. A total of 20 pills, according to the previous cooperation content, that is 2,000 spirit stones. After deducting the 1,000 from the 1,000 paper cranes, Tian Xingzi still had to give Luo Chen 1,000 yuan. After the transaction, Tian Xingzi said regretfully, "Can only 20 pills be refined in a month?" Luo Chen smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know much about alchemy, but my friend said that the refinement of the blood-burning pill is extremely complicated, and it is difficult for him to refine more." Is that so? That's a pity. Is the refinement of the blood-burning pill complicated? In fact, it is not that complicated. Especially with the advancement of proficiency, the success rate of the pill has increased to 20%. Luo Chen's soul foundation has skyrocketed again, and he can squeeze out a little more time to refine the pill every day. He can definitely refine more blood-burning pills. But time is always limited. In addition to the blood-burning pill, he cannot refine too few jade marrow pills in a month. In addition to the jade marrow pill, he has recently spent a lot of time on the Zongmiao Pill. After all these twists and turns, he only refined 28 blood-burning pills in a month. He kept 8 of them, just in case. Being able to sell 20 to Xiang Xingzi is already a great favor. For this reason, when he went out today, Gu Kai nagged him, saying that the number of jade marrow pills was too small. Seeing Xiang Xingzi's regretful look, Luo Chen suddenly had an idea. In fact, it's not that there is no way to refine more blood-burning pills. Oh. Xiang Xingzi became excited. Tell me about it. He seemed to be particularly concerned about the number of blood-burning pills. Luo Chen accurately grasped the other party's psychology. Then, he pretended to recall the past and said, "I was chatting with my friend once, and heard him talking to himself, saying that this blood-burning pill is more suitable for water refining. But he doesn't have a suitable water alchemy technique now, and the success rate of refining with fire is too low. If there is a suitable water alchemy technique, he might be able to greatly improve the success rate." After hearing this, Tian Xingzi was thoughtful. Water alchemy. He recalled the list that Luo Chen gave him at the beginning. There are indeed many materials on it that are suitable for water alchemy. In this way, this alchemist friend of Murin Yuan should not be an alchemist from a large sect. Because the alchemists trained by the large sects, regardless of their skills, will master most of the basic alchemy techniques. The most common alchemy techniques in the world of immortal cultivation are water and fire. For example, golden jade liquid, transparent liquid, and replenishing and moistening veins liquid are all products of water alchemy. Is he an alchemist of a casual cultivator? Tian Xingzi thought for a moment and took out a jade slip from his storage bag. In a flash, Luo Chen's eyes fell on it. What is this? A water-based alchemy technique, applicable to most first to third level elixirs. Luo Chen was surprised and said, "It's so powerful." No wonder he was so surprised. Most alchemy techniques have a limited range. Just like the fire-based alchemy technique he has mastered now, it is only the most common first level on the market. The elixirs that can be refined are often first level elixirs. If you want to refine second level elixirs, you have to learn the second level fire-based alchemy technique from Qinggyun Danji. In addition, the several alchemy techniques he learned from Qinggyuanzi, the jade broken hand, is limited to ore materials, and the Suxin hand is limited to plant materials. They are also limited to rough range. And the water-based alchemy technique that Yan Xingzi took out is actually applicable to first to third level. Even if there is a premise of most of them, it is still precious. Facing Luo Chen's surprise, Tian Xingzi was not surprised. He looked at Luo Chen solemnly. "I can sell you this method. But your friend must take a great oath and not pass it on to anyone by any means, intentionally or unintentionally." Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Such a strict oath? Whether intentional or unintentional, it cannot be passed on to others. If this set of magic is accidentally passed on to others from his hands, it will be considered that he has violated his oath. Luo Chen is very clear about the consequences of violating the Great Oath. It may be okay for low realms. But if you break through the golden elixir in the nascent soul, there is a high probability that the oath will backfire. Especially the rumored realm of transformation, which must be accompanied by the heart demon calamity. If there is a backlash from the Great Oath, you will definitely perish in the heart demon calamity. It can be said that the Great Oath is not very binding for low-level cultivators. But for anyone who aspires to live forever, it has a strong binding force. Luo Chen is naturally the latter. Otherwise, he would not have given the foundation-building pill to Qin Liangchen. The key is that the other party did not enjoy any of the medium-grade jade marrow pills he refined from Mi Shuhui. And the foundation-building pill original E belonged to Qin Liangchen. After weighing the pros and cons, Luo Chen finally followed his heart and made the final choice. It's all about a thought. Faced with this request, Luo Chen immediately agreed solemnly. Tian Xingzi was not afraid of him cheating. On the jade slip, a small spiritual restriction was immediately set. If you want to break this restriction, you must make a corresponding oath of the Great Dao. Then how much is the price? Holding the jade slip, Luo Chen asked with a smile. Then his smile froze. Swallowing his saliva, Luo Chen looked at Tian Xingzi's raised finger. 8,000. Why don't you go? In the end, Luo Chen still ruthlessly paid the spiritual stones. This water-based alchemy technique is worth the price. In a sense, the secret methods in the 100 arts of cultivating immortals are no less valuable than orthodox cultivation methods. It is suitable for alchemy methods of level 1 to 3, and is not even inferior to those that can be cultivated to the golden elixir realm. 8,000 is still cheap. Whatever, I bought it for my friend anyway, and he will have to pay me back the spiritual stones when the time comes. As he spoke, Luo Chen took out 8,000 spiritual stones. 1,000 of them were just from selling the blood-burning pill, and they were not even warm yet. After Tian Xingzi took the spiritual stones, his eyes were deep. I hope that next month, I can see 50 blood-burning pills. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. Is this a hard requirement of party? He smiled awkwardly. I can't guarantee this. I can only say that I hope my friend can gain something after studying this method. Tian Xingzi sighed. Time is running out. After saying that, he removed the soundproof cover. This means that today's transaction ends here. No, it's not over yet. Luo Chen left the black market hall in advance and came outside. Wang Yancheng was guarding outside, holding the storage bag that Luo Chen gave him in advance. Fellow Taoist, all the herbs for this month are already in there. Luo Chen took the storage bag in a list. He glanced at it and saw that the Jade Pillar, Earth Fire Evil, Snow Fox Demon Blood, Explosive Ape Demon Blood, etc. were all in there. He nodded with satisfaction. Then, he took out 1,500 spirit stones. With these materials, there will be no shortage of raw materials for Zongmiao Pill and Zongmiao Pill next month. After giving the spirit stones, Luo Chen couldn't hold back. He originally came here to sell Burning Blood Pill today, but with a purchase and sale, he contributed 8,500 spirit stones to this headlong black market. Even if he was extremely wealthy, he couldn't afford such a hardship. He only had 15,000 left on him. Fortunately, if he sold all the Chalcedony pills he made this month, he could make up a few thousand more or less. Moreover, today's consumption was not a pure loss. Apart from replenishing the materials, the most important thing was that he got a water-based alchemy technique. In this way, he would not have to worry about refining the Emperor's slurry or other pills that required water-based alchemy in the future. Wang Yancheng personally sent him to the door. When he was about to say goodbye, Luo Chen suddenly remembered that sigh. Time waits for no one. He was shocked and blurted out immediately. Fellow Taoist Wang, wait a moment. Chapter 173, Falling Clouds and Smoke, Time Waits for No One. Dao Murin, what else can I teach you? Wang Yancheng stopped and looked at Luo Chen strangely. Luo Chen smiled slightly. I don't deserve your advice, but I just want to. He wanted to find out the origin of this headlong black market, but he felt it was abrupt. So when the words came to his lips, they naturally turned into another sentence. The recent situation seems calm, but there are undercurrents. Wang Yancheng pulled the corners of his mouth, just watching, waiting for Luo Chen to tell the truth. Luo Chen did not delay, so, just in case, I think next month, all the materials on the list can be doubled. Can you do it? Double the medicinal materials? Wang Yancheng frowned, then shook his head and said, I can't make a decision on this matter. I need to ask Lord Xiang Xingzi before I can give you an answer. No problem, I can wait. Wang Yancheng nodded and went straight into the hall. Outside the black market, Luo Chen shook his head slightly. Xiang Xingzi had a good relationship with him and frequently showed goodwill. But this is definitely not a reason for me to push my luck. It may be the right thing to do to explore the other party's intentions, but it is just to satisfy my curiosity. Even if I know, what's the use? Maybe it will anger the other party and destroy the good cooperation between the two sides. In contrast, behind the words time waits for no one, it may be revealed that a greater chaos is coming. In this case, what he should do is to store up food. These raw materials are the food he needs most. Without these things, his superb alchemy skills will be useless. Soon, Wang Yancheng went and returned. He brought back the answer that Luo Chen wanted. The supply of materials has doubled, yes. In this case, Luo Chen has no reason to continue to bother. After saying goodbye, he sneaked into the night. With his current strength of the 9th level of key refining, plus the great perfection of the breathing spirit technique, and in the dark night of the outer city with a complex environment. As long as he is determined, even if he is a true cultivator of the Foundation establishment, he may not be able to find him. Of course, tracking methods such as firepower coverage and magic weapon washing the ground are another matter. Sneak all the way. When he was 100 miles away from Luo Xianhu, Luo Chen did not enter directly. After experiencing the many tricks that Mi Shuhe had used on him, he had become more cautious. Every time he went in and out, he would carefully check if there was anything unusual on his body. In his opinion, any cultivator's tricks, as long as they were not too much higher in realm, could not be truly silent. The reason why Mi Shuhe was able to deceive him was mainly because he was only in the middle stage of key refining at that time. By the time he reached the late stage of key refining, those tricks had been coexisting with him for a long time without him noticing. Even if he was lucky enough to find the spiritual power mark, he still didn't find the spiritual consciousness mark. Even after Mi Shuhe died, the ownerless spiritual consciousness mark coexisted with him for a long time. If it weren't for the discovery of Yuding Zhenshan Luo Xianhong and the personal action of Jinden Shengren Pang Rengshan, who knew how long the soul seed would remain hidden? If it suddenly made trouble when breaking through the foundation, it would be a lot of fun. Now Luo Chen's realm is high, his soul is far superior to that of the same level, and he can vaguely be compared to the foundation building cultivators. With the addition of the Great Perfection Spirit Eyes technique, after a careful inspection, he could hardly find any problems. But even so, he still felt unsafe. Hey! He shouted in a low voice, and 3 consecutive cleaning techniques were cast on his body. To the outside world, Luo Chen waved his hands at him 3 times in a row. After 3 times, he checked again, and this time he was finally relieved. At this time, he walked leisurely towards the Luo Xianhu's residence. The cleansing technique has been at the Grandmaster level for a long time, and there are still more than 200 proficiency points away from the great perfection. I have to find a time to brush it up, maybe there will be unexpected results. Luo Chen has high hopes for the great perfection of each spell. Although the great perfection of the free and easy journey and the traction technique disappointed him. But the fireball technique, the wind control technique, the breathing spirit technique, and even the spirit eye technique, gave him a great surprise when they were great perfection. In comparison, the cleansing technique, a widely circulated life-related spell, has shown great potential at the Grandmaster level. It can clean many auras other than the original filth, such as Danqi, Yaoqi, Linqi and even Yaoqi. He was looking forward to what changes would happen to the Great Perfection cleansing technique. It would be wonderful if he could clear the universe and sweep the universe. Well, I'm at the doorstep. The fantasy time is over. Luo Chen calmly prepared for his practice. He brewed the essence-nourishing spirit liquid, replaced the spirit stones for the small spirit gathering array, and inserted a complete incense stick for calming the spirit in the incense burner. After everything was ready, Luo Chen held the Huachin pill in his mouth and began his practice today. At dawn, Luo Chen finished his practice yesterday leisurely. After taking the Zongmiao pill and growing my soul, I didn't expect there would be such a benefit. Luo Chen felt that he was still energetic after practicing all night. This was unimaginable in the past. The reason why cultivators practice slowly when they are at a low level without taking pills is that the strength of their souls is not enough, and the number of times they can practice the exercises every day is extremely limited. Once in the morning and once in the evening is already the limit. For this situation, there are also capable people in the world of immortal cultivation who have tried to solve it. The last solution given is to use external objects, such as incense sticks for calming the spirit. But this still cannot be regarded as a fundamental solution to the problem. To solve this problem, only after the foundation is established, the soul is strong enough, and even the spiritual consciousness can be released. At this time, the life-defining skills can be operated many times. It is said that high-level cultivators often retreat for months or years at a time. It is because of this problem. As for Luo Chen, he has always been troubled by it. Even if he survived a heart tribulation by chance and his soul doubled, he was still stuck at the number of times the skills can be operated twice. But now, he sees hope to solve this problem in the key refining stage. Persist in taking Zongmiao pills. Maybe soon I can operate Chong Chun Gong many times a day. While muttering to himself, Luo Chen packed up the spirit vein cave, came to the alchemy hall and put the purple cloud copper furnace back to the original alchemy room. Then, he took out a jade slip from the storage bag without panic. Do I need to make a great oath? Rubbing the jade slip, Luo Chen took a deep breath and uttered a jade sound. I am Luo Chen. I swear here. Whether you have learned it or not, I will not pass this alchemy technique to anyone else. Whether it is intentional or unintentional, if it is leaked, it will be countered by the great Dao and you will never make any progress in your life. After the decisive voice ended, the hazy spiritual light lingering on the jade slip slowly dissipated. At the same time, Luo Chen felt a little uncomfortable. It was as if something in the dark looked at him at that moment. Is there really such a thing as the way of heaven in this world of cultivating immortals? Luo Chen muttered, and carefully examined the jade slip in his hand. After confirming that there was no hidden hand, he carefully put the jade slip on his forehead. A torrent of information instantly poured into his mind. HMPH. Luo Chen's face turned pale as he groaned. But he still insisted and did not put the jade slip down. After a long time, he slowly took off the jade slip. Rubbing his forehead, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. I didn't expect that this friend made out of nothing would almost trap me. Just now, the huge amount of information in the jade slip poured into his mind like a torrent. The huge amount of information is simply impossible for ordinary key refining cultivators to resist. Under normal circumstances, the elders of the sect will set up corresponding restrictions, and only the information of the corresponding realm can be seen at a certain realm. This is why there are often exercises that can be cultivated to the middle stage of key refining, and exercises that can be cultivated to the perfect stage of key refining on the market. Someone started doing this a long time ago. If the hierarchical restrictions are not set up, the cultivators of the lower realms will suddenly be hit by the huge flow of information. At the least, the soul will be damaged and depressed for several months. At the worst, they will become stupid and become an idiot. Because Luo Chen made up a friend out of nothing and fabricated a friend who is an alchemist in the foundation building period. So Tianxingzi never thought about this at all. This amount of information is nothing for a foundation building cultivator. Naturally, he would not set up any hierarchical restrictions. If it weren't for Luo Chen's deep soul foundation, I'm afraid he would have been turned into a fool by the huge amount of information in this set of alchemy. Even after he had taken it down, he still felt dizzy. I was careless. Luo Chen took a deep breath and went to the spirit vein cave. Under the fragrance of the moonlight grass, he became energetic. He glanced at the moonlight grass and shook his head. Although there is a lot of wood spirit energy attracted by the spirit gathering array, the time is too short after all. It would be better if the years were longer. Rubbing his eyebrows, Luo Chen closed his eyes and recalled the contents of the jade slip just now. After a long while, he opened his eyes thoughtfully. Falling clouds and smoke method. This set of water methods is extremely mysterious and uses external objects. Not only can it refine pills, but it can also increase the quality of the pills. According to the records of this set of water methods, when refining the first level spirit liquid, you can choose a place where water vapor evaporates to help the pill. If it is a second level spirit liquid, not only the place where water vapor evaporates, but also the spiritual spring can be used to double the effect. When it comes to the third level spirit liquid, the auxiliary effects of the water vapor land and the spiritual spring are reduced. At this time, it is best to choose a place with rich water attributed spiritual energy, and match it with a secret recipe and additional techniques to refine the third level spiritual liquid. It is indeed a water refining method for the first to third levels, but it seems that refining the third level spiritual liquid is a bit of a stretch. But the Emperor's flowing pulp is only a second level spiritual liquid, which is more than enough. Not only that, this method also records 2 alchemy techniques, which is a pleasant surprise. One is the Huangxi hand, and the other is the Huayan hand. The former is the alchemy technique that Luo Chen had been thinking about before, which can deal with water and yin attributes. After learning the Huangxi hand, whether it is dealing with the snow fox demon blood of the Zongmiao Pill, or the cultivator's blood and Huangquan Yinsha of the Zongmiao Pill, it can achieve twice the result with half the effort. As for the latter, at first glance, it is not surprising. Even in the world of immortal cultivation, it is not surprising. But the Huayan hand is the essence of this Lian Shengayan method. This alchemy technique is needed to derive water vapor and spiritual springs as medicine. Next, I'll be busy. Although he complained, the smile on Luo Chen's face was visible to the naked eye. The longer he made alchemy, the more complicated his mood became. Repeatedly refining a certain kind of elixir would make him tired. But every time he came into contact with new knowledge of alchemy, he was extremely happy. However, no matter what, he has gradually fallen in love with his skill, not just as a means of making a living. In the following time, in addition to daily practice and research on fireball, Luo Chen also spent an extra 3 points on alchemy. In the process of alchemy by fire, he would occasionally use water to process some medicinal materials. Any kind of alchemy cannot be successful in a hurry. Luo Chen chose to break it down and get familiar with it little by little. When he really gets started, it must be easier. This is what is called sharpening the knife before chopping wood. 10 days passed in a flash. Luo Chen woke up from his trance. Looking at the empty bottle in his hand, he shook his head. I finished taking the Zongmiao Pill, and I have to refine it again. After the first dream, he had gradually become familiar with the medicinal power of the Zongmiao Pill. This was the 3rd time he took it, and his soul foundation increased again. The feeling of fullness and expansion still lingered in his mind. Luo Chen did not hesitate and came to a room full of fishy smell. Cages were covered with the black cloth. He casually cast a soundproof spell and then lifted the black cloth. Woo! A wolf howled, and a thin gray leaf wolf with bared teeth appeared in front of him. Luo Chen smiled slightly and immediately used the soul-scaring spell. A green light appeared in his eyes. The gray leaf wolf subconsciously took a step back, but his body suddenly froze. After a moment, Luo Chen pulled out the soul of the gray leaf wolf with ease. Compared with ordinary wild beasts, the soul of this gray leaf wolf, which had just entered the 1st level demon beast level, was much stronger. But in front of Luo Chen's skilled soul-scaring spell, it still had no power to resist. Luo Chen chuckled and shouted, "Zha!" With a shout, cracks appeared on the transparent ball of light. This is a sign of damage to the soul. Only then did Luo Chen show a little effort, but everything was still under control. After shouting twice more, the soul of the gray leaf wolf was completely shattered. Immediately, the soul fragments were absorbed and swallowed by the soul-raising tree. The 3 tender buds that originally looked green were now even more verdant. In the distance, there were branches about to emerge. After a long breath of turbid air, Luo Chen stopped practicing the art of shocking the gods. Sure enough, practicing with the soul of the monster is much faster than that of the wild beast. It's only been a few dozen times, and the proficiency of the art of shocking the gods has been promoted to the proficient level. Every tug of war, wrestling, and even pulling and breaking with the soul of the monster is the practice of the art of shocking the gods. The stronger the enemy's soul, the more proficiency will be promoted. In order to digest the 3 Zongmiao pills, Luo Chen performed the art of shocking the gods almost every day. Recently, dozens of wild beasts have died at his hands. Later, Luo Chen even ordered Liu Qiang to capture or buy live low-level monsters and keep them in Luo Xianhu. Using these monsters to practice his proficiency in the art of shocking the gods soared in a short period of time. Not only that, the soaring souls also became more solid and truly became a part of his foundation. This mutual assistance and mutual benefit has achieved the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. The art of shocking the gods tempers the soaring souls, and the stronger souls also affect the power of the art of shocking the gods in turn. It can even be said that there are additional gains. Now, the number of times Luo Chen practices Chong Chunguang every day has increased from 4 times to 5 times. One more time may not seem like much. The impact on cultivation is just to absorb more spiritual energy. However, a little bit adds up to a lot, which will be an extremely terrifying improvement. In addition, Luo Chen also found that his soul became stronger, which was also beneficial to alchemy. In the past, he could only refine 16 portions of raw materials by refining the Zongmiao Pill in the morning and afternoon. Now he has become very proficient. He even has spare energy to squeeze out time to refine the blood-burning pill that Yan Xingzi needs. After leaving the beast room, Luo Chen nodded to Liu Qiang, who was guarding outside. The other party understood the meaning and immediately went to deal with the corpse of the monster. Walking in Luo Xianhu, Luo Chen estimated the stock of pills. I have refined the blood-burning pill 8 times recently, all using the 4 symbols cauldron, 4 portions of raw materials each time. According to my proficiency, I have accumulated about 40 pills. If you add the 10 I have been keeping, you can get 50 pills. But there are still a few days, so there is no rush to deliver. The Zongmiao Pill can be slow, and 2 more furnaces of blood-burning pill can be refined. The Zongmiao Pill cannot be stopped either, and 1 bottle must be refined in the next few days. After making this decision, Luo Chen sighed. Unconsciously, he found that time was a bit insufficient. Zongmiao Pill is the main business. Only by refining enough can you earn enough spirit stones to buy various cultivation resources. The blood-burning pill involves his cooperation with Yan Xingzi, and it affects many things, so he can't stop. As for the Zongmiao Pill, although it is for his own use, it involves the soul and soul foundation, and it has a great relationship with the foundation building, so it's best not to stop. These are only related to alchemy. He still has to practice, which is the top priority, and he must not stop. Those spells, the research on the fireball spell, represent his biggest battle trump card at present. The god-scaring spell is used to temper the soul and target the ghosts and spirits in the ghost town. There are also the cleansing spell, the 2 prerequisite spells for the landslide, and the healing spell that is close to the grandmaster level. Oh, a few alchemy techniques related to alchemy, and the newly acquired Falling Clouds and Smoke spell. Research on the Emperor Liu Jiang pill recipe and the Blood Evil pill recipe. There's not enough time. Even an Iron Man can't stand this. I understand why Wang Yuan is so unwilling to take care of the trivial matters of Luo Xianhu. These things also take up a lot of time. No, I can't do it here and there like this. Facing the cold mountain breeze, Luo Chen walked towards the Dan Hall with a heavy step. He felt that he had to make some choices. He had no choice before, but now as the leader of a guild, he can choose what he wants to do with a purpose. As for how to do it, he still has to think about it. Let's refine today's blood-burning pill first, so that we can leave enough time to do other things. Luo Chen sighed. He found another problem. The reason why the blood-burning pill and Zongmiao Pill wasted so much of his time. The main reason was that his proficiency was not enough, and he couldn't ask the medicine apprentice and the fire worker to help. And improving proficiency takes time. Time is running out. Huh? Why did I say this? Luo Chen, who had just entered the Dan room and was preparing to refine the pill, was stunned for an inexplicable moment. Chapter 174. You have stories. Hey, I have wine. 8. In the 4-elephant cauldron, 8 blood-red pills were quietly suspended. Luo Chen was very surprised. It was normal that only one of the 4 raw materials was successful this time. But it was really surprising that 8 pills were made instead of 7. He subconsciously raised his hand and looked at the slender fingers, thinking. The treatment of the explosive ape monster blood by the Huangxi hand solved some of the impurities in the monster blood, thereby increasing the number of pills. In other words, there is still room for improvement in the recipe of the blood-burning pill. When he was refining the blood-burning pill just now, he remembered that the explosive ape monster blood was also a liquid material. So he tried to process it with the Huangxi hand, which he had just started. Unexpectedly, there was such a pleasant surprise. After the surprise, there was awe. Sure enough, the way of alchemy is profound. At the beginning, I thought I was gifted. With a little achievement, I thought I could be called a master of the generation. But as I got started with various pills and mastered more and more alchemy techniques, I found that there were more things I didn't know. In this way, There is no need to refine another furnace. Now he has 58 blood-burning pills in his hand, which has met Yan Xingzi's requirements. He left 8 as spare for Luo Chen. The remaining 50 will be delivered in a few days. By the way, he will also check this headlong black market to see if he has collected double the amount of medicinal materials. When he walked out of the alchemy room, he found that Gu Kai had been waiting for him outside. Waiting for a long time. Not bad. What's the matter? It's still about the production of jade marrow pills. The Duan family is urging for the goods again. In addition, the supply in the casual cultivator market is also insufficient. When saying this, Gu Kai was quite hesitant. Luo Chen paused, frowned and said, "Why is the demand for pills from the Duan family so high? Have they also learned from the Nanguang family to close the family?" That's not the case, but the monthly demand for pills is indeed twice that of the Li family and the Chen family. Gu Kai was also puzzled. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, and blurted out, "The Duan family seems to have sent people to contact Duan Feng frequently these days." Contact Duan Feng? What does this mean? Luo Chen remembered very clearly that Duan Feng, the abandoned son of the Duan family, had a deep hatred with the ancestor of the Duan family. When the battle for the Golden Pill ruins was going on, he was desperate to go into the mountains to seek opportunities. The purpose was to increase his strength so that he could return to the family for revenge. The sentence "the old dog doesn't have many years to live." Luo Chen still remembered it clearly. What kind of hatred would make a key refining cultivator with a blood relationship called a foundation building cultivator an old dog? As for the old dog mentioned by Duan Feng, Luo Chen was actually very familiar. Duan Qianqin. He didn't practice well every day, and went to this headlong black market every now and then. He was there almost every time the market opened. Luo Chen even remembered the many resources he had photographed, most of which were resources related to practice and combat. It seems that Duan Qianqin himself knows that he has not much time left, so he is preparing for the long-term development of the family. Pills, talismans, medicinal materials, puppets, magic tools. Now, even Duan Feng, who was abandoned before, has begun to be contacted. Presumably, he also wants to resolve the hatred between the two sides and bring Duan Feng back into the family. Duan Feng is not an unknown person. In the past, he was famous for his strong strength on the Taoism stage. But in fact, his talent for casting is even better. It's just for revenge, so he began to turn to fighting. Duan Feng is now an elder in the Luo Chen battle hall. In the future, there is a great possibility that he will leave and form a weapon hall. Luo Chen is reluctant to let such a talent go back to the Duan family. Don't worry about the matter of the jade marrow pill. Let Zheng Wen pretend to be polite. Anyway, there is only a normal quota this month. Gu Kai nodded. She is really not suitable for doing too much of this kind of rejection. Zheng Wen is very suitable. His current role is mainly to do some dirty work. Okay, then I'll use the excuse of insufficient production to let Zheng Wen send the Duan family's cultivators away. Well, by the way, you can also say that the Nanguang family asked for too many calcitonin pills. Gu Kai's eyes lit up. Yes, using this trip to put pressure on the Nanguang family, their Luo Chen who will be relatively less likely to offend people. Now the Nanguang family's closure of the clan is well known in Daofang. The Duan family just wants to find someone to negotiate, but there is nowhere to find someone. After dealing with this matter, Luo Chen hesitated for a moment, and finally left the Dan Hall decisively. Outside the Ziyai Valley, a new building complex is lined up along the spacious fighting stage. This is the station of the battle hall, and most of the battle hall cultivators currently live here. From time to time, Wang Yuan will organize people to conduct small-scale sparring. Luo Chen who gives them such a high salary, not just for escorting pills and patrolling and guarding. Strengthening combat effectiveness and responding to conflicts that may come at any time is the top priority. Luo Chen arrived quietly. With steady steps, he gradually came to a large house with a huge chimney. Before he entered, he heard the clanging sound coming from inside. There were about 5 cultivators in the middle stage of key refining inside, processing various minerals and metals. A stinking smell of heat was very clear even in winter. The huge exhaust fan made a rumbling sound. Luo Chen frowned and looked at the equally huge forge. Duan Feng, with his upper body naked, was forging metal ingots with hammer after hammer. His streamlined muscle lines were not as eye-catching as his ugly expression at this moment. He looked gloomy, and every time he hammered, It seemed that he was not forging metal ingots, but hammering people. But it was not just a pure venting of emotions. Luo Chen could feel that there was spiritual power flowing between the rise and fall of each hammer. This is an alternative way to temper spiritual power. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he vaguely saw the mystery in it. With each rise and fall of the hammer, spiritual power flows in and out. During the forging, as if like a metal ingot, impurities were hammered out. Finally, the spiritual power in the body was retracted, which was extremely pure. But why haven't I seen Duan Feng use this method before? President. Hello, President. While Luo Chen was puzzled, the monks in the room finally found him. After all, he was standing at the door and didn't do any disguise. Duan Feng stopped his work and turned to look at Luo Chen. Then he put down the hammer, wiped his hands with a rag, and walked out with a coat. Under the fighting stage, Luo Chen, wearing a snow-white fox fur, and Duan Feng, who was only wearing a thin coat, seemed to live in two seasons. One in winter and the other in summer. But their moods seemed to be completely opposite. Luo Chen chatted with him enthusiastically, and Duan Feng was as cold as ever. Accustomed to this way of conversation, Luo Chen also has a way to mobilize the other party's conversation mood. Little guy, you are pretending to be silent with me, right? How are the people I brought recently? Duan Feng finally showed some interest. They are okay. They can help me with some basic metal ores. What about the magic tools? It is still in the maintenance and repair stage. It is too difficult to cast a brand new magic tool. Duan Feng said distressedly, I only have 2 flying sword magic tool blueprints, one is low grade and the other is medium grade. In your words, they have no market competitiveness. At most, they can be made to meet internal use. Alchemy requires recipes, and casting naturally requires blueprints. Unless you are like Hu Yanzhou, the master of casting in Xianfen City, you have reached the level of being able to innovate and study various magic tools. But it is obvious that Duan Feng has not reached that level. Luo Chen's expectations of him are not that high. Talking about these is just to open the other party's chatterbox. Start from the other party's best and favorite aspects. There is no need for too much guidance, the other party can speak eloquently and endlessly. I have basically repaired the second-hand magic tools that were collected at the foot of King Mountain. Selling them out will be enough for you to recover your investment and make a small profit. Luo Chen smiled and said, do you still remember this? Duan Feng scratched his head, that stall of Fenghei Duanjia, you invested 2,000 or 3,000 spirit stones in it, and only gave you 1,000 in the end, how could I not remember it? This is true. Fenghei Duanjia is one of the few businesses that Luo Chen lost money. Because the Xiangong soul-stealing formation of the giant in ruins in the Guiyang Mountains shrank, it led to a chaotic fight among the scattered cultivators, which in turn caused the monster beasts to riot. In the end, it affected the business of the casting stall. Until now, Luo Chen has not recovered his investment. In addition, I am also working overtime to repair the many magic tools recovered from the Battle of Zi Valley and the Battle of Fu Family. It won't be long before you can use them. There are many fine products among those magic tools. There are more than a dozen high-quality magic tools. Among them, there are many high-quality magic tools with defensive properties. However, Luo Chen just shook his head and chuckled. How can I use so many magic weapons alone? Duan Feng was startled, and then he reacted. Indeed, although magic weapons are good, it is not the case that the more the better. A person's energy and spiritual power are limited. Too many magic weapons simply do not have enough energy to familiarize themselves with. When fighting, the limitation of spiritual power does not mean that many magic weapons can be used at will. Generally speaking, cultivators of any realm will choose the corresponding magic weapons that are most suitable for them. The overall division is 1 or 2 attack magic weapons, defense magic weapons, and mobile magic weapons, and at most some strange magic weapons. Even this kind of combination can only be barely achieved by cultivators in the late stage of key refining with a relatively higher realm. The cultivators in the early and middle stages simply do not have so much spiritual power to control so many magic weapons. Luo Chen also knew that he could mobilize many high-quality magic weapons. These things can barely be counted as part of his property. But all along, his magic weapons are still the same set as before, and he only recently got a sword pill to make up for the shortcomings in attack power. Even the sword pill, he chose to take it because it didn't consume much spiritual power. Duan Feng naturally understood this truth, but he didn't turn around before. He thought for a while and said, "You can't use it, you can use it to reward the monks of Luo Chen." Luo Chen shook his head. In Duanfeng's strange eyes, he slowly said, "You should know that I didn't come to you to talk about these things." Silence. He was silent again. Luo Chen sighed. "I know that the Duan family has sent someone to contact you recently. What do you think? Can you tell me?" "Thoughts?" A touch of self-mockery appeared on the man's resolute face. He opened his mouth and finally said sullenly, "Do you want to hear my story? I have wine." The two of them had walked to Duanfeng's room unknowingly. Luo Chen followed the other party into it, and then he found that the small room was very orderly. The teacup was on the table and the clothes were in the closet. Some flowers and plants that are rarely seen in winter are placed in the sunny side of the window. Faintly, there is the fragrance of food over there in the kitchen. This doesn't look like the residence of a lonely man. At least, Luo Chen's stone house is extremely simple. Seeing Luo Chen sniffing his nose, Duanfeng said unnaturally, "This is the food that Sister Xia left for me before she went out. It's for lunch." "Oh." The elongated tone made Duanfeng's face blush. He hurried into the kitchen and brought out a few side dishes. Braised beef, fried vegetables, and... forget about the rice. "We want to drink, brother." Duanfeng put the small wooden barrel containing rice back into the iron pot, letting the steam inside warm it. When he came out, Luo Chen had taken out a yellow gourd and poured him a glass of light yellow and crystal wine. "Is this Xiao's pineapple wine?" "Yes." Luo Chen nodded, with a gloomy look on his face. As the inner city became a ghost town, Yuan Xiao's grandfather also disappeared. Thinking that the other party was already disabled, in that kind of drastic change and chaos, I am afraid that he has already become one of the thousands of ghosts in day. Now this yellow pear wine, it is really a matter of drinking one less cup. Luo Chen's jokes before, the atmosphere that finally warmed up, suddenly became low in this sadness. At the same time, there was Duanfeng's low voice of recollection. "My story, in fact, is not so complicated." In his narration, Luo Chen gradually learned everything he had experienced in the Duan family. In fact, he had already known some of it through Duanfeng and Feng Xia before. Now it is only through Duanfeng's personal oral narration that it is completed. As the oldest local cultivation family in Daohofang, the development of the Duan family has always been tepid. There has been no shortage of foundation-building cultivators. In the past few hundred years, including the current ancestor Duan Kaiankin, there have been a total of 3 foundation-building true cultivators. During this period, it was not without the intention of expanding out, but due to various factors, they could only be trapped in one place in the end. Although there is no second-level spiritual land in Daohofang, the ice and fire spiritual spring that the Duan family occupied early on. Under special secret methods, a second-level spiritual land can be formed for a short time. It is enough to provide cultivation for foundation-building cultivators. The reason why they cannot expand their influence to other places is that they are reluctant to give up the spiritual spring. As a local tyrant, the Duan family still has a high status in Daohofang. Therefore, the cultivators in the clan are often superior. Even marriages are rarely made with outsiders, and they have always been intermarriages within the clan. Duanfeng's father once made a great name for himself. He even joined the Luo sect and became an inner disciple. Unfortunately, he failed in his sprint to build his foundation and became an outer disciple. After his path was hopeless, Duanfeng's father worked for the Luo sect while returning to his family to support the Duan family. During this period, he married a talented woman in the clan and gave birth to Duanfeng. Unfortunately, my father died in a conflict between the Duan family and a cultivation family in Liu Guangfang, leaving my mother and I to depend on each other. Dependent on each other. Luo Chen was puzzled. As far as I know, there are other people in your lineage. Yes, but a genius later emerged in that lineage. Genius. Yes, my cousin Duan Rui. When this name was mentioned, Duanfeng's face showed a clear look of dissatisfaction. This one. Luo Chen suddenly realized that he had heard of the other party's name. A cultivator of the great perfection of key refining. It was just because he came from a cultivation family that he was rarely listed with Handang, Fuziu Xiu and others. After all, he was not a casual cultivator. After my father died, our family lost contact with the Luo sect. As for me, I was particularly keen on casting magic tools at that time. Duanfeng smiled bitterly. After all, this is also a craft passed down in our family. Moreover, The condition for inheriting the clan leader is also the condition of having superb magic tool casting technology. I made that choice at the time, and it seemed that I was definitely right. Give me enough time, I can also revive my father's reputation, and even inherit the position of the Duan family leader. However, I don't know when. The clan no longer values magic tool casting, but instead values realm cultivation more. After Duan Feng's narration, Luo Chen knew why their lineage gradually neglected Duan Feng. Instead, they invested all their cultivation resources on his cousin Duan Rui. Duan Rui, a dual spiritual root of water and fire. Originally, he should have been sent to the big sect like Duan Feng's father. But because he has dual spiritual roots of water and fire, and there are ice and fire spiritual springs in the clan, it is very suitable for him to practice. The ancestor of the Duan family specially found a set of water and fire cultivation techniques for him. Therefore, for the sake of the family and himself, Duan Rui stayed in the family. And he kept practicing hard, and finally surpassed Duan Feng and reached the state of great perfection of key refining early. Perhaps, it is also related to the fact that your Duan family's ancestor has a short lifespan. Luo Chen smacked his lips. Duan Feng drank the yellow pear wine in the cup. Boom. The wine glass fell on the table, and he took a deep breath and said, "That's true. But at that time, I didn't know. That old dog has always been very secretive about lifespan. My mother and I are far away from the top of the family and don't know the secret. Later I learned that the reason why the family valued Duan Rui so much is to help him build his foundation as soon as possible, so as to continue the glory of the Duan family." Luo Chen twitched his mouth. A mere foundation-building family, talking about glory? Well, he is alone and does not understand the thinking of the family cultivators. But what does this have to do with your mother's hatred? It's nothing more than unfair resource allocation. Oh, considering that Duan Feng's father died in battle for the family, the orphans and widows left behind were treated differently. It is indeed disappointing. But Duan Feng was not only disappointed, but angry. Failed. Duan Rui failed to sprint to build the foundation. The old dog purchased a lot of resources for him, and even used a foundation-building pill that my father exchanged for his lifelong merit from Luo sect. With everything ready, he still failed to sprint to build the foundation. Luo Chen was surprised. The foundation-building pill that your father exchanged for merit. Yes, that should have been left for me, and it has been kept by the old dog. Luo Chen shook his head. This is ruining the way of life. Duan Feng's talent for cultivation is not weak, but it was overshadowed by his talent for casting magic tools in the early days. But as long as he is given a certain amount of time, key refining perfection is not a problem at all. In other words, he will definitely use that foundation-building pill. However, in the case of changing places, when his lifespan is not much, there is a lack of successors in the clan. Luo Chen would most likely give the foundation-building pill to Duan Rui, who had the most hope. For the sake of the family, it was neither right nor wrong. In fact, it was the absolutely correct choice. Only when Duan Rui succeeded in building the foundation could the Duan family continue to gain a foothold in Daofang. It was not like the Chen family, which was struggling to survive, nor like the Fu family, which was easily destroyed by Luo Chen and the Luo Xianhu. A foundation-building family without high-end combat power was a sweet potato that everyone wanted to chew. The situation is not much better than that of Luo Chen, who is good at alchemy. However, if such a thing happened to Duan Feng, an orphan and a widow, it would be too cruel. But Duan Rui failed. This is too ironic. When Luo Chen felt the irony, Duan Feng's hostility became more and more obvious. He held the wine glass, and the veins on his hands were exposed. The cup in his hand turned into powder silently. Duan Rui failed in his sprint to build the foundation and was seriously injured. It happened that the Daofang discussion platform was opened, attracting the three major immortal cultivation families. The status of the Duan family was in jeopardy for a while. In this situation, Lao Gu tried to form an alliance with Mishuhe of the Pashan gang, but was rejected. Listening. Luo Chen noticed something was wrong. Why is it still linked to the Pashan gang? What's more, with Mishuhe's character, how could he refuse to form an alliance with the Duan family? Summarizing the timeline, Luo Chen suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. That period of time seemed to be about the time when he began to shine in the Pashan gang and refine the Jade Marrow Pill. At this time, Mishuhe should have hooked up with Miao Wen. He had to hand over a share of the profit of the pill to Miao Wen, so he naturally didn't want to form an alliance with the Duan family. In that case, the benefits he could share would be even less. After being rejected by Mishuhua, the old dog had no choice but to plan a marriage. Duanfeng smiled bitterly. You probably can't imagine that a marriage partner is Nanguang Qin of the Nanguang family, and the candidate chosen by my Duan family is my mother. This time, Luo Chen really couldn't hold it back. He blurted out, that old guy Duan Qianqin is crazy. It's no wonder he thought so. Duanfeng's family, his father died in battle for the family, and Duanfeng himself has a good talent for casting. Moreover, he left a contribution of the foundation building pill. No matter how cold-hearted a person is, he would not do such a thing that can be called eating up the whole family. My father worked hard, and his most important inheritance was misappropriated. Now he has to marry his widow off just to marry into the family and consolidate the family's position in Dahofang. Moreover, the foundation building master of the Nanguang family is in his prime and has a long life ahead of him. Isn't this inviting a wolf into the house? Duanfeng sneered and was about to drink a glass of wine. When his hand reached his mouth, he found that it was a pile of porcelain powder. Luo Chen immediately pushed his cup over. After drinking it all, Duanfeng panted and said, of course he is not crazy. The Nanguang family has just arrived and is eager to gain a foothold. If my Duan family forms a family relationship with him, they can gain a firm foothold. Besides, my Duan family has more or less a relationship with the Luo sect. At least within 100 years, it can't be said that it is inviting a wolf into the house. Luo Chen couldn't help asking, agreed. Yes, the Nanguang family agreed. Luo Chen hesitated. Doesn't this mean that Nanguang Qin, that kid, almost became Duanfeng's stepfather? What a great development. At that time, the Duan family and the Nanguang family had already agreed. Only my mother was firmly opposed. Later, under the coercion of the old dog, my mother even died to show her determination, completely breaking his thoughts. It was also at that time that I left the Duan family and went to the inner city alone to fight. Luo Chen took out a brand new cup and poured himself a glass of wine. After drinking it, he sighed, no wonder you call me an old dog. Duan Qianqin is really not doing human things. He really made Duanfeng's family eat enough. At that time, I knew that casting and refining pills were all means. Only cultivation and strength are absolute. Duanfeng glanced at Luo Chen when he said this. It's meant to be. Luo Chen shook his head. He was not obsessed with refining pills. He realized very early that refining pills was just a means to accumulate resources for cultivation. If not, he would not have put aside the jade marrow pill recently and tried his best to refine the Zongmiao Pill. Because the Zongmiao Pill can really increase his strength. However, if you enjoy it, you will always feel less tired. Duanfeng nodded. He knew that Luo Chen was smarter than him and saw things more clearly than him. He sneered, my mother died. On the Taoism stage, I was furious and fought with Nanguang Qin, who had just arrived. I won that battle. After I came down, I met him and we had a chat. He told me that the marriage was just a means. If it wasn't him, it would be any member of the Nanguang family. On the contrary, in our Duan family, there is and will only be my mother. Luo Chen was stunned. What do you mean? After being stunned, Luo Chen instantly understood the truth without waiting for Duanfeng to explain. Duan Rui. Yes. Duanfeng took a deep breath. Duan Rui just failed in the sprint to build the foundation. After recovering from his injuries, he can definitely make another attack. So, he is still the favorite of that old dog. Under the circumstances at that time, the only person in the Duan family who could pose a threat to him was me, who was vaguely awakening and practicing faster and faster. He couldn't move me, so he put pressure on my mother. As long as my mother gets married, I will really be isolated and helpless in the family. Luo Chen looked at the other party with a complicated expression. The inside story was so dirty. It seems that the internal affairs of the Zongmiao family are not a monolithic entity, and they are all happy. The marriage failed, and I betrayed the Duan family again. The old dog almost pinned all his hopes on Duan Rui. I even went so far as to buy another foundation building pill for him at the auction. Auction? Foundation building pill. Luo Chen woke up immediately. At the Yuding auction, Mishuho did not take action and allowed the four forces to divide the foundation building pill. Excluding Wang Heichao, the Li family, and the Kang family from Taishanfang, the remaining family seems to be Duan Qianqin. With a second foundation building pill, Duan Rui will not. He failed again, right? Luo Chen asked. This is not a fantasy, Because the Duan family has not had a second foundation building generation until now. Ha ha ha. Duan Feng laughed heartily. Yes, my stupid brother failed again, haha. Water and fire are incompatible. Practicing two methods together, the combat power is indeed strong, but it is so difficult to break through the realm. Failed well. If he succeeded, how can I talk about revenge? Double spiritual roots are definitely considered natural talents. Second only to the heavenly spiritual roots, or some people with special physiques. However, it also depends on which two spiritual roots are the double spiritual roots. Spiritual roots such as water and fire that restrain each other will not only not speed up the practice speed, but will drag down the body. The Duan family only has a spring of ice and fire, and Duan Kyankan has found a matching dual system practice method. Otherwise, Duan Rui would never be able to cultivate to the great perfection of key refining in his lifetime. Even if he has reached the great perfection realm, the difficulty of breaking through the realm is far greater than that of other great perfection cultivators who only practice a single system. 2 foundation building pills were taken, but none of them succeeded. According to the time, I am afraid that he is still recovering from his injuries. The backlash of failure to break through the foundation is not as easy as it seems on the surface. Luo Chen knows about his former neighbor Fu Xiuxiu. She relied on the help of her Taoist partner and her special physique to slowly recover. Even with Duan Kyankan's help, Duan Rui's life would never be easy. Duan Rui's life is not easy, and Duan Kyankan himself can't protect himself. Doesn't this mean that the Duan family is not having a good time? No wonder they have been sending people to find you recently. Luo Chen sighed. Practicing in the family also requires experiencing so many intrigues, which is not at all easier than when he was a casual cultivator. Duan Feng nodded. Of course they will come to me. After all, I have done something in the past year. He won 1 game and lost 1 game with Nanguangqin on the Taoism stage, and has been ranked in the top 3 for a long time. He holds an important position in Luo Xianhu and is trusted by Luo Chen. In the Battle of Fu family, he fought Fu Zhang, the head of Fu family, alone in the early stage. The strength shown by Duan Feng is no longer as weak as the orphan who was isolated and helpless at the beginning. They frequently contacted me, not only made many promises, but also gave some benefits in advance. HMPH, to be honest with you, I took all those benefits. The Duan family secrets of practicing elixirs, refining spiritual power, etc. It's not that I'm an ungrateful person, but these are what I deserve. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. You mean, you don't plan to return to the Duan family? Duan Feng looked at Luo Chen speechlessly. I knew that you came to me today because you were worried about this matter. Luo Chen smiled frankly, not hiding his purpose. A gentleman can be deceived by his own way. This kind of thing, if it is put on the surface, will not affect anything. Duan Feng shook his head. I can't go back. Even if I go back, I'll go to claim my life. In the room, the fire was rising, and it was extremely warm. Luo Chen pulled his collar and advised, Duan Kyankan's lifespan is not long, he will only live for a few years, why bother with him for a while? Isn't it better to wait for him to die of old age? At that time, go to his grave to dance, and it will not lose the style of our generation. No, you don't understand. I can't forget the way my mother cut off her heart veins and died tragically at home. At this point, Duan Feng almost gritted his teeth. He couldn't control his whole body and trembled uncontrollably. I must make him die, not live a peaceful life. My father's life, my mother's life, and the unfair treatment my family has suffered for many years. These must be paid with his life. Grind the bones and scatter the ashes, no matter what. Every word was sobbing. Luo Chen sighed, knowing that he couldn't persuade him. But Duan Feng was only at the 9th level of key refining. How could he compete with the foundation building cultivators? He still has a long way to go to reach the great perfection. Suddenly, a scene emerged in Luo Chen's memory. He subconsciously wanted to speak, but when he saw Duan Feng's eyes that seemed to be able to devour people, he forced himself to retract it. Can't say it. If I say it, it will hurt Duan Feng. Chapter 175 Nanhua is gone. The old friend comes in the snow. Luo Tiong changes, high up in the sky. The first time I stepped into this headlong black market was when the giant in ruins were opened and the chaos in Daofang was escalating. It was also at that time that Luo Chen bid for the burning blood pill and caught the eye of Dian Xingzi, laying a good foundation for future cooperation. Therefore, Luo Chen still remembers the original black market auction. He deeply remembers that there were 3 foundation-building monks who attended the meeting. Putting aside Yan Xingzi, the owner of the black market, the remaining 2 were very suspicious. In the Jinan ruins, there are the legacies of the Supreme Elder of Gishan Valley, which are not only natural treasures, but also magic weapons, and even the opportunity to form a pill that is closely related to the foundation-building monks. Under such circumstances, the 2 foundation-building monks did not go to the ruins to try their luck. Instead, they came to participate in the black market auction, which was very suspicious. At that time, Luo Chen was not very knowledgeable, and his contact with the foundation-building monks was just a quick glance at this Hongding family's Jinan banquet. Therefore, he did not recognize the 2. Later, he participated in the black market auction many times and met more foundation-building cultivators. He also gradually became familiar with several foundation-building cultivators who were mainly active near Dahofang. Through some details and the tone of speech, he finally determined that the 2 foundation-building cultivators at the first black market auction were Duan Kyankan and Elder Zhou of Lianian Merchant Alliance. After all, the circle is so small and there are only a few people. Even if there is a disguise, Luo Chen is not a fool after a few visits. Naturally, he can tell who is who. I remember that Duan Kyankan's main purpose of participating in the black market auction was for the 800-year-old root of heaven and earth. Because of this thing, he even verbally agreed to one of Elder Zhou's conditions. Later, when chatting with Miao Wen, he vaguely knew what happened on the night when the Pashan gang was destroyed. The 5 foundation-building cultivators besieged Mishuhu. Even the Lianian Merchant Alliance's worshipper, Jinan Shengren Lu Jieshi, took action. Among them, Duan Kyankan was also involved. He knew that Duan Kyankan and Mishuhu arose in Dahofang at the same time and had a close relationship. It seems that being able to make Duan Kyankan turn against him is the condition that he agreed to. These things used to be vague. But as Luo Chen's realm rose, his network of contacts became wider and wider, and he could see everything clearly as long as he thought about it. The dead are gone. Thinking about these things again is just to make the mind clearer. What Luo Chen cares about is the root of heaven and earth that Duan Kyankan took. Root of heaven and earth. It is a rare medicine that has a miraculous effect on breaking through the realm. 300 years is a small limit, and 3,000 years is a large limit. Every additional 300 years can increase the probability of a cultivator's foundation building by 10%. The root of heaven and earth of 800 years can already increase the probability of a cultivator's foundation building by 20%. It is only slightly lower than the foundation building pill on the market by 10%. If you ask a master of alchemy to refine a medium grade or even a high grade foundation building pill, the probability can be raised to 40% or 50%. Moreover, as a rare medicine for breaking through the realm, the advantages of the root of heaven and earth are more than that. Generally, if a breakthrough fails, the body will be attacked and the meridians will be damaged. In severe cases, the dension will be destroyed, the spiritual power will burst, and the cultivator will die on the spot. But if the breakthrough is made by using the root of heaven and earth, even if the breakthrough fails, the mild medicinal power can ensure that the cultivator will not be seriously injured. This is the power of the realm-breaking medicine. Duan Kyankan spent so much money to buy this thing, and it must not be for himself. Duan Rui. Even after failing twice, Duan Kyankan still did not give up on him. It is clear that the 800 years of heaven and earth roots are still to help him build his foundation. From the signs behind, Duan Kyankan frequently participated in the black market auction, not only to acquire resources for the family, but also to collect more auxiliary foundation building resources. Huanyang water, Liuli cream, and Shengxiang. These things are more or less useful for foundation building. They are substitutes used by many casual cultivators to break through when they cannot obtain the foundation building pill. Although these, added together, are not as good as a foundation building pill. But it is always better than nothing. Duan Kyankan couldn't find the third foundation building pill in a short time, and his lifespan was running out, so he planned to use the root of heaven and earth to make a last stand for Duan Rui. It is said that things never happen more than 3 times. Perhaps this time, if Duan Rui has the courage to fight to the death, he will have a great chance of success. And if he succeeds, the Duan family will have 2 foundation building people. How can Duan Feng avenge his hatred? I can't say it. If I say it today, Duan Feng might dare to come to my door tomorrow. He will definitely do such a reckless thing. But I can't watch him fight against a stone with an egg. Looking at Duan Feng, who drank a glass of wine in a short time. Luo Chen's wine gourd was empty. Luo Chen frowned and snatched the wine gourd that Yuan Xiao's grandfather gave him. Don't drink it. If you drink more, my wine will be gone. So stingy? Didn't you say that there is enough wine? Tisk, you've finished your story. Duanfeng was stunned, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. He lay on the table and said in a low voice, yes, I have nothing good to say in my life. The only good time was when my mother took care of me. At that time, I just thought that when I became successful in cultivation, I must make a magic bracelet for her. It must be very beautiful and have strong defensive functions. Luo Chen looked at him helplessly. He stood up and pushed open the door. The biting cold wind blew in. At the same time, there was a woman who jumped away like a frightened deer. You are not alone, you have our group of friends. Feng Xiao outside the door looked at Luo Chen gratefully. Recently, Duanfeng was in a low mood, and he couldn't suppress his impatience. Now Luo Chen can comfort and persuade him, maybe he can. And there is Sister Xia. Where can I find such a good woman as Sister Xia? You are just thinking about revenge every day. I don't care about you. You can accept the things brought by the Duan family. You are not an ungrateful person. After all, you deserve it. But Sister Xia treats you with all her heart. If you let her down, you will be an ungrateful person. If that's the case, I, Luo Chen, will be the first one. Luo Chen's words were blocked by Feng Xia, whose face was flushed, before he could finish them. She shook her head silently, her eyes were a little red. Duanfeng in the room was already silent, just lying there. I don't know if he fell asleep because of drunkenness, or he was afraid to face it and pretended to be an ostrich. Luo Chen pouted, nodded to Feng Xia, and strode away. Feng Xia quietly entered the room and put the bone fragments, bowls, dishes and chopsticks on the table into the kitchen. Sweep the crushed porcelain cup powder into the dustpan. Finally, she took out the coat from the bedroom, put it on Duanfeng, and then left the house. When she closed the door, she vaguely saw Duanfeng's shoulders tremble for a moment. 100 miles south of Daohofang, there is a small mountain covered with ice and snow. This mountain is called Xiaohong Mountain. From the outside, it looks like a silver-clad mountain with weathered trees. Inside, the climate is warm and mortals come and go in an endless stream. In an attic in the mountain, an old man looked into the distance. Living here, you can see the magnificent scenery of Nanhua Snow Mountain. Every midwinter, when heavy snow falls, the snow on Nanhua Snow Mountain that has not melted for thousands of years will spread. The thick layer of snow unfolds, just like a huge tile, stretching out abruptly, covering most of the snow mountain like clouds and sun. If the light is good, the scene is really wonderful. Every time the old man sees this scene, it's as if he sees himself. He is also like that huge snow tile, covering the entire family under his protection. It's a pity that Nanhua Snow Mountain was destroyed by giant and master Pang Rengshen. The once beautiful scenery is now only a bare mountain. This scene seems to foreshadow the situation of the Duan family. Duan Kaiankin, the giant tile that covers the Duan family, will also melt silently. Patriarch, I'm back. A middle-aged man stood beside him respectfully. Duan Kaiankin didn't even turn his head and asked directly, how is the matter going? It's going well, and it's not going well. The middle-aged man lowered his head and said, the matter of the pill is not going well. Jintangu Kai said that there is a shortage of medicinal materials recently, and the production of pills cannot be increased. In addition, before the Nangong family closed the clan, they purchased a large number of calcetony pills and emptied all their stocks. Now the calcetony pills on the market are all refined and sold on the spot. After saying that, he stood there respectfully, not daring to breathe. It seemed that there would be a scolding in the next moment. However, this time, the patriarch did not blame him harshly. There was only a sigh. Dan Chenzi. I was puzzled when Mi Shuhe refused to form an alliance with me. Now it seems that he is indeed a man of insight and wisdom. If I can control this man, the Duan family will prosper. The middle-aged man was stunned. Why did the patriarch suddenly mention the leader of Luo Xianhu? But that alchemy master is really amazing. He alone supported the emerging force of Luo Xianhu. The pill business is in full swing. Now many independent cultivators in Daohofang think of them, saying that it is fortunate that there is a Luo Xianhu, otherwise the spiritual medicine pavilion will move away and they will have no place to buy pills. Shaking his head, he threw away these nonsense. He took a deep breath and said, he accepted the things I brought to Duanfeng. This is the smooth side. However, Duan Qianqan did not feel happy after hearing this. He just asked lightly, did Duan Feng mention that he would come back to sweep his mother's grave during the Qingming festival? The middle-aged man hesitated and said, it seems, he didn't say that. Okay, you go down. After he left, Duan Qianqan sighed with regret. Duan Feng is also his grandson. However, he unknowingly left the family and even turned against each other. He refused to forgive me. But what did I do wrong? For the long-term benefit of the family, everything he did was undoubtedly correct. The little grandson Duan Rui has better talent, and the cultivation environment in the family is very suitable for him. Water and fire practitioners, once they build a foundation, even if the realm is not enough, they are considered powerful among the same level. Even if he passes away, he can still be the pillar of the family. It's just a hardship for Duan Feng's family. 13th lady, why bother to commit suicide? The Nanguang family is eager to gain a foothold, and she will definitely be treated preferentially if she marries there. Nanguangqin is also a dragon among men, a leader among key refining cultivators, and has hope of building a foundation. He was made the young patriarch of the Nanguang family early on. It was not an injustice to the widow, Shizunyuang. At that time, Duan Feng could rely on the casting technique to occupy a high position in the Duan family. He could also rely on the relationship of his mother, Shizunyang, to be like a fish in water in the Nanguang family. With both sides in hand, it would not be difficult to get a foundation-building pill for Duan Feng in the future. Duan Qianqan asked himself, all the things he did at the beginning were selfless. Even according to his plan, if this continues, the Duan family will only become more and more prosperous. The grand scene of two foundation building in one family is also very hopeful to achieve. So, what went wrong? Duan Qianqan smiled bitterly. Maybe it was because he spoiled Duan Rui too much? Since the detection of the dual spiritual roots of water and fire, everything has gone astray. The tilt of resources, the attention of the entire family, all-round protection, and even taking whatever he wants. Although the realm of cultivation is fast, he unknowingly neglects the cultivation of his mind. Since the fierce battle with the Bai family of Liu Guangfang, the Duan family has been at peace for a long time. For the training of disciples in the family, they are not as strict as the Nanguang family and the Li family. Among his peers, the foundation-building true cultivators all praise him, Duan Qianqan, for training a genius who had reached the great perfection of key refining, and a grandson with outstanding talent for casting weapons. But he also envied Nanguangqin and Li Ao, who are young people who could stand on their own. When he agreed to join Zuanaihu, he also wanted to use this force to temper the children of the family. Unfortunately, the chaos came too fast and the drastic changes were too great, and Zuanaihu collapsed hastily. Because Duan Rui failed to break through the foundation again, he did not have the opportunity to be tempered in various conflicts. Originally, it was expected that he would grow up after the foundation was built. But he was stuck in the seemingly easy level. 2 foundation building pills. After sighing, his spiritual consciousness swept out. He soon found the genius of the Duan family who had wasted 2 foundation building pills. Lying on the warm bed, hugged by his left and right, with beautiful wives in his arms. In this season of heavy snow and biting cold wind, it is really uncomfortable. Doesn't he know that if I die, how can the Duan family keep the spiritual land? Duan Qianqan's face flashed fiercely and snorted coldly. On the soft bed of the house not far away, the young man who looked 3 points like Duan Feng suddenly turned pale. He waved his hand immediately. Get out of here. I want to practice. Women, you really mess up my mind. Pure spiritual power surged out, and immediately slapped the 2 women away. Turned into a rolling gourd, and rolled out of the house in embarrassment. After they left, the young man smiled embarrassedly. Facing the empty house, it seemed like talking to himself, and it seemed like he was talking to the people watching him. Grandpa, my injury hasn't healed yet, so I rested for 2 days. I really didn't slack off. There was no response. The young man curled his lips. He had already reached the great perfection of key refining, so why practice? It's not his fault that he can't break through the realm. It was all the fault of the family being too weak. If he had been sent to the sect, with his talent, he would have established his foundation long ago. Who knows, he is now a true disciple of the foundation of a large sect, and has the hope of becoming a golden elixir. On Xiaohuan Mountain, Duan Qianqan had long stopped monitoring him. Alone, he stepped out of the clan land. It was snowing today, and an old friend came out of the snow. Old friend, how is the progress of the thing I asked you to refine? It will be completed soon, but now I have something to trouble you. Oh. Elf pill. Inside the spiritual vessel cave, Luo Chen removed the spirit gathering array and put away the purple cloud copper furnace. But he did not leave directly. Under the faint fragrance of the moonlight grass, he fell into deep thought. It was not because of Duan Feng's matter. After confirming that Duan Feng had no intention of leaving Luo Xianhu, this matter was no longer important. He believed that this friend would make it clear to him whether he went or stayed. What he was thinking about now was how to arrange his time in the future. Many trivial matters were entangled and had begun to affect his practice. Especially now that he can practice Chong Chun Gong 5 times a day, he must not give up and must squeeze out half an hour. In the past, my strength was low, and I would try every means to do anything, no matter what it was, as long as it could improve my strength. But now, I have the choice, so I can't do it in a haphazard way. That way, the efficiency is too low. While talking to himself, Luo Chen's thoughts turned faster and faster. Many complicated and trivial things emerged from his mind one by one. He must choose the most important and urgent things as the top priority. First of all, the Luo Xianhu's affairs should be tilted to the rest. Those trivial matters are not too important. As long as you are smart enough, you can be competent even if your realm is not enough. In the Dan Hall, there are Granny Yuan and Qin Liangzhen, who is just a figurehead, and Shu Hancheng and Shu Ying, who are just a figurehead. In the other 3 halls, there is Muren Kinglian in the Sun Hall, Sima Xian in the Zan Hall, and Gu Kai and Zheng Wen in the Jin Hall. In other words, the 4 halls have actually been on the right track and have become well organized. What I lack is an agent who can take charge of the overall situation on my behalf. Luo Chen's thoughts flowed, and he began to choose from the many cultivators in the Luotian society. Qin Liangzhen is not suitable, he has never cared about trivial matters. Zhou Yuanli is suitable, but he is rigid in dealing with people and does not know how to adapt, which can be seen from the battle in Xiaoyu Valley. Maybe he has the talent of a commander in battle. But when it comes to running a force, he really lacks some skills. Feng Xia. He is trustworthy, but his realm is not good enough to convince the crowd. And recently, his heart is on Duan Feng, which is not suitable. What about Zheng Wen? Not very good either. He is okay in dealing with people, but at critical moments, it is easy to lose the chain. After all the calculations, the most suitable person is still my sister-in-law Muren Kinglian. She has a high realm, high prestige, is trustworthy at critical moments, and can be tough or soft. But she has been running the Zuntang for a long time. If she serves as Luo Chen's agent again, it is easy to create the illusion that there are 2 masters in one mountain. Even if Luo Chen is willing, Muren Kinglian will refuse. She is a very smart woman. After thinking about it, Luo Chen couldn't help but think of a woman. Mi Junping. Although she has a bad personality and is harsh on people. But if she is a subordinate, she is undoubtedly very qualified. She can manage the huge Pashan gang in an orderly manner, so that Mi Shuhe has plenty of time to deal with other forces. And she can control the flow of funds very well. Every time Luo Chen goes to her, he has to work hard to get a little benefit. It's a pity that the beauty is not here. Luo Chen sighed. Counting it up, he almost had a bad relationship with this woman. Woman? Suddenly, a face jumped into Luo Chen's mind. Maybe she can. After thinking about it, Luo Chen nodded. Let's keep it as a backup first. As long as this first thing is handled well, Luo Chen can get out of many trivial matters. Then the rest are the other 2 things. Alchemy and cultivation. Alchemy. Luo Chen pondered for a while and made a decision quickly. The 3 kinds of elixir still need to be refined, but the focus needs to be adjusted. The importance of the jade marrow pill has slightly declined. Give way to the Zongmiao Pill and the blood-burning pill. The former is related to the foundation of one's own soul, and it is an investment that will not lose money. The blood-burning pill involves his cooperation with Yan Xingzi. The other party frequently releases goodwill, so he naturally cannot delay. Moreover, cooperating with such a force with a mysterious background will also be of great help to him in other aspects. The most important thing is that the other party can get the foundation establishment pill. This is particularly important when the spirit medicine pavilion is far away, the Jading Sword sect has no one, and large-scale auctions cannot be held. At the beginning of the month, first refine at least enough Zongmiao pills for me to use for a month. Then complete the task of the blood-burning pill, and spend the rest of the time refining the jade marrow pill. The reason why the importance of the jade marrow pill was lowered is that the current income from the pill is enough to meet Luo Chen's cultivation needs during the key refining period. If there is more, it will become a money-making scheme. He is not a miser. Instead of holding tens of thousands of spirit stones and not being able to spend them, it is better to use every bit of spirit stone to the best of his ability. The second thing is to make a good decision. That is the last and most important matter of cultivation. Because of the proficiency panel, Luo Chen has invested a lot of effort in many spells. But in fact, some of them are unnecessary. For example, the second level spell landslide that Luo Chen once valued the most. Since he got this spell, he has placed high hopes on it, and even spent a lot of energy on the 3 prerequisite spells. In terms of magic, it is just because this magic is powerful and has a very bright future. Even if it is placed at the second level, it is still the most advanced magic. Who wouldn't be tempted? But Luo Chen has been thinking carefully recently, and found that he was completely wrong. Landslide is very powerful, that's right. But to learn it, it is already very difficult, and the 3 prerequisite spells must be accomplished. And this is just the beginning. Entry-level spells have many flaws. They can't be used against the enemy at all. Only those above the perfect level can have a place in the same level when facing magic tools and magic treasures. If you want to beat magic tools and magic treasures, you have to reach the master level, or even the great perfection. I shouldn't have spent so much time studying landslide. This technique should have been studied by foundation building cultivators. I went too far beyond the scope. But fortunately, it's not too late to mend the fence after the sheep have been lost. Luo Chen plans to put aside the practice of landslide for the time being. Not only landslide, but also healing, cleaning, entanglement, wave, and earth art, all need to be suspended for a while. In terms of alchemy, the jade folding hand has already reached the grandmaster level, but it is still a long way from the great perfection, so there is no need to rush. The pure heart hand is still a little short of the grandmaster level, so there is no need to deliberately spend time on it, just be proficient in the alchemy process. The Huangxi hand and the Huaiyan hand have just been obtained, so you can slowly get familiar with the alchemy process. In other words, the alchemy will not actually take up extra time. As for martial arts, there's even less to say. It does not improve strength much. The only thing that helps is the heavenly girl scattering flowers, but at present, he has only mastered 3 techniques, the mixed primordial pearl technique, the 7 night stars, and the iron caltrip. As a result, the heavenly maiden scattering flowers is stuck at the perfect level. If you want to upgrade to the master level, you need to master at least 2 hidden weapon techniques. Luo Chen does not intend to waste his efforts. The reason for this decision is not that the heavenly maiden scattering flowers are useless. It is because his control of the magic weapon has reached a level of exquisiteness under the premise that the traction technique has been perfected and he has the great perfection spirit eye technique. The heavenly maiden scattering flowers is just the icing on the cake. So, after shelving so many magic skills, it is self-evident where Luo Chen will focus. It is better to be good at one than to be good at everything. The great perfection fireball technique still has room for development. I should combine the Fu family's talisman making technique, the great perfection spirit eye technique, and study the fireball technique with all my strength, and bring it to the pinnacle, where there is no room for improvement. In this way, the fusion of the fiery sun technique will become my real killer when I am at a low level. After making this decision, Luo Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The previously complicated and miscellaneous magic training was now like clearing away the fog and getting back on the right track. In fact, isn't this the path I took at the beginning? Luo Chen laughed at himself. Did he put all his energy into the fireball technique in the beginning? He ignored the cleansing technique and the entanglement technique, and finally let the fireball technique quickly climb the proficiency. In this way, he was able to kill the poor Chen Xiao and the unlucky Gao Tingyan, who were great enemies. Later, when his realm was higher, he went astray. Now, the enemies he might have to face are no longer casual cultivators in the key refining stage, but those big figures in the foundation establishment stage. In this case, why can't he go back to the old way and specialize in one? After the spells are planned, it's the exercises. Cultivation is not just about spells. Chongqing Gong is undoubtedly 3 times a day, plus the extra 5 times provided by the ancient incense. This must be insisted on. Mingshan Posha, this strange technique that does not belong to any category, must also be taken into account. The second realm proficiency level is only a few times away from full operation. Luo Chen would not give up. He remembered clearly how he escaped when Gaotingyun used the soul-stealing technique. With a stronger will, Luo Chen could face any situation with a calm demeanor, even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Moreover, Mingshan Posha could also enhance the soul. With a blessing of Zongmiao Pill and the God-scaring technique, it can be said to be a three-pronged approach. That's why Luo Chen raised the importance of Zongmiao Pill to the Yuzu Pill and the blood-burning pill, which seemed to be the most profitable. Duanfeng's words still had an impact on him. The rest are just means, and cultivation is the absolute. The only thing that made it difficult for Luo Chen to choose was the alchemy technique of Luan Shengyan. If he could master this method thoroughly, it would be a huge improvement in his attainments in alchemy. By then, he would have water and fire in parallel, and by analogy, the work of alchemy would undoubtedly be much easier. Water and fire in parallel? Suddenly, Luo Chen couldn't help laughing. The lesson of the genius of the Duan family was right in front of him. How could he think of the water and fire in parallel thing? Well, the water method is just prepared for the Emperor Liu Jiang. For the time being, I don't need the Emperor Liu Jiang. I just use the pill recipe to kill time when I'm tired. In this case, I can stop practicing the water method of alchemy. After making many decisions, Luo Chen finally relaxed completely. It's not about reducing the burden, but about improving efficiency. Everyone will be tired after doing complicated work for a day. Focusing on one thing may make you numb, but the progress will undoubtedly be faster. After solving the optimization of the fireball technique, won't you have more time to deal with these things? Early the next morning. In the Heiau Hall, a beautiful figure sat quietly in the guest seat. But her mood was not as calm as it looks now. Why did the president find me for no reason? I did a good job in the Jintang, and I shouldn't have made any mistakes. Brother is a steady person. He has established a firm foothold in the war hall. Could it be my younger brother? The woman's mood was fluctuating. Suddenly, she heard steady footsteps and she stood up immediately. She bowed to the newcomer. Wei Niang greets the president. Luo Chen waved his hand, signaling her not to be polite. After walking to the top seat and sitting down, Luo Chen had time to take a closer look at Sima Wei Niang. This female cultivator had a relationship with him a long time ago. Under Luo Chen's gaze, Sima Wei Niang felt a little uncomfortable. She couldn't help but said, "President, what do you want to talk to me about?" Luo Chen smiled slightly. "It's nothing big. I just wanted to talk to you for a long time, but I didn't have time. Now it's winter and I'm not so busy, so I made the time." "Talk to me?" Sima Wei Niang was surprised. Before she could get curious, Luo Chen said casually, "I talked to your eldest brother before. He said that you three siblings are traveling outside, doing reselling business. Have you always been the one in charge?" "Yes, that's right." Sima Wei Niang stroked her hair. "My eldest brother is steady, but a little dull and not good at socializing. My younger brother is too reckless, so I make the decisions on many things." "Then why didn't you continue to do this business later?" Sima Wei Niang smiled bitterly. "It's not easy to do." "Oh? Tell me about it." After Sima Wei Niang's explanation, Luo Chen finally understood the difficulties. Although he had talked with Sima Xian before, men are often reluctant to show their difficulties to outsiders. Women are more sensitive. Noticing that Luo Chen was interested in hearing these things, they spoke in great detail. Generally speaking, the nearest market to Daofang is Zulianfang, but the business of Daofang has always been closely linked with Taishanfang. The reason is that the climate in Zulianfang and Daofang varies greatly, and 2/3 of the year are often icy. Roads are often blocked by ice and snow, so trade routes are not smooth. Although Taishanfang is far away, it is directly connected to the Langkang River. It doesn't take too long to take a big ship and go downstream. It can be reached in 10 days or half a month at most. Taishanfang is in great demand for Daofang's monster specialties. Often we can make a lot of profit by reselling them once. And some of the cultivation objects in Taishanfang are very popular in Daofang. But every time we go back and forth, it costs a lot of spirit stones. We all take the boats of the Daijiang gang, and we have to help when we encounter monsters on the road. Luo Chen nodded. These days, many independent cultivators in Daofang are reluctant to leave. In addition to the fact that Dahofang is close to the mountains and rich in resources, which is conducive to cultivation, there are also reasons that the journey to other places is too long. The Lancang River is not just a river. There are many monsters living in it, including second and third level monsters. When Pang Rengshan killed the demon cultivator Jindan, there were many corpses of first level monsters at the bottom of the Lancang River. If the independent cultivators who rushed there later dared to go down the river, they would not have less gains. In fact, the business of Liu Guangfang is the most profitable. In the early years, that place was a mine of the Yuding Sword sect, but after years of excavation, there is not much left. In the 300 years of mining, many forces were born nearby. But after the mine was mined out, these forces lost a lot of income. In addition, there is a lack of resources, so the spirit of fighting is quite prevalent. Every time we transport goods there, we can make a lot of money. After all, there is a lack of resources there. But there are too many robbery cultivators, which leads to us going there less and less. Luo Chen didn't know much about the situation in Liu Guangfang. Most of it was told by the autobiography of Gu Yu, the soul refining wanderer, and Wang Yuan and others who had been to the outside world. There are many robbery cultivators there, and they kill people and steal treasures at will. The reason for this is that it is the only market nearby without the Yuding Sword Pavilion stationed. For example, robbery cultivators such as Chu Bai and Liu Han came from Liu Guangfang. There are many such people there. The reason why I don't continue to do this business is because the outside world is getting more and more chaotic. The three of us brothers and sisters have been traveling outside for a long time, and sooner or later something will happen. Sima Wei Niang smiled bitterly. To be honest, last year in Dahofang, the three of us almost died at the hands of two robbery cultivators. Luo Chen remained silent. Of course he knew about this matter, and in the end he took action to rescue them. After that battle, my eldest brother and I were seriously injured. After recovering from my injuries, I felt that I couldn't go on like this, so I thought about finding a force to rely on. Luo Chen chuckled. Then why did you choose our Luo Tian club? Sima Wei Niang straightened her posture. She probably understood that this was the main show of the day. If your answer was not good enough, at best she would leave a bad impression, at worst she might be marginalized or even kicked out of Luo Tian club. She said seriously, at that time in Dahofang, the Pashan gang was destroyed, the Zuanai club collapsed, the major foundation building families fought each other, and many small forces rose up, which was a scene of chaos. In fact, we also considered joining the Daijiang gang. But the situation of the Daijiang gang is extremely complicated. From what we saw in Taishanfang, the Daijiang gang not only cooperated with the Lianian Merchant Alliance, but also fought or cooperated with several immortal cultivation families in Taishanfang. Joining the Daijiang gang, we might become abandoned children in gang fights. Luo Chen nodded and continued to ask, then why not join several local immortal cultivation families? Sima Wei Niang said with a wry smile, those families are basically dominated by their own cultivators. Unless the outside cultivators have a high realm and become the worshippers of the family, they will not be reused at all. This is the truth. Most immortal cultivation families are linked by blood ties. They never really rely on outside cultivators. As for other small forces, to be honest, we don't take them seriously. Their strength may not be as strong as our three brothers and sisters combined. In this case, Luo Xianhu, which inherits the bloodline of Pashan gang, is the best choice. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Oh, then tell me in detail. Facing Luo Chen's test, Sima Wei Niang was not stage frightened. She said generously, it's very simple. You were in a state of disrepair and were short of manpower. If we join, we will most likely be reused. And the fact is, it is indeed so. At present, the eldest brother Sima Xian is already an elder of the war hall. With Wang Yuan not taking care of things and Duan Feng still having to practice and lead people to cast weapons, Sima Xian can be said to be the de facto head of the war hall. The third brother Sima Wenji is also doing well. His impetuous personality has become more and more stable in the negotiations of personnel management. Moreover, the joining of the three of us at the 9th level of key refining will not cause a situation where the guests are bullying the host for the Luo Chen Association. At that time, the Luo Chen Association will already have 6 or 7 people at the 9th level of key refining, and they will not be afraid of the three of us. As for the end, Sima Wei Niang smiled heartily and looked at Luo Chen. With the title of President Dan Chenzi, The development prospects of the Luo Chen Association will definitely be greater than those of many small forces. You have analyzed it clearly. No wonder your brothers and younger brothers are willing to listen to you. Luo Chen laughed dumbly. He didn't expect that the reason they decided to join Luo Xianhu was because of him. Sure enough, the identity of an alchemist is the most popular no matter where it is. Seeing Luo Chen smile, Sima Wei Niang felt relieved. It seems that she has passed the test today. However, Luo Chen's next sentence made her stunned. Since you are so optimistic about Luo Xianhu, do you have any ideas to go further? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.